300 years ago, a meteorite landed on the blue planet and changed the world in an instant. All animals and plants gained extraordinary strength overnight, bringing unforeseen disasters. From then on, the animals and plants of the blue star began to become abnormally powerful and began to attack humans. Major cities fell one after another, and countless humans were killed and wounded. Just when humanity was falling into despair, the emergence of the awakened changed everything. These awakened ones discovered that killing monsters or mutated plants could not only protect themselves, but also absorb their power and become stronger. The revival of spiritual energy has brought new opportunities. Gradually, more and more people begin to awaken and master extraordinary abilities. When everyone reaches the age of 18, they will have the opportunity to awaken and become an awakener. Some awaken to become fire psychers, able to summon flames to sweep across the land. Some people awaken to become ice psychers who can release cold air to freeze the world. Some people also awaken and become ordinary professionals, such as tailors, who make clothes peacefully every day. Most people aspire to become combat-type awakeners, especially those high-level awakeners who can bring changes to the world. My name is Jiang Hao. Although I have awakened an SSS level talent, my combat occupation is F level. My classmates laughed at me mercilessly. Even if you awaken the combat profession, what does it matter? Aren't you still an F rank loser? What a joke. You're not as good as me, a normal screwdriver. If you kneel down and kowtow a few times, maybe I can give you a few gold coins. Even my girlfriend chose to leave me because I couldn't provide her with any future. I once thought that my life was over and was ready to give up all struggles and pursuits. Just ending. Congratulations to the host for awakening successfully and becoming a paleo warrior. A novice gift pack is awarded. At this moment, a panel suddenly appeared in front of my eyes in front of the altar of the school rostrum. Name, Jiang Hao. Ability, Ancient Warrior. Level 0. Talent, God, Comprehension. Internal Strength, none. Martial Arts, none. Looking at this information panel, I couldn't calm down for a moment. My talent actually went from F level to God level. I couldn't believe it. Who could have imagined this kind of change? If I told this to others, I'm afraid no one would believe it, right? Although I still don't know how much stronger God level is than SSS level, I can be sure that it is definitely stronger than SSS level. It seems that naivety will not push people to the brink of death, but instead gave me a glimmer of hope. At this moment, I can't wait to find a quiet place to study my new abilities, and I also want to receive the mysterious novice gift package. I bowed slightly to the dean and the others, then turned around and returned to the team. Next, Su Qing. I saw a pretty girl with youthful look walking forward. She walked towards the altar, and suddenly a dazzling white light enveloped Su Qing. Immediately, a cold breath was released from the altar, and the coldness spread rapidly. The entire altar was surrounded by frost, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Roar! A terrifying beast roar resounded all around, as if an invisible pressure from the depths of the soul was pressing down on everyone. Su Qing, an A-level combat awakener, a 3-clawed ice dragon mutant. The dean couldn't help but exclaimed, "Dragon, whether it is the Eastern dragon or the Western dragon, everything related to the dragon is a symbol of power." Even though Su Qing's talent is only A-level, with the 3-clawed ice dragon, her ability is comparable to that of an S-level awakener. Imagine that with such a talent as hers, it would not be a problem to enter a prestigious school. Everyone looked at Su Qing with even more envy. The teachers on the podium were so excited that they could not hide their excitement. They knew that Chunshui High School was going to be popular. I didn't expect Su Qing to be so talented. Although I couldn't help feeling a little jealous, I was more happy for her. At this moment, the chill of the altar gradually dissipated, revealing a blue oriental dragon about 10 feet long and with an elegant posture. The onlookers stared with wide eyes. There were many mutants in Dragon City, but only a few could transform into the Easter Dragon. Not to mention Dragon City, there were only a few in the entire Dragon Country. Su Qing returned to her human form and looked around proudly. She didn't expect that her talent was so outstanding. When she saw me, a mixture of emotions flashed across her eyes. As other students successfully awaken one after another, I planned to leave and find a quiet place to study my own system. As I walked into the teaching building, a girl with delicate features and long hair tied into a ponytail suddenly stood in front of me. Seeing her, my expression eased a little, and I walked over and said, "Congratulations, Su-ching." I wanted to reach out and hold her hand, but she dodged me. She glanced at me indifferently and said in a cold tone, "Let's break up." What? I widened my eyes, unable to believe what I heard. For the past 3 years, I have paid for Su-ching's tuition and living expenses. In order to buy her a new phone, I even ate only instant noodles for a month. In the end, this is what I got in return. For a moment, I felt a sharp pain in my heart. We were classmates and desk mates in middle school. I came from an ordinary family, with my parents being ordinary workers. Su-ching's family was slightly better off, but because she was the only girl in the family, she was often ignored. Maybe it was because we were both lonely that we gradually came together and confirmed our relationship during the holiday in the 3rd year of junior high school. With my ability, I could have been admitted to a better school, but because of Su-ching, I went to Chunchue High School with her. I originally thought we could go to the end together, but now, what? Although I knew the answer in my heart, I still couldn't help asking. Don't you really know? You are just an awakened waste and have no right to ask why here. She replied with a sneer. At this time, a young man came out from the corner, put his arm around Su-ching's waist without any hesitation, and looked at me with disgust. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Because I can give Su-ching better resources and let her go to a better school. She's much better than a loser like you, who only knows how to study. Are you satisfied, loser? Bai Yang. I frowned when I saw Bai Yang coming out. He was the top son of Chunchue High School, from a wealthy family, but with bad behavior. In the past 3 years, he had forced 5 female classmates to have abortions, and then he just compensated them with some money, and the matter was left unresolved. I have a talent far beyond that of an ordinary person. I will definitely stand out in the entire Dragon Country, or even the whole world, and become a queen of my generation. Su-ching's tone was full of confidence. And you, although you have amazing talent, have awakened this useless ability of an ancient warrior. You are destined to be just an ordinary person and a burden to me. Faced with Su-ching's resolute attitude, I no longer forced her, but there was still a trace of reluctance in my heart. Su-ching, if you broke up with me because of my talent and ability, I can understand. But why did you want to be with Bai Yang? Don't you know who he is? Bai Yang sneered at me, his eyes full of disdain. Jiang Hao, now you're not even the top student in Chunchue High School. Don't be so self-indulgent. Do you believe I will have someone kill you? Really? Then I'd like to see how you kill me. I smiled. My eyes suddenly turned cold, and I suddenly kicked him. Bang! Bai Yang was caught off guard and was kicked back repeatedly. Su-ching was shocked. She didn't expect me to do it, and to do it so decisively. What shocked her most was that she couldn't stop me. You dare to hit me? Bai Yang was so angry that his face turned blue, and he raised his hand to condense a fireball. I stared at him coldly. Why, you want to fight? Well, let's see whether your S-level talent is stronger or mine is stronger. Bai Yang was slightly stunned. Although he was reluctant to admit it, in terms of talent, no student in the entire Chunchue High School was better than him. However, he was not afraid. After all, we are all still at level 0. When we grow up, no matter how strong my talent is, I will be dragged down by the abilities of the ancient warriors. Bai Yang. Su-ching stretched out her hand to stop him, then turned around and looked at me with disappointment. I didn't expect you to become like this. It really disappoints me. From now on, let's not contact each other again. She was with me because she saw my potential and thought that if her awakened abilities were not strong enough, she could at least rely on me. Now it seems that she no longer needs me. Bai Yang looked at me with gritted teeth and said coldly, Listen carefully, you piece of shit. Don't bother Su-ching again, or I'll be rude to you. After saying that, he hugged Su-ching and left. When he passed by me, he bumped into me on purpose, trying to make me fall. But he overestimated himself. Although my ability is that of a paleo warrior, my body is far stronger than that of a psychic like him. He didn't push me away, but was knocked to the ground and almost fell. Fortunately, Su-ching caught him in time. Just wait. This matter won't just end like this. Bai Yang snorted coldly, then hugged Su-ching and left. After Su-ching and the others left, I stood there, my cold eyes slowly returning to calm. I didn't expect Su-ching to be so resolute. I smiled bitterly. It turned out that I was the real clown. Many people advised me that Su-ching was an ungrateful person who could never be tamed. I didn't believe it, but now I do. For 3 years, I gave her almost everything I could give her, and the result was all Senior 3 students assemble The graduation examination is about to begin. Just as I was calming down and preparing to check the system, the voice of the dean came over the radio. I had no choice but to give up checking and hurried to the playground. I took a deep breath, and the previous decadent feeling instantly dissipated. Even the breakup with Su Qing was thrown behind my mind. I even smiled at the classmates around me. The students' eyes were full of doubt and confusion. Could this guy have suffered a mental breakdown due to such a huge blow? Even after awakening such a talent and ability, he can still laugh? It's really uncertain. From a top student to this state, who can bear it? We should stay away from him. Alas, I heard that Su Qing broke up with him because of his awakened abilities and talents. I didn't respond to their comments, but just stood quietly in the line. If it were me, I would definitely not come. Why humiliate myself? Not far away, Baiyang put his arm around Su Qing's waist and glanced at me contemptuously. Was a top student. Without strong talent and ability, you can't even keep a girlfriend. Just trying to attract attention. Su Qing glanced at me coldly, without a trace of fluctuation in her eyes. From then on, they and I were destined to be people from two different worlds. After all the candidates stood firm, the Dean of Studies finally spoke. Everyone should be aware of the graduation assessment. Awakening is only the first step. The next competition is the key to determining your future direction. Without further ado, the graduation examination will begin soon. Here, I wish you all a bright future. After saying that, the dean picked up a scroll and threw it into the air. The scroll unfolded and turned into a gate of light. Now, all candidates enter the secret realm. Everyone walked into the light gate one after another, and I followed closely. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered, I came to a dark space and a magic circle appeared under my feet. This is a safe, secret place that has been cleared and designed specifically for the high school graduation assessment. Wait for all candidates to enter the secret realm. The assessment will officially begin in 5 minutes. Suddenly, a voice sounded in our ears. I shrugged, knowing that this was to ensure that everyone started the assessment at the same time. Otherwise, those who entered the secret realm first would have an advantage, and it would be unfair to those who entered later. I agreed with this mechanism very much. It was fair and just. During this time, I decided to check out my rewards and abilities. As soon as I thought about it, the system space appeared in front of me. A colorful treasure chest was quietly suspended in front of me. Open the newbie gift pack. I said to myself. The treasure chest opened instantly, and the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine talent. Critical hit. Note, when activating a critical hit, the host's martial arts can be increased tenfold. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level martial arts, Lingbo Weibu X1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level martial arts, Lion's Roar ×1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level inner strength, Battle of the Stars ×1. The novice gift package rewards have been distributed. Please check it carefully. The system's voice rang several times, and I was stunned. I didn't expect the gift package to be so rich, especially the God-level skills, which instantly solved my urgent needs. An ancient warrior without martial arts is at most an ordinary person who is slightly stronger than ordinary people, but an ancient warrior with martial arts skills is completely different. I didn't hesitate and directly learned 3 skills. Then the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. You have learned the God-level martial arts, elementary, Lingbo Weibu. Congratulations to the host for learning the God-level martial arts, elementary, Lion Roar skills. Congratulations to the host for learning the God-level internal skill, primary Do Zhuan Xing. Primary? I was stunned. I thought these 3 skills were already top level, but I didn't expect them to be primary. I was confused, but the system immediately explained. Internal skills and martial arts are divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and complete. The host has only learned the elementary level. Although it is only the beginner level, I'm still very satisfied. After all, these skills are enough for me to cope with the challenges ahead. It's a pity that I can't test their power now. When the time is right, I must experience them. At this moment, the system prompted again. Congratulations to the host for triggering a random task, requiring the host to become the top scorer in a Longqing College entrance examination. Task completion reward, 1 lucky spin. Penalty for mission failure. Delete one of the host's internal energy or martial arts at random. Mission punishment. I was shocked, but before I could think about it, the dean's voice sounded again. All candidates, get ready. The dungeon will open in 30 seconds, and everyone will descend into the secret realm. As the countdown ended, I felt dizzy, and the next moment I was brought into the copy. When I came to my senses, I found myself standing in a mountain range, and there was no one around. Assessment requirements: kill 100 monsters. Whoever takes the shortest time will be the first. The number of kills will be recorded on the student card. The time limit is 1 hour. I looked at the task information in front of me and suddenly realized that becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination is no longer a simple task, but the key to determining the future. Roar. Just as I was thinking, a roar of a wild beast came from a distance. Then a boar-like monster, the steel-toothed monster, rushed towards me. This is a level 0 monster, and its information quickly emerged in my mind. Before I could think about it, the steel-toothed monster was already rushing towards me. I quickly dodged to the side, silently reciting in my mind, Lingbo Weibo. My steps were as fast as the wind, and I easily avoided the attack of the steel-toothed monster. However, the steel-toothed monster was obviously angry. It roared again and rushed towards me. This time, I used the energy in my dantian to perform the lion roar skill. My cheeks puffed up and I roared fiercely. The steel-toothed monster was caught off guard, was blown away, and finally fell heavily to the ground. The words ×1 appeared on my student ID card. Looking at the steel-toothed monster falling to the ground with satisfaction, I realized that it shouldn't be difficult to kill 100 monsters. So I walked deeper into the mountains, my heart full of fighting spirit. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the bushes and rushed towards me. I subconsciously used the Lingbo Weibo technique to cleverly avoid the attack. The other party obviously didn't expect me to dodge, and he rushed out for a distance before stopping. I turned around and finally saw the other party's appearance clearly. It was a medium-sized, dog-sized, 0-level monster, a cat demon. No wonder it was so fast. I didn't see its figure clearly just now. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would be in danger. Meow. The cat demon suddenly arched its body, its hair instantly standing up, and then attacked me again. Its speed was so fast that it almost turned into an afterimage. Humph. I'll use you to test the power of a critical hit. I snorted coldly, dodged past the cat demon, and threw a punch. However, the cat demon's reaction was too fast. It dodged before my fist arrived, so my attack didn't hit at all. I continued to use the Lingbo Weibo technique and barely kept up with its speed. At this time, I swung my fist again, pointing directly at the cat demon's head. Meow. The cat demon roared, dodged my attack again, and quickly counterattacked. Faced with its quick counterattack, I could only retreat quickly and look for an opportunity. Oh, don't think I can't beat you, beast. I swore to myself. Finally, I seized an opportunity, came behind the cat demon, and punched it hard, using a critical strike. The cat demon obviously didn't expect me to suddenly appear behind it. It wanted to hide, but it was too late and could only watch the fist fall on it. As I watched in shock, the cat demon's body exploded in the air and instantly turned into a ball of bloody mist. The word ×2 appeared on my student ID card. I blinked for a long time, unable to recover. Although I knew that critical strikes were very powerful, I didn't expect their power to be so amazing. It was really scary. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before I could even catch my breath, I was hit head-on by several attacks. I used the Lingbo Weibo technique again and easily avoided these attacks. With constant practice, I became more and more proficient in the Lingbo Weibo. I looked up and saw a huge black spider staring at me not far away. It was obviously the one that launched the attack just now. First-level monster, giant wolf spider. I encountered a first-level monster so soon. They really overestimated me. I smiled bitterly. It was no problem to deal with a 0-level monster, but a first-level monster was much stronger than them. I was not sure I could deal with this wolf spider, but I didn't give up. I took a deep breath and started to deal with this giant wolf spider seriously. Whoosh! The giant wolf spider suddenly raised its abdomen and fired its web at me again. I used the light footsteps to easily avoid it while approaching it. Logically, I couldn't possibly be a match for this first-level wolf spider, so I decided to use a critical hit to take it out. The wolf spider seemed to see my intention and moved quickly, continuing to attack me. Every time its web falls to the ground, it will corrode large pieces of it. If it falls on me, I'm afraid no one can withstand it. Although I had light footsteps to increase my speed, the wolf spider was also quite fast, so I could only barely keep up with its speed. It was impossible to catch up with it, not to mention using my fist to hit it and trigger a critical hit. I had no choice but to stop. This was a waste of time. Seeing me stop, the wolf spider also stopped and then launched an attack again. As it dodged, it was thinking about countermeasures. Since it couldn't catch up with it by speed, it had to find another way. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind, and I thought of the effect of a critical hit. A critical hit can increase the power of my attack tenfold. Although Lingbo Weibo is not considered an attack, it belongs to martial arts, and a critical hit should also have an effect on it. Thinking of this, I did not hesitate and used Lingbo Weibo again, launching a critical attack at the same time. The wolf spider saw me approaching it again and thought contemptuously that I was just speeding up. It was ready to get rid of me easily, not caring at all. However, as soon as I thought of this, my speed suddenly increased. Before the wolf spider could react, I was already next to it and quickly threw a punch, hitting it hard in the body. Bang! The giant wolf spider was blown to pieces. At this time, the word ×5 appeared on my student card. Seeing the power of this critical strike, I was even more satisfied. With this kind of talent, who can rival me? I forced myself to suppress the excitement in my heart and prepared to move forward, when I suddenly discovered that there was a silver-white mask in the system space with a spider pattern on the front. Then, a message appeared in front of me. Wolf Spider Mask, a system-produced F-level weapon. The wearer can stay clean. There is no restriction on use. It can be given to others. Note, system weapons are only produced after the host kills a monster of level 1 or above and are subject to system restrictions. The host can destroy it in a moment. I was stunned. I didn't expect that the martial god system had such a capability. Could this mean that I had also become an alternative enhancer? I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. I had originally been thinking of saving money to hire an enhancer to make weapons for me, but now it seems that it is totally unnecessary. I took the wolf spider mask out of the system space and put it on. Suddenly, a warm and cool feeling spread throughout my body. The mask fits tightly on my face without any discomfort. It seems to be integrated with my features, and I don't have to worry about it falling off. I am very satisfied. Although this mask has no special functions, it at least prevents others from recognizing my true face. Thinking of this, I quicken my pace. I wonder who will be the first to complete the assessment this time. Could it be that the top scorer of this year's Longcheng College entrance examination will come from our Chunshui High School? I couldn't say about previous years, but there is some hope this year. After all, there are many outstanding talents this year, and perhaps a top scorer in the college entrance examination will emerge. The Dean of Studies and others on the rostrum were anxiously waiting for the results. Because it was a nationwide exam, even teachers like them could not see what was happening in the secret realm. Everyone could only sit here, anxiously waiting for the final outcome. At this moment, they were even more nervous than the candidates. Bai Yang's homeroom teacher smiled slightly. Of course, it must be Bai Yang. He is extremely talented. Not only has he awakened an S-level talent, but he is also a fire-type supernatural being. He will definitely get good grades in this graduation assessment. At first, Bai Yang's class teacher didn't think much of Bai Yang. After all, he had a bad character. But after seeing Bai Yang's talent and ability, his attitude immediately changed. That may not be the case. Although Bai Yang is talented and capable, don't forget Su Qingxue from my class. Although Su Qingxue awakened auxiliary wood-type spiritual power, her talent is SS level and is not inferior to Bai Yang at all. Su Qing from my class is also very good. Although she only has a level talent, she can transform into a 3-clawed ice dragon, which is comparable to an ordinary S-level awakener. The other class teachers couldn't help but interrupt after hearing this. It's as if there are no outstanding students in our class. Yin Chun from my class not only has an indestructible physique, but also has awakened an S-level talent. Hearing this, the dean couldn't help but laugh, shook his head, and sighed. However, the smile on his face did not disappear at all. After all, the overall awakening situation of Chunshui High School this year was very impressive, with 10 A-level talents emerging, 2 S-level talents, and most importantly, an SS-level awakener. This time, even the 5 major academies may come to Chunshui High School to recruit students. The only regret is me. Everyone had high expectations for me, but unfortunately my talent is too ordinary to attract attention. If my talent could be a little better with my SSS level talent, Chunshui High School would definitely shine this year. By the way, Director, I remember that the 5 major colleges gave us a recommendation quota this year. How will this quota be arranged? Hearing this question, the other teachers turned their eyes to the dean. Of course they knew about this, but they usually didn't care about it. However, this year their students performed very well, so they couldn't help but feel a little excited. The dean of studies smiled and said, "The principal has already set the rules. The number of recommended students will be determined based on the results of the graduation assessment. Whoever completes the assessment first will get the spot." He knew that every teacher hoped that his students could be admitted to the 5 major academies, which would not only benefit the students, but also the teachers themselves would receive generous rewards. But the number of places is limited, and it is not easy to offend anyone. Therefore, he and the principal discussed the response plan as early as last month to avoid these teachers competing with each other. After hearing this, the teachers silently cheered for their students, wondering if they could win glory for themselves. However, it is not easy to get a recommendation. You need to have at least S-level talent. At present, the most promising ones are those who have awakened A-level talents. As for Su Qingxue, there was no need for her to fight for it. After all, with her SS level talent, it was a sure thing for her to enter the 5 major academies. The only thing left was which one she wanted to attend. Suddenly, a deafening lion roar was heard in the forest. Then, a sharp bird cry echoed in the air. Then, a group of crow-like monsters descended from the sky like dumplings falling from the sky. The words ×88 instantly appeared on my student ID card. Since killing that giant wolf spider, I have killed more than 80 monsters in just over 10 minutes. There are only 2 first-level monsters we have encountered so far. It was originally impossible to kill so many monsters in such a short time, but fortunately, I encountered this group of dark-feathered crows. There were so many of them, and they had almost no ability to resist, so they were all killed by my critical hit of Lion's Roar. I glanced at the student card and knew I could complete the mission by killing 12 more monsters. I couldn't help but wonder how the others were doing, but I didn't dwell on it and continued to focus on the task at hand. After learning about my talents and abilities, I once wanted to give up. However, after getting the system, I decided to give it a try and sprint to the first place. And now, the system task also requires me to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Longchen. It is obviously not enough to just be the number 1 in Chunxue High School. I don't know what the lucky wheel is, but I don't want to be deleted by the system because of losing any martial arts or internal skills. For me, this is a matter of life and death. As I walked, I checked the system space. I had just killed the Dark Feather Crow King, so I should get some weapon rewards. Soon, a completely black fan appeared in front of me, exactly the same as Zhuge Liang's fan. Then, the system information popped up. Crow Feather Fan. F-level weapon. Can release wind blades. Can only be used by wind-related ability users or awaken people with wind-related abilities. Can be given to others. Note: system weapons can only be obtained after killing monsters above the first level, and all system weapons are subject to system restrictions. Any thoughts of the host can destroy them. An idea flashed through my mind, and I took out the Crow Feather Fan and looked at it with satisfaction. Even though I'm not good at using the fan weapon, it is still a weapon after all. I can use it temporarily, and if it doesn't work, I can sell it for some money. However, the matter of monsters dropping weapons must be kept secret and not let anyone know, otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble. Until I'm able to protect myself, I must keep a low profile. Suddenly, a scream broke my thoughts. I was stunned for a moment. There were other people around. I originally thought that the secret realm was divided into several areas, and each candidate would be tested separately in their own area. I didn't expect that everyone was in the same secret realm, but just separated. I hesitated for a moment and decided to walk in the direction where the sound came from. Su Qingxue was full of regret at this moment. She could obviously enter the 5 major academies directly, so why did she take the risk of participating in this graduation examination? She is an SS level talent, but she is an auxiliary awakener. The ability of the auxiliary system is not based on combat power, and all the power is used to support teammates. She had put in a lot of effort to defeat those monsters, but she only killed some ordinary monsters. However, who would have thought that just over 10 minutes later, she encountered a first-level monster? Without hesitation, Su Qingxue turned around and ran, but the monster was too fast. Until now, she couldn't even see clearly what it was. As she ran anxiously, she suddenly tripped over a protruding tree root and fell heavily to the ground. Her body rolled twice on the ground, and she swallowed some dirt in her mouth. Her hair was messy, and she completely lost her original elegance. Swoosh! The black shadow pounced over again. Su Qingxue instinctively hugged her head and tears couldn't help but slide down. It's her. I stood on a hill and saw Su Qingxue. Although we were not in the same class, I recognized her immediately. I didn't expect to meet her in this place. Like me, she was a celebrity in Chunxue High School. I'm the top student in Chunxue High School, and she is the most beautiful girl. I have seen her test before. She is an SS level talent auxiliary with psychic. When I saw her test results, I didn't expect that she would fall into this situation. When I saw Su Qingxue fall and the dark shadow behind her pounced on her, I did not hesitate. I immediately performed Lingbo Weibu, ran quickly to her, and took decisive action to help her block the attack. I quickly pulled Su Qingxue back, but the dark shadow was like a shadow, sticking to my body, chasing me relentlessly. I could only retreat while protecting her. Su Inge's scream upset me. Her voice was like a sharp knife that made me unable to hold back and yell, "Stop screaming, or I'll leave you alone." She was stunned for a moment, opened her red and swollen eyes, and looked at me. At this moment, I was wearing a silver-white wolf spider mask, and almost no one could recognize me. Su Qingxue was slightly stunned, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She was already in despair, and she didn't expect that someone would appear to help her at this time. Her mood instantly became complicated. I waved the crow feather fan in my hand, and a wind blade flew out. Although it looked non-threatening, it finally forced the black shadow back. When I saw the other party's appearance clearly, I found that the monster was just a dark green mantis the size of a kitten. A first-level monster, the swift blade mantis. No wonder she is so embarrassed. You stay here first. I'll deal with this sharp blade mantis. I let go of Su Qingxue, turned around, and rushed directly towards the mantis. It was much faster than me. As soon as it moved, it turned into an afterimage and rushed towards me, swinging its sharp blade arm, aiming directly at my face. Fortunately, the crow feather fan is an F-class weapon. Although the attack power is not strong, it is strong enough to barely block the mantis's attack. The sound of metal collision echoed in the air. The swift blade mantis retreated decisively and quickly resumed its attack position. I wanted to take the opportunity to chase it, but its speed had completely surpassed mine. It kept dodging my attacks, and its attacks became more and more fierce. Bang, bang, bang. Every blow forced me to retreat, and I couldn't defend myself. Realizing that I couldn't fight it with speed, I decided to change my strategy and use strength to suppress it. I forced the fast knife mantis back, put away the feather fan, and began to perform the lion's roar. Roar! A deafening roar shook the air. Su Qingxue covered her ears, but could still feel the buzzing sound. The swift blade mantis was shocked by the sudden roar and was stunned for a moment. Good opportunity. I rushed forward, swung my fist, and decisively delivered a critical hit. Bang! The fist hit the mantis's body heavily, and its body was knocked directly to the ground, without any breath left. I have to say that the mantis's ability to withstand attacks is still amazing, and I was unable to blow it up in one blow. I looked at the student card, and the number times 89 came into view. Are you okay? I walked back to Su Qingxue, frowning slightly, and found that she was staring at me in a daze. No, I'm fine. Su Qingxue came back to her senses, shook her head, and the buzzing sound in her ears gradually subsided. By the way, which class are you from? Why are you here? She looked at me and couldn't help asking. I didn't answer her question, but casually said, I'm nearby. Since you're okay, I'll leave first. The reason I took action was not only because I saw my classmates were trapped, but also for my own benefit. By killing this mantis, I would get the task number and the equipment. Just as I was about to leave, Su Qingxue suddenly called me. Classmate, wait a minute. Thank you for saving me just now. My name is Su Qingxue, and I don't know your name yet. I waved my hand and replied lightly. It's a small matter and not worth mentioning. However, she suddenly grabbed my arm, and I frowned slightly and looked at her. Su Qingxue let go of my hand and said seriously, Don't get me wrong, I just want to know your name, and thank you very much. I didn't want to get involved with her anymore and was about to leave, but she stopped me again. Classmate, can I ask you for a favor? You want me to help you kill monsters? I saw Su Qingxue's intention at a glance. Hearing what I said, Su Qingxue nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I frowned. It was fine for me to help him, but if I did, it would definitely slow me down and my mission might fail. Seeing that I was still silent, Su Qingxue said hurriedly, Don't worry, I won't ask for your help in vain. Let's leave contact information. If you help me kill a monster, I will give you 1,000 crystal coins. How about it? My eyes lit up. Sure enough, this is a wealthy family. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Killing a monster for 1,000 crystal coins is really worth it. Okay, but I have to finish my task first before I can help you. No problem. Su Qingxue looked serious and made an okay gesture. It's a pleasure to work with you, she said, extending her hand, but I just nodded, turned, and walked forward. Su Qingxue pouted and followed me silently. As I was walking, I opened the system interface. The Blade Mantis was a first-level monster, and I wondered what good things it could drop. Soon, I found 2 long swords that looked like Meow Dao. The blades were slender and light, just like the front claws of a mantis. At the same time, a message popped up. Mantis Blade, an F-level weapon produced by the system, sharp and hard, with no restrictions on use. I raised an eyebrow, and suddenly felt that the crow feather fan was not so attractive. With a thought, the mantis knife instantly appeared in my hand. I tried swinging it twice, and it felt very smooth. Although the blade looks light, it is quite heavy. Su Qingxue looked at the mantis knife in my hand in surprise. She had obviously never seen these 2 knives before. Not only that, but the fan from before also disappeared into thin air. She was curious, but smart enough not to ask casually. After all, we were not familiar with each other yet. 10 minutes later, Su Qingxue and I arrived at a valley. It's so scary here, why don't we leave? Hearing the roars of beasts inside, Su Qingxue's face turned pale. I shook my head. No, if we want to complete the mission, we have to deal with the monsters here. I'm 11 short. How about you? She naturally knew that there were many monsters here, but this was exactly what she needed. Su Qingxue was a little surprised and thought, it has only been 30 minutes since entering the dungeon, and this person has already killed so many monsters. He is simply a monster. She couldn't help but lower her head, feeling a little ashamed. I still need 73. The corners of my mouth twitched, and I couldn't help feeling helpless. It really felt like I was being dragged into a road of no return. Let's deal with the monsters here first. You stand outside and wait for me to call you in. After saying that, I walked into the valley. The roars of beasts continued in the valley, making Su Qingxue's scalp tingle. In less than half a minute, I came out, and the mantis knife in my hand was stained with blood. There are 26 monsters in there. Excluding the 11 I have already dealt with, the remaining 15 have lost their combat effectiveness. You go in and finish them off. I handed her the mantis knife in my left hand and sat on a rock nearby waiting. At this point, my student card showed completed and took 32 minutes. I raised my eyebrows slightly. I originally thought that I would be teleported out of the secret realm directly after completing the assessment. Now it seems that I thought too much. I wonder if such a result can become the top scorer in the college entrance examination and complete the system task. After a while, Su Qingxue came out with a pale face and returned the mantis knife to me. Her eyes seemed a little confused, as if she was still recalling the scene just now. After she entered the valley, it was as if she had entered a Shura field. The smell of blood was overwhelming, and monsters fell to the ground, some even with their intestines spilling out. If she hadn't had a strong mental state, she would have been scared and ran away. Roar! A deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky. The heads of the 3 monsters were torn apart in an instant, and they lost all life the moment they fell down. Then, a cold figure passed through the air and turned into a graceful figure. It was Su Qing. She lowered her head slightly, looking at the student card in her hand. The corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, and her eyes flashed with pride. She knew clearly that she had killed 88 monsters, and this Dragon City College entrance examination was destined to belong to her. This time, I must become the top scorer, Su Qing said to herself, her expression becoming more and more confident. She knew that this was not just a simple competition, but a chance for her to stand out and attract attention. Her goal is not only to take first place, she wants to break the record as quickly as possible. Only in this way can she attract more people's attention. With the ability to transform into a 3-clawed ice dragon and A-level talent, Su Qing knew that she should not remain mediocre anymore. The figures of Jiang Hao and Bai Yang appeared in her mind, and a sneer flashed in her eyes. They are just stepping stones on my road to success. This era will be my era. Su Qing became more and more excited, as if she had already seen herself reaching the top and being admired by countless people. At the same time, Bai Yang on the other side was also fighting desperately. As a fire-type mutant, Bai Yang's attack power can be imagined. With one fireball, no zero-level monster can resist it. At this time, there were already 85 monsters killed on his student card. Jiang Hao, you loser. You actually dare to attack me. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Bai Yang was extremely angry and waved his hands, flames and anger intertwined, releasing a more fierce attack. Ha ha, all of you go to hell. Bai Yang shouted, and then shot out a huge fireball. However, just when he thought it was all over, a shrill wolf howl suddenly came to his ears. A huge figure jumped out and blocked Bai Yang's way. It was a gray wolf as big as a family car, with endless ferocity in its eyes. Shit! Bai Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart beat violently, and he turned around and ran away desperately. He never expected that he would attract such a first-level monster. The big bad wolf growled, jumped up suddenly, crossed the flames, and chased after Bai Yang. Bai Yang ran desperately, and the whistling sound behind him was getting closer and closer. While escaping, Bai Yang met other candidates. They were all stunned when they saw the big bad wolf following Bai Yang, but soon the sounds of panicked escape were heard. Fortunately, the big bad wolf seemed to only target Bai Yang, and the other candidates were able to escape. Chapter 8X. Finally done. After Su Qingxue had dealt with the last monster, Jiang Hao stretched. Su Qingxue looked at Jiang Hao with gratitude. Thank you. By the way, can you tell me your name? My name is just a code name. Just call me X. Su Qingxue's face darkened. So many people wanted to get to know her, but she didn't want to pay attention to them. But this guy actually told her such a perfunctory name. Then add a contact method, so it will be convenient for me to give you the reward. Jiang Hao took out his cell phone and said, I'll tell you my phone number. I'll send you the account number, and you can just transfer the money to me directly. Su Qingxue was speechless for a while, but still told Jiang Hao her phone number. Mission accomplished. Let's go. You little bastard, I don't believe that you will still wear this broken mask after leaving the copy. You go first. I'll be out in a while. Jiang Hao shook his head. He naturally had his reasons for doing this. On the one hand, he didn't want to have any deep involvement with Su Qingxue, and on the other hand, he didn't want Su Qingxue to see his true face. The corners of Su Qingxue's mouth twitched, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, she snorted, turned around, and left angrily. Seeing Su Qingxue being teleported out, Jiang Hao was not in a hurry to leave. Anyway, his results were already out, so he planned to see if there were any first-level monsters here. If there is any, I will just take it and see what other weapons I can get. It's coming out. It's coming out. On the rostrum, the Dean of Studies and others saw the light gate to the secret realm begin to flicker and immediately realized that someone's assessment had ended. Then, they saw several students being teleported out of the secret realm in a panic. The Dean and the others frowned. Li Tianming, what's wrong with you? Their class teacher asked hurriedly upon seeing this. Li Tianming showed a look of shame. Teacher, we encountered a first-level monster. We have no choice but to withdraw from the exam. He didn't expect that he would encounter a first-level monster just when he was about to complete the assessment. He had no choice but to choose to quit. Okay, you guys go back to the team first. The head teacher waved his hand with a somewhat unpleasant look on his face. No more words were said. Seeing this, Li Tianming and his classmates had no choice but to stand dejectedly in the corresponding places of their classes. After a while, people began to come out one after another. Their conditions were not much better than Li Tianming and his team, as they all failed to complete their tasks. Buzz! The light gate flashed again, and Su Qing and Bai Yang were seen walking out of it in a panic. Seeing Su Qing and Bai Yang coming out, their teacher immediately asked, Su Qing, Bai Yang, how are you doing? Have you finished the assessment? They have already questioned the students just now, but not a single one of them has completed the assessment. Now they can only place their hopes on Su Qing, Bai Yang, and others. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. A look of pride appeared on Su Qing's dusty face. Bai Yang on the side also nodded, but his expression was not good, especially when he thought of the scene when he was chased by the big bad wolf. If he had not met Su Qing in time, and the two of them had gone through great pains to kill the big bad wolf, he might have died in the wolf's mouth. Afterwards, he teamed up with Su Qing to complete the assessment. Seeing this, their class teachers all breathed a sigh of relief. If these two people fail to complete the assessment, then they will have no hope for this graduation examination. After Su Qing and the others, more students came out of the secret realm. Look, it's Yin Chun coming out. Yin Chun must have completed the mission. Under the gaze of everyone, a broad-shouldered and strong young man walked out of the light gate of the secret realm. Yin Chun glanced around and returned to his class with a calm look. At this moment, the light gate flashed again, and then Su Qingxue walked out of it. Su Qingxue did not leave the light gate immediately, but waited for a while. She wanted to see who had saved her before. Unfortunately, after waiting for a while, no one appeared after her. Why hasn't that guy shown up yet? Su Qingxue showed a look of regret. Qingxue, come back to the team quickly. Seeing Su Qingxue standing still, her head teacher waved her hand quickly. She was originally worried about Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was very talented, but she was not a combat-type awakener after all. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Su Qingxue came back safe and sound, albeit in a disheveled state. Su Qingxue had no choice but to return to her class team. After a while, several more students walked out of the light gate. Bai Yang's head teacher said at this time, "Dean, I suggest that we start checking their grades now, so that we can sort them out quickly. As for the other students who didn't come out, their results probably won't be much better. Okay, let's start recording." The dean nodded and did not reject the suggestion. Immediately, several class teachers began to organize the students in their classes, holding student cards and going to the podium to start recording the students' grades. Li Tianming, 78 monsters. The result is unsatisfactory. Wang Yinyan, 52 monsters. The result is unsatisfactory. As the results of each student were announced, most people looked unhappy because they had not completed the assessment requirements. Bai Yang, 100 monsters, 48 minutes passed. Bai Yang's complexion finally looked better, and he revealed a smug look. He glanced at the crowd and didn't see Jiang Hao, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. But before he could be happy for long, a voice rang out. Su Qing, 100 monsters, 40 minutes passed. After hearing what the teacher in charge of recording grades said, everyone looked at Su Qing in shock. Then there was an uproar. As expected of a dragon-shaped mutant, even with an A-level talent, he can complete the task faster than an awakened person with an S-level talent. In my opinion, Su Qing is definitely the #1 in Chunshue High School. She might even be the top scorer in Longqing's college entrance examination. Of course, it takes 40 minutes. As far as I know, the top scorer in the last college entrance examination took 43 minutes. This time, Su Qing is definitely the top scorer in Longqing. Oh, it's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. I spent 50 minutes and thought the result was good, but compared to Su Qing, it's really far behind. Hearing everyone's discussions, Su Qing's face became even more proud. She is sure to be the top scorer in the Longqing College entrance examination this time. As expected, the results of the others were not as good as hers. Yin Chun, 100 monsters, 49 minutes passed. No one was surprised by Yin Chun's performance. After all, Yin Chun had an S-level talent and was an indestructible physique, so it was not difficult for him to complete the task. Chapter 9 Shock. Qingxue, take out your student card. Su Qingxue's head teacher smiled at Su Qingxue and then comforted her. You are an SS-level auxiliary with Psychic, even if you can't complete it. Su Qingxue's head teacher said this, but when she saw the number of words on Su Qingxue's student card, she couldn't help but show a look of shock and was speechless. What's wrong? The Dean of Studies looked at Su Qingxue's class teacher in surprise. After taking the student card from the other party, the Dean of Studies didn't care at first, but when he saw the words on the student card clearly, he also showed a look of astonishment. Su Qingxue, 100 monsters, 40 minutes passed. After the Dean of Studies personally announced the establishment of Su Qingxue, there was silence at the scene, followed by an uproar. Damn, did I hear it right? Su Qingxue only took 40 minutes. How is that possible? Oh my god, it's really outrageous. He opened the door for outrageous things. It's outrageous to the extreme. The auxiliary with Psychic not only completed the assessment perfectly, but most importantly, it only took him 40 minutes. How embarrassing it is for those combat awakeners who didn't complete the assessment or took longer than Su Qingxue. How is this possible? Several other students with good grades also looked surprised. Especially Su Qing. Her eyes were fixed on Su Qingxue. I worked so hard and only took 40 minutes to complete the assessment. How could Su Qingxue be so worthy of this? How could an auxiliary awakener, a weakling in combat, complete the assessment at the same time as her? At this moment, Su Qing felt extremely unconvinced. Several teachers were also surprised by such results and quickly gathered together to check Su Qingshue's student card. The results did not reveal anything wrong, which meant that Su Qingshue's results were real. The dean and others looked at Su Qingxue deeply and felt that they had underestimated Su Qingxue before. Su Qingxue stood calmly in front of the podium. She already knew her own results, but she did not expect that her 40-minute result would tie with Su Qing for first place. No, not first, tied for second, because she knew very well that there was someone who completed the task faster than her. Su Qingxue suddenly realized that as long as she knew who won first place, she would know who saved her. Thinking of this, Su Qingshue's mood suddenly improved, and she even felt a little excited. Humph, do you think that if you don't come out with me and let me see your face, I won't know who you are? Su Qingxue returned to the team with her student badge. The Dean of Studies smiled and said to the other teachers, "Everyone's results are out now. I didn't expect that Chunshue High School would have 2 people with the shortest time this time. This is really cause for celebration." Jianghao's head teacher smiled bitterly and said, "Head, Jianghao from my class hasn't come out yet." The dean frowned. Now that everyone had come out, Jianghao should have come out as well. Why hadn't he come out yet? Could something have happened? It's a pity that this secret realm is used for students to take exams, and he can't enter at all. Otherwise, he could go in and take a look, but now he can only wait here. Just as the dean was thinking this, the light gate, which had been silent for a long time, finally flickered again, and then everyone saw Jianghao walking out with his hands in his pockets. Oh my god, this guy just came out. But then again, why is he so clean? Could it be that he didn't encounter any monsters? Maybe. Alas, it seems that the former top student has now given up on himself. I guess I was afraid of being embarrassed, so I was embarrassed to come out early and waited until the last minute to come out. The moment they saw Jianghao coming out, everyone immediately started talking. Su Qingxue looked at Jianghao and was stunned. It was him. Naturally, she didn't know Jianghao before, but she saw him when he awakened. Because Jianghao not only awakened the strongest SSS level talent, but also became the most useless ancient warrior. Therefore, she had some impression of Jianghao, but she had never thought that the person who saved her before would be Jianghao. If this is true, doesn't it mean that Jianghao has broken the law that ancient warriors are useless? Thinking of this, a strange light appeared in Su Qingshue's beautiful eyes. Oh, this rubbish just came out. He must be unqualified. Bai Yang sneered, his tone full of disdain. Su Qing didn't say anything, but in her heart, she agreed with Bai Yang's words. Jianghao, you're the only one left. Hand over your student ID card so we can record your grades. Jianghao's head teacher waved to him. Jianghao came to the podium and handed over his student card. Jianghao's head teacher took Jianghao's student card. I don't know if it was to save Jianghao's face or if he already felt that Jianghao could not complete the task. Without even announcing it, he started recording directly. Just as he picked up the pen and saw Jianghao's results, his pupils suddenly shrank and he revealed a look of horror. Dean looked. Jianghao's head teacher came to his senses and quickly handed Jianghao's student card to the Dean of Studies. The Dean took Jianghao's student card, and his pupils also shrank. Jianghao, 100 monsters in 32 minutes passed. Coming back to his senses, the Dean excitedly announced Jianghao's test results. Quiet. The scene was silent. There was an uproar immediately afterwards. Oh my god, did I hear it right? 32 minutes. How is that possible? It can't be fake. Su Qing and Su Qingxue both took 40 minutes. How could Jianghao only take 32 minutes? Hit me now, I must be dreaming. Didn't they say that Jianghao's awaken ability is the most useless ancient warrior? Could it be that we misunderstood him? Everyone was shocked by the news. The only 2 calm people at the scene, besides Jianghao, was Su Qingxue. She saw Jianghao complete the task with her own eyes. Su Qing and Bai Yang were even more stunned, not daring to believe that what they heard was true. How is this possible? He's a useless guy. How could it take him so short a time? Bai Yang couldn't help but say, "Cheating, teacher, Jianghao must have cheated. How could he, ancient martial artist, take less time than us?" The others also reacted at this time and looked at Jianghao with contempt. Su Qing also stood up and looked at Jianghao with disappointment. "Jianghao, you are so shameless. You cheated for your own vanity. I really look down on you." Obviously, she and Bai Yang both felt that Jianghao could not complete the task. The grades on the student ID card were changed by Su Xin himself. It's not like there haven't been students who have done this before in previous graduation examinations. However, any student who does this will eventually be found out. Jiang Hao glanced at the two of them indifferently and didn't say anything. In the distance, Su Qingxue had just taken a step forward to defend Jiang Hao when she saw the dean stand up. Chapter 10, Su Qing's Reluctance. Student Jiang Hao did not cheat, and there is no sign of fraud on his student ID card. Although I don't know how Jiang Hao did it, I can be sure that his results are genuine. Hearing the dean's words, everyone was stunned again. The dean's words are still very authoritative. Since the dean said so, it means that Jiang Hao has really completed the assessment. But this is just too unbelievable. How could a useless ancient warrior like him complete the assessment? The dean of studies spoke again. I know many of you don't believe Jiang Hao's grades, but don't forget that Jiang Hao is not only an ancient warrior, but also has SSS level talent. As for how Jiang Hao did it, I think it should be attributed to his SSS level talent. Su Qing and Bai Yang's faces turned green and then red. Not only did they fail to slander Jiang Hao, but they themselves became clowns. Fortunately, the dean took their face into consideration and didn't say much. But this also made them hate Jiang Hao even more. Especially Su Qing. She originally thought that she would definitely be the top scorer in the college entrance examination and launching. First, Su Qingxue slapped her in the face. Su Qingxue was not only beautiful, but also had a good family background. Even if she was not satisfied, she had to accept it. But she couldn't understand how Jiang Hao could complete the assessment in less time than her. She was unwilling to accept it. Jiang Hao took back his student card and returned to the team. As for Su Qing, Bai Yang didn't even look at her. At this time, the dean of studies said again, "Okay, everyone's grades are out. You can go home soon. The final results will be released in 3 days, and you can check your results online then. In 5 days, various universities will come to Chunxue High School to recruit students. You will need to return to school. For these two matters, let's dismiss school." Hengyuan community, an old community that is 30 or 40 years old, only costs 800 crystal coins per month. Jiang Hao and his family chose to live here precisely because it is cheap enough. When Jiang Hao arrived at the door of his house, he saw a middle-aged woman with a fat face and a bloated body standing at the door. "Jiang Shanchuan, if you don't pay the rent today, you will have to move out. I have already given you 2 months grace period. You can't let me continue to give you grace period." The woman's voice echoed throughout the corridor without any concealment. Other residents also leaned over to watch the fun. Inside the room, a simple and honest voice came out. "Sister Lu, tomorrow I will give you the money." The woman said arrogantly, "No, I've already given you such a long time. You must give it to me now." Jiang Hao frowned as he watched this scene, and felt even more sad when he heard his father's humble voice. Thinking about how he had been taking money from his family for Su Qing over the past 3 years, Jiang Hao wanted to slap himself twice. "I'm so old, but I've never thought about the difficulties my parents face." Suddenly, Jiang Hao felt inexplicably grateful to Su Qing for breaking up with him. If not for this, he might not have realized it. Jiang Hao took out his cell phone, found Su Qingxue's cell phone number, and sent his bank card number. Soon, Jiang Hao received a text message from his bank card, indicating that 73,000 yuan had arrived in his account. At the same time, Su Qingxue's text message came back. "Classmate, should I call you Mr. X or Jiang Hao?" After seeing Su Qingxue's text message, Jiang Hao knew that his identity was exposed. He was not surprised. After all, as long as he was careful, he could discover his identity. Jiang Hao did not reply to Su Qingxue, but called out to the middle-aged woman. "Aunt Lu, I'll give you the rent for my house. How much is it in total? You give it to me?" Lu glanced at Jiang Hao with disdain in his eyes. A total of 1,600 crystal coins. Jiang Hao didn't waste any time and directly transferred the money to Lu Hui. Be quicker next time." Lu Hui received the room fee, said a few words, and left with his fat but twisted. The residents around looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. They didn't expect that Jiang Hao actually paid for the rent. Where would a high school student like him get the money? Jiang Hao ignored everyone's surprise and closed the door as soon as he entered the room. Seeing that there was no more excitement, everyone went back to their homes and looked for their mothers. On the other side, Su Qingxue lay on the soft bed, her pink feet swaying. Looking at the phone that hadn't been replied for a long time, she angrily grabbed the cute pink pig doll on the bedside table and punched it twice with her little fists. "Xiao Hao, we have embarrassed you. After Jiang Hao entered the house, his mother Xiao Yufan's eyes were red. Father Jiang Shanchuan sat on the sofa, puffing on his cigarette. Looking at his parents with gray hair on their temples, Jiang Hao felt sad and held up his mother's rough hands full of cracks. Mom, what are you talking about? We are a family. Without you and my dad, I wouldn't have grown up like this. You raised me when I was little, and now I will take care of you when you are old. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Xiao Yufan burst into tears. Jiang Shanchuan put out his cigarette and asked, "Okay, stop crying, Xiao Hao. How was your awakening today?" Hearing Jiang Shanchuan's question, Xiao Yufan's crying became quieter, and she looked up at Jiang Hao. "I'm okay with my awakening. You don't have to worry about me." Jiang Hao answered vaguely. It's not that he doesn't want to tell the truth, it's just that the system doesn't allow him to be exposed. If I say that I have awakened an SSS level talent, and my abilities are indeed those of an ancient warrior, the old couple will probably get angry again. Xiao Yufan was not satisfied with Jiang Hao's answer, so she asked directly, "Xiao Hao, what is your talent level? What are your abilities?" "Well, the level talent, the ability is physical." Jiang Hao casually said a talent and ability. This time the old couple finally stopped asking any more questions. Although Jiang Hao's awakened talents and abilities were not strong, they were still happy for Jiang Hao. As long as you don't become a useless awakener like them, it will be fine. Jiang Shanchuan thought of something and said quickly, "Quick, Mom, hurry up and cook. Xiao Hao must be starving." After dinner, Jiang Hao took a shower and then returned to his room. Thinking of what happened when he came back today, Jiang Hao clenched his fists. It seemed that he had to find a way to make money and then buy a house of their own. My parents are old, and even if they continue to work, they won't be able to continue for a few more years. You can't always live in a rented house. If you start earning money early, the old couple can enjoy life earlier. Thinking of this, he opened his system space. After Su Qingxua left, he killed several first-level monsters in the secret realm and obtained some F-level weapons and equipment. They are Wolf King's Claws, Thornvine Whip, Snake Blade, etc. At present, except for the Wolf Spider Mask and the two Mantis Swords, the other weapons are of little use to me. Jiang Hao plans to take it out and sell it tomorrow, so that he could get a profit. The average selling price of F-class weapons on the market is around 12 to 15,000 crystal coins. I have 5 of them that I plan to sell, which means I could get around 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Together with what he had now, he only had over 100,000 yuan. This money was enough for living, but it was far from enough to buy a house. It seems that I have to think of other ways to make money. Chapter 11 Black Market. The next morning, Jiang Hao changed into sportswear and went out early. Coming to a deserted place, he took out the wolf spider mask and put it on his face. Ignoring everyone's surprised looks, Jiang Hao came all the way to the largest awakener trading center in Longqing. You can buy and sell here, but this is Jiang Hao's first time here. Although today is not Saturday or Sunday, there are still quite a few people here. Jiang Hao came to a shop that looked quite large. It sold weapons and was called Treasure Pavilion. "Hello, how can I help you?" The receptionist was stunned when she saw Jiang Hao wearing a mask, but she still greeted Jiang Hao enthusiastically. "I want to sell a few F-class weapons. Would you like to take them?" Jiang Hao deliberately made his voice hoarse. The receptionist nodded. "We can accept it, as long as we have proof from formal channels." But perhaps because Jiang Hao came to sell things instead of buying things, the enthusiasm of the front desk staff was restrained a lot. Jiang Hao frowned. "What do you mean?" His weapons were all produced by the system, and he had no proof at all. "That's right, sir. When we purchase weapons, we must understand where they come from to avoid unnecessary trouble." Jiang Hao frowned even deeper. He really didn't expect that there were so many things to say about this, but he could understand it. After all, the goods are not obtained in a legitimate way, and if there are any problems later, it will be difficult for the merchant to explain to the seller. But in this way, his idea of selling weapons would be shattered. This made Jiang Hao feel a little regretful. Jiang Hao nodded to the front desk, then turned and left. Since he couldn't sell weapons here, he had to choose other methods. What is this person here for? A middle-aged man walked out at this time and just saw Jiang Hao's back as he left. The receptionist told the whole story. "Boss, he wanted to sell us weapons. I asked him for proof, but he couldn't produce it, so he left. You did a good job on this matter. Weapons without certification will not be accepted." The boss nodded. "Yes." Jiang Hao left the treasure pavilion and began to think about how to sell his weapons. If there's no place to collect them, then you can only set up a stall yourself. Only in that case, the price will be lower. "Brother, I saw you just came out of the treasure pavilion. How come you didn't buy the weapon you wanted? I know a place with a cheap price. Are you interested? Just then, an obese middle-aged man came over. I'm here to sell weapons. Jiang Hao shook his head and wanted to leave, but was stopped by the fat middle-aged man again. To be honest, I have been observing you for quite some time, and I didn't find you selling any weapons. I think it's because of the proof. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Jiang Hao glanced at the fat middle-aged man. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to the other party, but seeing this guy seemed to have something else to say, he stopped. The fat middle-aged man smiled and said, Brother, don't misunderstand me. My name is Huang Xingshan. As for the weapons you mentioned, I know where to get them. Don't want proof. Jiang Hao showed an interested look. Don't want. Then lead the way. Jiang Hao shrugged. He really wanted to see what kind of medicine Huang Xingshan was selling in his gourd. Brother, your weapon. Huang Xingshan glanced at Jiang Hao. You said you wanted to sell weapons, so you must at least take out the weapons. How can you sell them without weapons? Jiang Hao said calmly. You'll know when you get there. Huang Xingshan didn't waste any words after hearing this and led the way. Immediately, Jiang Hao followed Huang Xingshan to the depths of the Awakener Trading Center. Jiang Hao originally thought that Huang Xingshan's shop was here, but unexpectedly, Huang Xingshan took Jiang Hao left and right and actually walked out of the Awakener Trading Center and then came to a small alley. What Jiang Hao didn't expect was that this was actually also a trading center, but its scale was much smaller than the Awakener Trading Center. All around were merchants selling all kinds of weird and strange things. Brother, this is the right place. Whether you're buying or selling things here, not only are the prices affordable, but the goods are also guaranteed. Huang Xingshan raised his chin. If you want to sell weapons, I'll take you there directly. Let's go. Jiang Hao did not refuse. Huang Xingshan didn't waste any time and took Jiang Hao to a small store. Bossly, someone is here. Huang Xingshan raised his voice as soon as he entered the room. It's old Huang. Soon, a thin old man walked out. I brought you a big client. This brother wants to sell weapons. Huang Xingshan smiled slightly. By the way, brother, what's your name? Jiang Hao said calmly. X. Huang Xingshan and Bossly glanced at Jiang Hao, but they didn't care. They only cared about business. Bossly asked, What weapons do you want to sell? These 5. Jiang Hao waved his hand, and 5 weapons appeared out of thin air under the astonished gaze of Huang Xingshan and Bossly. There were 5 weapons including the Crow Feather Fan, the Wolf King's Claws, and the Thorn Vine Whip. So many F-class weapons. Huang Xingshan and Bossly had not yet recovered from the shock of Jiang Hao conjuring weapons out of thin air, and were shocked again by 5 F-class weapons. Huang Xingshan didn't expect that Jiang Hao could actually take out 5 F-level weapons at once. If he had known this, he would not have waited for Jiang Hao to come here. How about it? Do you want to take it? Take them. Let me take a look at the quality of these weapons first. Bossly nodded. As he spoke, he picked up the weapons one by one and examined them. I couldn't help but marvel in my heart. Although these weapons are all F-level, their quality is very good. Even among F-level weapons, they are considered top quality. Mr. X, I've seen your weapons. To be honest, they are of good quality. The market price is between 12 and 15,000. But since it was Lao Huang who brought you here, and this is our first cooperation, I'll give you 14,000 per hand, and I'll leave a 1,000 crystal coin margin. What do you think? Jiang Hao nodded. This price was similar to what he had in mind, with not much fluctuation. He could accept it. Okay, in that case, let's do the deal. Bossly took out his cell phone, asked Jiang Hao for his bank card number, and transferred 70,000 crystal coins to Jiang Hao. At the same time, Bossly took out a silver card from the front desk drawer. Mr. X, this is a silver card from the black market. With this card, you can enjoy a 20% discount when you buy anything at any store in the black market. Jiang Hao took the silver card with great interest, and finally realized that this was the so-called black market. He had heard a little about the black market, but he didn't know where it was. He didn't expect that the so-called black market was actually behind the Awakener Trading Center. However, it must be said that the black market is indeed more convenient than the Awakener Trading Center. No wonder it has been able to develop to this point and not be destroyed by the Awakener Trading Center. Chapter 12. I am incompetent. Mr. X, are you satisfied with this transaction? Huang Xingshan followed Jiang Hao and walked out of Bossly's shop. Not bad. Jiang Hao nodded. He did feel good. If he hadn't come to this black market, he might have started setting up a stall to sell weapons. Huang Xingshan took out his cell phone and said, Mr. X, let's exchange contact information. If you want to sell weapons in the future, you can always contact me. Although he had no idea who Mr. X in front of him was, he could tell from the fact that he could produce a weapon out of thin air that this person was definitely not a simple person. There is absolutely no harm in making friends with him. Jiang Hao did not refuse. He had already realized that Huang Xingshan was the kind of person who was specifically responsible for taking on business in the black market. He is a very versatile person, which is quite to his liking. I might come to the black market often in the future, and having someone like this around can reduce some trouble. After saving the phone number, Jiang Hao thought of something and asked, "By the way, Mr. Huang, do you know what can make money quickly and earn a lot?" "The money comes quickly and you earn a lot?" Huang Xingshan was stunned. He earned 70,000 crystal coins at a time. Isn't that a fast income and a lot? Although he thought so in his heart, Huang Xingshan still answered honestly. The ones who earn the most are naturally bounty hunters. If you register as a bounty hunter at the Bounty Guild, you can earn hundreds of thousands of crystal coins as long as you complete the mission. The difficulty of the mission varies. If you want to earn more, you must complete difficult tasks. Huang Xingshan suddenly changed the subject. Of course, if you need money urgently, I know a place, but that place is somewhat dangerous. Oh, where? Jiang Hao became interested. Huang Xingshan glanced around and made sure no one noticed them, then lowered his voice and asked, "Sir, have you ever heard of blackboxing?" Jiang Hao shook his head. Before yesterday, he was just an ordinary high school student. How could he know anything about blackboxing? Huang Xingshan looked at Jiang Hao strangely, wondering how could someone not know about blackboxing. He then patiently began to explain. "Sir, the so-called blackboxing is actually an underground competition held by prominent families, requiring awakened people to fight each other. As long as you win the game, you will receive a huge reward. It is very popular among those prominent families." Jiang Hao asked curiously, "What rules?" "There are no rules. There is victory and defeat, as well as life and death. No one can guarantee what will happen in the ring." Huang Xingshan shrugged. Jiang Hao frowned when he heard that. If it was just a matter of winning or losing, it would be fine, but it also had to do with life and death, which he found hard to accept. After chatting with Huang Xingshan for a while, Jiang Hao left. He found a deserted place and took off his mask. Just as he was about to go home, his cell phone rang. Jiang Hao took it out and saw that it was Xiao Yufan calling. Before Jiang Hao could speak, Xiao Yufan's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Hao, come to the hospital quickly. Your father is injured." Jiang Hao's face changed when he heard this. After asking for the location of the hospital, he immediately stopped a taxi and went to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Jiang Hao quickly found Xiao Yufan outside the emergency room. At this moment, Xiao Yufan was sitting outside the emergency room, holding various hospital receipts in her hands. She looked haggard to begin with, and now she looked even more haggard. Jiang Hao frowned and asked, "Mom, what's going on? Why did my dad get injured suddenly?" "Alas, today when your father and I went to work, we were told that we were fired for no reason. Your father was so angry that he wanted to argue with his leader, but he was beaten by his leader's bodyguards," Xiao Yufan said, while wiping away tears. "Damn it." Jiang Hao turned around and left after hearing that, but was stopped by Xiao Yufan. "Xiao Hao, don't do anything rash. Your father is already injured. You can't get hurt, otherwise our family will be finished." Jiang Hao took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that this matter was definitely not that simple, and he must not act impulsively at this time. "Mom, the medical bills haven't been paid yet. I'll go pay them." Speaking of medical expenses, Xiao Yufan burst into tears again. "I have paid some of the medical expenses, but there is still a lot to go. A total of 300,000 yuan is needed. I just called your uncle, but he can't afford that much. Their family was not well off to begin with, and now this kind of thing has happened. It's simply impossible for them to survive." "It's okay, Mom. Just leave the medical expenses to me. I'll take care of it." Jiang Hao patted Xiao Yufan's hand, then turned around and left with the hospital receipts. He didn't even have 300,000 crystal coins. He only had 140,000 crystal coins in his hand at most. Jiang Hao came to the front desk, explained the situation, and handed over 140,000 crystal coins. The hospital gave Jiang Hao 3 days to pay the remaining money. After Jiang Hao settled Xiao Yufan down, he left the hospital. On the way, he called Huang Xingshan, and the two agreed on a meeting place. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao came to a coffee shop wearing a mask. Ignoring the strange looks from everyone, he ordered 2 cups of coffee and found a seat. Not long after, Huang Xingshan walked in. After seeing Jiang Hao, he immediately sat down opposite Jiang Hao. "Have you made up your mind, sir?" Jiang Hao nodded. Tell me the details of the black boxing situation. Black boxing is very simple, basically what I said before. As for how to make money, that's simple. It is divided into two models. Huang Xingshan took a sip of coffee and began to talk. The first model is to choose a famous family and become the opponent's fighter. The salary of this kind of fighter ranges from 20,000 to 50,000 a day. Jiang Hao picked up the coffee and took a sip. Although this kind of salary was paid daily, it was not suitable for him. What he needed now was to earn at least 150,000 crystal coins as quickly as possible within 3 days. The second mode is the challenge mode, which can be initiated as long as the boxer has an agent to guarantee him. If you win the first match, you'll get 10,000 crystal coins. Starting from the second match, the amount will double with each win until the 10th match, when the boxer will get 190,000 crystal coins. But there are 3 conditions. First, once you start the challenge, you cannot stop. Second, you have to win 10 games in a row without losing a single game. If you lose, you won't get a penny. Third, once you win 10 games, you must accept the challenge of the last person who won 10 games in a row. If you win 190,000 crystal coins, you will double the money and take it away. Similarly, if you lose, you will not have a penny left. Jiang Hao frowned and thought, Agent, where can I find an agent? Suddenly, Jiang Hao thought of something and glanced at Huang Xingshan with a strange expression. Huang Xingshan straightened his collar and said, Let me introduce myself to Mr. X. I am Huang Xingshan. I am a senior black boxing boxer's manager. The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. Chapter 13, Fighting Underworld Boxing. Zuixin Lu, a famous 6-star hotel in Longcheng, is also one of the first 6-star hotels in Longcheng and has a history of over 100 years. Jiang Hao looked at Huang Xingshan in confusion. Why did you bring me here? Huang Xingshan said with a smile. Sir, you don't know. The Black Fist is right below. Jiang Hao understood and said nothing more. He followed Huang Xingshan into Zuixin Lu. Welcome. The receptionist at the door saw Jiang Hao and his friends coming in and immediately helped open the door. Huang Xingshan brought Jiang Hao to the back of the lobby of Zuixin Lu, where there was actually a separate elevator, and there were 2 middle-aged men in suits guarding it. Jiang Hao glanced at the 2 of them and was shocked. He didn't expect that both of them were second-level awakeners. Huang Xingshan took out an ID from his arms and handed it to one of them. The other party took a look and made a gesture of invitation. After entering the elevator, Huang Xingshan pressed the button for the negative 5th floor and then explained to Jiang Hao, These 2 are responsible for the inspection. This ID of mine is the agent's pass. It is because of this ID that I can come in. Otherwise, I can't come in at all. Sir, you will also need to register your information in a moment. Once you're registered, you'll be a boxer. Jiang Hao nodded. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 5th floor below ground. As soon as it opened, Jiang Hao felt a burst of noise coming towards him. Fortunately, he is no longer an ordinary person, and he quickly adapted to the situation. Huang Xingshan brought Jiang Hao to a room where an old man was sitting. The old man's aura was relatively ordinary, far less powerful than the 2 middle-aged men in suits just now. Hello, I'm here to register my boxer. Huang Xingshan greeted the other party politely. The old man glanced at Jiang Hao, took out 2 tables from the drawer, and threw them on the table. Jiang Hao picked up the 2 tables and looked at them. The first form is for personal information. There are only 2 blanks, one for name and the other for rank. The second form is a life and death statement. Once you sign it, your life and death will be left to fate. Jiang Hao picked up the pen and wrote X in the name column on the first personal information form, and his level was 0. Jiang Hao also signed his name on the death and life statement form. Then he handed the 2 forms to the old man. The old man casually registered. What kind of mode do you want? Challenge mode. Huang Xingshan answered for Jiang Hao. The old man asked Huang Xingshan for the agent certificate, and then started typing on the computer beside him. Okay, it'll start in about 30 minutes. Just wait a moment. Jiang Hao and Huang Xingshan left the room and sat down in a random seat. In this underground black boxing, there are 3 rings surrounded by iron cages. At this moment, there are people competing in the 3 arenas. The people around cheered for the boxers they favored. Jiang Hao discovered that most of these boxers were mutants or physical athletes, with only a few being psychics. However, all psychics that appear here are extremely powerful. These boxers fought very fiercely, almost killing with every move, and they were also allowed to use weapons. No wonder they had to sign a life and death agreement. In addition, Jiang Hao also discovered that as long as one is on the ring, he is a boxer. There is no such thing as male boxers or female boxers. Jiang Hao watched the fight for a while and gained a certain understanding of how these people fought. 30 minutes passed quickly, and at the same time a broadcast sounded. Now let's welcome the new Fighter X. He has chosen the challenge mode. Let's wish him good luck. Jiang Hao stood up upon hearing this and walked towards the ring. Huang Xingshan on the side also followed. He didn't need to go on the stage, but as Jiang Hao's agent, he had to be under the ring. For a new boxer to choose the challenge mode is really overestimating his own abilities. Maybe there's something special about this guy. You're overthinking it. In my opinion, he must have a grudge against his agent. So his agent is deliberately trying to trick him. There was a burst of discussion in the stands, and no one was optimistic about Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was brought to ring number 3 by the staff. Although this was his first time to fight in a ring, he was not panicked at all. At the same level, monsters are stronger than humans. He is not afraid of first-level monsters, so how could he be afraid of zero-level humans? The first match of X Challenge, against the rampaging giant bear. As the broadcast sounded, a sturdy man about 2 meters tall, wearing only shorts and with broad shoulders and a strong waist walked onto the stage. The muscular body of the running giant bear is very oppressive. Compared with the other party, Jiang Hao's body size is like a stick. Boy, you dare to choose the challenge mode? Just wait to be torn in half by me. The rampaging giant bear licked his scarlet lips. Dingling. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. At this moment, a crisp bell sounded, followed by the sound of the radio again. The first round begins. Haha, come on. The runaway giant bear laughed, and then his body changed rapidly, soon turning into a 3-meter-tall brown bear. At this moment, Jiang Hao finally understood why the other party was called the Raging Giant Bear. It turned out that this guy not only looked like a bear, but also had the abilities of a bear. Just as Jiang Hao was thinking this, the rampaging giant bear had already started attacking. Without any fancy moves, the rampaging giant bear charged directly towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao quickly stepped back, then jumped up and swung out a whip kick, hitting the runaway giant bear hard on the head. Bang! The runaway giant bear had no idea what was happening and was kicked in the head by Jiang Hao. The sturdy body hit the guardrail of the ring directly, and the whole person fell into a coma. The stands suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. After a moment, there was an uproar. Damn it, this is a fake fight. How could the crazy giant bear lose? Insider information. There must be some inside information here. Damn it, I bet on the crazy giant bear to win, but now I've lost everything. Jiang Hao ignored everyone and looked at the referee, who also had a shocked expression on his face. Does this count as a win? If not, I'll wake him up. Count. The referee came to his senses and nodded quickly. First round, X wins. The voice from before rang out again on the radio. Thank you, X, for presenting such a wonderful battle for us. Now, I'm even more looking forward to X's next battle. X Challenge second round, against the Stone Man. As the broadcast sounded, 2 staff members immediately came up and carried the runaway giant bear down. Then a figure walked up. Jiang Hao had a strange look on his face. He knew that Stone Man was a nickname. He originally thought that the other party would be a rough-looking, broad-shouldered, and strong man, but he did not expect that it was a lowly with a childlike face and a fierce appearance who was less than 1.5 meters tall. It's the Stone Man. This X is definitely going to lose this time. Yes, the Stone Man is much stronger than the rampaging giant bear. Come on, Stoneman, tear this X apart. Seeing the Stone Man being lifted up, there was an immediate cheer from the stands. Dingling. Round 2 begins. Chapter 14, 10 consecutive victories. The Stone Man looked at Jiang Hao with a playful look, and then his body quickly grew larger, soon turning into a stone giant more than 3 meters tall. The Stone Man didn't say anything. He just raised his fist and hit Jiang Hao. The huge fist was as big as a watermelon. If someone was hit by this fist, the consequences could be imagined. This time, Jiang Hao did not retreat, but advanced, relying on his flexible body to easily dodge the opponent's attack. Then he quickly approached the Stone Man. Jiang Hao is 1.8 meters tall, but when he stands in front of the Stone Man, he only reaches the Stone Man's waist. However, this did not affect Jiang Hao's attack at all. Jiang Hao just swung a punch without even using a critical hit, and hit the Stone Man directly on the waist. The rough Stone Man let out a charming cry of pain, which made people feel indescribable weirdness. The stone man endured the pain and quickly counterattacked Jiang Hao. It's a pity that her body is too big and her agility is not as good as Jiang Hao's. Every attack of hers was easily dodged by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao seized the opportunity and jumped up, delivering another knee strike that hit the stone man's chin hard. The stone man finally couldn't stand anymore. His body fell to the ground with a bang, and he also fell into a coma. The scene fell silent again, and then there was an uproar. Everyone felt that Jiang Hao was faking it, and how could anyone win so easily? For a moment, the crowd in the stands was excited. Not to mention that the people in the stands didn't believe it. Even Huang Xingshan next to the ring had a look of disbelief on his face. But this also made him feel that he had picked up a treasure. The referee came to his senses and announced the result of the second round. Then the third game began. However, there was no unexpected solution. Jiang Hao won every game with absolute crushing victory. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Hao had arrived at the seventh game. Gradually, everyone became numb and realized that something was wrong. If the raging giant bear and the stone man fake their punches, it is impossible that all the others also fake their punches. In order to ensure the authenticity of the match, the organizers of the black boxing match will never allow anyone to have a fake fight. Everyone realized that this boxer named X was definitely not an ordinary person. At the same time, the organizers of the black boxing also realized that something was wrong. In the private room, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a high-end silver suit said in a deep voice, "Go check where this X came from, and call Chihua over by the way." Yes. After his men left, a middle-aged man with a beard asked, "Brother-in-law, are you planning to ask Chihua to take charge of the 11th level?" "Well, I don't trust others, so I'd better let Chihua do it." The middle-aged man with glasses nodded. "By the way, Mingza, go contact the madam and ask her to come over in person." "Okay, I'll go right away." At the same time, Jiang Hao finally reached the 10th game. His opponent this time is a physical athlete, codenamed Mao. When this guy came up, he was carrying a pair of big hammers. Mao looked at Jiang Hao coldly. "Boy, you're pretty good. You actually made it to my level. But unfortunately, it ends here." The fact that they were able to play from the first game to the 10th game without any rest is enough to show how strong the opponent is. But this does not mean that he will choose to let it go. "Go ahead." Jiang Hao smiled slightly. After continuous fighting, he felt a little tired, but it didn't have much impact on him. With his internal strength, he can definitely handle it. Mao said indifferently, "Pick a weapon, and don't say I'm bullying you. Just go ahead and do it. If I don't think it's possible, I will use weapons." Jiang Hao shrugged. "Arrogant," he shouted angrily, then swung the big hammer in his hand towards Jiang Hao. The fierce momentum made everyone present feel frightened. Jiang Hao tapped the ground lightly with his toes and quickly retreated, avoiding Mao's attack. Bang! The hammer fell to the ground, leaving a huge crack on the ground. However, this was not the end. Mao turned his body and hit Jiang Hao with another hammer again. Jiang Hao jumped back and avoided Mao's attack again. Mao held a hammer in his hand and attacked Jiang Hao like a whirlwind. In the private room, "Madam, it's him. How do you feel?" The middle-aged man with glasses stood next to a plump middle-aged beauty who was wearing a white hip skirt, a small vest on her upper body, and black on her legs. The beautiful middle-aged woman asked, "Do you have any information about him?" "No. Uncle Sen only gave him a similar registration form." The middle-aged man with glasses shook his head. The beautiful middle-aged woman frowned slightly when she heard this. "I heard you asked Chihua to come over." The middle-aged man with glasses nodded and said, "Yes, I plan to let Chihua test his moisture." "Okay, if he beats Chihua, bring him to me." "Wait, bring his agent over here first so I can meet him." "Yes." On the stage, all you could do is dodge. Seeing that his attacks were all dodged by the opponent, Mao was a little angry. "Why didn't you fight back? Did you look down on him? After all, he is also a half-step first-level existence." "As you wish." As Jiang Hao spoke, he directly performed the Lingbo Weibo technique, and his body immediately turned into a shadow and rushed straight towards Mao. Mao's heart trembled, and the hairs on his body stood up instantly. He immediately activated the supernatural powers in his body and smashed the two hammers towards Jiang Hao without any reservation. Clang! Just when Mao's hammer was about to hit Jiang Hao, two long swords suddenly appeared in Jiang Hao's hands, which were mantis swords. The mantis knife and the hammer collided fiercely. Although the mantis knife is as thin as a wing, its hardness is no weaker than the hammer in Mao's hand. The huge force made a Mao retreat repeatedly. A Mao was terrified. He still couldn't figure out where the other party got the weapon from. But he couldn't care about these things at the moment. Jiang Hao's attack had already landed. Seeing this, a Mao could only resist quickly. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding continued to be heard between the two people. Compared to Amao's hammer, Jiang Hao's mantis knife was flexible and changeable, and Amao was soon forced into a corner. As the space that Amao had to move around and became smaller and smaller, the effectiveness of the two big hammers became less and less. Bang! Jiang Hao used a mantis knife in his hand to knock the hammer in Amao's hand away and smash it heavily on the ring. Jiang Hao's mantis knife fell on Amao's neck. Surrender or die? Jiang Hao's voice came out faintly. Gudong! Amao swallowed hard and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I give up. Amao finally chose to give up. Compared to losing your life, admitting defeat is embarrassing, but at least you are alive. If you die, then you will really have nothing. After seeing Amao admit defeat, no one in the stands made any sarcastic remarks anymore. To be honest, they didn't have any hope for Amao at all. Round 10, X wins. X Challenge, Chapter 11, Battle Against Red Fire. Chapter 15, The Boss Wants to See You. Who are you, and why did you bring me here? Huang Xingshan looked at the people opposite him with a vigilant look. Just now, two people came up to me and took me into this private room without any explanation. The middle-aged, beautiful woman said calmly, You must be X's agent. Launching Black Boxing is owned by my family. Don't be nervous. I asked you to come here just to ask you a few questions. Huang Xingshan's heart trembled. Having been away from home for many years, he immediately understood what the other party meant. X's performance was too outstanding and attracted the attention of these people. What do you want to know? The beautiful middle-aged woman sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, and crossed her arms over her chest. X's true identity? And what is your purpose in coming here? X said he wanted to make quick money, so I brought him here. As for X's identity, I don't know it. Huang Xingshan seemed to have accepted his fate and answered very happily. The beautiful middle-aged woman picked up the red wine in front of her and took a sip. Mr. Huang, I hope you can cooperate with me. I have already investigated your background clearly. Otherwise, I would not have brought you here. Do you understand? As soon as the middle-aged, beautiful woman finished speaking, two of her men came up behind Huang Xingshan, emitting a strong aura. Huang Xingshan felt a chill in his heart, but at the same time he smiled bitterly in his heart. Although I'm X's agent, I really don't know X. I didn't expect that the other party was so powerful, and I didn't expect that it would attract the attention of the organizer. After a brief pause, Huang Xingshan said, I didn't lie. What I said was true. I really don't know X. To put it bluntly, I only met him today. Huang Xingshan told Jiang Hao everything that happened during his encounter today. Mr. X, don't blame me. I had no choice. The beautiful middle-aged woman didn't say anything. She could see that Huang Xingshan was not lying. But if that's the case, it's a bit strange. Where did this X come from? The atmosphere in the private room was eerily quiet, and Huang Xingshan broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Jiang Hao finally met his ultimate opponent, Qihua. He looks like a young man, with a tall figure, handsome looks, short fiery red hair, and wearing a black suit. However, these are not the key points. The key point is that Qihua is not a zero-level awakener, but a first-level awakener. Ha ha! Qihua has taken action. X will definitely lose this time. Absolutely. So far, I have never seen Qihua lose. The organizers have finally shown their power. This should have been done a long time ago. This time they will definitely teach X an unforgettable lesson. When they saw Qihua appear, everyone in the stands immediately started talking. On the ring, while Jiang Hao was looking at Qihua, Qihua was also looking at Jiang Hao. You're pretty good. You can win 10 games in a row in just a few hours. Female? When Jiang Hao heard Chihua's voice, he was stunned. He thought the other party was a man. After all, with this name and this appearance, anyone would think that the other party was a man. But when he heard the other person's voice, Jiang Hao knew he had heard it wrong. The other person turned out to be a woman. Take action, otherwise you will have no chance. Qihua looked at Jiang Hao with great confidence. This confidence does not come from her arrogance, but from her strength. Level 1 versus level 0. There is no suspense at all. Jiang Hao curled his lips and then retracted the mantis knife. When Qihua saw that Jiang Hao could make his weapon disappear out of thin air, his pupils shrank slightly. Only extremely rare storage equipment can store weapons out of thin air. Thinking that this person should have this kind of equipment, she couldn't help but show a hint of greed in her eyes. Storage equipment is not an ordinary weapon. It is extremely rare and only possessed by truly powerful people. Chiwa suddenly said, "I won't kill you later, but you have to give me your storage equipment. How about that?" Storage equipment? Jiang Hao was stunned at first. Then he realized that the other party was using his system space as storage equipment. "Okay, but that depends on whether you have the ability to do it." Jiang Hao smiled indifferently. As he spoke, Jiang Hao moved and attacked directly. He had no intention of being humble to the other party. Since this guy asked him to make the first move, he would just make the first move. Since the opponent was a first-level awakener, Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and started using the Lingbo Weibu technique. Chihu himself didn't take Jiang Hao seriously, but when he saw Jiang Hao's speed, his expression changed. Even he couldn't match this speed. Looking at Jiang Hao's cultivation level again, it is still at level 0. This made Chihua realize that X had been hiding his strength before. Thinking of this, Chihua immediately became alert. He immediately raised his hands, and 2 fireballs appeared in his palms, and then were thrown directly at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Chihua was actually a fire psychic like Baiyang. Jiang Hao slightly turned sideways to avoid Chihua's attack. At the same time, took the opportunity to move forward. Chihua is indeed a first-level awakener, and he was not at all panicked when facing the enemy. He quickly distanced himself from Jiang Hao. As a psychic, his attack power was naturally strong, but his own defense was not so good, so he had to distance himself and use long-range attacks. But Jiang Hao didn't give her the chance at all. He approached quickly and threw a punch at the same time. Seeing this, Chihua waved her arm, and suddenly a wall of fire appeared between her and Jiang Hao, thus blocking Jiang Hao's attack. Chihua also took the opportunity to quickly distance himself from Jiang Hao, and at the same time released fireballs again, continuously attacking Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao dodged left and right, but there were too many fireballs from the opponent. Even though Jiang Hao was fast enough, the space on the stage was limited and he was hit by a fireball due to carelessness. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Hao was definitely going to die this time, a strange scene happened. After the fireball fell on Jiang Hao, it did not burn immediately. Instead, the aura on Jiang Hao's body flowed, and the next second, the fireball that fell on Jiang Hao was thrown back to Chihua by him. This move is the application of internal energy. The characteristic of Do Zhuan Xing Yi is to use the opponent's force to counterattack and to return the attack of others to the opponent. The only disadvantage is that it must be a long-range attack, such as fireball or hidden power. This was the first time Jiang Hao used this trick, and the effect seemed quite good. No wonder it was praised as giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Chihua was stunned when he saw that his fireball not only failed to hurt the opponent, but was thrown back by the opponent. This was the first time she had seen such a situation. After dodging the fireball attack just now, Chihua increased his attack again. For a moment, more than half of the entire arena was covered with fireballs. The burning breath makes people feel very uncomfortable. Seeing that his attack could not penetrate, Jiang Hao lost interest, and then he gathered his energy in his dantian and performed the lion roar technique. Roar! A deafening roar instantly rang out throughout the entire -5th floor. Everyone present looked unhappy. It was impossible to cover their ears at this moment. The terrifying roar gave everyone a splitting headache, and they wanted to bang their heads against the wall. Even the glass of the private room was shattered to the ground. Everyone in the room looked at Jiang Hao on the stage in horror. Chihua was the first to be hit. He was shocked by Jiang Hao's lion roar and crashed directly into the fence, spurting out a mouthful of blood. He also looked at Jiang Hao with shock on his face. Even the referee was knocked against the wall by the shock. Jiang Hao moved and quickly came in front of Chihua. Without giving Chihua a chance to react, he grabbed Chihua's throat and lifted him up. Surrender or die? Jiang Hao looked at Chihua calmly. Chihua wanted to fight back, but the roar just now shocked her so much that she couldn't launch any attack. In the end, Chihua had no choice but to admit defeat. She really couldn't understand how she, a first-level awakener, could lose to a 0-level awakener. Is it time to announce the result? Jiang Hao ignored Chihua and looked at the referee, who was still in a daze. The referee came to his senses and immediately announced stutteringly, "In the 11th round, X wins." "Congratulations, X." Completed. Completed the challenge. Jiang Hao calmly walked down the ring after hearing that. It took him nearly 6 or 7 hours to fight 11 consecutive battles, but fortunately the result was still very good. Jiang Hao walked down from the stage, but did not see Huang Xingshan and could not help but frown. Just then, 2 figures came over. X, the boss wants to see you. Come with us. Your friend is already gone. Chapter 16, Recruitment. Ladies and gentlemen, what does this mean? Jiang Hao looked at the people opposite him with indifference. Just now, 2 people took him from a negative 5th floor to a room on the 8th floor. At this moment, sitting opposite him was a beautiful middle-aged woman. The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled calmly. X, we want to talk to you, so we invited you here. I have to say that mature women are the most charming. The faint smile of a middle-aged beauty does not have the immaturity of a young girl, but instead has a sense of elegance and grace. It gives people a charming yet polite feeling. This is not the attitude of inviting someone. Jiang Hao sneered when he heard this. Huang Xingshan stood aside, looking at Jiang Hao with guilt on his face. Ming's face darkened. Boy, watch your attitude when you speak. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to my wife like that? Mingza, the beautiful middle-aged woman, waved her hand. X, I sincerely want to talk to you. As for the way my subordinates do things, I may have made you a little unhappy. I apologize to you for this. Jiang Hao said calmly. No need to apologize. Just tell me what you want from me. I have something else to do. He has been away from the hospital for such a long time, and I don't know how my dad is doing. I don't know if my mom can take care of him by herself. He just want to get the money quickly and leave here. Okay, in that case, I'll be frank. I want you to join us. As long as you agree, I can give you 40,000 crystal coins a day. Jiang Hao refused without even thinking. I'm not interested. Not to mention that I know nothing about them. I have no interest in joining them. Having said that, Jiang Hao was about to turn around and leave with Huang Xingshan, but was stopped by the 2 middle-aged men who had brought him here before. Is this your attitude? I can't leave without joining you. Jiang Hao turned and looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman. The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled calmly. I think you can think about it again. Maybe you are still unclear. My family owns Dragon City Blackboxing. If you agree to my request, you will not only get today's bonus, but also an extra 40,000 crystal coins. Threaten me? Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. The beautiful middle-aged woman waved to the 2 people who stopped Jiang Hao, signaling them to go down. Then she stood up and took out a bank card from the exquisite shoulder bag beside her. I'm not threatening you. I sincerely want you to join my team. As she spoke, the beautiful middle-aged woman came up to Jiang Hao and handed him the bank card. I know you came here to fight for money. If that's the case, why don't you consider my opinion? I don't think anyone would have a problem with money. You're right, but I still say the same thing as before. Jiang Hao shrugged. Besides, I don't like bank cards, so just transfer the money to me. The beautiful middle-aged woman was stunned, but she still asked someone to take his mobile phone and transferred 420,000 crystal coins to Jiang Hao. You turned too much. Jiang Hao frowned when he saw the extra 40,000 yuan that the middle-aged beauty turned. The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled slightly. The extra amount will be considered my sincerity. Thank you very much. Jiang Hao shrugged, without being polite to the other party, and turned and left. Wait a moment. The beautiful middle-aged woman called Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao turned around and looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman. Anything else? This is my business card. Feel free to call me if you figure it out. The beautiful middle-aged woman took out a blue business card from her exquisite shoulder bag. Jiang Hao took the business card and took a look at it. It was very brief. In addition to a phone number, there was a line of words. Bai Group, Su Jing. Bai's Group? The Baiyang family seemed to be the so-called Bai's Group. What is the status of this woman in the Bai Group? Jiang Hao looked at Su Jing deeply, then put away the business card and left with Huang Xingshan. Madam, are you just going to let them leave like this? The middle-aged man with glasses watched Jiang Hao and the others leave the room and couldn't help but look at Su Jing. Su Jing had a faint smile on her face with an expression of confidence. It's okay. I believe you will call me. How could a person who fights underground boxing for money ask for money? I'm sorry, Mr. X. Huang Xingshan couldn't help but speak after entering the elevator. Jiang Hao waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay. He knew why Huang Xingshan apologized to him, but he really didn't care. Huang Xingshan had no idea about his own information, and even if he said something, it was just what he showed. What's more, he is very happy now that he has earned so much money. As for some trivial matters, he doesn't care at all. Walking out of Zuixanlu, the outside was already crowded with people. Jiang Hao said hello to Huang Xingshan and left. After returning to the hospital, Jiang Hao first went to the front desk and paid the remaining money before asking for the ward number. When we arrived at the ward, his father had not yet woken up. His mother was sitting at the head of the bed, watching over him quietly. Hearing someone coming in, Xiao Yufan turned around and was relieved when she saw it was Jiang Hao. "Xiao Hao, what have you been doing? Have you eaten?" Jiang Hao smiled and said, "I ate it. By the way, Mom, you don't have to worry about the money. I've already paid it all." Apart from breakfast, he hadn't eaten anything all day. He lied so as not to worry his mother. "Xiao Hao, where did you get so much money?" Xiao Yufan was shocked when she heard that. 300,000 is not a small sum. Given their family situation, even if they didn't eat or drink for 3 years, they still couldn't earn 300,000. Jiang Hao gave the excuse he had prepared long ago. "Don't worry, Mom. I made this money from a legitimate source. I found a few tutoring jobs. They saw that I had real skills and felt relieved to leave their child to me, so they gave me more money. The rest I borrowed from my classmates. I'll pay them back slowly when the time comes." Sure enough, after hearing Jiang Hao's words, Xiao Yufan felt relieved. She was not afraid of anything else, but she was afraid that Jiang Hao would do something wrong for money. "Mom, you go home first. I'll stay with my dad." Xiao Yufan shook her head. "No, I won't be in the mood to sleep even if I go home, so I'll just stay here." Jiang Hao knew that he couldn't persuade his mother, so he didn't say anything else. He went out and bought a single bed in the hospital so that either he or his mother could lie on the bed and rest whenever they felt tired. The next morning, Jiang Shanchuan finally woke up from his coma. "Dad, how do you feel?" Jiang Hao found that Jiang Shanchuan had woken up and immediately came over. "I'm fine." Jiang Shanchuan shook his head palely. "Where's your mother?" "My mother went to buy food," Jiang Hao said as Xiao Yufan walked in from outside. "Dad, you are finally here. How are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Jiang Shanchuan tried hard to sit up from the bed, but unfortunately he failed after several attempts. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead due to exhaustion. "I'm fine, Mom. Take me to complete the discharge procedures." "Dad, the doctor said you're not well yet and can't be discharged from the hospital." Jiang Hao held Jiang Shanchuan down. "Yes, my son's father. You should just take good care of yourself. You don't have to worry about the expenses. Xiao Hao has already taken care of it." Xiao Yufan put the meal aside. They had been together for more than 20 years, and she knew what Jiang Shanchuan meant at a glance. "Xiao Hao, where did you get so much money?" Jiang Shanchuan looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. Jiang Hao smiled and explained to Jiang Shanchuan the excuse he had given to Xiao Yufan before. Jiang Shanchuan glanced at Jiang Hao doubtfully. Although what Jiang Hao said made sense, he still didn't quite believe it. "Dad, just take a good rest during this time and don't worry about anything." Jiang Shanchuan nodded. After breakfast, Jiang Hao left the hospital again. He did not go to his parents' workplace yesterday due to time constraints, but since he had nothing to do today, he planned to go over and take a look. His father's injuries cannot be allowed to go on in vain. Chapter 17, Don't Be Impulsive. Changji Chemical Plant. This is the unit where Jiang Shanchuan and Xiao Yufan used to work. Jiang Hao had been here several times before, so he was familiar with the place this time. However, Jiang Hao did not enter in a swagger. Not to mention whether he could meet the owner of the chemical factory. He would probably be discovered if he went in. Jiang Hao looked around but couldn't think of any good solution. Suddenly, Jiang Hao thought of someone and immediately picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Mr. X, what can I do for you?" The call was quickly connected, and Huang Xingshan's voice came from it. Perhaps because of what happened yesterday, Huang Xingshan became even more enthusiastic towards him. Jiang Hao didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. "I want to find someone to stay with. Can you do it?" Huang Xingshan was stunned. "Looking for someone? Finding people is not my forte, but I have a friend who is good at this." "Sir, if you trust me, please tell me the other person's name. I will ask my friend directly." "Okay, I want to find the residence of the owner of the Changji Chemical Factory. Please help me contact him. The fee is negotiable, but I need it quickly." "Don't worry, Mr. X," Huang Xingshan said and hung up the phone. Huang Xingshan was very efficient. Not long after he hung up the phone, he called Jiang Hao again. "Mr. X, I have found the information you want. Changji Chemical Plant is a subsidiary of Bai Group, and its owner is Indit Sai. He has 2 residences. One is Jiahe Villa, and the other is Xinguang New City. Jiahe Villa is his normal home, and Xinguang New City is his lover's home. According to his usual habits, there is a high probability that he will go to Xinguang New City today. As he spoke, Huang Xingshan also told the specific locations of Indit Sai's 2 residences. By group? When Jiang Hao heard the name of the Bai group, he had a vague idea of what was going on. He said, how could the chemical factory drive his parents away for no reason? Bai Yang must have had a hand in it. But we still need to understand the situation now. Thank you very much. Is the fee higher? I'll transfer it to you. Huang Xingshan quickly said, Mr. X, you are joking. This is my apology for yesterday. I won't charge you any fees. Thank you very much. Jiang Hao didn't say much, but he remembered the favor. After hanging up the phone with Huang Xingshan, Jiang Hao went straight to Xinguang New City. Since the chemical plant is not easy to block, he will come here to block the other party. Arriving at Xinguang New City, Jiang Hao went directly to the address Huang Xingshan told him. Jiang Hao put on a wolf spider mask in a deserted place and walked into Xinguang New City. I have to say that Indit Sai is quite wealthy and lives in a villa area, which makes it convenient for him to move around. Not long after, Jiang Hao quietly came to the place where Indit Sai had settled his lover. He did not choose to enter through the main gate, but came to the back of the villa. Zhao Yuqian was in a good mood today. She was wearing a nightgown, holding a plate of cucumber slices in her hand, and humming an unknown tune. Indit will come today. Although this old man is older than her father, he is her financial sponsor, and she must serve him well. It is also because of Indit Sai that she can live such a free and easy life. You don't have to do anything on weekdays. You can go shopping, play cards, and raise a puppy when you're bored. Life is so wonderful. Zhao Yuqian sat on the sofa and gently put the cucumber slices on her face. Snap! Suddenly, there was a sound of glass breaking. Zhao Yuqian's face changed, and she hurriedly took the cucumber slices off her face. But before she could stand up from the sofa, a masked man broke into the room. Just as Zhao Yuqian was about to scream, she saw the man turned into a shadow, pressed her down on the sofa, and covered her mouth. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you. Do you understand? Jiang Hao's voice was cold. Then he took out a mantis knife from the system space and placed it on Zhao Yuqian's neck. Zhao Yuqian was so frightened that her tears kept flowing. The worst thing was that she even peed her pants out of fear. Did you hear that? Jiang Hao gripped the mantis knife and exerted more force. Zhao Yuqian nodded quickly. No matter what, the most important thing was to save her life. Seeing that the other party cooperated, Jiang Hao let go of Zhao Yuqian. The sharp mantis knife inserted into the tiles under Zhao Yuqian's feet and stood in front of Zhao Yuqian. Zhao Yuqian looked at Jiang Hao pitifully. If you want money, I can give it to you. I just ask you not to hurt me. Jiang Hao said calmly, I'm not interested in your money, nor in you. I came here for only one purpose, and that is Indit Sai. As long as you don't play tricks, I won't do anything to you. Zhao Yuqian felt relieved after hearing Jiang Hao say this. However, when she thought that the other party was here to deal with her financial sponsor, she couldn't help but become worried. If the sponsor was taken care of by this man, wouldn't she no longer have such a good life in the future? Thinking of this, Zhao Yuqian really wanted Jiang Hao to stop, but looking at the mantis knife in front of her, she finally didn't dare to do so. She could only sit obediently opposite Jiang Hao, not daring to move. The atmosphere in the room became very strange. Gurgle. Suddenly, Zhao Yuqian's stomach made a rumbling sound, and she felt embarrassed. Jiang Hao turned a blind eye to this and did not let Zhao Yuqian eat. Finally, after getting off work, Indit sat in the car and reached out to tug at his tie. The driver asked, Boss, let's stick to the old rules. As Indit Sai's driver, he was very familiar with Indit Sai's habits. Indit Sai nodded and said nothing. The driver understood and started the car directly. After about 20 minutes, the car drove into Xinguang New City. Indit Sai got out of the car and said, Go back and pick me up tomorrow morning. Yes. The driver responded and drove away. Indit Sai came to the door and started entering the password. Hearing the noise at the door, Jiang Hao stood up and took the mantis knife back in his hand. Don't try to play tricks, otherwise I guarantee you will die in front of Indit Sai. Jiang Hao glanced at Zhao Yuqian coldly, then walked to the corner of the kitchen. This house is H-shaped and runs from north to south. There is a corner between the door and the kitchen. Standing here, you can just avoid the sight of the door. At this time, the door opened and Indit Sai walked in from outside. While changing his shoes, Indit Sai asked, Has Xiao Qian cooked? He didn't notice anything unusual about Zhao Yuqian. But when he didn't get any answer from Zhao Yuqian, Indat Sai couldn't help but frown. Zhao Qian, what's wrong with you? What's that smell in the room? Indat Sai smelled a strong smell of urine. Zhao Yuqian was trembling all over and did not dare to respond to Indat Sai. Indat Sai realized something was wrong. In the past, when he came over, Zhao Yuqian would always be very enthusiastic, so why was she so abnormal today? But before he could react, a strong wind blew from behind him. Indat Sai's face changed, and he quickly dodged by moving his body, while his body quickly turned into steel. This is exactly what he is capable of, the Man of Steel. However, although he was a first-level awakener, he had no ability to react in front of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao chopped down with a knife, which landed heavily on Indat Sai. At the same time, a critical strike is performed. Bang! Indat Sai flew backwards and hit the wall heavily, leaving a scar nearly 5 centimeters long on his arm. Puff! Indat Sai spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, Jiang Hao's mantis knife had already landed on his neck. If you move any more, you'll die. You, who are you? Indat Sai looked at Jiang Hao in horror. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhao Yuqian was acting so abnormally. What he couldn't understand was that he was a first-level awakener, and the other party was only a 0-level awakener, so why was he so much stronger than him? At the same time, he was also wondering why the other party wanted to deal with him. He didn't remember offending such a person. Let me ask you, who instructed you to fire Jiang Shanquan and his wife? And who beat Jiang Shanquan? After Jiang Hao asked these two questions, Tang Dao began to apply force to Indat Sai's neck. As long as Indat Sai does not cooperate with him, Jiang Hao will deal with Indat Sai without hesitation. I'm telling you, don't be impulsive. Indat Sai had a sad face and begged for mercy quickly. He felt the murderous intent from the other person, and he knew that the masked man in front of him was definitely not joking with him. Explain. Chapter 18 belas Riffing on by Young. I said, it was young Master Bai who asked me to fire them. Young Master Bai said that their son had offended him, so he asked me to fire them. The one who injured Jiang Shanquan was also young Master Bai's man. Indat Sai dared not hesitate and quickly explained what he had to say, fearing that his slow response would upset the other party. Bai Yang, it turns out to be you. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really think I'm easy to bully. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, and murderous intent grew in his heart. Indat Sai looked at Jiang Hao tremblingly. Brother, I have told you everything you need to know. Can you let me go now? Whoever your brother is, you can't escape responsibility in this matter. Jiang Hao snorted coldly. Then screams like a pig being slaughtered were heard in the room. The screams lasted for a full 30 minutes before they stopped. Seeing Indat Sai, who had been tortured beyond recognition, Jiang Hao stopped and immediately found a rope to hide Indat Sai and Zhao Yuqian. After doing all this, Jiang Hao left. Bai Yang, you were the one who provoked me first, so don't blame me. As Jiang Hao walked, he called Huang Xingshan again. When he explained his intention, Huang Xingshan was shocked. Sir, the Bai family is not an ordinary force. If you want to touch the young master of the Bai family will not let you go. Jiang Hao said coldly. It doesn't matter, just tell me the exact location of his home. The Bai family is very powerful, but I was wearing a mask. After taking off the mask, I threw away the clothes. Who would know it was me? Huang Xingshan couldn't persuade Jiang Hao, so he had to ask his friends about the location of Bai Yang's house. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao transferred 10,000 crystal coins to Huang Xingshan. Huang Xingshan had provided him with information for free before, so this time he naturally couldn't let Huang Xingshan provide him with information for free again. Now, 10,000 crystal coins are nothing to him. Morning Light Town. Longqing's top luxury residential area is not affordable for the rich. Only the truly aristocratic families can live here. There are no buildings here, only villas. The villas here not only have their own doors and courtyards, but also look like manors. Each one covers an area of no less than 80,000 square meters. This place is also known as the community with the most comprehensive security system. Non-residents cannot enter the community at all. Outsiders can only enter if they are recognized by community residents or come out to greet them. Jiang Hao did not go in directly. Although he was confident in his own strength, he was not so blindly confident that he dared to go to Bai Yang's house alone. He knew very well that there must be many guards in Bai Yang's house, even second-level awakeners. With his strength, he can deal with first-order awakeners without any problem, but he cannot deal with second-order awakeners. All he had to do was to find out the way first and then look for an opportunity to deal with Bai Yang. It would be best to find a place where there is no one, so that even if I kill Bai Yang, no one will know. Just when Jiang Hao was about to leave, he suddenly saw Bai Yang walking out from inside, and Jiang Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Originally, he had no hope of meeting Bai Yang, but he didn't expect Bai Yang to come to him. However, the two bodyguards around him are a problem, and we must find a way to deal with them. Just when Jiang Hao was thinking about how to deal with the two bodyguards, Bai Yang actually came over on his own initiative. "You must be the magician. Come in quickly. I'm waiting for you." Jiang Hao was stunned. What was going on? Seeing that Jiang Hao didn't move, Bai Yang frowned and looked displeased. "What are you doing? Hurry up. If you're late any longer, you will lose your reward." Jiang Hao confirmed that Bai Yang was talking to him, so he walked over. "Hurry up. It's your turn to perform soon," Bai Yang said, turning around and leaving. Seeing this, Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, then followed. He wanted to see what this guy Bai Yang was up to. Soon, Jiang Hao followed Bai Yang into a place similar to a manor. This is Bai Yang's home. No wonder this guy is so arrogant and domineering. He really has the capital to be arrogant. Looking at the huge manor in front of him, Jiang Hao couldn't help but be amazed. At the same time, outside Chenwei town, a taxi stopped and a man wearing a clown mask got out of the car. Just as the man was about to enter, he was stopped by security. The man explained, "Hello, I'm an acrobat, and I'm here to perform for the Bai family. I'm sorry, I didn't receive the notification. You should call someone to pick you up." The security guard shook his head with a firm attitude. The man had no choice but to walk aside and start making phone calls. However, he made several calls in a row, but no one answered. He was dumbfounded. What is going on? If I don't go in, the boss will definitely punish me. If I anger the Bai family, they will not let me go. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. On the other side, Jiang Hao was taken by Bai Yang to a temporary open-air theater. There were quite a few people sitting in the audience, and someone was performing hard on the stage. Although Jiang Hao didn't know what happened to the Bai family, he understood what was going on. It turns out that the Bai family was having an event, and Bai Yang came out to meet a magician, but he mistakenly brought himself in as the magician. But I didn't know any magic tricks, and I didn't know those performers. I would be exposed as soon as I went over. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that he could only take action here. I will take action now and then immediately leave the same way I came. With my speed and without reservation, even a second-level awakener will not be able to stop me. Realizing this, Jiang Hao no longer hesitated and immediately concentrated his energy into his dantian. "What are you doing?" The bodyguard next to Bai Yang noticed Jiang Hao's abnormality and his face darkened. The other person also immediately became alert. Bai Yang frowned and looked at Jiang Hao. He also felt the fluctuation of Jiang Hao's energy. He said in a grim tone, "You dare to attack me? Catch him for me." Bai Yang immediately ordered the bodyguards to take action. He had felt that there was something wrong with this guy before, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seems that there is indeed something wrong with this guy. The two bodyguards immediately planned to take action, but Jiang Hao was faster than them and directly used the lion roar technique. Roar. The deafening roar centered on Jiang Hao and spread out in all directions like a tide. No one expected that Jiang Hao had this skill. The sudden roar caused Bai Yang and his two followers to spit blood and fly backwards. The sudden attack left Bai Yang and his men no chance to react. Fortunately, the two bodyguards stood in front of Bai Yang in time at the critical moment, and Jiang Hao's full-strength attack was enough to kill Bai Yang instantly. But even so, Bai Yang still felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered, and he fainted on the spot. The noise Jiang Hao made was so loud that it was hard not to attract attention. Jiang Hao did not hesitate. After a successful attack, he turned around and ran. At this moment, the Bai family had also reacted and the performance on the stage stopped immediately. The bodyguards of the Bai family immediately chased after Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao unleashed a critical hit and at the same time pushed the Lingbo Weibo to its extreme. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's figure turned into a residual shadow and quickly rushed towards the door of the Bai family. However, just when Jiang Hao was about to leave the Bai family, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside and headed straight for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was startled and crossed his hands to protect himself. The huge force made him retreat repeatedly. Jiang Hao didn't care about his injuries and used the force to change direction and flew away. The opponent was a second-level awakener. Although he was no match for him, he could still run away. But he couldn't let the other party restrain him. Once he was restrained, he would be in danger. For a while, the Bai family staged a manhunt. Chapter 19. Young Heir. Bai Wenluo came to Bai Yang and was heartbroken when he saw Bai Yang's miserable appearance. Contact an ambulance quickly. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard beside him quickly took out his cell phone and called the hospital. Catch this man, no matter his life or death. Looking at Jiang Hao, who was fleeing in all directions, Bai Wenluo showed a murderous look. Yes, Jiang Hao was chased everywhere. Fortunately, the Bai family is big enough, otherwise he might have been caught. But this is not a solution. Sooner or later, we'll be caught up by these guys. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Hao was thinking about how to respond, suddenly a series of ice cones fell. Jiang Hao's heart trembled. It was the psychic who took action. If it were a one-on-one fight, he would not be afraid of the opponent at all with his Do Zhuan Xing Yi. But now he couldn't stop at all. Once he stopped, he would be easily caught. While Jiang Hao was thinking, he suddenly noticed a house not far away. Without thinking, he rushed straight into the house. If these guys dare to follow me in, I will give them the lion roar technique. Using the lion roar technique in the house may not kill them, but at least it will make them lose their fighting ability. Damn it, chase him! The bodyguards followed Jiang Hao closely. Jiang Hao's speed increased to the extreme, and he rushed directly into the house. Originally, today was Bai Wenluo's mother's birthday, but Su Jing was too tired and did not attend immediately. After a good sleep, she was about to take a shower before going out again. Unexpectedly, there was a commotion outside, but she didn't care. In the Bai family, no one had ever gotten into trouble and left unscathed. Su Jing walked into the bathroom. Her bathrobe slipped off, revealing her snow-white skin that was no less fair than that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She stepped into the bathtub filled with milk. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the door was knocked open. Before Su Jing could react, a figure rushed in. When their eyes met, the scene suddenly became a little weird. Su Jing never expected that the person who came was Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao didn't expect Su Jing to be here too, but when he thought that Su Jing was from the Bai family, and it was normal for her to be here, he didn't think much about it. Just then, footsteps were heard from behind. A fierce light flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes, and he was ready to use the lion roar technique. But at this moment, Su Jing in the bathtub suddenly reached out and pulled Jiang Hao into the bathtub. The incident happened too suddenly, and Jiang Hao was completely unprepared. Caught off guard, Jiang Hao's hands directly grabbed the two peaks. Su Jing glared with a cold look. Jiang Hao was at a loss as to what to do, staring blankly at Su Jing under him. Take it away. Su Jing's voice was a little cold. Jiang Hao came to his senses and quickly withdrew his hand. But after he withdrew his hand, he had no support and fell directly on Su Jing. Just as he was thinking about it, Su Jing suddenly hugged him and pressed him against her. The footsteps outside were getting closer and closer, and it was obvious that they were about to come in. But at the moment, Jiang Hao couldn't care about those things, or it could be said that his whole condition was not very good. His face was pressed against Su Jing's collarbone, and his whole body was leaning on Su Jing, and he could clearly feel those two soft lumps on his chest. This touch, this smell. Jiang Hao came back to his senses and began to struggle. Su Jing's indifferent voice sounded, "If you don't want to die, don't move." Jiang Hao calmed down after hearing that, but he felt uncomfortable at the moment. After all, he was a normal adult man, full of vigor and vitality. How can one remain calm in such an erotic scene? Just when Jiang Hao was feeling extremely embarrassed, footsteps arrived at the bathroom. Su Jing reached out and pulled, and the shower curtain fell, covering the bathtub. Those people just happened to walk in at this moment. Su Jing said in a cold voice, "How dare you barge in? Madam, please forgive me." The bodyguards didn't expect Su Jing to be taking a shower, so they quickly turned around and faced away from Su Jing. "Madam, there were criminals causing trouble and injuring the young master, so we chased them here. I didn't see that person. You guys look for him somewhere else in the house. I'll be out right away." Su Jing looked at Jiang Hao deeply. Yes. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards immediately went to search other places without saying a word. After the bodyguards left, Su Jing looked at Jiang Hao and said, "Su, you are really brave. Not only did you go to the Bai family to do evil, but you even dared to hurt my son. I think you don't want to live anymore. Bai Yang is your son." Jiang Hao was stunned. Then he quickly propped himself up and looked up, looking at Su Jing in surprise. He had never thought that Bai Yang's mother was so young. He finally understood why others always called her Madame Su Jing. It turned out that she was the mistress of the Bai family. Is there a problem? Su Jing looked at Jiang Hao indifferently. Jiang Hao was thinking hard. Since Su Jing was Bai Yang's mother, she would probably not let him go. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao looked at Su Jing and his eyes suddenly turned cold. However, at this time Su Jing suddenly smiled. Su Jing herself is very beautiful, and when she smiles now, she is even more charming. Why do you want to attack me? Scratch. Just when Jiang Hao was thinking about what to say, Su Jing sat up straight without any hesitation, then lay on Jiang Hao's back and reached out to touch Jiang Hao's mask. I thought maybe we should talk. Here. Jiang Hao didn't quite understand what Su Jing meant, but this posture was a bit too awkward at the moment. Especially when he thought that Su Jing was Bai Yang's mother, he felt a little uncomfortable. Su Jing shrugged. If you are not afraid of being discovered, then just go out. The two pairs of snow-white rabbits on the chest swayed slightly, almost blinding Jiang Hao's eyes. Gulp. Jiang Hao just felt his throat was a little dry. What do you want to talk about? Jiang Hao turned his head stiffly, trying not to look at the two pairs of gleaming weapons. Su Jing reached out and poured herself a glass of red wine from the steps beside her. I don't care what grudges you had with Yang Er before. From now on, they will be written off, and you will still be my subordinate. I will ensure that you leave safely. Do you think I can't leave the Bai family without you? Jiang Hao frowned. He hates being threatened. Su Jing shrugged. Maybe you can leave, but I don't think it's possible without paying some price. Su Jing drank the red wine elegantly, then said with a playful look, Besides, as your mother, haven't I paid off the grudge between you and Yang? Or, having said that, Su Jing once again lay on Jiang Hao's back, speaking in sweet tones, her tones seeming to carry endless charm. You want me to stand up? Or you want to— What are you doing? Jiang Hao suddenly stood up from the bathtub. His face was red, but luckily he was wearing a mask, otherwise he would have been embarrassed. This woman was talking, and she even put her hands on Xiao Jiang Hao. Su Jing let out a crisp laugh. Then he pushed Jiang Hao and said, Go get my bathrobe. Don't you have hands yourself? Jiang Hao rolled his eyes at Su Jing with a very bad tone. Su Jing curled her lips, then stood up under Jiang Hao's astonished gaze. Jiang Hao's breathing paused, and when he came to his senses, Su Jing had already put on her bathrobe elegantly. You stay here first and don't go out, Su Jing said, and walked out of the bathroom. Chapter 20. Sure enough, there is a fraud. Jiang Hao came back to his senses and shuddered. Damn it, I'm here to beat Bai Yang, not to destroy Bai Yang's birthplace. Jiang Hao reacted and didn't care about his wet clothes. He went to the bathroom window and looked down. I found that there was no one below. Jiang Hao opened the window and listened carefully. There was still a noisy sound outside. This shattered Jiang Hao's idea of escaping by jumping out of the window. Helplessly, Jiang Hao could only give up his plan to leave. After a while, Su Jing, who had left, came back. Give me your contact information. Su Jing returned to the bathroom. Jiang Hao looked at Su Jing warily. What are you doing? This woman is Bai Yang's mother, and he doesn't want to have too much involvement with her. What? Did I watch it in vain just now? Su Jing raised his eyebrows. Jiang Hao's face darkened. Su Jing rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao and said, All right, you beat my son like that without showing any mercy. I'm already doing a good job by not getting rid of you. Give me the contact information. We will go to the hospital later. Some people in the old house will be evacuated. The rest is up to you. I have shown my sincerity. Now it's up to you. Jiang Hao asked, Why do you insist on me joining you? You give me a very special feeling. Do you think I would let you go just because you hurt my son? Su Jing stood. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, but still told Su Jing the phone number. Su Jing tried to call, and after confirming that the number was correct, she turned and left. Jiang Hao continued to stay in the room. After about 30 minutes, a text message sound suddenly came from his mobile phone. Jiang Hao picked it up and saw that it was a message from Su Jing, telling him that he could leave. Looking at the message on the phone, Jiang Hao was a little hesitant. So far, he still didn't believe Su Jing. In order to prevent Su Jing from setting a trap for him, Jiang Hao did not leave immediately, but went to the bathroom again, opened the window, and listened. Sure enough, there was no sound outside. Jiang Hao did not leave through the front door, but jumped out of the bathroom window. Fortunately, this is a villa with only 3 floors. If it were a multi-story or high-rise building, he would not dare to do this. After his body fell to the ground, Jiang Hao immediately walked towards the gate of the Bai family. But before he had gone far, he was discovered by the bodyguards. Being chased again, Jiang Hao frowned, thinking that Su Jing had deceived him. However, when he noticed that the number of bodyguards chasing him was far less than before, he realized that Su Jing had not lied to him. Although there were fewer bodyguards, Jiang Hao still had no intention of getting entangled with them. He used the Lingbo Weibo to the extreme and used critical strikes to throw the bodyguards away for a distance. But the bodyguards did not give up chasing him. However, Jiang Hao has already arrived at the door. As long as he leaves the Bai family, his situation will be much better. Just when Jiang Hao thought he could leave soon, the door of the Bai family opened. A group of people stood at the gate of the Bai family, led by Su Jing and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked somewhat similar to Bai Yang. Needless to say, Jiang Hao knew that the other person must be Bai Yang's father. Su Jing looked at Jiang Hao with a playful look. Although she wanted him to be her subordinate, she had no choice but to accept the fact that he had attacked her own son. For this reason alone, she couldn't let this person go. But this guy is cautious, taking so long to come out. It must be a trap. The moment he saw Su Jing, Jiang Hao immediately realized that Su Jing had been deceiving him before and they were trying to lure him out. What he could understand was that Su Jing could have just blocked him in the room, so why did she go to such great lengths to deal with him? Without giving him a chance to think, the bodyguards behind Bai Wenluo and Su Jing rushed over. Jiang Hao's situation immediately became dangerous. However, Jiang Hao did not panic. He just gathered his energy in his dantian, and his cheeks bulged instantly. Roar! He unleashed the lion's roar skill that was blessed with critical strike power, and the powerful sonic attack instantly spread out in all directions, with him as the center. The bodyguards' faces changed drastically, but it was too late now. Wherever the roar went, those bodyguards with level 0 strength were killed instantly, and even those with level 1 strength were seriously injured. There were only 5 bodyguards with second-level strength at the scene who were able to withstand Jiang Hao's attack. Su Jing and Bai Wenluo looked grim. Among more than 30 bodyguards, only 5 of them were able to withstand the opponent's attack. Kill him. Upon hearing this, the 5 second-level bodyguards immediately rushed towards Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately took out the mantis knives from the system space. Holding the 2 mantis knives in his hands, Jiang Hao went straight forward. He knew that this battle would be disastrous, but he had no choice. If you don't fight, you will surely die. The only way to survive is to fight. One of the bodyguards transformed into a tiger and pounced on Jiang Hao first. Roar! Jiang Hao opened his mouth and immediately let out another lion roar. The bodyguard didn't expect that Jiang Hao could actually launch such an attack. Normally, their awakened abilities cannot be used casually, and once used, they cannot be used a second time within a short period of time. The stronger the strength, the greater the limitations. However, I didn't expect that the masked man in front of me could use such a powerful attack twice in a row. The terrifying sonic attack caused his body to tremble. Jiang Hao seized the opportunity, took a step forward, and came directly in front of the man. Without any hesitation, he swung the mantis knife in his hand and chopped directly at the man's neck. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Hao's mantis knife was about to fall, a wind blade swept over. Jiang Hao raised the mantis knife in his left hand and continued to chop at the bodyguard in front of him with the mantis knife in his right hand. Bang! The wind blade and the mantis knife collided with each other, and Jiang Hao was shocked and took half a step back. The mantis knife did not fall on the bodyguard's neck, but on his head, leaving a long wound on his head, and blood flowed from the wound. Although his head was chopped off, at least his life was saved. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The bodyguard who transformed into a tiger came to his senses and looked frightened. Fortunately, my companions acted in time, otherwise I would have died here. At the same time, the other 2 bodyguards rushed over and attacked Jiang Hao from the left and right. Both of these bodyguards are physically fit and are very good at close combat. The fierce attack made Jiang Hao panic. Jiang Hao danced with 2 swords in his hands as he fought and retreated. Although his fighting ability is strong, he is definitely no match for a second-level awakener who was able to defeat the awakener who transformed into a tiger just now, relying entirely on the surprise attack. So he must find a way to fly away from here and cannot stay here and fight. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao immediately expanded the battle circle. Only in this way could he find a chance to leave here. After the battle started, Jiang Hao turned around and ran deep into the Bai family without saying a word. Since I can't leave through the main gate, I can only leave through other places. Upon seeing this, the 5 second-level bodyguards immediately chased after him. Although they are higher in level and stronger in combat than Jiang Hao, they are not as fast as Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao soon distanced himself from him. Jiang Hao ran all the way and soon came to a wall. Jiang Hao exerted force with his legs and quickly climbed up the wall and stood on it. He did not go down immediately, but looked at the 5 bodyguards who were coming over. Roar! Looking at the bodyguard getting closer and closer, Jiang Hao opened his mouth and roared like a lion again. The 5 bodyguards' faces changed, and they immediately steadied themselves to resist Jiang Hao's attack. Except for the bodyguard who was seriously injured by Jiang Hao before and was shocked unconscious, the rest of the bodyguards were able to withstand Jiang Hao's attack. But when they looked up at Jiang Hao's figure had already disappeared over the wall. Damn it, go chase him and kill him. Bai Wenluo also came over at this moment. When he saw Jiang Hao leaving, his face suddenly turned ashen. Yes. Chapter 21. My son has the talent to become the top scholar. It's already evening. Why hasn't Xiao Hao come back yet? Inside the ward, Jiang Shangquan glanced at the sky outside the window, feeling a little worried. Jiang Hao left in the morning. Now the moon and stars are out, but Jiang Hao's not come back yet. I don't know whether this child has eaten on time when he is outside. Maybe he's busy. After all, he took on a lot of jobs to make enough money. Xiao Yufan sighed. She felt very distressed when she thought about Jiang Hao being busy from morning till night. If his parents were not incompetent, Jiang Hao wouldn't have ended up like this. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Just then, Jiang Hao's voice came from outside. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Hao walked in carrying some fruit. Xiao Yufan took the fruit and said, Xiao Hao, have you eaten? Why did you come back so late? I was just asking your dad why you haven't come back yet. Jiang Hao smiled and said, I ate. I stayed up late to make up for their lessons today. Then I went home, took a shower, changed my clothes, and came here. Dad, how are you feeling? Jiang Hao peeled an orange for Jiang Shangquan. I'm almost well now. I'll be able to be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. Jiang Hao said quickly, don't be in a hurry to leave the hospital. Stay for 2 more days and take good care of your body. You and my mother don't have to worry about the money. He knew that his father said this because he didn't want to waste money in the hospital. But he would not let his father leave the hospital until he recovered. Jiang Shangquan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xiao Yufan. Okay, just listen to Xiao Hao on this matter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shangquan had no choice but to nod. Boss, we're sorry we lost you. The 4 bodyguards lowered their heads, with guilty looks on their faces. The 4 of them, the 2nd-level awakeners, were actually defeated by a 0-level awakener. It was embarrassing to tell others about it. Bai Wenluo gnashed his teeth and said, a bunch of rubbish. What are you still standing here for? Go find him. Yes. After the bodyguard left, Su Jing reached out and hugged Bai Wenluo's arm. Okay, don't be angry he can't run away and launching. No, I have to check immediately to find out who this guy is. I suspect he has other purposes. Bai Wenluo's face was solemn. He was not afraid of anything else. He was afraid that the masked man was someone who was specifically investigating the nearby family. If that's the case, we must not keep this person. Su Jing sighed. I'm not familiar with him either. I only know that he calls himself X, and I don't have any other information. Since their last meeting, she has been looking for X's whereabouts, but to no avail. This person seemed to have appeared suddenly, and so far, they have not discovered what kind of abilities the other person has. In short, the other party is weird in every way. Bai Wenluo said in a deep voice, Jing, go investigate. Investigate everyone who has had contact with this guy. Su Jing note that. The 2 of them then began to act separately. However, just when Bai Wenluo and Su Jing were extremely busy, Jiang Hao had already settled Xiao Yufan down and let her sleep while he came to protect his father. In the second half of the night, Jiang Shangquan also began to fall into a deep sleep. Jiang Hao silently operated the dough, Zhuan Xingyi. He had not had a good rest in the past 2 days. He was either fighting or on his way to fight. It was a rare opportunity to rest, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. The next day, Jiang Hao came out of his practice early. After a night of practice, his condition improved a lot. Today is the day when the college entrance examination results are released. After breakfast, Jiang Hao and his family of 3 gathered together and began to check their college entrance examination results. Compared with Jiang Hao, the old couple seemed very nervous. After all, this concerns Jiang Hao's future. They couldn't give Jiang Hao a better future, so everything depended on Jiang Hao himself. After searching for nearly 10 minutes, they finally found Jiang Hao's name, which appeared at the first place. He is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and you will be rewarded with a Lucky Wheel X1. Would the host like to spin the Lucky Wheel now? Jiang Hao heard the system prompt sound his mind, but he did not turn the Lucky Wheel immediately. After all, his parents were around him, so he wanted to find a quiet place before turning on the Lucky Wheel. Seeing Jiang Hao ranked first, Jiang Shanchuan couldn't help laughing. The kid's mother is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Haha, I said my son has the potential to be a top scorer. I see. Now we don't have to worry about Xiao Hao anymore. Xiao Yufan was also very happy. It is not easy for an ordinary family like theirs to produce a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Although they had high expectations for Jiang Hao, they never thought that Jiang Hao would become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao gave them such a big surprise. Xiao Yufan suddenly thought of something. Xiao Hao, how did Su Qing do in the exam? I haven't seen her in the past 2 days. Although they do not encourage premature love, Jiang Hao has had his own opinions since he was a child. Seeing that they couldn't stop Jiang Hao, they could only acquiesce. Now Xiao Yufan suddenly thought that she hadn't seen Su Qing in the past 2 days, which was totally wrong. Normally, Su Qing would watch Jiang Hao closely, as if she was afraid that he would be snatched away by someone else. We broke up. Jiang Hao smiled calmly. Jiang Shanchuan frowned. What's going on? They were in a good relationship before, so why did they break up suddenly? Jiang Hao did not hide anything this time. He told everyone about his talents and abilities, and also recounted what happened during the awakening ceremony. Jiang Shanchuan snorted coldly. Humph, I thought that girl was no good at the beginning, and I was right about her. Sooner or later, she will regret it. What's the point of saying this? Xiao Yufan rolled her eyes at Jiang Shanchuan, then looked at Jiang Hao. Xiao Hao, your ability? Xiao Yufan couldn't continue speaking. SSS's talent was terrifying, but Jiang Hao's ability was too disappointing. He was actually an ancient warrior. She is also an awakened one, so she is naturally aware of the abilities of ancient warriors. This made her worry about Jiang Hao again. Jiang Shanchuan finally reacted and looked at Jiang Hao with a worried look on his face. Jiang Hao knew what the old couple were worried about, and said with a smile, Mom and Dad, don't worry, the ancient warriors are not as useless as they say. Otherwise, I would not have become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. What's more, I have SSS level talent, which means I am destined to become a different ancient warrior. After hearing what Jiang Hao said, the old couple felt much better. Ding-ling. Just then, Jiang Hao's cell phone rang. Jiang Hao picked up his phone, said something to Jiang Shanchuan and Xiao Yufan, and walked out of the ward. Looking at the familiar phone number above, Jiang Hao frowned and was stunned for a moment, unable to remember who the other party was. But he still picked up the phone. Before Jiang Hao could speak, a soft and pleasant voice came from the other side. Jiang Hao, the test results are out. You are the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination and launching. Congratulations. Thank you. Jiang Hao finally recognized the other person's voice. He didn't expect that the first person to congratulate him was Su Qingxue. On the other end of the phone, Su Qingxue couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard Jiang Hao's calm voice. This guy is really aloof. Can't he be a little more enthusiastic when telling him the good news? Although she thought so in her heart, Su Qingxue continued to speak. Jiang Hao, do you have time tonight to come to my house for dinner? My parents want to thank you in person for helping me with the assessment. No need. We each have what we need, and you've already paid me. Jiang Hao shook his head and rejected Su Qingxue's invitation. Su Qingxue's soft voice came again, with a hint of coquettishness in her voice. Otherwise, my parents have already given me a death order. I must ask you to come over. Otherwise, I will definitely be scolded. You don't want me to be scolded, do you? This okay. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Hee, that's great. I'll send you the location. Come over at 6 p.m. Don't go back on your word, or you'll be a coward. Chapter 22 Good Things Come in Pairs. System, start the lucky wheel. After Jiang Hao hung up the phone, he went to the bathroom. He couldn't wait to see what was on the so-called lucky wheel. Soon, a colorful turntable appeared in front of Jiang Hao. And in these colors, there are different words. Jiang Hao took a closer look, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, it turns out that this so-called lucky wheel contains all kinds of martial arts and internal skills, more than 10 of them, such as Hungar, Baguazhang, Jiang Hao even saw martial arts like 18 dragons subduing palms and Nine Yang manual. This made Jiang Hao even more jealous. After witnessing the power of Lingbo Weibo and Lion Roar, he was looking forward to these martial arts even more. The turntable will start turning after 3 seconds, and the host can stop it at any time. The system prompt sounded. 3 seconds later, the turntable started to spin. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and decisively called a stop. As for what kind of martial arts he can acquire, it all depends on fate. The turntable stopped turning. Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes and saw the corresponding number below the pointer, which was the 18 dragon subduing palms. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows and felt even more ecstatic. The lucky wheel disappeared. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the god-level martial arts. 18 dragon subduing palms X1. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately chose to study. Congratulations to the host for learning the god-level martial arts. The elementary 18 dragon subduing palms. Jiang Hao was not surprised when he heard the system prompt. Although it was only a beginner level, he was still very happy. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a stir and the joy on his face deepened. He immediately opened his information panel. Name, Jiang Hao. Ability, Ancient Warrior. Level, First Level. Talent, God. Understanding, God. Critical Strike. Internal Strength, God. Intermediate Battle, Star Shift. Martial Arts, God. Intermediate Light, Footsteps, God. Intermediate Lion Roar, God. Elementary 18 Dragon, Subduing Palms. Good things really come in pairs. Jiang Hao didn't expect that he would not only learn the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, but also break through the 0 level and become a first level awakener. Bite. It is detected that the host cultivation has broken through to the first level, and the internal power of Do Zhuan Xing, he has been upgraded to the intermediate level. It is detected that the host cultivation has broken through to the first level, and his martial arts skills, Lingbo Weibo and Lion Roar, have been upgraded to the intermediate level. Jiang Hao was delighted when he heard that. His internal strength and both martial arts had been upgraded to the intermediate level, which meant that their power had been increased again. Jiang Hao was just about to return to the ward when his cell phone rang again. It was Huang Xingshan calling. Jiang Hao picked up the phone, but didn't speak immediately. Su Jing's voice came from the other end of the phone. Huang Xingshan is in my hands. If you don't want to get into trouble, come to the underground black boxing to find me. After saying that, Su Jing hung up the phone. He threw the phone to the bodyguard. Su Jing looked at Huang Xingshan, who was lying on the ground with a bruised face and nose, and then sat on the sofa opposite, crossing her legs elegantly. Huang Xingshan, you'd better pray that X can come and save you, otherwise you will lose your life. Huang Xingshan smiled bitterly in his heart. He was not familiar with X. He helped X because he saw that X had potential. Unexpectedly, I was implicated. As for whether X would come, he no longer had any hope. Unless X is a fool, he will not come here. Jiang Hao held the phone with an indifferent expression. He didn't expect that Huang Xingshan would be involved in this matter. This matter originally had nothing to do with Huang Xingshan, but now he has been implicated. He couldn't just stand by and watch him die. But Su Jing must have set up a tight net and was just waiting for him to get there. But there is nothing I can do right now. Jiang Hao returned to the ward, said hello to Jiang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan, and left the hospital. He went back home first, changed into yesterday's clothes, and then went straight to Zuixinlu. After finding a deserted place, Jiang Hao put on a wolf spider mask and walked into Zuixinlu. According to his memory, he came directly to the back of the lobby of Zuixinlu. It was the same place as before, with the same 2 middle-aged men in suits as last time. Jiang Hao walked over and said calmly, Su Jing asked me to come. The 2 middle-aged men must have received the notice, so they did not stop Jiang Hao. They did receive the notice, and they originally thought that the other party would not come, but they didn't expect that they actually dared to come. Apart from anything else, this courage alone is enough to make them admire him. Jiang Hao entered the elevator and went directly to the -5th floor. As he walked out of the elevator, Jiang Hao felt a murderous aura. But Jiang Hao didn't care and walked in directly. There are no more spectators here, only bodyguards one after another. Jiang Hao took a rough look and found that there were about 100 of them. When the bodyguards saw Jiang Hao coming, they immediately came over. Jiang Hao ignored the bodyguards and said calmly, Su Jing, I'm here. Release Huang Xingshan. I didn't expect you would actually dare to come here. Su Jing's voice came. Jiang Hao turned his head and saw Su Jing's face appear on the big TV next to him. Jiang Hao took a look at the surrounding facilities and recognized at a glance that it was the 8th floor he had been to before. There were 2 bodyguards following behind Su Jing. Huang Xingshan, with a bruised face and nose, was lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This matter has nothing to do with him. Your target is me. Now that I am here, you should let him go. I didn't restrict his freedom. He couldn't leave on his own, and there was nothing I could do. Su Jing stood. Jiang Hao frowned. Although he was watching from behind the TV, he could still see that Huang Xingshan was not in a good condition at the moment. Okay, I'll take him away myself later. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Su Jing smiled and said, X is here. Do you think you can leave? In order to deal with Jiang Hao this time, Su Jing hired a lot of bodyguards. Among them, there were 22nd level bodyguards alone, just for the purpose of killing Jiang Hao. Then it depends on whether your men can trap me, Jiang Hao said calmly. If it was yesterday, he would definitely not be qualified to say this, but today is different. His cultivation has broken through, and he is not afraid of even a 2nd level awakener. Whoosh! A fireball shot out from behind and headed straight towards him. Jiang Hao directly used the Do Zhuan Xing Yi technique to return the fireball. Seeing this, the other bodyguards immediately started to attack without saying a word. These people have all kinds of abilities, including mutants, psychics, and physical users, and even auxiliary psychics. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic, and all kinds of attacks came towards him one after another. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, then channeled his energy into his dantian and performed the lion roar technique. A transparent shadow of a lion's head appeared above Jiang Hao's head. Roar! The phantom of the lion head was opening its mouth wide at this moment, in unison with Jiang Hao's movements. Although no critical hit was delivered, the power of the lion's roar technique should not be underestimated, especially after Jiang Hao broke through to the 1st level. The lion's roar technique has been upgraded from elementary to intermediate level. The power of the lion's roar skill displayed at this moment is no weaker than when it was at level 0 and used a critical strike to perform the lion's roar skill. The terrifying sonic attack immediately changed the faces of the bodyguards. All awakeners below the 2nd level collapsed to the ground, and those at the 0 level were killed instantly. The TV next to it exploded. Looking at the black screen of the TV, Su Jing frowned slightly, although she could not feel Jiang Hao's presence through the TV. But the moment the TV screen went black, she still saw the transparent lion head appear above Jiang Hao's head. This made her realize that X had become stronger. Chapter 23, Gifted Crystal. Negative 5th floor. Those 2nd level awakeners came to their senses and were somewhat frightened by this scene. They had not taken it seriously when they heard Su Jing say that the other party had a very powerful sonic attack. Now that they have truly witnessed it, they finally realize how terrifying this move is. Although they were frightened, they were not afraid. Instead, they attacked Jiang Hao with ferocious looks. The only 2 remaining auxiliary awakeners immediately began to release auxiliary abilities to everyone, increasing everyone's attack power and speed. In an instant, Jiang Hao was surrounded. Various fierce attacks were launched continuously, and even he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Soon he began to suffer various injuries. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew from behind. Jiang Hao subconsciously raised his hand to block it, but severe pain spread throughout his body in an instant. Jiang Hao quickly retracted his arm, only to see a long wound appear on his arm. At this moment, he had already seen the person who had just attacked him, and saw a machete in the man's hand. When everyone saw that Jiang Hao was injured, they took out various weapons and attacked Jiang Hao. Roar! Seeing this, Jiang Hao used the lion roar technique again, and the transparent lion head appeared above his head again. The terrifying roar resounded throughout the entire negative 5th floor. The 2nd level awakeners who surrounded Jiang Hao were instantly repelled, and those 1st level awakeners who were already seriously injured were directly killed. Jiang Hao did not take out the mantis knife. In this situation, even if he took out the mantis knife, it would be useless. After Jiang Hao launched a critical hit, he quickly moved 2 steps with his feet, then he sank his energy into his dantian and pressed his body down, shaking his hands left and right. Suddenly, a faint dragon roar sounded, and he was pushed forward suddenly. The first move of the 18 dragon subduing palms. The arrogant dragon will regret. Suddenly, an invisible air wave burst out and headed straight for the bodyguards. At first, the bodyguards didn't take it seriously, but they regretted it the next second. I saw this invisible air wave explode directly beside them. The terrifying power caused them to suffer serious injuries one by one. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not hesitate at all and directly adopted the strategy of taking advantage of your weakness to kill you. Roar. The lion's roar technique was used again. This time, the lion's roar technique has the power of a critical hit, making it even more terrifying. Before everyone could come to their senses, the horrifying roar made them spit blood one by one, and their breath became weak and faint. Damn it, who on earth is this guy? Why can he carry out such horrific attacks so many times? Everyone be careful. The other party may have a backup plan. Be careful, he's coming again. The bodyguards began to discuss among themselves. It was the first time they had seen such a strange guy who beat them so badly that they had no chance to fight back. The second move of the 18 dragon subduing palms, flying dragon in the sky. Jiang Hao slapped out with his palm again, and an invisible air wave accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar shot out instantly and headed straight for the bodyguards. Damn it, get up! A bodyguard, enduring the pain from his injuries, took a step forward and put his hands on the ground. Suddenly, a wall of earth rose up. They had suffered losses from Jiang Hao's 18 dragons subduing palms before, and when they heard the dragons roar again this time, they reacted immediately. Bang! The air wave collided with the earth wall, and the earth wall shattered. Although some of the power of the air wave was offset, it did not disappear and still attacked the bodyguards. I'll do it. Another bodyguard stepped forward and released a wall of ice. This time, everyone was not disappointed. Although the ice wall was covered with cracks, it was able to block the gusts of wind after all. But before they could be happy, a deafening roar was heard again. The next second, the bodyguards vomited blood again and flew backwards. After being attacked continuously by Jiang Hao, the bodyguards were seriously injured. Everyone had a look of despair on their faces. If they could do it again, they would definitely not accept Su Jing's assignment. It's a pity that there are no opportunities in the world. Jiang Hao was just about to take out the mantis blade from the system space when he was suddenly stunned by the extra things in the system space. But he didn't pay too much attention to it at the moment. After taking out the mantis knife, he walked towards the bodyguards. He knew that the other party was dealing with him at Su Jing's orders, but no matter what, they were already enemies. Since he is an enemy, he will not show mercy. Soon, the entire underground 5th floor was filled with a strong smell of blood. Jiang Hao put away his mantis knife and walked into the elevator. After a while, he arrived at the 8th floor. When they arrived at the room where Su Jing had stayed before, Su Jing had already left because she saw that things were not going well, leaving Huang Xingshan lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Jiang Hao came to Huang Xingshan, turned Huang Xingshan over, and probed under Huang Xingshan's nose with his finger. He confirmed that Huang Xingshan was still alive, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Hao helped Huang Xingshan leave here. He did not take Huang Xingshan directly to the hospital, as this would easily expose him. So he took Huang Xingshan to the black market and found Boss Li. He left 50,000 crystal coins to Boss Li and asked him to help send Huang Xingshan to the hospital. Then he returned home, took a shower, changed his clothes, and seeing that it was almost time, Jiang Hao headed straight for Chenwei Town. Coincidentally, Su Qingshua's home is also in Chenwei Town. On the way, Jiang Hao checked his system space while walking. Those bodyguards who had killed the Bai family before had some colorful and strange crystals appearing in their system spaces. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared before my eyes. Talent Crystal, an F-level treasure produced by the system. It allows the user to gain an additional talent on top of the original talent, which can be given as a gift to others. Note: only when the host kills humans of level 1 or above can the gifted crystal be produced, and a person can only use it 3 times in his lifetime. In the system space, in addition to the F-level talent crystals, there are also 20-level talent crystals. Jiang Hao was stunned. He knew that the martial god system was not simple. He would get weapons by killing monsters of level 1 or above. I didn't expect that killing humans of level 1 or above would actually result in a drop of something as incredible as the talent crystal. Jiang Hao was sure that once the news of the talent crystal got out, others would scramble for it. After all, This gifted crystal was so extraordinary that even he felt scared. Jiang Hao decided that unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never allow the gifted crystal to appear in the world. Unfortunately, the level of these talent crystals is too low. Otherwise, I could give one to my parents each so that they could practice normally. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at Qinhui town and called Su Qingxue. Soon, Su Qingxue, wearing a snow-white dress, came out to pick him up in person. Su Qingxue is very beautiful in herself, and now, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, she gives people an ethereal feeling, as if she is a fairy who has fallen into the world. I didn't realize you were so punctual. Seeing Jiang Hao, Su Qingxue's pretty face showed a hint of joy. Jiang Hao said, I just happened to be out doing something, and I came here when I was done. Let's go. My dad deliberately turned down work today just to see you. Jiang Hao thought of something and asked quickly, You won't tell anyone about my identity, will you? No, I just said that you helped me, and I didn't say anything else. Don't worry, I know what to say and what not to say. Su Qingxue smiled mischievously. Hearing this, Jiang Hao felt relieved. Otherwise, this would have been a Hongmin banquet. After all, he didn't know what the relationship between the Su family and the Bai family was. If the two families became friends, he would be in trouble. As Su Qingxue was walking, she suddenly approached Jiang Hao and whispered, By the way, I heard about the Bai family's incident today. Was it you who did it? What's the matter? I don't know. Jiang Hao looked calm and composed. Su Qingxue curled her lips when she heard this. This guy is really good at pretending. She had heard that the man who made trouble in the Bai family wore a silver mask with a spider pattern on it. This strange mask was clearly the one Jiang Hao wore before. When she thought about the relationship between him and Bai Yang, she became more certain that the man was Jiang Hao. Chapter 24, Banquet. Looking at the manor, which was even bigger than Bai Yang's, Jiang Hao couldn't help but be amazed. What is a rich person? This is a real rich person. As soon as I entered the main gate, a sightseeing bus stopped at the door. Let's go, let's take a bus. Su Qingxue said, and got on the sightseeing bus. You have to take a car even in your house. If we don't take a car, it will take at least 30 minutes for us to walk to the living room. Jiang Hao no longer knew how to describe his feelings. It turns out that poverty limits my imagination. Su Qingxue pointed to the left and looked at the place that looked like a sea of flowers. See the flower garden over there? That was built by my father specially for my mother. It seems like your father and mother have a very good relationship. Su Qingxue nodded. Yes, from childhood to adulthood, I have never seen them quarrel. There are so many houses here. Can you live in them all? Jiang Hao saw several 2- or 3-story buildings. Su Qingxue smiled and said, These are places for servants to live. Our real living place is inside. As the two were talking, they had already arrived deep inside the manor, which was a 3-story, magnificent villa. Su Qingxue brought Jiang Hao in. You sit down first, I'll go call my parents. Su Qingxue said to Jiang Hao and went upstairs. Jiang Hao looked around curiously. He had to admit that the life of rich people was really beyond his imagination. This hall alone is 10 times as big as his house and is decorated extremely luxuriously. Just then, 2 people, a man and a woman who looked to be around 30 years old, followed Su Qingxue downstairs. Needless to say, Jiang Hao also saw the relationship between the 3 people. The man and woman were Su Qingxue's parents, although they looked too young. But in appearance, one can still see some similarities with Su Qingxue. No wonder Su Qingxue is so beautiful. It turns out it's because of good genes. Su Qingxue's parents not only look young, but also handsome and beautiful. Jiang Hao, these are my parents. Su Qingxue walked down and began to introduce them. Mom and Dad, this is Jiang Hao. Su Bailey took the initiative to extend his hand to Jiang Hao. Hello, young man. I have heard Qing Xuan mention you these past 2 days. Today I see that you are indeed a young talent. Uncle is joking. Zhao Yan also said at this time. Come and sit down, don't be shy. Several people sat on the sofa, and Zhao Yan continued. I heard from Qingxue that you have good grades. This time, you became the top scorer in Longqing's college entrance examination. It's very good. Just lucky. Jiang Hao smiled. Su Bailey smiled and said, Good luck is also a manifestation of strength. It is not a good thing for young people to be too modest. By the way, what do your parents do for a living? How are their health? My parents are just ordinary workers. They're in good health. You guys chat first, I'll go cook. Zhao Yan said, and left with Su Qingxue. Walking into the kitchen, Su Qingxue looked at Zhao Yan in confusion. Mom, why did you drag me here? And why didn't you let the servants prepare the food? Why did you cook by yourself? You girl, Jiang Hao is a guest. He has been here for a long time, but there is no water or fruit. Is this reasonable? Zhao Yan rolled her eyes at Su Qingxue. I asked you to come here so that you could bring some water and fruit. As for why we didn't let the servants prepare the meal, this time we are here to thank Jiang Hao for saving you, so we naturally have to show our gratitude. Asking the servants to prepare the meal would seem insincere. Su Qingxue suddenly realized and couldn't help but smile and gave Zhao Yan a thumbs up. Zhang Yan pushed Su Qingxue and said, "Okay, take the fruit out of the refrigerator. I'll wash and cut it, and then you can send it out." Soon, Su Qingxue came back with a plate of fruit and 2 bottles of water. Seeing that Jiang Hao and Su Bailey were chatting enthusiastically, he couldn't help but smile and said, "What are you talking about? You seem so happy. Eat some fruit." Jiang Hao smiled and said, "Nothing. Uncle just told me some things about your childhood." Indeed, Su Bailey didn't talk about anything else with Jiang Hao, just some family matters. Although they are all small things, they are very heartwarming and will not make Jiang Hao feel pressured. "Really? You didn't say anything bad about me, did you?" Su Ying sat next to Su Bailey. Su Bailey shook his head helplessly. "Do I dare to say bad things about you?" Just then, an old man walked in. "Sir, Mrs. Bai is here and wants to see you. She's just outside the door. Let her in." Su Bailey nodded. "Mrs. Bai? Is it Su Jing? Or who?" Jiang Hao felt somewhat confused when he heard what the old man and Su Bailey said. But he soon knew the answer. There was the sound of high heels, and then a plump middle-aged woman walked in. The woman's appearance was quite good, even comparable to Zhao Yan. It's just that their beauty is different. Zhao Yan has the kind of gentle and intellectual beauty, while the woman has the kind of proud and elegant beauty. The woman was none other than Su Jing, who had had many contacts with Jiang Hao. Seeing Su Jing, Jiang Hao lowered his eyelids. It was only because Su Jing ran fast today. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. There are guests at Mr. Su's house. Su Jing was stunned when she saw Jiang Hao. For some reason, she always felt that the young man in front of her was familiar, especially his eyes, as if she had seen them somewhere. "Well, Qingshua's classmate, why did Mrs. Bai come to see me in such a hurry?" Su Bailey nodded, but did not introduce Jiang Hao to Su Jing. "If you're not in a hurry, we can talk later." "Okay, then I won't disturb Mr. Su anymore." Su Jing nodded with a smile, then turned and left. Before leaving, she did not forget to take another look at Jiang Hao. It was a pity that she never figured out why she felt that this young man was familiar. Jiang Hao looked at Su Jing's back as she left, and guessed that this woman came here most likely to deal with him, so he had to be careful. He was not afraid of Su Jing, but he couldn't let what happened to Huang Xingshan today happen to his parents. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that only one of him and the Bai family could stay. For the sake of my parents, I can only ask the Bai family to disappear from this world. But I don't know what the relationship between the Bai family and the Su family is. Jiang Hao said harmlessly, "Uncle Su, it seems that the aunt just now must have something important to talk about. Why don't you talk about it first? Don't worry about her." Su Bailey waved his hand indifferently. However, Su Qingxue, who was standing by, heard the hidden meaning in Jiang Hao's words and chuckled. "Jiang Hao, you may not know this yet, but she is Bai Yang's mother who has a grudge against you." Jiang Hao looked at Su Qingxue in surprise, and then saw Su Qingxue giving him a sly smile. He immediately understood that this girl said that on purpose. "Oh, do you have a grudge against Bai Yang? Well, there's a little holiday." Jiang Hao pinched his nose. Su Bailey patted Jiang Hao's shoulder earnestly and said, "Xiao Hao, Uncle Su's advice, try not to have any contact with Bai Yang in the future. The Bai family has always been vindictive." It seems that the relationship between the Su family and the Bai family is average. In this way, Jiang Hao feels a lot more at ease. Although he didn't have much contact with Su Bailey, he had a good impression of Su Bailey, and he didn't want to be an enemy of the Su family. "The meal is ready. Stop chatting and come and eat." Just then, Zhao Yan walked out of the kitchen. Chapter 25 Enrollment. After a pleasant dinner, Jiang Hao chatted with Su Qingxue and others for a while before leaving the Su family. When we returned to the hospital, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Shanquan and Xiao Yufan haven't rested yet. "Mom and Dad, why haven't you rested yet?" Jiang Shanquan shook his head helplessly. "Your mother is worried about you coming back so late, and she has to wait for you to come back before she can rest." "What do you mean you have to wait? Aren't you worried too?" Xiao Yufan rolled her eyes at Jiang Shangquan. Looking at the bickering old couple, although they are in the war at the moment, it still feels very warm. It feels really good to be waited for by your parents. 2 days passed in a flash. Jiang Hao also welcomed the enrollment day. He originally thought that Su Jing would continue to cause trouble for him in the next 2 days, but he didn't expect that she would be so quiet in the past 2 days. After breakfast in the morning, Jiang Hao said goodbye to his parents, left the hospital, and went to school. It was a hot summer day, and although the students were under the scorching sun, they did not feel uncomfortable at all. The entire senior class stood on the playground, enthusiastically discussing their grades. When Jiang Hao came over, everyone's eyes immediately fell on Jiang Hao. For a moment, everyone had complicated looks. They didn't expect that Jiang Hao would become the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Longcheng. Logically speaking, they should be happy that Chunxue High School has produced a top scorer in the college entrance examination. But that person happened to be Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, an ancient martial artist, can become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. So what is the difference between them? The mutants and psychics? It is conceivable that college entrance examination candidates from other cities will definitely laugh at them. Jiang Hao ignored everyone's gazes and walked aside alone. He saw Su Qing and Bai Yang. Bai Yang was sitting in a wheelchair, and Su Qing was pushing it from behind. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. At the same time, he was also considering whether he should find an opportunity to hit Bai Yang again. He failed to kill Bai Yang last time, but this time he was sure that Bai Yang would not survive. In the office, ladies and gentlemen, we have decided to give the admission quota to Yin Chun. The dean looked at the representatives of the 5 major academies and then repeated Yin Chun's abilities. The representative of Zhanwu Academy said, "Then let him join our Zhanwu Academy. If a player with S talent doesn't have a recommendation quota, they won't accept him at all." The other 4 academies did not object to this. If it was SS level, they might have fought for it, but there was no need to fight for S-level talent. After deciding on the students to be admitted, the Dean of Studies left the office with a group of representatives and came to the podium in the playground. The Dean of Studies looked around at everyone and said, "Next, the teachers from each school will read out the students' names. All students whose names are called should go to the teacher who called out your name." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately showed excitement. The dean nodded to the representatives from various schools, then stood aside with a group of Chunxue high school teachers. Representatives from various schools read out the admission lists, starting from ordinary universities. Zhao Xiaohua, Sun Lin. Those students with low talent and weak ability were all selected. As if they already knew their fate, these students resigned themselves to coming to these ordinary universities. After ordinary universities completed their enrollment, the top 10 prestigious universities also began enrolling students. Anyone with C-level talent could join the top 10 prestigious universities. Su Qing, are you willing to join my Beihua University? The representative of Beihua University, which ranks first among the top 10 prestigious universities, looked at Su Qing. Ido, Su Qing not that. She knew that with her abilities, it was impossible for her to be admitted into the top 5 colleges, but she could still get into the top 10. However, although they're among the top 10 prestigious universities, there are also differences in levels. Her goal is Beihua University, which is ranked first. This is also the reason why she is willing to be with Bai Yang. It is impossible for her to go to Beihua University on her own, but with the power of Bai Yang's family, there will be no problem. Su Qing walked towards the Beihua University team like a proud peacock. Although she failed to get into the 5 major colleges, she believed that with her abilities, her future grades would definitely not be lower than those of the students from the 5 major colleges. Bai Yang also joined Beihua University. As the names of these schools were continuously called, the number of people in front of the rostrum became smaller and smaller. Soon, Jiang Hao and Su Qingxue were the only ones left on the playground. On the university representative side, there are only 5 major colleges left. The others also looked at Jiang Hao and Su Qingxue. They were not worried about Su Qingxue, as the 5 major academies would definitely accept her. But Jiang Hao is different. Jiang Hao is the top scorer in the college entrance examination and has great talent, but his ability is useless. They were all curious about which of the 5 major academies would accept Jiang Hao. The representatives of the 5 major academies did not speak immediately, but gathered together again. Jiang Hao saw all of this, his face expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with him. Soon, the representatives from the 5 major academies seemed to have finished their discussion, and then they all looked at Su Qingxue. As for Jiang Hao, he was completely left aside. Student Su Qingxue, are you willing to join our academy? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the 5 major academies would extend olive branches to Su Qingxue at the same time. But thinking about it makes me feel relieved. Although there are many auxiliary awakeners, there are not many SS-level auxiliary awakeners. Su Qingxue hesitated. Logically speaking, she should join Qingshan Academy. Although Qingshan Academy was not strong, it was most suitable for auxiliary awakeners to practice. But she couldn't bear to see Jiang Hao being abandoned like this. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and said in a shocking tone, I will join the academy of whoever is willing to accept Jiang Hao. What the hell? What is Su Qingxue doing? Why is she suddenly speaking for Jiang Hao? Is Su Qingxue crazy? She is playing with her own future again. Besides, whether Jiang Hao can be recruited or not has nothing to do with her. Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's words instantly caused an uproar. There was a hint of envy in his confusion. Su Qingxue was the school belle of Chunxue High School. How could Jiang Hao deserve Su Qingxue's favor? Jiang Hao also looked at Su Qingxue in surprise. What was going on? What was this woman going to do? The representatives of the 5 major academies also froze in their expressions. It was obvious that they had not expected Su Qingxue to say that. The representative of Qingshan Academy coughed lightly and said, Ahem, classmate Su Qingxue, classmate Jiang Hao's situation is rather special and is not within our consideration. Although the representatives from other academies did not speak, they basically expressed the same idea. It's true that Jiang Hao is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and he is very talented, but his ability is so poor that even if they are willing to train him, he is destined to have no future. I still say the same thing as before. Whoever is willing to accept Jiang Hao will join that academy. Su Qingxue shook her head, her attitude very stubborn. The dean of studies couldn't help but persuade her, Student Su Qingxue, please don't embarrass the teachers. Su Qingxue's head teacher also looked anxious. She didn't understand what was wrong with Su Qingxue and why she had to help Jiang Hao. If the 5 major academies were displeased, they would most likely not even accept Su Qingxue. But Su Qingxue remained unmoved. The reason she did this was not because she had to be with Jiang Hao, but to repay Jiang Hao for saving her life. How about this? If Jiang Hao doesn't mind, he can come to my Nanyu Academy and be a day student. How about that? The representative of Nanyu Academy looked at Jiang Hao. Bite. Chapter 26 Mission Selection. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the optional task. Task 1. The host joins Nanyu Academy and becomes a day student of Nanyu Academy and is rewarded with the God-level martial arts Golden Bell cover. Task 2. The host joins an ordinary university and is rewarded with the God-level internal skill Dragon God skill. Task 3. The host will demonstrate his strength in public and will be rewarded with the God-level talent Martial God Domain. Just at this moment, when Jiang Hao wanted to speak, a series of prompt sounds suddenly rang in his mind. Jiang Hao was stunned. He didn't expect that he would trigger 3 optional tasks at that. If it were under normal circumstances, he would definitely choose task 3. He had already witnessed how powerful the talent was. It was much stronger than God-level martial arts and God-level internal strength. But it would require him to expose his strength in public, which was not what he wanted. Compared to exposing himself in front of others, he prefers to develop in a sneaky way. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Hao finally chose task 2. Student Su, thank you for your concern for me, but I have made a decision. You can just choose the academy that suits you. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao in surprise when they heard this. They originally thought that Jiang Hao would agree. Although day students were not recognized by the school, they could still receive teaching from the school. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao actually refused. Is he giving up on himself? Su Qingxue was also stunned. She wanted to say something, but Jiang Hao just shook his head at her. Jiang Hao ignored everyone's gaze and looked at the representative of Nanyu Academy on the rostrum. Thank you, teacher, for giving me this opportunity, but I've already made my own choice. After saying that, Jiang Hao looked towards the ordinary university. As for ordinary universities, he did not pick that one. They were all the same anyway. There was no difference between strong and weak. They were all weak. So he randomly looked at one of them, Longqing University. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. It seems that he is destined to be in Longqing. Teachers of Launching University, if I join Launching University, would you be willing to accept me? Su Qing shook her head in the crowd, feeling more and more that breaking up with Jiang Hao was the right choice. If I continue to stay with Jiang Hao will only be a burden to me. The most important thing is that Jiang Hao is no longer worthy of me. Bai Yang also showed a look of disdain. Jiang Hao, see? This is the gap between you and me. This gap will continue to grow. The representative of Launching University was also stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Hao to choose their Launching University. But he quickly reacted and smiled. Warm welcome. Their Launching University is just an ordinary university. They will accept even ordinary people, not to mention that Jiang Hao is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Although Jiang Hao's ability is weak, his talent is solid SSS level. In the future, Launching University can also tell the outside world that they have trained an awakener with SSS level talent. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been distributed to the system space. Please check it carefully. Jiang Hao raised the corner of his mouth, and then under the gaze of everyone, he came to the representatives of Launching University. Student Su Qingxue, student Jiang Hao has already made his choice. What about you? The students from the 5 major academies looked at Su Qingxue again. Su Qingxue bowed to the representative of Non-Yu Academy and said, Teacher, I am willing to join Non-Yu Academy. Just now, none of the other academies were willing to accept Jiang Hao for her sake. Only Non-Yu Academy was willing to do so. Naturally, she had to choose Non-Yu Academy at this moment. Student Su Qingxue, welcome to join us. The representative of Non-Yu Academy smiled slightly. The other 4 academies felt a little regretful, but they didn't say anything. Things were simple after that. Representatives from each school began distributing admission letters from their own school to everyone. Then state the start time of the school and the location of the school. After everything was done, everyone left, including students like Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had just walked out of the school gate and was about to go home when he was stopped by Su Qingxue. Jiang Hao, why did you choose Launching University? Launching University can't help you at all. Su Qingxue really couldn't understand why this guy gave up when she had already helped him find a better option. Jiang Hao shrugged. Although Launching University cannot compare with the 5 major colleges, even if I go to the 5 major colleges, the 5 major colleges will not devote resources to train a futureless ancient warrior like me. If that's the case, then why should I go to the 5 major academies? Besides, aren't you very clear about my abilities? Even if I don't go to the 5 major academies, I can still become stronger. So the 5 major academies don't mean much to me. Su Qingxue understood what Jiang Hao meant when she heard this. She had previously thought that Jiang Hao was a male chauvinist and didn't want to rely on her help. Since this is your decision, I won't say anything. I believe you can prove your ability to everyone. Jiang Hao smiled and nodded. The two chatted for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. Jiang Hao went straight to the hospital. It had been agreed last night that his father would be discharged today, and they would complete the discharge procedures when he returned. On the way, Jiang Hao opened the system space and learned the Dragon God skill. Congratulations to the host for learning the God-level internal energy, primary Dragon God energy. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Hao raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a satisfied smile, and quickened his pace. When Jiang Hao arrived at the hospital, he noticed that there were several luxury cars in the hospital. A bad premonition came to his mind, and Jiang Hao hurried to the ward. When he arrived at the ward, he saw a group of men in black standing at the door. Jiang Hao's face darkened. Just as he had guessed, Su Jing actually found his parents. Damn it! Jiang Hao was so furious that he wanted to rush in and kill him immediately. However, he knew very well that he could not act rashly. Otherwise, not only would he fail to save his parents, but he would also harm them. Jiang Hao kept warning himself in his heart not to be impulsive. Then he took a deep breath and walked towards the ward. Stop, who are you? The bodyguard at the ward door stopped Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao said calmly, This is my parents' ward. The bodyguard was stunned when he heard this, but still made way. In the ward, Jiang Shanxuan and Xiao Yufan looked at Su Jing opposite them with trepidation. Behind Su Jing stood more than a dozen bodyguards. They had already packed up and were waiting for Jiang Hao to come back so that they could go through the discharge procedures and go home. As a result, the other party suddenly came over, controlled them, and asked who X was and who X they knew. No matter how he explained, the other party wouldn't listen and insisted that they contact X. Fortunately, the other party did not attack right away. Looking at his ferocious appearance, he was obviously not a good person. If he had attacked, they would definitely not have had a good ending. Su Jing said coldly, "It seems that you are still not going to tell me, so don't blame me if that's the case." Now a bodyguard behind her stood up and walked towards Jiang Shanquan and Xiao Yufan with a cold face. "Ma'am, we really don't know X." Xiao Yufan's face was a little pale. However, the bodyguard did not stop at all and continued to approach Jiang Shanquan and his group step by step. An invisible sense of oppression enveloped Jiang Shanquan and his group. The two were quickly forced into a corner. The bodyguard stretched out his hand and slapped Jiang Shanquan and the others, and just as his hand was about to fall, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. "I wonder who dares to touch my parents." Chapter 27. Unable to cooperate. Everyone was stunned when they saw Jiang Hao suddenly walk in. The bodyguard who was about to attack Jiang Shanquan and the others turned around and glanced at Su Jing. Su Jing was seen staring at Jiang Hao in surprise. This young man, how could it be him? Su Jing frowned slightly. She naturally remembered Jiang Hao, but she never expected that this young man was actually the couple's child. This young man seems to have some relationship with the Su family. This matter is not easy to handle. Su Jing analyzed the current situation very calmly. "Aoyang, come back." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard withdrew his hand and stood behind Su Jing again. "Xiao Hao." Seeing Jiang Hao and Jiang Shanquan, Xiao Yufan's face changed. They can do whatever they want, but nothing must happen to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao came to Jiang Shanquan and Xiao Yufan, his eyes constantly scanning them. "Mom and Dad, how are you? Are you okay?" I was relieved to see that they were fine. "We're fine." Xiao Yufan shook her head. Jiang Shanquan pulled Jiang Hao to his side. "Xiao Hao, stand behind us." Although he didn't have much strength, if he wanted to touch his son, he had to step over his dead body. "It's okay, Dad. I'll talk to them." Jiang Hao patted Jiang Shanquan's arm, then looked up at Su Jing. "We meet again. What do you mean?" Jiang Shanquan and Xiao Yufan were stunned and looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that Jiang Hao actually knew each other. "You give me a very familiar feeling, especially like someone I know." Jiang Hao looked at Su Jing coldly. "So, this is why you came to the hospital and caused trouble for my parents. You're looking for death, kid. Do you know who is in front of you?" One of Su Jing's bodyguards shouted angrily. Jiang Hao glanced at the other person. He didn't want to reveal his identity at the moment, otherwise he would have yelled to death at the other person. However, Jiang Hao has already memorized his face, and when he takes action, he will definitely kill this guy. Jiang Hao retracted his gaze and looked at Su Jing again. "Su Jing, I know you are Bai Yang's mother. If you came here because of the grudge between Bai Yang and me, then I really overestimate your Bai family." She knew something about Jiang Hao and Bai Yang's situation. After learning yesterday that Indatsai was also attacked by X, she asked about the details. Knowing that it was Bai Yang who stole Jiang Hao's girlfriend, Indatsai forced Jiang Hao's parents to leave. But she didn't expect that Jiang Hao was the young man in front of her. She had already learned from Bai Yang that although the young man in front of her was very talented, his ability was only that of an ancient warrior, and he was destined to achieve nothing. Therefore, she didn't care much about Jiang Hao. "I'm not interested in the grudge between my son and you. I started to investigate X. X not only attacked our Bai family staff, but also injured my son and caused a big disturbance in my Bai family. I have already inquired. X injured our Bai family staff just to stand up for Jiang Shanquan. Don't tell me you don't know X. I don't believe it." Jiang Hao understood that there was a mistake in this place. "Inditsai, I actually forgot about him. If I had known earlier, I should have at least dealt with him. That way, even if the Bai family had all kinds of means, they would not be able to trace it back to me." "I don't know who the X you were talking about is. Maybe your Bai family has offended other people." Jiang Hao sneered. Su Jing ignored Jiang Hao's sarcasm and said, "I hope you can cooperate with us. For the sake of the Su family, I won't make things difficult for you." If it weren't for the Su family's face, she wouldn't have spoken to Jiang Hao so calmly. "I'm sorry I can't cooperate with you. We have nothing more to talk about with your Bai family. You'd better leave." Jiang Hao's attitude was very tough, and he refused to give it all. Su Jing's expression finally changed. "In this case, I can only take you away. As long as she can deal with X, she will do whatever it takes, even if it offends the Su family." She didn't believe that the Su family would really treat their Bai family for the sake of an ordinary family. Jiang Shanquan and Xiao Yufan's faces changed when they heard this. Jiang Hao looked at Su Jing expressionlessly. He knew that Su Jing was really capable of doing such a thing. He immediately took out his cell phone. "You can take us away if you want, but I don't know if the Su family will agree." As he spoke, Jiang Hao pretended to make a phone call. At this moment, he was also hesitating whether to call Su Qingxue. The call could be connected, but the question is whether Su Qingxue will help me. After all, the Bai family is not simple, and helping me will mean conflicts with the Bai family. Besides, even if Su Qingxue is willing to help him, will his parents help him? These are all uncertain factors, but right now, since he cannot expose himself, this is the only way he can take. So he could only gamble that Su Jing would not dare to offend the Su family. There's no need to alarm the Su family for such a small matter. I'm only here to inquire about some situations. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, we will leave. Just when Jiang Hao was about to press the number, Su Jing stood up. Hearing Su Jing's words, Jiang Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, this also made him more determined to become stronger. As the saying goes, a blacksmith must be strong himself. If he is strong enough, no one will dare to threaten him with his family. And as for the Bai family, he must get rid of them, otherwise they will always be a threat. Su Jing looked at Jiang Hao deeply, then led his men out. Aoyang looked at Su Jing in confusion. "Madam, are we leaving just like this?" "Aoyang, take 2 people with you to keep an eye on them. If they show any sign of trouble, contact me immediately." Su Jing waved her hand. Of course, she couldn't just leave like that. This family must be related to X, but she couldn't find any evidence yet. But considering the Su family, she couldn't be too tough. But she believed that as long as she kept an eye on them, she would definitely discover something. "Once I find the evidence, even if I want to deal with them, the Su family will not be able to say anything." "Yes." Liang responded and stayed with 2 people. In the ward, Jiang Shanquan asked with lingering fear, "Xiao Hao, what is going on?" "Yes, Xiao Hao, what exactly happened?" Xiao Yufan also looked at Jiang Hao. That group of people was so powerful that ordinary people like them could not deal with them at all. She was very afraid that something might happen to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head without saying anything more. "It's okay, Mom and Dad, don't worry, everything is fine now. Let's go through the discharge procedures and we can go home. He will resolve this matter, so there is no need to make his parents worry anymore." After the 3 of them were discharged from the hospital, they went straight home. On the way, Jiang Hao told others that he had enrolled in Longqing University. Although the old couple did not understand why Jiang Hao chose an ordinary university, they still supported Jiang Hao's choice. After dinner, Jiang Hao lay on the bed. Ordinary universities like Longqing University start school 1 month later, unlike the top 10 universities and 5 colleges, which all start school 3 days later. In other words, he would be on vacation for the next month. Although there's only 1 month, Jiang Hao still feels that the time is not enough. In addition to improving his strength, he also has to deal with the Bai family and find a way to make money to buy a house for his parents. As he was thinking, Jiang Hao fell asleep unknowingly. Chapter 28 Suggestions. The next day, Jiang Hao got up early, said something to Jiang Shanquan and Xiao Yufan, then left home with his school bag. He hadn't walked far when he realized someone was following him. He was not surprised by this, as he had noticed someone was following them when he left the hospital yesterday. He knew without thinking that it must be Su Jing's man. Jiang Hao remained calm and went straight to the mall. The best way to get rid of a stalker is to go to a crowded place. Jiang Hao wandered around east and west, going wherever there were more people, and soon got rid of the stalker. Jiang Hao stood in the corner and saw the stalker. He had an ordinary appearance, about 1.6 meters tall, and was the type that would be hard to notice standing in a crowd. "I'm looking for him now." Jiang Hao raised the corner of his mouth, and then quietly left through the back door of the mall. After arriving at an empty corner, Jiang Hao put on the wolf spider mask, then changed into another set of clothes from his school bag, and quickly left. This is why he carries a school bag. After all, if he simply wears a mask without changing his clothes, his true identity would be easily discovered. Jiang Hao came to the black market, asked Boss Li about the hospital where Huang Xingshan was, and then left. Huang Xingshan was injured because of him, and he hasn't seen him since he was hospitalized. So he came to see him today and asked some questions. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at the hospital where Huang Xingshan was. He already knew which ward Huang Xingshan was in from Boss Li, so he walked straight over. "Look at you. What kind of friends have you made every day? Now you don't even have the money to be hospitalized, and not a single friend comes to see you." When I arrived at the door, I heard Huang Xingshan coughing and a woman's dissatisfied complaint. Okay, stop talking. Jiang Hao felt embarrassed when he heard that and stood at the door for a moment, not knowing whether he should go in. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Hao finally knocked on the door and walked in. The good thing about the world today is that hospital wards are all private rooms and no one can affect anyone else. Who are you? A middle-aged woman of average build and ordinary appearance looked at Jiang Hao puzzledly. Mr. X, why are you here? Before Jiang Hao could speak, Huang Xingshan spoke first. He heard from Boss Li about what happened before. It was X who brought him to Boss Li and asked Boss Li to help send him to the hospital. Although X had only come now, he was still very grateful to X. If it weren't for X, he might have left Zuixinlu forever. Mother, go and get some food. I'll talk to my husband. The middle-aged woman glared at Huang Xingshan unhappily, but still got up and left. Huang Xingshan smiled awkwardly. Don't mind it, sir. A country girl doesn't know etiquette. Nothing. I came to see how you were doing. Jiang Hao sat aside. It's nothing serious now, but the doctor said it will take some time to recover. Jiang Hao nodded and said, that's fine. I've been busy lately, so I didn't come here directly. Seeing that Huang Xingshan was not seriously injured, he felt relieved. The two chatted for a while, and Jiang Hao finally told him his purpose. Sir, if you trust me, would you be willing to listen to me? Huang Xingshan was shocked to hear that Jiang Hao was going to go to war with the Bai family. After a moment of hesitation, he looked up at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded. Huang Xingshan glanced at the door, then whispered, First of all, I don't recommend that you go to war with the Bai family now. The Bai family is a famous family in Longshan. Although it is not the top one, it is also well known and its foundation should not be underestimated. Of course, I'm not saying this to stop you, sir. I just hope you won't be impulsive. If you want to deal with the Bai family, you must do at least two things to completely wipe them out. Either you have absolute strength or you have power. If you have any of these two, you can control the Bai family. Jiang Hao fell into deep thought after hearing this. It was undeniable that what Huang Xingshan said made sense. Do you have any suggestions? Jiang Hao thought for a moment and then looked at Huang Xingshan. Since Huang Xingshan said so, he must have some idea. Jiang Hao has never been a conceited person. He will listen to any advice that is helpful to him. My suggestion is that you can register as a bounty hunter first, and then improve your strength and earn money by completing missions. As for the Bai family, we can create some trouble for them, but we just can't let them have an easy time. But if you can avoid a direct conflict with them, it's better not to have one. Jiang Hao asked in confusion. There are many ways to make money. Why do you have to join the bounty guild and become a bounty hunter? Huang Xingshan patiently explained, Sir, you may not know that the bounty guild is not only officially recognized, but powerful bounty hunters can also be recognized by the security department. As long as they have a connection with the official, they will have some power in their hands. At that time, even if the Bai family wanted to touch you, they would have to think twice. At least on the surface, they dare not do anything to you. In addition, being a strong bounty hunter is also a manifestation of strength. No matter what you do, you will get great benefits, no matter what aspect it is. Jiang Hao understood. He didn't expect that the bounty hunter had such ability. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that it was right for him to come to Huang Xingshan today. Jiang Hao stood up and said, I understand. I'll go to the bounty guild right now. You should take care of yourself here. Where are you going? I have bought the vegetables. Let's eat together. Just then, Huang Xingshan's wife came back, and seeing Jiang Hao was about to leave, she hurriedly checked. No, sister-in-law, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Jiang Hao rejected the other party's kindness. Before leaving the hospital, he went to the front desk and helped Huang Xingshan pay the remaining medical expenses, which cost him a total of 120,000 crystal coins. At this moment, he only had about 110,000 or 120,000 crystal coins left in his hand. Jiang Hao couldn't help but shake his head. He thought he had a lot of money before, but he didn't expect that he would be so tight on spending. It's only been a few days, and he has spent more than 500,000 yuan in total, and he's almost gone. It seems that what Huang Xingshan said was indeed correct. The most important thing to do now is to improve our strength and make money. In the ward, Zhang Fang put the dishes on the table and said unhappily, These dishes cost more than 100 crystal coins. I don't even have enough money to buy medicine today. What kind of friend are you? He came to see you and then left without taking anything. He even didn't eat a bite of the food. He simply looked down on you. Huang Xingshan smiled bitterly when he heard this, but said nothing. Zhang Fong is the kind of woman who has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She has indeed suffered a lot with me over the years. He also felt very sorry for Zhang Fong. Just then, there was a knock on the ward door, and a doctor walked in. Seeing the doctor coming in, Zhang Fong quickly stood up and said humbly, "Doctor, please give us a few more days to pay the medical expenses. I will definitely pay them in full. Please don't stop my husband from getting his medicine." The doctor smiled and said, "Don't worry. Your medical expenses have been paid, and you will not be cut off from the medicine." Huh? It's been paid. Who paid it? Huang Xingshan and Zhang Fong were stunned. I don't know. The other party didn't say his name, and he was wearing a silver-white mask on his face. Huang Xingshan and Zhang Fong looked at each other. They already knew who had submitted it. Chapter 29 Test. Bounty Guild. Jiang Hao looked at the tall building in front of him. At the top of it, there was a huge crystal coin-shaped logo. The logo in the shape of a crystal coin is the logo of the Bounty Guild. Jiang Hao walked into the Bounty Guild, and the mask on his face instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. Not for any other reason, but mainly because Jiang Hao's look is too special. Jiang Hao ignored everyone's strange looks and went straight to the front desk. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" The receptionist was a young and beautiful woman. When she saw Jiang Hao coming, she was surprised by his strange dress, but she still gave him a professional smile. "Hello, I want to apply to become a bounty hunter. What is the process?" The receptionist pulled out a form and handed it to Jiang Hao. "Sir, fill out this form, and then go to our testing room for testing. As long as you pass the test, you can become a bounty hunter." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao picked up a pen and started filling in the form. This form contains personal information. In addition to your fixed name, you also need to fill in a series of information including your home address, contact information, etc. This made Jiang Hao frown. The reason why he came here wearing a mask was to prevent others from knowing his real information. If I fill in the form, my information will be exposed. The receptionist noticed Jiang Hao's strangeness and asked, "Sir, is there anything wrong?" Jiang Hao frowned and asked, "Do I have to fill in all of this? What should I do if I want to hide my identity?" "Sir, if you want to hide your identity, you need to take a test first. Once all the tests meet the standards, you can enter your information separately. As expected, the Bounty Guild can hide its identity, but this requires conditions. And this information will also be determined by your grades, and what level can view your information." Jiang Hao asked again, "What is the standard?" If possible, he would give it a try. This needs to be seen when specific tests are carried out, and we're not clear about the specific testing standards. Jiang Hao understood and decisively chose this method. "Sir, go to your left. That's our testing room. Once you go there and explain the situation to them, they'll let you take the test." Jiang Hao nodded and walked towards the testing room. At this moment in the testing room, there were 5 people in front, so Jiang Hao had to stand at the back and wait in line. He originally thought that he would have to wait for a while, but he didn't expect that the people taking the test were all very fast. Soon, it was Jiang Hao's turn. Jiang Hao followed what the front desk said and told the staff his request. The staff member said politely, "You can just go in directly and take the test according to the regulations. Once the test is up to standard, it can be kept confidential according to the level." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao walked directly into the testing room. What comes into view is an altar. "Let's test your talent and ability first." The staff member on the side gestured to Jiang Hao to stand on the altar. "Give me the registration form." Jiang Hao shook his head. "I don't have the registration form. I plan to register with a hidden identity. They asked me to take the test and said that as long as I meet the standards, I can register with a hidden identity." "That's fine, but I have to tell you, if you want to hide your registration, you need to look at the test standards." The staff member explained. "But this standard is not human-made, but judged by a machine. If you can't meet the standard, it's useless even if you have SSS level talent. Do you understand?" Jiang Hao nodded to show that he understood. "Okay, let's start now." Having said that, the staff started right away. Suddenly a white light fell on Jiang Hao. The originally ordinary white light suddenly became dazzling in the next second. The staff were shocked. What kind of talent was this? It was so terrifying. But when the staff saw the test results of Jiang Hao, they saw that he was only SSS level, with no other talents or abilities. The dazzling light lasted for 30 seconds before dissipating. "Have I met the standard?" Jiang Hao's voice brought the staff back to their senses. "Yes, it has met the standard." The staff member swallowed. The SSS level here does not represent test talent, but means that the opponent's level after hiding his identity is SSS level. The only people who are qualified to view this person's information are at least department-level officials. There are probably not many beings of this level, let alone in Dragon City, even in the entire Dragon Kingdom. While the staff were shocked, Jianghao had already arrived at the next test site. Here is a huge white crystal. This time, the staff's attitude was much more enthusiastic. Attack this crystal with all your strength and see how far you can go. Jianghao raised his eyebrows. Attack with all his strength? Well, it's a good opportunity for him to try and see how powerful a full-strength attack can be without using critical hits. Thinking of this, Jianghao immediately bent his legs and then moved his chi to his dantian. The staff was stunned by Jianghao's strange action. Then he suddenly noticed that a transparent lion head suddenly appeared above Jianghao's head. Just when he didn't understand what the mysterious man in front of him was going to do, suddenly a deafening roar came from the other party's mouth. Roar! The staff member suddenly felt his brain go blank, and he could no longer hear any sound. At this moment, the huge white crystal in front of Jianghao also burst out with brilliant, colorful light, illuminating the entire testing room. This time, it took a full minute for the crystal to return to normal. Fortunately, this test room has good ceiling and sound insulation effects. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Jianghao to expose his strength, even if he didn't want to. On the surface of the crystal, a large SSS grade lettering also appeared. As for the staff, Jianghao called them several times before they came to their senses. After the staff recorded the test results, they looked at Jianghao as if he were a monster. What's my next test? Jianghao couldn't stand the gazes from the staff anymore, so he had to ask. The next one is speed. Over there, as long as you can pass through those obstacles quickly, you'll be fine. However, red lasers will be released from time to time. If you're hit by red lasers, it will affect your results. As the staff member spoke, he took Jianghao to a group of obstacles. This is a curved runway covered with obstacles, and there are laser launchers on both sides. When does it start? Jianghao had no worries about this test. He might not be very confident about other tests, but he was absolutely confident about speed. If you're sure you're ready, I'll press start. Jianghao said directly, I'm ready. The staff member didn't say anything after hearing this, and just pressed the start button. Before he could react, he saw a shadow passing by him. By the time the staff came to their senses, Jianghao had already completed the test. The test result is still SSS level. The staff was already numb to this and recorded Jianghao's test results in the logbook. The last test is a level test. This is simple and there are no test standards. You just need to put your hand on this stone pillar. Chapter 30, Becoming a Bounty Hunter. Unlike others, Jianghao was escorted out of the testing room by the staff. Give this to the front desk, and they will tell you how to register. The staff member showed Jianghao the supplementary page of his test results. Jianghao nodded, took the copy page, and returned to the front desk. Sir, please wait a moment. I will take you to register right away. The receptionist was shocked when she saw Jianghao's test results. She hadn't expected that the mysterious masked man in front of her would not only succeed, but also reach the highest level, SSS. After saying something to Jianghao, the receptionist immediately picked up the phone beside her and dialed a number. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with a solemn look came over. Hello, sir. I'm the president of the Dragon City Bounty Guild. My name is Lu Jinglong. Please follow me. The middle-aged man's attitude was very polite. Jianghao glanced at the receptionist and saw her nod. Then he left with Lu Jinglong. Under the guidance of Lu Jinglong, he came to a room. There is nothing here, just a computer with an electronic registration form on it. Lu Jinglong introduced enthusiastically. Sir, you can log in and record your information. After the end, it will be archived automatically and your information will not be accessible to ordinary people. Jianghao asked curiously. Based on the results of my test, who can find my information? If his test results can be viewed by ordinary senior executives, then it would be meaningless. Don't worry, sir. Your file has been classified as SSS level. No one except a director-level official is qualified to investigate it. Seeing that Jianghao was fine, Lu Jinglong left tactfully. Jianghao then began to fill in his information, including his real name, talent, ability, home address, etc. In the end, facial recognition was even required. Jianghao glanced at the room and confirmed that there were no cameras before taking off his mask. After finishing everything, Jianghao started to archive it, and the words confidential archive appeared on the computer. The printer nearby started working. and soon a form with the same file number as his was printed out. Jiang Hao filled in his codename X and level 1 on it. After filling it out, Jiang Hao walked out of the room, and Lu Jinglong was still standing there. "Sir, just give me this watch. You need to wait a moment. The badge will be made soon." Jiang Hao nodded. He didn't understand these procedures, so he just had to follow them. While Lu Jinglong was making the badge, Jiang Hao started wandering around the hall. There are quite a few people in the Bounty Guild. Fortunately, the hall is big enough, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate so many people. Various rules and regulations are posted on the walls around. Behind the front desk, there is a huge scrolling screen on which various tasks are announced. Jiang Hao stood aside and watched for a while. Lu Jinglong also came back at this time, holding a silver badge in his hand. Lu Jinglong handed the badge to Jiang Hao. "Sir, this is your badge. Since you have just registered as a bounty hunter, your level is F-level bounty hunter. The level of bounty hunters is the same as our awakened talent level, from F to SSS. Your level will increase as your success rate in completing tasks increases. So, I can take the mission now, right?" Jiang Hao took the badge in his hand and played with it. It was discovered that this so-called badge was made of an unknown crystal. It felt warm to the touch and was very sturdy. Lu Jinglong nodded. "Yes, sir, when you accept the mission, take out the badge and it will show that you have accepted the mission. Once you're done, just hand the badge over to the front desk, and they'll record it and give you the corresponding reward for the task." Jiang Hao thought of something and asked, "If I accept a mission in our Dragon City, can I go to other towns to exchange for the mission reward?" Lu Jinglong smiled and said, "Of course, our bounty guild is universal across the country. Sir, do you want to receive the mission now? Let me take another look." "Okay. Sir, you can contact me anytime if you have any questions. This is my business card." Lu Jinglong handed over his business card and left. Jiang Hao put away Lu Jinglong's business card, continued to walk around the hall for a while, and then prepared to leave. Just then, a shout attracted his attention. "Task team, requiring auxiliary awakeners to join." Jiang Hao looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw several young men standing at the entrance of the Bounty Guild. The words just now were shouted by them. Jiang Hao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the mission could be completed in a team. He thought that the tasks needed to be completed independently. With curiosity, Jiang Hao walked over. He wanted to hear what was going on. At the same time, Lu Jinglong returned to his office and immediately called his superior. A top talent who was judged to be SSS grade appeared in the Dragon City Bounty Guild, and this matter must be reported to the higher-ups. The call was connected soon, and Lu Jinglong reported Jiang Hao's affairs. "Old Lu, you must pay close attention to this person. If necessary, you must provide some help. Also, you must observe him to see what kind of character he has. Do you understand?" Lu Jinglong nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, leader, I know what to do. By the way, leader, should we check?" Before Lu Jinglong could finish his words, he was ruthlessly rejected by the person on the other end of the phone. "No, since the other party chooses to hide his identity, it means that he does not want to expose himself. Unless the other party is a treacherous and evil person, you cannot personally explore the other party's information." "I understand," Lu Jinglong responded. He knew that Mr. X had already attracted the attention of the leader. After all, there are not many people who can be judged as SSS level files. In the Bounty Guild, anyone who is judged as SSS level is basically a powerful person now. If such a person appeared in their Longqing's status in Longwo would surely rise. Thinking of this, Lu Jinglong couldn't help but feel a little excited. On the other side, Jiang Hao also understood what was going on by listening to the conversations of people around him. It turns out that the so-called task team is when someone receives a task, but is unable to complete it independently or there are not enough people, so a task team is formed. Once the task is completed, the task reward will be distributed according to the previously agreed distribution ratio. To put it bluntly, it is a win-win cooperation. This kind of team formation is relatively fair. It cannot be said that it does not exist, but it can be said that the phenomenon of black eating black, escaping from black rarely occurs. After all, this kind of mission team requires integrity. If you lack integrity, no one will team up with you next time. In addition to this type of task team, there's another team model where several people form a team and do tasks together. Task team, requiring Earth psychics to join. Not far away, the sound of the task force suddenly came again. Everyone has long been accustomed to this kind of task team. Jiang Hao didn't plan to pay attention to it. He returned to the hall and prepared to take a task for fun. Chapter 31. First entering the occupied area. Wait a moment, brother. Suddenly a voice called Jiang Hao. Is there something? Jiang Hao stopped and looked at the person who came. The man who came was a young man of medium build and average looks. He looked young, probably around 22 or 23 years old. His strength is pretty good. He has already reached the second level of awakening. Hello, my name is Lily Wei. Here's the thing. I'm also looking for a mission team. I wonder if you are interested. The young man took the initiative to extend his hand to Jiang Hao. Sorry, I'm not interested. Jiang Hao shook his head, then ignored the other party and walked straight into the hall. Although he has just become a bounty hunter, it doesn't mean he's a newbie who knows nothing. The other party came to find me right away and didn't even ask me what ability I had as an awakened person. If I say there's nothing wrong here, there must be something fishy. Lily Wei looked at Jiang Hao's leaving back and couldn't help frowning. Brother, didn't he agree? At this time, a yellow-haired young man with a wretched look walked over. Lily Wei said coldly, "Keep an eye on him first and see where he goes. We're the prey on top, and no one can escape." Jiang Hao walked out of the bounty guild. He had already received the mission, and now he was going to complete it. The mission is simple, requiring only 50 first-level monsters and the corpses of snow foxes, but the requirements are very strict. The corpses must be intact without too much damage, otherwise the mission will fail. This task might be a little difficult for others, but for Jiang Hao, is too easy. You don't need anything else. You just need to use the lion's roar skill to kill people without shedding blood, and you can naturally kill monsters with the same skill. Just wanting to kill 50 snow foxes is definitely impossible in their living area. So if you want to complete the task, you must go to the occupied area. The so-called occupied areas were once the territories of the Dragon Kingdom. However, since the revival of spiritual energy 300 years ago, many towns have been occupied by monsters and have not been recovered so far. They have become a paradise for monsters. And those places occupied by monsters are the occupied areas. Jiang Hao drove directly to the suburbs. Seeing this, Li Wei and others immediately followed. If you want to go to the occupied area, it is not enough to just go to the suburbs. You also need to pass through the defense area. The defense zone is a place to block monsters. There are troops stationed here. It is precisely because of these soldiers that monsters cannot invade the living area and destroy people's lives. After Jiang Hao arrived in the suburbs, he went straight to a sentry post in the defense area. If people in the living area want to enter the occupied area, they must make a note at the sentry post, otherwise they will not be allowed to enter the occupied area. If someone sneaks in and no entry information is found after coming out, they will be regarded as illegal intruders by the security department and asked to go back to the security department for tea. Jiang Hao handed over his bounty hunter badge and the mission he had received. The soldier did not stop him. He simply registered him and let him go. This is one of the benefits of being a bounty hunter. As long as you have a mission, you can register and enter directly. If other people, even awakened ones, want to enter the occupied area, they need to be investigated before being allowed to enter. Jiang Hao walked into the occupied area. The entire occupied area was filled with the smell of blood, and the roar of beasts could be heard from time to time. 300 years have passed, and although there are still traces of the former town here, most of the buildings have collapsed long ago and been replaced by lush plants. As soon as he entered the occupied area, Jiang Hao felt a vague sense of danger. This is the horror of the occupied area. Not to mention a first-level awakener like him. Even those who are several levels higher than him cannot guarantee that they can run rampant in the occupied area. Jiang Hao walked forward cautiously, looking for the snow fox as he walked. But Jiang Hao walked for a long time and didn't see any snow fox or even a monster. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he did not go deep enough. Fortunately, the task he accepted only required 1 month to complete, otherwise it would have been troublesome. However, despite this, time is still tight and the task is heavy. After walking around the edge, Jiang Hao decided to go deeper. SSS. As soon as Jiang Hao went deeper, he encountered a monster, a blue snake. 0-level monster, blue-scaled snake. This snake's attack is not very strong, but its venom is very strong. Jiang Hao took out the mantis blade from the system space, and his body immediately turned into a shadow. Before the blue-scaled snake could react, its head and body were separated. At the same time, Li Wei also brought people to the occupied area. The young man with yellow hair and a wretched appearance asked, "Brother, what should we do next?" Others also looked at Li Wei. It was a rare opportunity to earn extra money, so they naturally didn't want to miss it. Li Wei said in a deep voice, "Let me describe the characteristics of that person again. He is 1.8 meters tall, wearing a dark blue sportswear, and has a silver-white mask on his face with a spider pattern on it. What you have to do is to find this person, send a signal flare immediately, and then everyone goes over together." A young man with an ugly scar on his face asked coldly, "Brother, is it still the old rules?" "Yes, it's still the old rules." Li Wei nodded. Everyone immediately showed excitement when they heard this. They naturally knew what the so-called old rules were. The so-called old rules were to leave no one alive. They left here quickly, and Li Wei also chose a direction. The overall strength of their group is not strong individually, but they have the advantage of numbers. On weekdays, they would not accept any missions, and their main source of income was robbing bounty hunters who came to do missions. Any bounty hunter who is robbed by them will end up dead. They will never allow the robbed person to leave alive. If they were reported to the bounty guild, they would be in big trouble. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they will not leave anyone alive. I have to say, there are really a lot of monsters in this occupied area. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Hao encountered 7 monsters. However, because they are in the outer area, the strength of these monsters is not strong. They are only 0-level existences. These monsters had no effect on Jiang Hao. After Jiang Hao dealt with some monsters, he felt that it was a waste of time to continue like this. So far, I have never encountered any kind of fox monster, let alone snow fox. If this continues, I don't know when I can complete the task. In order to complete the task, you must think of a way. Whoosh! Just when Jiang Hao was thinking about how to find the snow fox, a firework suddenly appeared in the sky. Why is someone setting off fireworks here? Jiang Hao was a little puzzled, but he didn't care. What does it have to do with him who is setting off fireworks here? Jiang Hao raised his foot and was about to leave, but then he stopped and narrowed his eyes slightly. I saw several figures surrounding me from behind. Chapter 32, Feeling Good. Who are you? Jiang Hao looked at the young men who surrounded him. At first he thought the other party was someone from the Bai family. He thought that someone from the Bai family had actually chased him here. But when he saw the bounty hunter badges on their chests, he realized that these people should be from the Bai family. The reason is simple. The Bai family knows his strength, and it is impossible for them to send 5 level 0 and 3 level 1 awakeners. If these guys are from the Bai family, then they're looking down on him too much. Aha, brother, you are really forgetful. You forgot about me so quickly. At this moment, a figure walked over from behind. It's you. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. He remembered this person. His name should be Li Wei, the one who stopped me at the entrance of the bounty guild before, a 2nd level awakener. Li Wei smiled with a fake smile. Yes, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. It's really fate. I'm afraid it's more than just fate. Tell me, what are you going to do? Jiang Hao smiled playfully. Judging from the other person's appearance, it didn't seem like they met by chance, but were clearly here to find me. It seems that the fireworks that bloomed in the sky just now were not really fireworks, but flares from these guys. The yellow-haired young man with a wretched appearance looked at Jiang Hao coldly. Boy, hand over the valuables on you, or don't blame us for being rude. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and his palm was immediately enveloped in flames. Oh, so this is your purpose. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head. Not to mention whether I have anything valuable on me, just thinking about robbing me, I really don't know what they were thinking. The young man with a scar on his face said viciously, Don't you understand me? Take out your valuables. The others also looked unhappy. Li Wei on the side had a faint smile on his face, as if all this had nothing to do with him, and as if he had the wisdom in his hand and was in control of the overall situation. It seems like you have done this kind of thing a lot. Jiang Hao looked around. In that case, hand over the valuables on you. Jiang Hao's words stunned everyone. A young man was the first to come to his senses. Boy, you are looking for death. With a loud shout, he transformed into a wild boar and rushed towards Jiang Hao. Just as everyone was getting ready to watch the fun, Jiang Hao suddenly turned into a shadow. Then a scream was heard. When the sound disappeared, no one was left standing except Jiang Hao. Everyone fell to the ground with a look of pain on their faces. Jiang Hao was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Come on, if you don't want to die, take out the most valuable things on you and hand over the money. Jiang Hao looked at Li Wei and the others with a smile. Li Wei and the others looked at Jiang Hao in horror. At this moment, Jiang Hao's smile looked like a devil in their eyes. They originally thought that the other party was their prey, But unexpectedly, the situation was reversed in an instant, and they became the other party's prey. Is the other party really just an F-level bounty hunter named Xiaobai? What? You don't want to cooperate? Jiang Hao raised his foot and lifted the young man with wretched appearance and yellow hair. The young man looked at Jiang Hao with a sad face and pleaded, "Boss, I know I was wrong. I have parents to take care of and children to take care of. Please spare my life. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Hand over your most valuable things, and then transfer the money in your bank card to me." Jiang Hao reached out and grabbed the young man's hair and lifted him up by force. "If you are unwilling to cooperate, I don't mind letting you stay here forever." Gudong! Li Wei and the others swallowed their saliva. Although Jiang Hao said this with a smile, anyone could hear the cold, murderous intent in his words. This time, they really hit a wall. "No one responds to me." Jiang Hao sneered, then suddenly raised his foot and stepped on the leg of the young man in front of him. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Li Wei and the others felt their scalps tingling after hearing this. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and looked at Jiang Hao tremblingly. Boss, I don't have anything valuable on me. I only have 50,000 crystal coins in my bank account. I'll give it all to you." Jiang Hao didn't say anything, let go of the young man, walked towards the person who had just spoken, and took out his cell phone. The man didn't waste any time. He immediately took out his cell phone and quickly transferred 50,000 yuan to Jiang Hao. "Let me see your phone." Without waiting for the man to breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Hao reached out and took his phone. "Password." The man wanted to resist, but after seeing Jiang Hao's cold gaze, he decisively chose to obey and told him his payment password. Jiang Hao transferred out another 18,000 yuan, and when he was sure that he could not transfer out anymore, he stopped and walked towards the next person. Jiang Hao finally came to Li Wei. Among these people, Li Wei was the richest, with 300,000 yuan in his cell phone. In line with the principle of taking advantage of others, Jiang Hao did not leave a penny for Li Wei and the others. Even the gold necklace and gold ring on his body were taken off by him. "Oh, you guys are just too polite. You're so enthusiastic that I feel a little embarrassed," Jiang Hao said with a smile while playing with the gold rings, gold necklaces, and so on. When they heard Jiang Hao's words, Li Wei and the others' mouths twitched. "Well, boss, we have already given you the money. Look at us." Li Wei, "I want to leave." Jiang Hao glanced at Li Wei and the others and saw them nodding immediately like chicks pecking at rice. Jiang Hao raised his lips and said, "Let me ask you a question. When you rob people in the past, do you let them go in the end?" "Of course I will," Li Wei answered without thinking. Others also quickly said that they would let the other party go. Jiang Hao sneered in his heart. Did these guys really think he was a fool? He had long sensed the murderous aura from them, a murderous aura that only those who had killed others would carry. He had killed people before, so he knew the source of this murderous aura. Jiang Hao said calmly, "Even if I can't be a good person in my next life, I'd better not be a bad person." Before Li Wei and the others could react, Jiang Hao suddenly attacked. He didn't know when a knife appeared in his hand. Almost in an instant, Jiang Hao's body turned into a shadow. When Jiang Hao stood up again, Li Wei and the others were all dead. Jiang Hao put away his mantis knife and left. This little episode did not affect Jiang Hao's mood. On the contrary, he was in a good mood, as he had just received 500,000 crystal coins. At this moment, he finally knew what to do to make money quickly and earn more. No wonder these guys like to rob. This feeling is really good. I took a look at the sky and saw that the sun was about to set. Jiang Hao did not continue to stay in the occupied area. He was destined to gain nothing today, so he planned to go out and come back tomorrow. Chapter 33, Random Mission. Heng Yuan Community. As soon as Jiang Hao came back, he felt someone was watching him in secret. Jiang Hao raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a sneer. He ignored these guys and went straight back home. Xiao Yufan asked, "Xiao Hao, you are back. Have you eaten?" "I haven't eaten yet. I'll heat up some food for you." Xiao Yufan stood up from the sofa and went to heat up some food for Jiang Hao. "By the way, Xiao Hao, there are a few more weirdos in the neighborhood today. They are the same group as yesterday." "Are they still the same group as yesterday?" Jiang Hao nodded. "It's them. It's okay, Mom. Don't worry about them for now. You and my dad shouldn't go out too much these days. Just stay home for now." Jiang Shangquan, who was standing by, asked anxiously, "Xiao Hao, are those people really okay?" They were just an ordinary family and had never been treated like this before. This made Jiang Shangquan, who had been honest all his life, feel very uneasy. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. They will leave in 2 days. Jiang Hao smiled and told the old couple not to worry. The next day, Jiang Hao left home after dinner. Maybe because they lost me yesterday, so this time they sent 2 people to follow me. Jiang Hao sneered in his heart, and just when he was about to use the same trick again to get rid of the 2 people, the phone suddenly rang. Jiang Hao took out his cell phone and saw that it was Huang Xingshan calling. Jiang Hao picked up the phone, and before he could say anything, Huang Xingshan's voice came. Sir, I asked my friend to look up the detailed information about the Bai family and sent it to you. Please take a look so that you can be prepared when you want to deal with the Bai family in the future. Jiang Hao smiled and said, Okay, thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. You go ahead and get busy. Huang Xingshan said with a smile and hung up the phone. Jiang Hao checked the text messages and found that there was indeed an unread message. Jiang Hao opened it and saw densely packed characters appearing on the phone. Jiang Hao put away his phone. Now was not the time to look at these things. He needed to get rid of the 2 tails behind him first. Without much effort, Jiang Hao once again used the mall to easily get rid of the 2 people who were following him. After walking out of the mall, Jiang Hao put on a mask, changed his clothes, and headed straight for the occupied area. Madam, we've lost the person again. After receiving the report from his subordinates, Liang immediately called Su Jing. Su Jing said calmly, It's okay, just keep an eye on Jiang Hao's parents first. As long as you keep an eye on his parents, he won't dare to do anything. Yes. Liang hung up the phone, and Su Jing looked out the window silently. Haha, Jiang Hao, I underestimated you. But it's okay this way. The more your performance surprises me, the more it shows that there is something wrong with you. I just don't believe that I can't deal with a little devil like you. Thinking of this, Su Jing walked out of the Bai family and headed straight for the Su family. If she wants to deal with Jiang Hao, she must find out how close the Su family is to Jiang Hao. Ding-ling. Just then, the cell phone rang suddenly. Su Jing picked up the phone, and soon a voice came from the other end of the line. Madam, the young master has arrived at the school safely. Su Jing said, Okay, Hong Tao, you stay over there. If anything happens to Yang Er, you take care of her. Yes. When he came to the occupied area again, Jiang Hao did not immediately look for the whereabouts of the snow fox. Instead, he found a quiet place, took out his mobile phone, and read the message sent to him by Huang Xingshan again. Jiang Hao looked very carefully and had to say that Huang Xingshan's friend was really amazing. He had investigated the general situation of the Bai family clearly. With this information, I basically have a grasp of the Bai family's dynamics. Bai Jia, Su Jing, Bai Yang, just wait, I will have some fun with you guys. Jiang Hao sneered, then put away his phone and began to look for the whereabouts of the snow fox. Roar! Not long after walking out, Jiang Hao suddenly heard a beast roar coming from a distance, accompanied by the sound of fighting. Out of curiosity, Jiang Hao immediately rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. Soon, Jiang Hao came to a ruined area and hid beside a wall that had not collapsed. Here, he could easily see what was happening in the distance. He originally thought that humans and monsters were fighting, but he didn't expect that there were actually 2 monsters fighting. One was a 3rd-level firebird, and the other was actually a willow tree, also of 3rd-level strength. Although it was the first time that Jiang Hao saw a plant-type monster, the teacher had already explained it to him in class. The 2 monsters were fighting fiercely. The firebird was covered in flames and kept attacking the willow tree with flames. Fortunately, the willow tree is not simple. It is also a 3rd-level monster. Otherwise, it would have been burned to ashes by the firebird's flames. However, despite this, many parts of the willow tree were still burned and carbonized, and even the leaves were a little yellow. The willow tree was not to be outdone. The branches on its crown seemed to be alive and stretched out their arms towards the firebird. Although the firebird kept dodging, there were too many willow branches on the willow tree, and the firebird could not catch up. From time to time, the firebird would be hit by willow branches and would let out a mournful cry. Jiang Hao took a deep breath. He didn't expect that his luck was so good that he encountered 2 3rd-level monsters. A 3rd-level monster is naturally nothing among monsters, but compared to him, it is a very powerful existence. What Jiang Hao couldn't understand was that this was the outskirts of the occupied area, so why would a 3rd-level monster appear here? Jiang Hao hid beside a broken wall, not daring to even breathe. A 3rd-level monster is definitely not something I can deal with now. Jiang Hao has already made up his mind that he will never go out until the fight between these 2 guys is over. Bite! Congratulations to the host for triggering the random task. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits, requiring the host to take the opportunity to kill the flamingo and willow tree in front of him. Task success reward, Eye of Identification. No penalty for mission failure. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Hao's mind. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. System, why are you messing around at this time? When you post a task, don't you even consider whether I can complete it? Seeing that there was no punishment for mission failure, Jiang Hao decisively decided not to complete the mission. As for the system's rewards, they may be very powerful, but he has to be alive to use them. Bang! Just as Jiang Hao was thinking this, a dull collision suddenly sounded. Jiang Hao looked up and saw that the broken wall beside him was knocked down by the Firebird. As expected, Jiang Hao was exposed in front of the Firebird and the willow tree. Haha, I'm just passing by. You guys continue. Jiang Hao smiled awkwardly and backed away as he spoke. Chiu, the flamingo chirped and then rushed directly towards Jiang Hao. Oh my god! Jiang Hao's face changed, and he turned and ran immediately. If he was a second-level awakener at this moment, facing a third-level monster, he might be able to fight it, but he is only a first-level awakener now, and all he can do is escape. Bang! Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, he saw a green willow branch falling down. Jiang Hao was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat and quickly changed direction. Damn it, what's going on? Aren't you two enemies? Why are you both coming against me now? Chapter 34, 1 versus 2. What's going on with Qin Qinglan? Why hasn't she come yet? Didn't we agree to meet here at 10 o'clock? Somewhere in the occupied area, several figures gathered here. A woman in a yellow skirt shook her head and said, I guess something has delayed him. Let's wait a little longer. The young man who had just spoken asked, have you heard about the top scorer in Longqing's college entrance examination? He has an SSS level talent and has awakened the ability of an ancient warrior. What a pity. How can I not have heard of him? What a waste of his talent. I also heard that the day before yesterday, when various schools were recruiting students, he joined Longsheng University in a fit of anger because our 5 major colleges did not accept him. A fat man shook his head. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Is this true? He actually joined Longqing University. Is he crazy? If he joins Longqing University, he will be really useless. Although they were not from Longsheng, they knew Longqing University. It was just an ordinary university with no resources for cultivation at all. They really couldn't understand. Even if they couldn't get into the top 5 academies, it didn't matter. At least they could get resources for cultivation by going to the top 10 universities. The fat man curled his lips and said, even if he didn't join Longqing University, he would be useless. Who would be willing to use resources to train an ancient warrior? The only thing to blame is that his ability is too special. If it were any other ability with his SSS level talent, he would be taken seriously in our 5 major academies. But he is just an ancient martial artist. Who can you blame for this? Everyone nodded when they heard this. It was indeed true. The abilities of the ancient warriors were too embarrassing. Not only are their abilities limited, but if they want to improve, they must learn martial arts. However, even after learning martial arts, their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of those with physical fitness. It's simply a weakened version of the physical player. If there are no physical practitioners, ancient martial artists may still have some way out. But the existence of people with physical fitness makes ancient martial artists feel that if there is you, there must be Liang. Jiang Hao fled in a panic, but the Firebird and the willow tree refused to let him go. The willow tree in particular actually pulled its roots out of the ground in its quest to hunt him down. Jiang Hao could only speed up. However, facing a third-level monster, his speed advantage was not significant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew from behind him, and Jiang Hao dodged quickly without even turning his head. I saw several willow branches falling where I was just now, and several cracks appeared on the ground. One can imagine what the situation would be like if this happened to oneself. Chiu. Suddenly, a flamingo cried out overhead, followed by several fireballs falling. These fireballs did not attack Jiang Hao directly, but fell in front of Jiang Hao, forming a wall of fire in front of him, blocking Jiang Hao's way. Jiang Hao's heart trembled. He didn't expect that the intelligence of a third-level monster would be so high. He also knows how to set up obstacles for himself so that he cannot escape. Looking at the 2 monsters in front and behind, Jiang Hao said in a deep voice, "Let me leave now, and everyone can keep quiet. But if you insist on forcing me, don't blame me for fighting." Judging from the other party's intelligence, he will definitely understand what he says. If the other party still refuses to give in, then he can only fight with all his might. Facing a third-level monster, he really didn't have much confidence, and it would be difficult to deal with it even if he tried his best. The only advantage he had now was that these two monsters had fought a great battle before and were not in their peak condition. This is his only chance. Chiu, the flamingo opened its mouth and a fireball flew straight towards Jiang Hao. This is its response. Jiang Hao's heart sank, and he immediately gave up any hope of negotiation. Jiang Hao quickly retreated, trying to avoid the fireball attack. But at this moment, the willow tree behind also raised its branches and whipped towards Jiang Hao. I'm giving you face. Jiang Hao's face darkened when he saw that all his retreat routes were blocked. He then channeled his chi into his dantian, and suddenly a huge, transparent lion head appeared on his head. Roar! Jiang Hao did not hold back at all, and while performing the lion's roar technique, he also used a critical strike. The terrifying sonic attack quickly spread out in all directions, with Jiang Hao as the center. In an instant, the flamingo's fireball was instantly shattered. At the same time, the willow branches that were attacking were also shaken off by Jiang Hao's lion roar, and the leaves fell off, becoming bare branches. The flamingo and the willow tree looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. They didn't expect that the human in front of them had such a powerful attack. Even they felt a sense of shock from the sonic attack just now. If they were not third-level monsters, they would have been injured. Not far from here, a beautiful figure was walking quickly. Roar! The sudden roar startled her, and she stopped immediately. Looking around, I found that the monsters were not appearing here. Qin Xinglan hesitated for a moment, then immediately changed his route and headed towards the place where the roar came from. As she got closer, she also heard the sounds of fighting. This made her wonder, were they people fighting, or monsters fighting, or were they people and monsters fighting? While Qin Xinglan was guessing, she came to a big tree. When I looked over, I saw a man fighting with two monsters. However, this was not what surprised her. What surprised her was that this person was a first-level awakener, while the two monsters were actually third-level awakeners. How dare he? Qin Xinglan was shocked that a first-level awakener dared to fight with two third-level monsters. When she was at the first level, she didn't dare to fight against a third-level monster, let alone two third-level monsters. But the person in front of him actually fought two third-level monsters by himself. He was really brave. It seemed that he wanted to use these two third-level monsters to train his combat effectiveness. This is a great idea, but a bit too bold. If Jiang Hao knew what Qin Xinglan was thinking, he would probably cry out in injustice. This is not a sign of extraordinary courage on his part. It is obvious that he was forced into a corner. However, he could no longer care about so many things at the moment, and he was brandishing the two mantis knives in his hands with great power. But it is difficult to cause any harm to the firebird and the willow tree. Instead, he was beaten up and down by two third-level monsters. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Jiang Hao was furious. How could I have no dignity at all? Why do you hit me like this? Jiang Hao immediately put away his mantis knife. Seeing Jiang Hao's weapon disappear out of thin air, Qin Xinglan in the distance was startled. Being able to make weapons disappear out of thin air means that this person must have rare storage equipment. So far, she has only seen storage equipment on their dean. You have to know that their dean is a 5th-level awakener, and he is also the dean of one of the 5 major academies, so he got this storage equipment. I didn't expect that this mysterious masked man in front of me also had storage equipment. It seems that this person's family background is not simple. Just when Qin Xinglan was secretly guessing Jiang Hao's identity, Jiang Hao had already started to take action. Qin Xinglan looked in astonishment at the transparent lion head that appeared above Jiang Hao's head. Roar! This roar! Qin Xinglan narrowed her eyes slightly. She was attracted here by the roar before. She originally thought that the roar was made by a monster, but she didn't expect it was made by the mysterious man who wanted money. Chapter 35 Mission completed. Although the terrifying lion's roar technique is powerful, it does not have much effect on the two monsters. In other words, with their physique and strength, they can still withstand it a few more times. Jiang Hao never thought that he could defeat the opponent with just the lion roar technique. He simply used the lion's roar to force the opponent back, which gave him enough space and time to perform the 18 dragon subduing palms. Jiang Hao was seen moving 2 steps quickly with his feet. Then he sank his chi into his dantian and pressed his body down, shaking his hands left and right. Suddenly, a faint dragon roar sounded, and he was pushed forward suddenly. The first move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms. The arrogant dragon will regret. An invisible wave of air burst out from Jiang Hao's palm and hit the willow tree heavily. Willow was caught off guard, and her huge body took 2 steps back. Chiu, upon seeing this, flames immediately rose from the firebird's body, and it rushed towards Jiang Hao. Dragon, gold kung fu. Jiang Hao immediately adjusted the route of his internal energy, and his body suddenly turned into a transparent phantom of an eastern dragon, rushing towards the flamingo. The 2 sides collided with each other, and the firebird staggered and quickly flapped its wings to stabilize its body in the air. Jiang Hao turned around and ran straight towards the willow tree. Although the dragon god art is only elementary and not as high in level as the intermediate Dozhuan Xing Yi, the dragon god art can enable the practitioner to have the ability to transform into a dragon. They are equally powerful in combat, especially with the help of critical strikes. The power of dragon god skill is not much weaker than lion roar skill. Qin Xinglan stared at this scene blankly from a distance. She found that after watching for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what abilities this mysterious man had. Originally, based on the other party's fighting style, she thought that this person was a physical person, but when this person turned into a transparent dragon shadow, she was no longer sure. Also, this person's attacks were full of weirdness and were different from those of a physical person. While Qin Xinglan was shocked, Jiang Hao's battle with Willow Tree and Firebird had already reached a white-hot stage. As if sensing that Jiang Hao was not easy to deal with, the Firebird and the Willow Tree stood together this time and attacked Jiang Hao together. All of a sudden, willow branches and fireballs came crashing down on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao couldn't withstand the attack of the 2 monsters and was beaten back to human form, spitting out a mouthful of blood. There were many more scars on his body. But at this moment, Jiang Hao couldn't care less about so many things. He immediately started to activate the Do, Zhuan, Xing, Yi again. The attacks of the Firebird and Willow fell again. Roar! Another lion's roar blocked their attack. Then Jiang Hao channeled his energy into his Dantian and simultaneously performed the 18 dragon, subduing palms. The first move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms. The arrogant dragon will regret. The second move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms, flying dragon in the sky. The third move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms, see the dragon in the field. The first 3 moves of the 18 dragon, subduing palms, caught the fiery bird and the willow tree off guard. Both monsters suffered some injuries, which also stimulated their ferocity. He immediately rushed towards Jiang Hao again. There were willow branches and fireballs covering the sky again. Jiang Hao was not at all flustered when he saw this, and continued to perform the 18 dragon, subduing palms. The terrifying dragon roar continued to echo from Jiang Hao's body, and the fierce air waves disrupted the breathing of the firebird and the willow tree. There was some shock in their expressions. When did humans become so strong? Is this still human? They could still resist the first 5 palms, but after the 5th, they seemed a little flustered and couldn't even fight back, and could only defend passively. Jiang Hao's face was a little pale at this moment. He didn't expect that using all his strength to perform the 18 dragon subduing palms would actually consume so much energy. Could this be? Qin Xinglan looked at Jiang Hao, who was constantly launching attacks, and had some vague guesses in her mind, but she felt that it was impossible. However, apart from that existence, she really couldn't figure out what other ability could have so many means. At this moment, 3 words involuntarily emerged in Qin Xinglan's mind. Ancient warrior. Aren't ancient warriors generally recognized to have useless abilities? Why are they so strong? Moreover, ancient warriors lack the martial arts to practice, but why does the person in front of me master so many martial arts? Or maybe their previous understanding of ancient warriors was wrong. While Qin Xinglan was still digesting the information in her mind, Jiang Hao had already launched another attack. The 8th move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms, shocking 100 miles away. The 10th move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms, double dragons, fetching water. As Jiang Hao performed the 11th move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms, the 2 monsters, the firebird and the willow tree, were already showing signs of defeat. And they had a lot of injuries on their bodies due to Jiang Hao's crazy attack. The 2 monsters were in great pain. Although they wanted to resist, the attack from the human in front of them was too weird. Those invisible air waves made them look very miserable. This is the first time they have encountered such a situation. Is the person in front of me weird, or have humans become so strong? The 14th move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms. Loss brings trust. The 16th form of the 18 dragon, subduing palms, stepping on frost and ice. As Jiang Hao frantically performed the 18 dragon, subduing palms, his face became paler and paler. Originally, he thought that the 18 dragon, subduing palms could be used at will, just like the lion's roar and light footsteps. However, he did not expect that the consumption of the 18 dragon, subduing palms would be so great. Especially as you progress further into the future, the consumption will be greater. But he couldn't care less about that right now. These two monsters are so powerful that if he doesn't kill the other one, he will be the only one to die. In order to survive, he could only try his best to find a way to kill the other party. As the 16th move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms was performed, the two monsters were finally defeated and were hit hard by the air waves, flying backwards several meters. Even so, Jiang Hao was not prepared to let them go. 17th move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms. Ram, touching the fence. 18th move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms. The dragon swings its tail. When the last move was performed, Jiang Hao collapsed to the ground, but fortunately he managed to blow away the air wave. Bang! The gust of air hit the firebird and the willow tree, and the two monsters finally died in the northwest with unwilling eyes. Seeing that the two monsters were finally killed by him, Jiang Hao couldn't help but grin. This battle was really dangerous. He had used all his trump cards and might as well kill the opponent, otherwise he would be the one to die. Bite! The system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and you will be rewarded with the Eye of Identification. Note, the host can view everything through the Eye of Identification. The smile on Jiang Hao's face deepened a little. His hard work was not in vain, and he was finally rewarded. The only problem is that the price is too high, leaving him completely without any strength left. Jiang Hao thought of something and projected his consciousness into the system space. Two third-level monsters should be able to drop D-level weapons. Sure enough, there were two more D-level equipment in Jiang Hao's system space. The first one was a scepter with a red gem on the top. Red Flame Scepter, a D-level weapon produced by the system. It can help fire-type psychics increase their attack speed and store energy, which is equivalent to one person having the energy of two people. The right to use it is limited to fire-type psychics. After reading the information on the scepter, Jiang Haoyo turned his gaze to the thumb-sized bottle beside him, which was filled with green liquid. Chapter 36, Medications. Just when Jiang Hao was wondering what kind of weapon this was and why it was so strange, a piece of information appeared in front of him. Jiang Hao's pupils shrank instantly, and he looked stunned. Healing Potion. System-produced D-level potion, capable of treating some minor injuries. Note, the potion will only be produced when the host kills a plant monster of level 1 or above, and it is effective on any living creature. Jiang Hao blinked his eyes. The martial god system really gave him a big surprise. First, killing monsters of level 1 or above will produce weapons and equipment, and then killing humans of level 1 or above will produce magical treasures, such as talent crystals. Unexpectedly, the medicine appeared again today. Doesn't that mean that in the future, as long as the injury is not too serious, I don't need to go to the hospital at all, and I can solve the problem with this small bottle of medicine? Snap! 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 Just when Jiang Hao wanted to take out the healing potion to taste its saltiness, applause suddenly broke out. Jiang Hao frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a tall, beautiful woman with a ponytail and picturesque eyes walking out from a distance. The woman was very beautiful. Even Su Qingxue seemed a little less beautiful than her. She was wearing a black tight outfit that showed off her curvy figure to the fullest. Seeing the woman appear, Jiang Hao instantly became alert. At the same time, he calmly took out the healing potion from the system space and drank it all. It's true, the healing potion doesn't have the bitter taste of medicine, but instead has a light sweetness. As Jiang Hao took the medicine, his injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Qinglan looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. They were not far away from each other at the moment, so she naturally felt the changes in Jiang Hao. But this is too miraculous. The injuries on his body healed instantly. What did you drink just now? Jiang Hao looked at Qin Qinglan coldly, and did not let down his guard just because she was pretty. What I drink has nothing to do with you. As if she had noticed Jiang Hao's vigilance, Qin Xinglan quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I have no ill will towards you. If I had any ill will, I wouldn't have shown up directly. My name is Qin Xinglan, and I'm a junior at Beichen Academy." Jiang Hao didn't say anything, but a message appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Qin Xinglan. Age, 21. Level 3. Talent, SSS level talent charm. Ability, nine-tailed fox mutant. Status, peak. Jiang Hao looked at Qin Xinglan in surprise. It was the first time he saw an awakener with SSS level talent. No wonder the other party could join the 5 major academies. What surprised him even more was that after the other party transformed, he turned out to be a nine-tailed celestial fox. The nine-tailed celestial fox is on the same level as the 5-clawed Easter dragon, and is much stronger than Su Qing's 3-clawed ice dragon. Qin Xinglan couldn't help but frown when she saw Jiang Hao staring at her. If there wasn't a surprising and demanding look in the other person's eyes, she would definitely be angry. But even so, being stared at like this still made me feel very uncomfortable. But what Jiang Hao said next made her dumbfounded. Got it. If everything is okay, you can leave. This was the first time in Qin Xinglan's life that she had heard someone speak to her so impatiently. Despite this, Qin Xinglan still said patiently, "I really have no ill intentions. How about inviting you to join our team? I'm not interested." Jiang Hao shook his head, turned around, and left, leaving Qin Xinglan standing there in a mess. It took Qin Xinglan a long time to react, but Jiang Hao was no longer visible. Although Qin Xinglan was unwilling, she had no choice but to leave. At this time, Jiang Hao walked out from behind a big tree, glanced at Qin Xinglan's leaving back with an indifferent expression, and then began his journey to find the white fox. But now Jiang Hao has a new target, that is the plant-type monster. After seeing the power of potions, he plans to collect more potions. The effect of the potion is so good. With it, I don't have to worry about getting hurt anymore. Moreover, I can also sell the medicine. With the efficacy of the medicine, I can make a lot of money. Then buying a house for my parents will not be a difficult task. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but quicken his pace. It's been 30 minutes. Could Qin Xinglan not be coming? Somewhere in the occupied area, Fatty glanced at his watch. They had been waiting for nearly 30 minutes. A young man said, "Yes, if Qin Xinglan doesn't come over, let's just go home." "What? You can't even wait a little longer? Why are you in such a hurry?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then everyone saw Qin Xinglan walking over from not far away. "Xinglan, you're finally here." When the woman in the yellow skirt saw Qin Xinglan coming, she immediately walked forward and put her arms around Qin Xinglan's arm. Qin Xinglan smiled and said, "Because of something, we have been delayed for a while. Let's set off and try to complete the task today." The 5 of them left immediately. Meow. Suddenly a black shadow pounced over. Jiang Hao quickly stopped and threw a punch at the same time. However, the fist that had 100% chance of hitting the opponent actually missed. Jiang Hao looked up, and the black shadow was no longer in front of him. What's going on? Jiang Hao was stunned. He clearly saw a monster attacking him just now. So why did it suddenly disappear? Meow. Just when Jiang Hao was full of doubts, a strong wind suddenly blew from behind. Roar. Jiang Hao learned his lesson this time. He did not attack with his fists, but directly used the lion roar technique. A terrifying sonic attack erupted instantly, and before the monster could react, it was knocked into a dilapidated wall beside it by the shock of the sonic attack. Bang! The wall exploded instantly. When the dust cleared, he saw a silver-white cat the size of a medium-sized dog, with its fur standing on end and staring at him fiercely. What surprised Jiang Hao was that he found that he didn't even know this cat, and it was not recorded in the textbook at all. Now the only thing he knew was that the other party was a 2nd-level monster. Jiang Hao immediately used the Eye of Identification, and the kitten's information appeared in front of him in an instant. Monster, Tayukat. Level, 2nd level. Ability, Space. Status, seriously injured. Looking at the information given to him by the Eye of Identification, Jiang Hao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this cat was actually from the Space Department. Meow. Just when Jiang Hao was reading Taiyu Cat's message, Taiyu Cat suddenly moved and immediately turned into a shadow, rushing straight towards Jiang Hao. Roar. Jiang Hao had been prepared for this. The moment Taiyu Mao attacked, he used the lion roar technique again. The terrifying sonic attack, like a tide, fell directly on the Taiyu cat. The Taiyu cat let out a shrill scream, and its body flew backwards. This time, Jiang Hao rushed forward directly. Before Taiyu Mao fell to the ground, he had already arrived next to Taiyu Mao. The mantis knife in his hand appeared instantly and slashed straight towards Taiyu cat. Bang! At the critical moment, the Taiyu cat disappeared again, and Jiang Hao's mantis knife fell heavily to the ground. Just when Jiang Hao thought that Taiyu cat was running away, the figure of Taiyu cat suddenly appeared on his left side. Jiang Hao didn't even think about it and struck back with a knife. Taiyu cat never thought that he could use space jumping to jump to the side of this human. It was already seriously injured and no longer had the strength to perform a space jump. It could only watch the human's knife fall on it. Bang! The mantis knife fell on Taiyu cat's body, and Taiyu cat's body was instantly stained red with blood. Meow! Taiyu cat fell to the ground, struggled unwillingly for a moment, and then died completely. Chapter 37. A hero saves a beauty. Whoosh! 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 Faced with the vines that kept attacking him, Jiang Hao didn't hesitate at all. He swung his mantis blade fiercely and cut off the vines directly. A whole morning passed, and Jiang Hao still didn't find the snow fox, but he encountered many monsters, including as many as 10 plant monsters. The first level ivy in front of you is one of them. Unlike animal monsters, plant monsters are relatively rare. Although most plants have mutated, only 1 out of 100 can actually become a monster. But plant-type monsters also have an advantage. That is, plant-type monsters are at least first-level monsters, and there are no zero-level monsters. In other words, those plants that have not become monsters are zero-level monsters. Ivy launched several consecutive attacks, but all were interrupted by Jiang Hao. This made it realize that it had offended someone it shouldn't have, and it immediately turned around and wanted to run away, but Jiang Hao didn't give it this chance at all. Lingbo Weibu was immediately performed and quickly came to the side of the ivy's body. With a flick of his sword, Jiang Hao cut the ivy plant into 2 pieces. In an instant, the body of the ivy withered. Looking at the extra bottle of red liquid in the system space, Jiang Hao grinned. He has obtained 10 bottles of potions, which are currently divided into 4 types, namely green healing potions, red physical strength potions, white recovery potions, and blue detoxification potions. Unfortunately, the strongest of these potions is the E-level recovery potion, and the rest are F-level potions. Jiang Hao's consciousness withdrew from the system space, and he left here contentedly. At the same time, in the ruins of a factory in the occupied area, a large number of monsters quickly gathered here. In the center of the place, 5 figures stood there, and these 5 people were Qin Xinglan and others. However, the condition of the 5 of them was not good at the moment. Not only were they injured, but even their breathing was very disordered. The fat man swallowed and said, "Damn it, there are too many monsters. We can't handle them all. Let's retreat first." At this moment, he no longer had the high spirits he had when he first came here. Looking at the terrifying army of monsters, he just wanted to leave here quickly. "Xinglan, what do you say?" The woman in the yellow skirt looked at Qin Xinglan with a pale face. Their mission has not been completed yet. If they leave at this time, it means that they have failed their mission today. Choose a breakthrough point and evacuate here. Although Qin Xinglan was unwilling, he had no choice. She still underestimated some monsters and even more so the difficulty of this task. Originally, she thought that this was just an ordinary small task and it would not be difficult for them. However, she did not expect that not only would they encounter so many monsters here, but there were also many third-level monsters among them. If they continue to stay here at this time, they might be wiped out. This is all I can do for now. I'll look for the right opportunity next time. Hearing Qin Xinglan say this, everyone immediately began to look for a breakthrough. This way, the fat man found a breakthrough and hurriedly called Qin Xinglan and the others. Immediately, everyone quickly gathered here. However, as they moved, the monsters also moved over and enveloped them once again. "I'll cover you, you guys go first." Qin Xinglan stood up at this time. She quickly transformed into a huge snow-white fox with 9 tails. This is actually the 9-tailed celestial fox. Qin Xinglan's eyes instantly flashed with purple light, and the monsters around him suddenly stopped moving. This is obviously her natural charm. Seeing this, the fat man and the woman in the yellow skirt immediately evacuated. Qin Xinglan was the last one to evacuate, but before they could evacuate, Qin Xinglan's talent had lost its effect. The monsters recovered and immediately chased after Qin Xinglan and the others. "Run!" Qin Xinglan shouted. They immediately flew away, followed by a large number of monsters. The woman in the yellow skirt said solemnly as she ran, "This is not a solution. Let's split up." Qin Xinglan and the others did not refuse. If they ran together, their target would be too concentrated and it would be difficult to break through. If they run separately, they both still have a chance of survival. Immediately, the 5 of them each chose a direction. Jiang Hao sat in a clean place beside a stream. At his feet lay the corpse of a gray fox. This was the first time he had seen a fox since he arrived in the occupied area 2 days ago. It's a pity that it's not a snow fox. Although foxes are not social animals, since there are foxes here, there must be other foxes. So Jiang Hao prepared to ambush here and wait for the white fox to appear. Jiang Hao did as he said. He found a bush, hid himself in it, and waited for the snow fox to appear. However, he waited for a long time, but he didn't see any snow foxes, let alone other foxes. Roar! Just when Jiang Hao was considering whether to change place, a roar of beast was suddenly heard. Jiang Hao frowned. What's going on? Have I been discovered? This shouldn't be the case. I didn't sense any monsters around me. Just as Jiang Hao was puzzled, he saw a huge white fox that was about 7 or 8 meters long and more than 4 meters high appear in his sight. But at this moment, the white fox was in a very miserable state, and its body was covered in blood. Is this a snow fox? Jiang Hao was stunned, but after seeing the 9 tails behind the white fox, he immediately rejected this idea. Jiang Hao thought of something and immediately used his eye of identification. Looking at the information above, Jiang Hao thought to himself, as expected. Name, Qin Xinglan. Age, 21. Level 3. Talent, SSS level talent charm. Ability, 9-tailed fox, mutant. Status, seriously injured. From a moment Jiang Hao saw the 9 tails behind the white fox, he guessed that this 9-tailed celestial fox must be the transformed woman named Qin Xinglan. But how did this guy become like this? Isn't she a 3rd-level awakener? How could she become so embarrassed? Just when Jiang Hao was puzzled, more than 10 monsters rushed over from a distance, and it seemed that their target was Qin Xinglan. What is this guy doing here? How can I kill the snow fox now that she is here? Jiang Hao frowned, very dissatisfied with Qin Xinglan's appearance. I came here to kill the snow fox, but Qin Xinglan appeared and brought so many monsters, even 3 3rd-level monsters. In this way, even if there really is a snow fox here, it will not dare to show up. Jiang Hao didn't think about helping Qin Xinglan. On the one hand, they were not familiar with each other, and on the other hand, he was just a 1st-level awakener. Qin Xinglan is indeed a 3rd-level awakener, and all 3rd-level awakeners are being hunted down so miserably. So how can he help Qin Xinglan? Now he only hoped that Qin Xinglan could leave here as soon as possible and not interfere with his killing of the snow fox. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the random task, Hero Saves Beauty, which requires the host to save Qin Xinglan. Reward for successful mission. Choose one of internal strength and martial arts to upgrade the level once. Penalty for mission failure. Choose one of internal strength and martial arts to be downgraded once. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Hao's mind. Chapter 38, Joining Forces. Qin Xinglan was breathing rapidly at this moment. She was almost at the end of her rope. But she didn't dare to stop. She knew very well that if she stopped, she would die. But now she wasn't sure how much longer she could hold on. The depleted energy in her body kept warning her, telling her that the time for transformation was approaching. Suddenly, Qin Xinglan didn't pay attention to her feet and felt nothing under her feet. When she came to her senses, she had fallen heavily to the ground. Qin Xinglan wanted to stand up, but she couldn't after struggling for a long time. At this moment, all the energy in her body was completely exhausted. The body could no longer support the state of the 9-tailed heavenly fox and immediately transformed into human form. Qin Xinglan bit her lips tightly with her pearly teeth, and a feeling of despair rose in her heart. The strength of mutants lies in their transformation. Once transformed, every aspect of their bodies will become extremely powerful, and even those with physical fitness will find it difficult to suppress them. They are not even weaker than monsters, but once their energy is exhausted, they will come out of their transformed state and return to human form. Mutants in human form are at most slightly stronger than ordinary people. Looking at the monster that was pouncing towards her, the desperate Qin slowly closed his eyes and prepared to die. However, just when she thought she was doomed, a familiar roar suddenly sounded. Roar! Qin suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and saw a figure appear not far away from her. A transparent lion head appeared above the figure, and the roar just now was made by this person. The terrifying sonic attack swept across in an instant. Before Qin had time to be happy, she was also enveloped by the sonic attack. Fortunately, she was not the target of Jiang Hao's attack, so the impact on her was relatively small. But even so, Qin still felt as if a sledgehammer had hit his chest hard, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The monsters that were chasing Qin were in a miserable state. All the first-level monsters were killed instantly, leaving only 10 second-level monsters and 3 third-level monsters on the scene. Just when Qin thought that Jiang Hao would show his great power, she saw Jiang Hao turn into a shadow and quickly rush toward her. "What are you waiting for if you don't run?" Before Qin could react, she felt her arm being grabbed, and then the scenery around her changed rapidly. Roar! The monsters reacted and immediately chased after Jiang Hao. Jiang Haoza didn't even look back and took Qin away regardless of anything. He had an advantage in speed, but when facing a third-level monster, the advantage was much smaller. Now that he had Qin with him, the slight advantage disappeared. But he had no choice at the moment. The task given to him by the system was to save Qin. In order to prevent his internal strength or martial arts from being downgraded, he had no choice but to fight desperately. But even so, although he escaped the pursuit of the second-level monster, he still couldn't escape the pursuit of the third-level monster. Jiang Hao came to a ruined building, put Qin down, and looked at the 3 third-level monsters chasing after him. Qin whispered, "Just go, don't worry about me. You can't leave here with me." She was very grateful that this mysterious man had stepped forward to save her life just now. At this time, she couldn't let herself be a burden to the other party. "Drink these 3. Jiang Hao did not leave. He flipped his palm, and 3 bottles of medicine immediately appeared in his hand. These 3 bottles of potions are healing potion, physical strength potion, and recovery potion. Although they are all F level and cannot restore Qin to her peak condition, they can at least allow Qin to regain some strength. By then, if the 2 of them join forces, it is not impossible for them to eliminate the 3 third-level monsters. This is... Qin was stunned. She had only seen one of the 3 bottles of potion, and she had seen Jiang Hao drink it. As for the other 2, she had never seen them. "I'll stop the 3 of them first, you drink them, and then come and help me." Jiang Hao didn't explain. He put the 3 bottles of potion in Qin hands and directly attacked the 3 monsters. Looking at Jiang Hao's back, Qin gritted her teeth, stopped hesitating, and drank the 3 bottles of medicine. She believed that the mysterious man in front of her would not harm her, otherwise he would not have spent so much effort to save her. As the medicine entered his mouth, Qin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt warm all over. Although the injuries he had suffered before were not completely healed, they had recovered by more than half. Not only that, even his physical strength had recovered a lot at this moment. Even his own energy has been restored to nearly half. What on earth is this, and why is it so magical? Qin was shocked. She finally understood why this person's injuries healed instantly after drinking the green liquid when she first met him. This thing is so magical that you can imagine that once it is taken out, it will definitely be snatched up by bounty hunters. Bang! Jiang Hao fell heavily to the ground, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and suddenly he felt that all his internal organs were dislocated. Jiang Hao smiled bitterly in his heart. He still overestimated himself. He thought that just because he killed 2 seriously injured third-level monsters, he had the capital to fight against the third-level monsters. As a result, facing 3 third-level monsters in their peak state, he was injured before he even fought twice. Jiang Hao looked back and saw Qin standing there without moving, and he couldn't help but get angry. What is this woman doing? She is actually here to watch the fun. How long do you want to see it? Qin came back to her senses, looked at Jiang Hao embarrassedly, then quickly transformed into a 9-tailed celestial fox and hurried to Jiang Hao. Qin whispered, "I can trap them for about 3 seconds. Do you have a way to deal with them?" Under normal circumstances, Her innate charm can trap the enemy for about 5 seconds, but now she is not in her peak condition. The power of her innate charm has weakened, and 3 seconds is already her limit. Jiang Hao struggled to stand up from the ground. It's impossible to solve all of them, but killing one might be possible. Jiang Hao made a calm analysis based on his own situation. He is indeed no match for a third-level monster, but just because the third-level monster doesn't resist doesn't mean he is incapable of killing it. Roar! Before Qin Xinglan could say anything, the 3 monsters had already launched their attack. Qin Xinglan did not hesitate at all. Her eyes immediately glowed purple, and the 3 monsters immediately stopped moving. Hurry up! Without Qin Xinglan's reminder, Jiang Hao took decisive action after noticing the abnormality of the 3 monsters. Roar! Jiang Hao came to one of the monsters and roared a lion's roar with a critical hit effect towards the opponent's ear. Instantly, the monster began to bleed from all 7 orifices, but it was impossible to kill it by just doing this. Roar! The 3 monsters suddenly broke free from Qin Xinglan's restraints, roared, and pounced directly towards Jiang Hao. Qin Xinglan was shocked. She didn't expect Jiang Hao's attack to be so powerful that it even broke her charm. I'll stop them. You continue to deal with that monster. Qin Xinglan reacted very quickly this time. She stood in front of Jiang Hao at the first moment and blocked the attacks of the 2 monsters. The first move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms. The arrogant dragon will regret. Seeing this, Jiang Hao slapped the monster on the head without any hesitation. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, and the monster's head exploded like a watermelon. Chapter 39, Improvement Again. After dealing with 1 monster, Jiang Hao immediately came to Qin Xinglan's side and joined forces with Qin Xinglan to attack the 2 monsters together. With Jiang Hao's help, Qin Xinglan felt a lot more relaxed. Roar! As if they realized that Jiang Hao and his men were not easy to deal with, or perhaps because the death of their companion irritated them. The 2 monsters roared and then ran away. Jiang Hao and Qin Xinglan did not chase after him. Their current condition was not good. Chasing after him at this time would not be a win, but would be a dead end. Jiang Hao casually took out another bottle of healing potion from the system space and drank it. Although his injuries did not heal, they were alleviated. Bite. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You will be rewarded with internal strength. You can choose any martial arts to upgrade your level once. It's improved with the passage of time. Jiang Hao thought about it. His current internal strength and martial arts were only at the elementary level, including the Dragon God skill and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. The rest are all intermediate. Logically, he should choose Dragon God Art or 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. But ever since he had used all his strength to perform the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms in the morning, he clearly felt that he did not have enough energy. That was why he finally chose Do Zhuan Xing Yi. If Do Zhuan Xing Yi was improved, his energy would also be improved. This way, if he used his full strength to perform the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, he would not be so embarrassed. Congratulations to the host. The God-level internal energy Do Zhuan Xing Yi has been upgraded to the advanced level. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Hao suddenly felt that the energy in his body had increased a lot. Qin Xinglan walked over and looked at Jiang Hao sincerely. I didn't have time to say thank you just now. Thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by the monster right now. You're welcome. It's a total of 160,000 crystal coins. Jiang Hao took out his cell phone. What? Qin Xinglan was stunned. All the words she wanted to say were blocked. She suddenly felt like there was something stuck in her throat. Jiang Hao said calmly, I didn't save you for nothing. I won't charge you more. I saved your life for 40,000 crystal coins. You took 3 bottles of my medicine. 1 bottle costs 40,000. 3 bottles cost 120,000. That's a total of 160,000 crystal coins. Qin Xinglan's face showed 3 black lines when she heard this, and her good impression and gratitude towards Jiang Hao disappeared completely. My phone is broken. Please tell me your phone number, and I will contact you after I buy a new one. Qin Xinglan was sure that this guy definitely didn't have a girlfriend. Jiang Hao did not refuse and told Qin Xinglan the phone number. He was not afraid that Qin Xinglan would cheat because he knew that Qin Xinglan was a student of Beichen Academy. If Qin Xinglan cheated, he would go to Beichen Academy to ask for it. The two decided to leave the occupied area. On the way, Qin Xinglan asked, by the way, I haven't asked what to call you yet. X. Qin Xinglan frowned slightly when she heard this. This guy was too perfunctory. She was so angry that she ignored Jiang Hao along the way. Jiang Hao also had some free time, and after leaving the occupied area, the two separated. Hung Yuan community. Sister Lu, what do you mean? We have already paid you the rent, and now you want to kick us out. Jiang Shanchuan frowned and looked at Lu Hui. Just now, Lu Hui suddenly came over and said that he would no longer rent the house to them and asked them to move out immediately. Isn't this bullying? If you want to chase them away, at least tell them in advance. If you ask them to leave immediately now, where will they find a place to go? Xiao Yufan also asked in confusion. Sister Lu, what happened? Why did you suddenly chase us away? Although they owed 2 room fees before, Xiaohao had already paid for it. They don't owe any rent at all now. Don't blame me. Everyone in the community knows that you have caused trouble. Everyone is in a panic, so you should leave as soon as possible. Lu Hui took out a stack of crystal coins from his arms and slapped them on the coffee table. This is your deposit. I'll return it to you. Please leave now. Jiang Shanchuan suppressed his anger and said, You can let us go, but you have to give us 3 days. We need time to move. Jiang Shanchuan, don't be shameless. If I tell you to leave, just leave quickly. Don't force me to be rude to you. Liu Yes Faz Dakunet. Okay, we'll move right away. Jiang Shanchuan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xiao Yufan. Lu Hui crossed his arms over his chest, the flesh on his face trembling. Humph, then moved quickly. Although Jiang Shanchuan and Xiao Yufan were angry, they could do nothing but start packing their things. Even though the house they live in is not big, there are no important items in the house. But when I started to move them, I found that there were quite a lot of things, dozens of large and small packages. Not to mention large household appliances. Most people in the community watched Jiang Shanchuan, Xiao Yufan, and others move, but no one offered to help. Finally, we are moving out. I have been worried these past 2 days. Tell me, how could the Jiang family provoke these terrible people? Aren't they usually very honest people? Hee, you don't know this, right? The more honest a person is, the less likely he is to do honest things. Hearing people in the neighborhood pointing fingers at them, Jiang Shanchuan and Xiao Yufan looked unhappy. However, they did not argue with these people and quietly quickened the pace of moving. The couple ran back and forth, up and down the stairs for dozens of times, and were exhausted and sweating. Especially Jiang Shanchuan, who was already injured, and his face became even paler after this ordeal. By the time the couple finished moving, the sun was about to set. Looking at the packages piled up on the ground at the entrance of the community, Xiao Yufan couldn't help but shed tears. What have they done to offend anyone? Why are you treating them like this? The security guard at the door looked at Jiang Shanchuan and the others with disgust. Why don't you leave? What are you doing leaving your things here? Leave now. We parked it outside the community. It's not blocking the road. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Shanchuan could no longer suppress his anger. Of course, he didn't want to stay here and refused to leave, but he wanted to wait for Jiang Hao to come back before leaving. The people who were watching the fun started to criticize Jiang Shanchuan, Xiao Yufan, and others one after another. Lao Jiang, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but you should leave quickly. If you leave, those people will come. Otherwise, everyone will continue to be frightened. That's right, if you guys are causing any trouble, you should solve it yourselves and don't involve us. Leave here quickly and don't affect the city appearance here. Jiang Shanchuan and Xiao Yufan had no choice but to move their things to a corner. In the distance, Aliang walked aside with an expressionless face, picked up his mobile phone, found a phone number and dialed it. Madam, Jiang Shanchuan and the others were kicked out. Okay, keep watching them. Su Jing raised the corners of her mouth. It was her plan to drive Jiang Shanchuan and the others out. In the morning, she went to find Su Bailey and asked about the relationship between the Su family and Jiang Hao. As a result, he was warned by Su Bailey. This also made her hold a grudge. Very good. Your Su family is powerful, and you, Su Bailey, are going to protect Jiang Hao. I won't deal with Jiang Hao openly. I will deal with him secretly. Let's see what you, Su Bailey, can do to me. Chapter 40, Let Me Come. Xiao Hao. Jiang Hao took a bus back to Heng Yuan community. Just as he was about to walk in, he heard someone calling him. He turned his head and found that it was his mother. Jiang Hao was stunned. Mom, why are you here? Why didn't you go home? Xiao Hao, we were kicked out. Xiao Yufan's tears fell again. Mom, don't cry. What's going on? Jiang Hao was confused. Xiao Yufan brought Jiang Hao to Jiang Shanchuan and told him what happened. Jiang Hao frowned when he heard this and looked at the large and small packages on the ground, his heart burning with anger. He had already realized that this matter was definitely not as simple as his mother said, and Su Jing must have been behind it. Humph, they really are trying to kill them all. Jiang Hao sneered in his heart, but on the surface he still comforted the old couple. Mom and Dad, don't be upset. We'll find a hotel and stay there for a while. I'll take care of the house issue. Having said that, Jiang Hao pulled the old couple together and was about to leave. These things, Xiao Yufan said quickly. These are all necessities of life and must not be thrown away. I'll call and find a storage place to keep it for a while. As Jiang Hao spoke, he started making a phone call, and soon a container truck drove over. After loading the items, the container truck drove away. A storage place is a place to store things. Its reputation is very guaranteed. Generally, people put their things that they don't need temporarily or have no place to put them in a storage place. The price is just a little higher, but that's nothing to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao first took Jiang Shanchuan and the others to eat something, and then took them to find a hotel to stay. As a result, the old couple were reluctant to spend money and insisted on finding a hotel. Jiang Hao had no choice but to compromise and found a hotel with a nice environment to stay in. Mom, take this card first. You can use the money in it as you like. Don't worry, I will take care of the house issues soon. Before going to bed, Jiang Hao handed his bank card to Xiao Yufan. He currently has more than 400,000 crystal coins in his card, which is enough for his family to live for a long time. Xiao Yufan didn't want it at first. After all, it was Jiang Hao's hard-earned money, but she had no choice but to put the card away since Jiang Hao insisted. After dinner the next day, Jiang Hao was about to leave the hotel. Bite! Suddenly, a message rang in his hand. Jiang Hao opened it and saw that it was from an unfamiliar number. It said, I am Qin Qinglan. Send me your bank card number. Jiang Hao's mouth curled up. This woman is really trustworthy. Not long after he sent the bank card number, he received a text message from the bank saying that the 140,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Jiang Hao was just about to put away his phone when it rang. The number was from Qin Qinglan. What's up? Qin Qinglan said, do you have any medicine left? I want to buy some. You want more? He didn't want to hide the potion. The potion was quite effective and it was perfect to sell it, but it was a pity that the quantity was too small. 10 servings of each of the 3 bottles you gave me yesterday. Jiang Hao shook his head. I don't have those. Let's wait for a while. He currently has only a few bottles in his hand, and the other party asked for them right away, so he couldn't provide them at all. Okay then, let me know as soon as you have more medicine. After they finished chatting, they hung up the phone. On the wide street, 3 large cargo trucks carrying supplies slowly approached. The bodies of the 3 trucks were all engraved with the Bai Group's logo. Zhou Zhengtu, who was following the car, smiled and said to the other end of the phone, Madam, don't worry. We will enter the city soon, and there will be no problem with the cargo. That's fine. The supplies this time are particularly important to us. We must not make any mistakes. Su Jing's voice came from the phone. Don't worry, ma'am. Absolutely nothing will happen. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zhengtu said to the driver beside him, You heard what I said just now. Speed up and try to get back to the company as soon as possible. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. The driver nodded, then picked up the walkie-talkie and asked the 2 cars behind to speed up. Zhou Zhengtu closed his eyes and said, I'll take a rest first. Call me when we get there. He was really exhausted following the car these 2 days, but fortunately, he finally returned safely. Creak! Zhou Zhengtu was just about to take a nap when he was suddenly awakened by a sudden break. How do you drive? Zhou Zhengtu looked at the driver with dissatisfaction. The driver said aggrievedly, Brother Zhou, it has nothing to do with me. It was just a person who suddenly appeared in front of us. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhengtu immediately looked forward and saw a masked man standing in front of their car. It seemed that the other party was obviously coming for them. Let's get out of the car and see what's going on. Zhou Zhengtu opened the car door and got out. Who are you and why are you blocking our way? Jiang Hao raised his head and said calmly, Leave the car behind. Go back and tell Su Jing that the supplies have been seized by X. At this time, the people in the other 2 cars also got out. Brother Zhou, what's going on? Zhou Zhengtu sneered. We met a traitor who dared to rob the supplies of our Bai Group. Go and take care of him. Zhou Zhengtu raised his chin and went back to the car to wait. Whenever they transport materials, they always bring some bodyguards with them to prevent such blind people from causing trouble. Generally speaking, when encountering such a situation, these bodyguards will take action. These bodyguards have never let Zhou Zhengtu down, and he believes that this time will be the same, so he has no worries at all. After Zhou Zhengtu got into the car, the bodyguards walked towards Jiang Hao with their hands rubbed. Kid, you should open your eyes before you cause trouble. Not everyone can mess with you. Jiang Hao raised his eyes slightly, then took a step forward, and his body instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared. The bodyguards had no time to react to what was happening before they were dealt with by Jiang Hao. By the time Jiang Hao stood up, the bodyguards had already fallen to the ground. Blood was still dripping from the mantis knife in Jiang Hao's hand. Zhou, brother Zhou. The driver looked at the scene in horror. Although these bodyguards are not very strong, they are all first-level awakeners. With so many people together, even a second-level awakener can deal with them. But now they are all dead. Zhou Jingtu opened his eyes, thinking that the matter had been resolved. Old Chun, you have worked in the Bai group for so many years. How come a little bloody scene frightens you like this? However, when Zhou Jingtu opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of the car, he was shocked. What is going on? Why are all their bodyguards falling down? Zhou Jingtu shouted, Old Chun, what the hell are you looking at? Drive faster. If he dares to block the way, hit him to death. Upon hearing this, Old Chun quickly started the car, but his hands were shaking so badly that he couldn't even shift into gear. Get out of the way, let me do it. Zhou Jingtu cursed in his heart, and then switched positions with Lao Chun. After sitting in the driver's seat, Zhou Jingtu was ready to drive away. But at this moment, the car door was suddenly pulled open, and then he met Jiang Hao's calm eyes. Go to hell. Zhou Jingtu was stunned at first. Then he came to his senses and attacked Jiang Hao directly. Chapter 41, Invitation. Roar. The next second, a transparent lion head appeared above Jiang Hao's head. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying roar came from Jiang Hao's mouth. With a bang, all the glass in the car shattered. There's no need to say anything about Old Chun, but how could a zero-level awakener withstand Jiang Hao's shout and was killed instantly? Although Zhou Jingtu was a second-level awakener, he could not withstand Jiang Hao's sudden lion roar and was directly shocked to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices. Without waiting for Zhou Jingtu to react, Jiang Hao pulled him off the truck, then waved to the other 2 truck drivers, signaling them to get off. The 3 of them stood in front of Jiang Hao trembling with fear. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Go back and tell Su Jing that I want this batch of goods. Get lost now. After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored them and walked directly towards the first truck. Zhou Jingtu and the others looked at each other, not daring to say anything more, and quickly left. I was afraid that if I walked too slowly, the other party would change their mind. Jiang Hao opened the compartment of the first truck, and the items that came into his sight made his pupils shrink slightly. I saw that the huge carriage was filled with various organs. Jiang Hao used his eye of identification and discovered that these were actually human organs. The Bai group was actually reselling human organs. Jiang Hao was shocked. Whether it was 300 years ago or 300 years later, reselling human organs is a serious crime. I didn't expect that the Bai group would actually do this kind of thing. Jiang Hao looked at these strange things, then flipped his palm, and a small cloth bag the size of an egg suddenly appeared in his hand. Jiang Hao opened the cloth bag, and the human organs in the car immediately disappeared. Don't underestimate this small cloth bag. This small cloth bag is the equipment that dropped when he killed Taiyu Cat yesterday. It is actually an E-level storage equipment. Although it is an E-class equipment, it actually covers an area of more than 100 square meters. It is not easy to load this truckload of human organs. Jiang Hao came to the second truck. Jiang Hao originally thought that there should be something else in the truck, but he didn't expect it to be human organs. So many human organs are enough to sentence someone to death. At the same time, after Zhou Jingtu confirmed that Jiang Hao did not catch up, he immediately picked up his mobile phone and called Su Jing. Intercepted our supplies. What? Su Jing's face darkened. What do you do for a living? You are about to return to the group. You told me that the goods were hijacked. Do you know how many people want this batch of goods? Zhou Jingtu had a bitter look on his face, but he couldn't express his pain. He didn't want to, but the mysterious man was too strong, and he couldn't beat him at all. Of course, he only dared to complain about these in his heart, but did not dare to tell Su Jing. He knew Su Jing's character very well. In the Bai group, he would rather provoke by Wen Luo than Su Jing. Ma'am, what should we do next? Do you want me to wait here for a while until someone comes to support me? You don't need to take care of this matter for now. Let me handle it, Su Jing said and hung up the phone. Then she dialed another number. Jiang Hao looked at the things in the third car and couldn't help but curl his lips. He wondered what this batch of supplies would contain, but he didn't expect that in addition to human organs, there were also monster organs. The third vehicle was loaded with monster organs. These things were of no use to him. However, despite this, Jiang Hao still did not hesitate and put them all into the storage bag. Although these things are useless to him, they are definitely useful to the Bai group. Just for this reason, he cannot return them to Su Jing. Ding-ling. The phone rang rapidly. Jiang Hao picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Although it was an unfamiliar number, he still guessed who was calling. Jiang Hao hung up the phone without answering it and then left. As for the 3 cars, they were all left here. The old house of the Bai family. Su Jing looked at the hung-up call and angrily threw the phone to the ground, breaking it into pieces in an instant. Damn bastard, you really think I can't deal with you? Su Jing walked around the ground twice, then came to the landline phone nearby and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. Dear Mrs. White, is there anything you want from me? I want you to help me kill someone. After robbing the goods from the Bai group, Jiang Hao did not go out for the next 2 days and stayed in the hotel. He was afraid that Su Jing would become desperate and do something bad to his parents. So he has been staying with his parents for the past 2 days. However, perhaps because he had robbed the supplies, or for some other reason, Su Jing had not contacted him in the past 2 days, let alone cause trouble for his parents. Jiang Hao also had some free time because of this. On the 3rd day, seeing that Su Jing was no longer showing any signs of movement, Jiang Hao decided not to stay in the hotel anymore. He still has a mission to complete, a bounty union mission. Once he receives it, he will be punished if he fails to complete it. He hasn't earned any money from the bounty guild yet, and doesn't want to lose money first. After packing up, Jiang Hao left the hotel, and at this moment, his cell phone rang again. Seeing the familiar number, Jiang Hao initially thought it was Su Jing calling, so he didn't answer it. But the other party persisted and called 2 or 3 times in a row, and Jiang Hao finally picked up the phone. What are you doing? Why did you answer the phone just now? I heard a cold voice coming from the other end of the phone. Jiang Hao frowned slightly, but he recognized the other person's voice. What's up? The person on the other end of the phone said, I want to discuss cooperation with you. I have a mission now, and I want to invite you to participate. If you complete the mission, I will give you 400,000 yuan. Forget it. I also have a mission now. Jiang Hao curled his lips. He was not interested in the mission the other party mentioned. Judging from the other party's last situation, it was clear that the mission was definitely not simple. He didn't want to be involved in anything that could force a 3rd-level awakener to that point. I help you with your mission. How's that? Jiang Hao smiled bitterly and said, Why do you insist on getting me to join you? What's wrong with this woman? I'm just a 1st-level awakener. It won't have any impact on them whether I join or not. Of course I'm optimistic about you. The other party smiled lightly. Besides, don't you love money? If you succeed this time, you'll get 400,000 crystal coins. Aren't you tempted? Jiang Hao frowned and said, Then you have to tell me what the mission is. Kill a 5th-level monster. You guys have fun by yourselves. I want to live 2 more years. Goodbye. Jiang Hao was about to hang up the phone. Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. The person on the other side said hurriedly after hearing this. That 5th-level monster was seriously injured. The only problem is that there are many strange beasts guarding it. I see that you are good at group attacks, so I want to ask for your help. Jiang Hao asked, Is there no 4th-level monster around it? No, it's hard to explain over the phone. Let's meet at the place where we last teamed up and talk in person. Jiang Hao did not refuse. After hanging up the phone, he went straight to the occupied area. Suddenly, he discovered that no one was following him today. What happened? Did Su Jing give up investigating me? Or did she have other intentions? Jiang Hao, feeling somewhat worried, called Xiao Yufan and told her to call him immediately if anything happened. Chapter 42, Big Fool. You are here at last. Jiang Hao came to the place, Qin Xinglan said, and found that Qin Xinglan was waiting for him. Jiang Hao shrugged. Let me hear the situation first. If there is any danger, I won't play with you. Qin Xinglan rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao and said, Don't worry, there is absolutely no danger. It's just that there are too many monsters around it. There are 5 of us in total, and we can't deal with those monsters at all. 5 people, you are all 3rd-level awakeners, but you can't deal with those monsters. Jiang Hao was a little stunned. The 5 3rd-level awakeners are a force that cannot be underestimated. But even if 5 people joined forces, they were unable to defeat those monsters, which was enough to show how many monsters there were and how powerful they were. Qin Xinglan explained, Among the 5 of us, I'm the only one who can attack in a group, while the rest of us are good at single attacks. There's also one person who is a support and has no attack power, so it is difficult for us to deal with those monsters. Jiang Hao kept weighing the pros and cons in his mind after hearing this. Although he loved money, It meant he was willing to take risks. What's more, this matter is not serious enough for him to take risks. How about this? To show our sincerity, we will help you complete the task first. What is your task? Jiang Hao didn't say anything, and Qin Xinglan spoke again. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and stated his mission. I want the bodies of 50 snow foxes, and I require that their fur not be damaged. If Qin Xinglan and the others could help him complete the task, he wouldn't mind going with her to take a look. Qin Xinglan heard this, and the corner of his mouth twitched. 50 snow fox corpses. Don't tell me that Meng Li's mission was taken away by you. Meng Li? I don't know who Meng Li is, but this is indeed the mission I received. Qin Xinglan stretched out her white jade fingers and rubbed her brows. You are really brave. This task has been pending for a long time. The person who arranged this task is called Chun Meng Li, and she's my friend. She's a fashion designer and wanted the bodies of these snow foxes in order to make a dress out of their fur. We have known about this mission for a long time. Not to mention that snow foxes are hard to find. It is simply impossible to kill them without damaging their fur. So none of us were willing to take her mission. Yesterday, I heard her tell me that someone else had taken the mission. I laughed at the person who took the mission and thought he was a fool. I didn't expect it to be you. Since the mission has been accepted, let's find a way to complete it. Jiang Hao shrugged. Qin Xinglan said, don't mention it. If it was another mission, it might be difficult to help you, but this time our mission can be combined with yours. The seriously injured 5th-level monster I mentioned earlier has a lot of snow foxes around it. How about it? Do you want to come with me to take a look? Let's go. Jiang Hao thought about it and finally decided to go with Qin Xinglan to take a look. He didn't care whether Qin Xinglan would help him or not. The main reason was that he hadn't encountered a snow fox so far. God knew when he would find one. Instead of searching slowly, it's better to take a shortcut. The two set off immediately. Why is Qin Xinglan so unpunctual these 2 times? Somewhere in the occupied area, for figures gathered here. The woman in the yellow skirt said, Xinglan said she needs help, so let's wait for a while. There are helpers? Who are they? Are they from your 4 major academies? The fat man looked surprised when he heard this. The 5 of them are already the strongest among the 3rd-year students in the 5 major academies. Anyone who could be found by Qin Xinglan must not be weaker than them. The 3 women in yellow skirts shook their heads. They didn't know who Qin Xinglan wanted to invite. What are you talking about? At this moment, Qin Xinglan's voice rang out. Then they saw Qin Xinglan and a masked man walking over. When they saw Jiang Hao, they showed surprised expressions. This surprise was not about Jiang Hao's strength, but about Jiang Hao's dress. They could see that the mask on the mysterious man's face was not ordinary, but it was somewhat strange to just wear a mask like that. Let me introduce you. This is Huang Ling, a junior student at Qingshan Academy. Qin Xinglan pointed at the woman in the yellow skirt, and then pointed at the fat man. This is Zhu Tianmao, a junior student at Nanyu Academy. This is Shan Bei, a junior student at Yongye Academy, and this is Wang Qingmu, a junior student at Zhanwu Academy. They're all my teammates. After introducing the teammates, Qin Xinglan introduced Jiang Hao to his teammates. Everyone, this is X, the helper I invited. Don't underestimate him. He is very powerful. Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and the other 2 looked at Jiang Hao with great interest. It was not easy to be praised as powerful by Qin Xinglan. Zhu Tianmao asked curiously, Brother, what ability are you awakened to? My ability is very average, not as good as yours. Jiang Hao smiled. He originally thought that Qin Xinglan's teammates were all students from Beichen Academy, but he didn't expect that they included students from the 5 major academies. Moreover, through observation with the eye of appraisal, these 4 guys all have SSS level talents and various abilities. However, if we compare abilities alone, Qin Xinglan is still stronger. Qin Xinglan looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. She originally thought that Jiang Hao would tell her about his abilities, but she didn't expect Jiang Hao to say that. But since this guy said so, there was no need for her to tell him about his abilities. Qin Xinglan clapped her hands. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go. Naturally, no one had any objection to this. Just as everyone was getting ready to set off, Qin Xinglan suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, X has accepted the mission to hunt snow foxes. If you see a snow fox later, don't kill it. Capture it or leave it to X. Oh my God, someone actually took that mission. Brother X, you are a ruthless person. Wang Qingmu looked at Jiang Hao in astonishment. Not only him, but also Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and others. Jiang Hao shrugged and said nothing. At first, I just picked a task at random, but I didn't know there were so many things involved. If he had known this earlier, he would not have made this choice. Okay, let's go, Qin Xinglan said, and set off first. The others followed behind Qin Xinglan, while Jiang Hao walked beside Qin Xinglan. Originally, he was planning to walk at the back, but Qin Xinglan disagreed and insisted that he follow her. Jiang Hao had no choice but to follow Qin Xinglan. Seeing how Jiang Hao and Qin Xinglan were getting along, Shan Bei's eyes became a little gloomy, and he looked at Jiang Hao with hostility. Jiang Hao also felt the gazes from behind, but he didn't care. After walking for a distance, Qin Xinglan whispered, "Be careful. We have entered the range where the 5th-level monster is recuperating." Jiang Hao didn't feel anything, but he felt that the others became alert instantly. Jiang Hao was speechless. "You are 5 3rd-level awakeners. Are you so nervous before you even see the monster?" However, this also reminded Jiang Hao that the fact that 5 3rd-level awakeners could behave like this meant that there must be many dangers here. "Stop! You can't go any further. This road won't work." Suddenly, Jiang Hao's sincerity came true. He felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, and hurriedly stopped Qin Xinglan. Jiang Hao's sudden words startled everyone, but after they carefully felt it, they did not find anything wrong. His face suddenly looked a little unhappy. They were already a little frightened because of their previous defeat, so they were so cautious. But this guy's random words made them quite dissatisfied. Chapter 43. Differences. There's nothing wrong here, right? We took this route before. Qin Xinglan had not seen Jiang Hao's strength like others, but she still trusted Jiang Hao's judgment very much. "Qin Xinglan, don't listen to his nonsense. There is nothing wrong here. It's obvious that someone is timid and dare not enter." Before Jiang Hao could speak, Shan Bei on the side spoke first. "If you don't dare to continue entering, then don't come in." "Shan Bei." Qin Xinglan glared at Shan Bei unhappily. Huang Ling also spoke up at this time. "Xinglan, I think what Shan Bei said is right. He gave us a lot of time. We can't delay any longer. If X is worried, he can stay here and help us keep watch." What she said was absolutely right. Although the 5th-level monster was seriously injured, if they delayed for a while, it might be possible for it to recover from its injuries. So far, they have not seen the 5th-level monster. I agree with what Huang Ling and Shan Bei said. Zhu Tianmao and others immediately stood up and expressed their opinions. Qin Xinglan frowned slightly, revealing an embarrassment. This was not what she had expected. According to her idea, they worked together to complete the task, but unexpectedly, disagreements arose so quickly. They have worked together many times, and there's never been any sign of this before. "Then you guys go first. I'll take a look around here." Jiang Hao took a step back and made a gesture of invitation. He had already warned them, and there was nothing he could do if they didn't listen. Qin Xinglan looked at Jiang Hao apologetically and wanted to say something, but was dragged away by Huang Ling. After Qin Xinglan and the others left, Jiang Hao did not continue to move forward, but instead walked around to see if he could encounter a snow fox. At the same time, Qin Xinglan and the others had already started to go deeper along the path they had taken before. The journey was not as dangerous as Jiang Hao had described. Instead, it was extremely smooth. "Did you see that, Xinglan? There is no danger here. It's obvious that the kid named X is too timid to come over. What's the point of calling him X? I think he's a fork." Shan Bei curled his lips. Wang Chumu nodded. "Yes, I also think that there is something wrong with that kid. He must be scared and want to escape, but he is embarrassed to say it directly. So he said that there is danger here." Qin Xinglan didn't say anything, but became more alert. "It was too quiet here, too quiet. The last time they came here, they were attacked by some monsters, but now they didn't see any monsters at all. This was a bit too abnormal." Roar! Just when Qin Xinglan was feeling uneasy, a beast roar suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a large number of monsters suddenly emerged from the surroundings. There were hundreds of animal and plant monsters, including more than a dozen 3rd-level monsters. How could this happen? Huang Ling was shocked. The faces of the others also changed drastically. So many monsters were enough to tear them into pieces. At this moment, they finally realized that what X said before was true. Roar! These monsters roared and pounced towards Qin Xinglan and the others. Upon seeing this, Qin Xinglan immediately transformed into a 9-tailed celestial fox and began to fight back. The others also used their own methods. Huang Ling continued to use auxiliary skills to increase the attack power and speed of Qin Xinglan and others. Ice is coming. Shanbei shouted loudly, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped sharply, and even frost appeared on the ground. Under his attack, the zero-level monsters turned into ice sculptures one after another, and even the first-level monsters' bodies gradually became stiff and lost their combat effectiveness. Wang Qingmu rushed directly into the group of monsters. At this moment, his fists became the most powerful weapons. No monster below level 2 could withstand a punch from him. Zhu Qianmao's body turned into a stone man. He did not take the initiative to attack, but stayed by Huang Ling's side, to prevent monsters from attacking Huang Ling. Looking at the monsters that could never be killed, Shanbei cursed. Damn it! Why are there so many monsters? Don't fight them head-on. Let's fight to the death. We want to get inside. This time we must kill that 5th-level monster. Qin Xinglan said this, and then rushed straight into the depths. At this time, they only have 2 choices, either retreat or continue to move forward. It is definitely impossible to retreat now, so we can only go deeper and kill the 5th-level monster by force. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and others immediately followed Qin Xinglan without saying a word. Seeing what Qin Xinglan and the others did, the monsters also followed, and the attack became more fierce. For a time, Qin Xinglan and others were forced into a tough battle. Shanbei, be careful. Zhu Tianmao had just fended off an attack from a monster for Huang Ling when he saw a gibbon quietly approaching Shanbei and launching a sneak attack. It's a pity that he is a bit far away from Shanbei, so he can't provide support at all. Shanbei also realized something was wrong at this moment and quickly dodged to the side, but he was still a step too slow and the gibbon's attack had already landed on him. Puff! Shanbei spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered, took 2 steps back, and almost sat on the ground. Psychics are like this. They have strong attack power and are good at group and long-range attacks. The only thing is that their bodies are too fragile, making them no different from ordinary people. It's not even as good as the mutant's body in human form. Shanbei. Upon seeing this, Wang Qingmu hurriedly returned to defend and protected Shanbei behind him to prevent Shanbei from being attacked by the monster again. Among them, only Shanbei can launch group attacks. If something happens to Shanbei, they will be in big trouble. While dealing with the monster, Wang Qingmu asked, "How is it? Are you okay?" "It's okay, I'm not going to die." Shanbei rubbed his chest. Then, he thought about it, and saw an ice cone appear above his head. This is his talent, Ice Thorn. Go to hell. As the ice cone formed, Shanbei immediately locked onto the gibbon that had just attacked him. Suddenly the ice cone turned into a residual shadow and headed straight for the gibbon. Grumble. In fact, sensing the danger, the gibbon let out a shrill scream. 2 long arms waved, trying to smash Shanbei's ice cone. But it overestimated itself after all. Although it was not weak, it was only a 2nd-level monster, and this ice cone was indeed a hateful blow from a 3rd-level awakener. It's not a full-strength attack, but it's almost the same. Bang! The gibbon was knocked flying by the ice cone, and one of its arms was directly destroyed by the ice cone. However, it must be said that the gibbon has a strong vitality. Although it lost an arm, it did not die. Something is wrong. There are more and more monsters. Wang Qingmu's face was solemn. He discovered a terrifying thing. That is, the number of monsters around him increased instead of decreased. He had already killed quite a few of them, but the number of monsters had not decreased at all. Zhu Tianmao said in a deep voice, "Qin Xinglan, retreat first. If you continue to fight, we will all be killed. Although I don't want to retreat, I have no choice but to retreat now." With their strength, it was impossible for them to rush to the seriously injured monster while facing so many monsters. Now Shanbei is seriously injured, and they also have more or less injuries. There's no point in persisting. There is even the possibility that they will suffer casualties. Qin Xinglan was unwilling to hear this, but there was nothing she could do at the moment. If I had known this earlier, I would have chosen to believe X. Thinking of this, Qin Xinglan couldn't help feeling a little bitter. Retreat. Qin Xinglan changed direction and prepared to break out of the encirclement. However, at this moment, they discovered that the rear was also filled with monsters. For a moment, they were in a dilemma. Chapter 44, Lead the Way. Roar. Looking at the snow fox that was killed by a shout, Jiang Hao showed a look of joy on his face. Qin Xinglan really didn't lie to herself. There were indeed snow foxes here, and there were quite a few of them. In just over 10 minutes, he encountered no less than 18 of them. Jiang Hao put the snow fox's body into his storage bag. One step closer to the goal. Jiang Hao secretly felt lucky that he had obtained the storage bag before. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with the corpses of these snow foxes. But now he doesn't have to worry. With the storage bag, he can store not only 50, but even 100 snow foxes. Jiang Hao continued to move forward, and after a few steps, he noticed movement in the grass. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and walked straight over. Whoosh! Suddenly, white attacks shot out from the grass. Seeing this, Jiang Hao slapped out with his palm, but it was not a martial arts move, just an ordinary palm. However, this palm strike was a critical hit. The powerful attack came down, all the attacks were scattered, and even the grass in front was blown up. Jiang Hao walked over and saw a dandelion broken into 2 pieces lying on the ground. Jiang Hao had a strange look on his face. He didn't expect that dandelion had also become a monster. Along the way, he also encountered several plant monsters, and without exception, he dealt with them all. Chirp! Suddenly, a voice attracted Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked up and saw a snow fox running past him. Jiang Hao started to chase after him. How could he let the prey get away? The snow fox seemed to have also discovered Jiang Hao and immediately sped up. It's just a pity that its speed has no advantage at all compared to Jiang Hao. Roar! Jiang Hao quickly caught up with the snow fox and used the lion roar technique at the same time. The snow fox got the lunchbox directly. Jiang Hao put his body into the storage bag. Jiang Hao walked and stopped, and before he knew it, he came to the ruins of a factory. We killed a lot of monsters along the way, both animal and plant types, and the harvest was also not small. Of course, his biggest gain on this trip were the snow foxes. He killed 48 snow foxes along the way, and only 2 were left, and he had completed his mission. Suddenly, Jiang Hao stopped and looked around sharply. He vaguely sensed that something was wrong in the distance, and if he continued forward, he would inevitably be in danger. Jiang Hao thought about it and decisively turned around and left. He came to complete the mission, not to die. Just when Jiang Hao was about to turn around and leave, suddenly a figure covered in blood staggered into his sight. When he saw this person, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew this person. This person was Qin Qinglan's partner, the one named Wang Qingmu. Wang Qingmu also noticed Jiang Hao. He was stunned at first, and then he showed a look of ecstasy. Quick, hurry and save us. Wang Qingmu hurried to Jiang Hao's side. He fought desperately to force his way out. It was Qin Qinglan who asked him to come out to find X. He was originally in despair. Although he fought his way out, he found out that he was going in the wrong direction. This was not the way to the outside, but the way to the depths. But just when he was in despair, he unexpectedly saw X. Jiang Hao asked calmly, "Where are the others?" Wang Qingmu said quickly, "They are still trapped. Qin Qinglan and the others helped me break out of the siege and asked you for help." As he said that, he wanted to pull Jiang Hao to rescue people quickly, but after pulling twice, he couldn't pull Jiang Hao. "Tell me the details." "The person can be saved, but he must understand the situation. If he rushes over rashly, it would not be saving people, but committing suicide. He really didn't want to save these arrogant guys, but after all, it was Qin Qinglan who brought him here. If it weren't for Qin Qinglan, he would not have been able to complete the mission." Although Wang Qingmu was anxious, he still patiently explained the situation. Jiang Hao quickly figured out what was going on and realized how difficult the situation Qin Qinglan and the others were in at the moment. Especially in order to find himself, he sent Wang Qingmu out, making their situation even more difficult. "Lead the way." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingmu hurriedly led the way. He didn't know whether X could do it, but since Qin Qinglan believed in him so much, he was willing to believe it once. Soon, under the leadership of Wang Qingmu, Jiang Hao saw a large number of monsters in the distance. There were hundreds of them. Seeing this scene, even Jiang Hao couldn't help but gasp. These monsters obviously had no intention of letting Qin Qinglan and the others leave. Although the strongest of these monsters is only level 3, if there are enough lice, they can kill an elephant. However, it can also be seen from this that the 5th level monster was seriously injured, otherwise it would not be so vigilant. Jiang Hao no longer hesitated. He moved directly, performing the Lingbo Weibo technique, and instantly turned into a shadow. Wang Qingmu looked at Jiang Hao's back in astonishment. He couldn't see clearly how fast he was moving. Coming back to his senses, Wang Qingmu hurried to catch up, but his speed was not even close to Jiang Hao's. Jiang Hao quickly came to the side of the monsters and immediately started to use the Dragon God art. In an instant, Jiang Hao turned into a transparent oriental dragon and rushed directly into the monsters. Mutant. Wang Qingmu looked at Jiang Hao's sudden change and thought Jiang Hao was a mutant. Although this transformation is a bit strange, it is similar to that of a mutant. Under Wang Qingmu's gaze, Jiang Hao had disappeared among the monsters. Qinglan, be careful, Huang Ling exclaimed. I saw a rhinoceros coming to their side at some point, and charging straight towards Qin Qinglan. Qin Qinglan also noticed something was wrong and reacted immediately. With a flash of his figure, he quickly dodged the rhino's attack, then immediately launched a counterattack. Shan Bei forced a monster back and gasped. Damn it, there are too many monsters. I can't kill them all. Why hasn't Wang Qingmu come back yet? He had been seriously injured before, and now he was at the end of his strength. Qin Qinglan said in a deep voice, just hold on a little longer, X will come. Her condition was not good at the moment. After fighting for such a long time, she was seriously injured. There are even signs of energy depletion in the body. Shan Bei curled his lips when he heard this. When Wang Qingmu was asked to go out and find X to help, he had no hope at all. In his opinion, X was timid and cowardly. Otherwise, why would he not come with it before? Roar! At this moment, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. Then, the monsters began to become restless. It's X. X is here. We are saved. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Qinglan's eyes lit up, and she looked happy. Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and others immediately looked up. I saw many monsters in the distance being blown away. Huang Ling asked curiously, Qinglan, what ability is X awakened? You will know in a moment. Qin Qinglan did not say it directly. Bang! They saw some monsters being shaken and flying, and then they saw a transparent eastern dragon flying over. Chapter 45. Follow me. Are you all right? Jiang Hao returned to his human form and came in front of Qin Qinglan. It's okay. How'd you get here from over there? Qin Qinglan shook her head. Jiang Hao explained, I came from another direction and happened to meet your friend. Looking at Jiang Hao chatting with Qin Qinglan, Shan Bei's eyes showed a hint of hostility. Since you are here, let's get out of here as soon as possible. Jiang Hao shook his head. It may not be easy to leave now. There are too many monsters here. We can only keep moving forward. Shan Bei said coldly. Forward? Do you know what's going on ahead? We are all injured. If we continue to move forward, we will die. Do you want us to die? Then bye. Qin Qinglan's face darkened. X was willing to save them regardless of past grudges, but this guy still spoke like this. It was simply too much. Jiang Hao glanced at Shan Bei calmly. If you don't move forward, retreating is also a dead end. Of course, if you want to die, it's up to you. Anyway, I won't break through from another direction. If you don't want to die, follow me. As he spoke, Jiang Hao turned around and looked in the direction he came from, then concentrated his qi into his dantian. Just as everyone was looking at Jiang Hao in confusion, a transparent lion head appeared above Jiang Hao's head. Quick, cover your ears. Qin Qinglan's face changed, and he quickly covered his ears. She had seen this kind of attack by Jiang Hao and knew the horror of this sonic attack. However, others did not take it seriously and did not do as she said. But the next second, they regretted it. Roar! Jiang Hao opened his mouth, and a deafening roar suddenly came out of his mouth. The surrounding monsters were immediately repelled. The 0-level monsters and the 1st-level monsters were all killed instantly, and the 2nd-level monsters were seriously injured. Even the 3rd-level monster looked uncomfortable. Even the monsters are like this, let alone Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and others. They were vomiting blood, and their faces were pale, which made their already injured bodies even more injured. Especially Shan Bei. He just sat down on the ground. Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and the others all showed expressions of horror. What kind of attack is this, and why is it so powerful? The only person present who was not in any serious trouble was Qin Qinglan, but she looked shocked at this moment. She discovered that although Jiang Hao was still at the level of a 1st-level awakener, his strength seemed to have become even stronger. In the distance, Wang Qingmu, who was desperately trying to fight his way in, also heard this horrifying roar. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweats, thinking that it was the 5th-level monster that had come out to attack him. Jiang Hao ignored their shock and rushed towards the monsters. Zhu Tianmao, take Shan Bei with you. Let's follow. Qin Qinglan called out hurriedly, and then followed Jiang Hao first. Just lead the way, and we will take care of the rest. Jiang Hao nodded, and then began to perform the 18 dragon subduing palms. Waves of dragon roars continued to emanate from his body, and the invisible air waves forced the monsters that wanted to kill him to retreat continuously. As for the monsters behind, he no longer cared about them and left them entirely to Qin Qinglan and the others. On the way, he also saw several snow foxes. As expected, he killed them all and put their bodies into his storage bag. At this point, his mission was finally completed. Gudong. Seeing Jiang Hao killing everyone with his first-level cultivation, Zhu Tianmao and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Huang Ling asked in a low voice, "Qinglan, where does this X come from? And what are his abilities? Why can't I see anything at all?" Before, when she saw Jiang Hao could transform into a transparent Eastern dragon, she thought Jiang Hao was a mutant. But when she saw Jiang Hao's current attack methods, she found that they were not mutants' attack methods at all. Zhu Tianmao and Shanbei also looked at Qin Qinglan. They also wanted to know what kind of ability X had. "Don't you think that his attacks are very similar to those of the heroes on TV?" Qin Qinglan reminded. "You mean, how is this possible?" Zhu Tianmao realized something and showed a look of horror. Huang Ling and Shanbei also reacted and showed expressions of disbelief. It's not like they haven't seen ancient warriors before, but they have never seen such a powerful one. Aren't ancient warriors generally considered useless? Why is X so different? After Zhu Tianmao killed his second-level monster, he asked Qin Qinglan, "Qin Qinglan, where did you find this person? He is so strong. He should not be an unknown person. I met him last time, but I didn't know his exact identity. I just knew his name was X. At first I thought he was just trying to fool me, but when I checked at the Bounty Guild yesterday, I found out there really is a person named X, and his information is exactly the same as his." Qin Qinglan explained briefly. But there was one thing she didn't say, which was that she originally wanted to find out some detailed information about X yesterday, but unexpectedly, X's information was hidden and could not be viewed at all. If not for this, she wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to invite the other party today. But I didn't expect that disagreements would arise after just a short period of cooperation. Fortunately, this guy didn't care and came to help them regardless of the past, otherwise they would be in real danger. Wang Xingmu had just killed a monster and was about to continue attacking when he saw that the monster in front had disappeared. Standing opposite him were Jiang Hao and the others. Are you okay?" Wang Xingmu walked forward. He looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. He didn't expect that this guy actually brought Qin Qinglan and the others out. "Now is not the time to talk. The monsters behind us are chasing us again. Let's go quickly." Jiang Hao said this and walked straight forward. Wang Xingmu was stunned for a moment. After he came to his senses, he hurried to Qin Qinglan and the others to ask what had happened. When he heard how Jiang Hao displayed his divine power, he was stunned. The problem that the 5 SSS level 3rd Order Awakeners had failed to solve was actually solved by a 1st Order Awakener. Who would believe this if they told others about it? But this kind of thing happened right before his eyes. Before Wang Xingmu could recover from his shock, a large number of monsters rushed out from the depths. A transparent lion head appeared above Jiang Hao's head again. Seeing this scene, Qin Qinglan and the others tactfully covered their ears. Only Wang Xingmu didn't understand what was going on. Roar! Immediately afterwards, Jiang Hao opened his mouth and a deafening roar came out. The monsters in front of them paused for a moment, and the next second, some exploded, some were seriously injured. Zhu Tianmao had learned from his previous experience. Although Huang Ling was not affected by Jiang Hao's lion roar again, she was still shocked by Jiang Hao's attack. Among them, Wang Xingmu suffered the most. Although the terrifying roar was not directed at him, he was still attacked. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered to the ground, and looked at Jiang Hao with dull eyes. Before, when he heard Zhu Tianmao and others say how powerful X was, he didn't quite believe it, but now he believed it. Chapter 46. Pushing forward all the way. The first move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms. The arrogant dragon will regret. Jiang Hao used the 18 dragon subduing palms to continuously attack the monsters. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he had upgraded Do Zhuan Xing E to the advanced level before. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be dragged to exhaustion by such a monster. But now the strength in his body was more than enough for him to squander. There's no need to worry about exhaustion. The 8th move of the 18 dragons subduing palms, shocking 100 miles away. The 11th move of the 18 dragon subduing palms, the fish leaps into the abyss. Jiang Hao performed the 18 dragons subduing palms one after another, shocking Zhu Tianmao and the others. It was the first time they saw an awakened person being able to use powerful attack methods multiple times. However, the stronger the X who asks for money is, the happier they are. The only unhappy person present was Shan Bei. He had never taken Jiang Hao seriously before, but now after seeing Jiang Hao's strength, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Why was he, an SSS level 3rd Order Awakener, not as good as a 1st Order Awakener? Moreover, the opponent is the most useless ancient warrior. This thought in his mind seemed to take root and sprout, constantly expanding in Shan Bei's mind. Roar! As if they were aware of Jiang Hao's power, those 3rd Order monsters roared, and suddenly the 0 Order and 1st Order monsters no longer came over. Only the 2nd level monsters were left, and the 3rd level monsters attacked Jiang Hao and his team. 17th move of the 18 dragon subduing palms. Ram touching the fence. 18th move of the 18 dragon subduing palms. The dragon swings its tail. As Jiang Hao unleashed his 18 palms, only the 3rd level monsters were left in front of him. Roar! At this moment, a roar of a beast was heard from the depths, and then the surrounding monsters suddenly rioted and began to attack Jiang Hao and his group frantically. What should we do? Something is not right. Qin Xinglan came to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. There's nothing wrong. The more these monsters attack us, the worse the condition of the one in the deep is. Having said that, we are not in any condition to withstand them. Qin Xinglan smiled bitterly. She naturally understood what X said, but the problem was that they had no way of dealing with these monsters right now. Jiang Hao punched a monster and forced it back. It's not like there's no chance at all. I have some potions in my hand. You can take them out first. You know the rules. When Qin Xinglan heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she understood what Jiang Hao meant. She has always been thinking about X's potions. I originally thought that X didn't have any more, but from what X said, he had more medicine. I understand. Don't worry. I won't give you less money later. Jiang Hao nodded, then flipped his palm, and 15 bottles of medicine appeared in his hand. Qin Xinglan returned to human form and took the potion from Jiang Hao. Everyone, come here quickly. Qin Xinglan waved to Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and others. Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and others approached Qin Xinglan while fighting. Hurry up and drink these potions. There are 3 colors in a set, 1 set for each person. Huang Ling asked in surprise, what kind of medicine is this? This is X's potion. It can help us recover from our injuries quickly. Qin Xinglan explained quickly, then opened the potion and drank it. Upon seeing this, Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and others hesitated for a moment, then started drinking the potion. The next second, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Although their previous injuries had not fully recovered, they had recovered by more than half. And most of the energy they had previously consumed was restored. What a magical potion. You have such a useful potion. Why didn't you take it out before? Why did you have to wait until we were so badly injured to take it out? Just then, Shan Bei's unhappy voice came out. When everyone heard this, their expressions froze, and they didn't know what to say for a moment. Although they are friends, Dan Bei really shouldn't say this at this moment. After all, no matter what, this medicine belongs to someone else. It is a favor for him to give it out, and it is his duty if he does not give it out. No one has the right to say anything. Qin Xinglan glared at Shan Bei unhappily. Shan Bei, if you can speak, then speak. If you can't speak, don't speak. Jiang Hao also glanced at Shan Bei, but didn't say anything. But he remembered Shan Bei in his heart. Come on, follow me. I will speed up, and we will go deeper into the depths with all our strength. Jiang Hao also drank 3 bottles of potion to restore his condition. After saying that, he quickly rushed towards the monsters. Follow me. Qin Xinglan transformed into a 9-tailed fox again and followed Jiang Hao closely. Seeing this, others hurried to follow. Roar! Jiang Hao led the way in front and looked at the monsters. A transparent lion head immediately appeared above his head. When Qin Xinglan and the others saw this, they covered their ears without saying a word. After the roar died down, they started to clean up the monsters that were chasing them from behind. Facing these monsters, Jiang Hao opened fire at full strength and once again used the 18 dragon subduing palms. It took them nearly 30 minutes to finally reach the deepest part, which was a huge cave. Jiang Hao had already sensed a terrifying aura in the cave, and needless to say he knew that the seriously injured 5th level monster was inside. At the same time, The monsters surrounded them. But what was strange was that these monsters all stopped 10 meters away from the cave. Shanbei said, "X, take out some of your potions. I don't have enough energy." When the others heard this, they also showed an interested look. The potion just now was so useful, even more powerful than the auxiliary awakener. If they were given a few more bottles, they would surely be back to their peak form. No more. Jiang Hao's expression was calm. Shanbei frowned. "X, what do you mean? Now that our strength has recovered, we will be more confident in dealing with the things inside." Jiang Hao said calmly, "My potion was not blown by the wind. One bottle costs 40,000 crystal coins. Each of you took 3 bottles before, which means 120,000 crystal coins each. Don't forget to give me the crystal coins after you get out." 40,000 crystal coins? Why don't you just go and rob them? Shanbei's face was gloomy. This bastard actually dared to ask for 40,000 yuan. Does he really think money falls from the sky? Jiang Hao didn't say anything, but looked at Qin Xinglan. Qin Xinglan said, "X's medicine is indeed priced at this price. I have bought it from him before, and X just said that these medicines are not given to us for free. We have to pay X for them later." Everyone frowned when they heard this, but when they thought about the effect of the potion, although they felt a little uncomfortable, they still approved of it. "Let's go if there's no problem," Jiang Hao said, and walked into the cave. Qin Xinglan ignored the others and followed. "Damn you," Shanbei cursed in a low voice. He wouldn't give this guy a single cent of the 40,000 or 120,000. He didn't believe that this guy would dare to do anything to him. "Once I get out, I'll have ways to deal with him." Inside the cave, as Jiang Hao and his team continued to go deeper, the terrifying aura became stronger and stronger. Finally, after walking for nearly 5 minutes, they saw the 5th-level monster. Looking at the 5th-level monster in front of him, Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. Chapter 47, Battle at Level 5. He originally thought that this 5th-level monster was a large beast like a tiger or a lion. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a small red snake only 15 centimeters long and as thick as a little finger. With those sapphire-like snake eyes, she looks quite cute. Qin Xinglan and the others also looked at the little snake in surprise. When they received the mission, they only knew it was a 5th-level monster, but they didn't know what kind of monster it was. "I didn't expect the other party to be like this." Roar. However, although the little snake is small, its roar is not small at all. A deafening roar sounded in the cave, its power no weaker than the lion roar that Jiang Hao displayed with all his strength. Everyone's face changed. They never thought that the other party could also use sonic attacks. Even Jiang Hao did not expect that he would be caught off guard and suddenly spurt out a mouthful of blood. The conditions of the others were even worse. Huang Ling even sat down on the ground with a pale face. At the same time, the little snake finally moved. I saw the little snake twisting its body, and then its body grew bigger little by little. Soon, the little snake changed its appearance from a small snake of about 15 centimeters long to a giant snake of nearly 100 meters long. As the little snake grew bigger, Jiang Hao and the others were forced out of the cave. "Damn, what on earth is this thing? How can there be such a huge snake?" Zhu Tianmao shouted. The others also shook their heads. They didn't recognize this snake either. Monster, Fire Viper. Level 5. Ability, Fire. Status, seriously injured. Jiang Hao used the eye of identification immediately and found out the information of the monster. Bang! The Fire Viper's huge body walked out of the cave, and then it opened its mouth, and suddenly a huge flame gushed out and headed straight for Jiang Hao and the others. Seeing this, Jiang Hao and the others immediately dodged to the side and barely avoided the opponent's attack. But before they could steady themselves, the Fire Viper attacked again. The Fire Viper's body completely came out of the cave, and its tail swung directly towards Jiang Hao and the others. "Damn it, you're not done yet." Shanbei cursed. He had already been offended by Jiang Hao before, and now being attacked by the Fire Viper made him even angrier. After dodging the Fire Viper's attack, he immediately mobilized all the strength in his body and quickly formed an ice cone above his head. Then he controlled the ice cone and attacked the Fire Viper. Bang! The ice cone pierced into the Fire Viper's body fiercely, and the Fire Viper immediately let out a painful roar. Normally, with its strength, the attack of a 3rd-level awakener would not be able to cause any damage to it. But unfortunately, it is now seriously injured, and its overall strength has decreased a lot. Seeing that Fire Viper was injured, Shanbei immediately showed a smug look on his face. He immediately looked at Jiang Hao, and his meaning was very clear. See, this is the strength of a third-order awakener. Even without you, I can still defeat it. However, before Shan Bei could put away the smug smile on his face, he was swung away by the fire viper's tail and fell into a group of monsters in the distance. Then by Qin Xinglan and the others' faces changed. If Dan Bei fell into the group of monsters, he would surely die. Zhu Tianmao hurriedly rushed towards the group of monsters to prevent them from attacking Shan Bei. Qin Xinglan and his men attacked the fire viper. Facing the attacks from Qin Xinglan and the others, a fierce look flashed in Hua Vai's eyes. After a roar, he opened his mouth again and spit out flames, attacking Qin Xinglan and the others. Qin Xinglan and the others quickly dodged when they saw this. Roar! Jiang Hao took advantage of the fact that the fire viper didn't notice him, took a step forward, and used the lion's roar skill with a critical hit effect. Although the fire viper in front of him was seriously injured, it was a genuine 5th-level monster. Therefore, Jiang Hao did not dare to be careless. The terrifying sonic attack caused the huge body of the fire viper to crash heavily into the mountain. The fire viper roared and rushed straight towards Jiang Hao. At this moment, Qin Xinglan quickly came in front of Jiang Hao, and her eyes instantly flashed purple light. The fire viper's body shook and its movement stopped. Hurry up and do it. Qin Xinglan gritted his teeth and shouted. With her 3rd-level cultivation, she found it very difficult to charm a 5th-level monster. But now is the best opportunity to kill the fire viper. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao and his men immediately took the opportunity to attack the fire viper without saying a word. I saw one attack after another falling on the fire viper, causing its scales to explode instantly and blood to flow from the wounds. Roar! The fire viper broke free from Qin Xinglan's charm, roared towards the sky, and swung its huge tail towards Jiang Hao and the others. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately used his dragon god skill and transformed into a transparent Easter dragon, rushing towards the fire viper. Bang! 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 The man and the beast fought fiercely. Although the fire viper was seriously injured, it was still a 5th-level monster after all, and Jiang Hao was quickly defeated. Jiang Hao returned to his human form and staggered back 2 steps. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that a 5th-level monster was indeed not easy to deal with. Even though it was seriously injured, with so many of them attacking, they still couldn't kill it in a short period of time. You guys hold it back, I'll deal with it. Jiang Hao steadied his body and then started to use the Do Zhuan Xingyi again. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinglan and the others immediately began to attack the fire viper without any hesitation. They have all seen the power of Jiang Hao's attack, so now they can only rely on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao did not hesitate. He immediately took 2 quick steps with his feet, then concentrated his energy into his dantian and pressed his body downward, shaking his hands left and right. Suddenly, a faint dragon roar sounded, and he pushed forward violently. The first move of the 18 dragon subduing palms. The arrogant dragon will regret. An invisible wave of air burst out from Jiang Hao's palm and hit the fire viper heavily. Roar! The fire viper staggered, roared, and was about to rush towards Jiang Hao, but was stopped by Qin Xinglan and the others in the first place. The second move of the 18 dragons subduing palms, flying dragon in the sky. 9 moves of the 18 dragon subduing palms, or leaping into the abyss. With Qin Xinglan and the others helping him to restrain the fire viper, Jiang Hao could finally use the 18 dragon subduing palms without restraint. Shan Bei, who had just been rescued by Zhu Tianmao in the distance, saw that everyone was helping Jiang Hao, and his face became a little ugly. Shan Bei, find a place to rest for a while. I'll go help Qin Xinglan and the others. Zhu Tianmao said this and rushed towards the fire viper. Dan Bei was so angry that his teeth were itching. The 15th move of the 18 dragon subduing palms. Dragon fights in the wild. 18th move of the 18 dragon subduing palms. The dragon swings its tail. As Jiang Hao's 18 dragons subduing palms were all launched, the fire viper's body suddenly stopped. Retreat quickly. Noticing the changes in the fire viper, Jiang Hao quickly reminded Qin Xinglan and the others. Qin Xinglan and the others retreated immediately. Bang! Qin Xinglan and the others had just retreated a distance when the fire viper's body suddenly exploded. Fortunately, Jiang Hao reminded them in time, So Qin Qinglan and the others were not affected. Roar! The fire viper was killed, and the surrounding monsters immediately fled in all directions. Jiang Hao and his companions ignored the monsters and just sat down on the ground. Just now, they used all their strength to deal with the fire viper. Fortunately, Jiang Hao was able to kill the fire viper in the end. Otherwise, they might not have been able to kill the fire viper. Chapter 48, B-Level Weapons. X, thank you so much this time. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. Qin Qinglan put away the fire viper's head, which was important evidence to prove that they had completed the mission. After doing all this, Qin Qinglan thanked Jiang Hao solemnly. Jiang Hao waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay, we just each have our own needs. By the way, the cost of my medicine. Qin Qinglan's face showed 3 black lines when he heard this. This guy is really obsessed with money. He can't stop talking about money. Don't worry, you won't be left out. Qin Qinglan gave Jiang Hao a cold look, then called Zhu Tianmao and the others over and explained the situation. Zhu Tianmao first handed the money to Jiang Hao and then asked, "This is what I should do, Brother X. Your medicine is really effective. I wonder if there's any more. I want to buy some from you." "No, I don't have any more of this potion, but if I have it later, I can consider buying it for you first." Others also wanted to buy medicine, and they couldn't help feeling regretful when they heard Jiang Hao's words. However, when they heard Jiang Hao say that if there were any later, he would sell them to them first, they felt much better. Soon, Qin Qinglan and the others handed the money to Jiang Hao, but Shanbei stood aside without any movement. "Then buy." Qin Qinglan frowned slightly and was about to speak when she was stopped by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao walked straight to Shanbei and said indifferently, "It's time to give me the money for the medicine." Qin Qinglan and the others stared at Jiang Hao and Shanbei, feeling a little worried. They were not worried that Shanbei would attack Jiang Hao, but they were afraid that Jiang Hao would attack Shanbei. Shanbei sneered, "What money? You gave me the medicine, and I didn't ask you to give it to me. Why should I give you money?" Hearing Shanbei's words, Jiang Hao suddenly laughed. Jiang Hao's smile immediately made Qin Qinglan and the others a little confused. "You are from the Eternal Night Academy, right? I didn't expect that the people from the Eternal Night Academy would be like this. Today I have witnessed it." Shanbei's face darkened. "What did you say? What? Is there anything I said wrong?" Jiang Hao showed a sarcastic look. "You're looking for death." Shanbei Hualet. The thing he was most proud of was being a student of one of the 5 major colleges. Now, while Jiang Hao was talking about him, he also mentioned the Eternal Night Academy. How could he bear this? Immediately, Shanbei raised his hand and attacked Jiang Hao. "Shanbei, do you know what you are doing?" At this moment, Qin Qinglan suddenly stood in front of Jiang Hao. Zhu Tianmao and others grabbed Shanbei. "Shanbei, don't be impulsive. No matter what, Brother X is our savior. Yeah, it's just 120,000 crystal coins. You have it, so why not just give it to X?" Looking at this scene, Jiang Hao couldn't help but reveal a look of regret. He originally wanted Shanbei to take action so that he would have a reason to kill him. Shanbei is an awakener with SSS level talent. If he kills him, he will definitely get an SSS level talent crystal. It doesn't matter whether you give it to your dad or mom then. But now Shanbei was stopped by Qin Qinglan and others, and he no longer had the possibility of killing Shanbei. Shanbei looked at his friends, who all came to persuade him, which made his face even uglier. Especially Qin Qinglan, who was standing directly opposite him. Shanbei said coldly, "X, I'm telling you, I won't give you the money for the medicine. What can you do to me? Haha, at worst you can just treat it as feeding the dog. But you have to remember, no one dares to act like a rogue in front of me, X." Jiang Hao sneered. "You were seriously injured before, and I cured you with potion, so I'll let you change back to normal." As he spoke, a transparent lion head appeared above Jiang Hao's head. "X, there's no need to do this." Qin Qinglan felt the change in Jiang Hao's breath and turned back suddenly. The others were also startled by Jiang Hao, and they laughed dryly and spoke quickly. "X, don't be impulsive. We're all friends. There's no need to do this. Put away your attack first." Yes, don't be impulsive. Let's talk to Shanbei again, and he will definitely give you the money." Zhu Tianmao and the others cursed Shanbei in their hearts. "Why don't you just keep quiet and give him the money? Why do you have to provoke this guy? Can't you see how strong this guy is? They're not in good condition at the moment, and they will not be able to bear it if this shout comes out." Jiang Hao said calmly, 3 of you move aside. If you don't move aside, our friendship will end here." Qin Xinglan and the others paused when they heard this, feeling somewhat hesitant. On the one hand, he is their friend. On the other hand, he is their savior. They don't want to offend or provoke either side. Zhu Tianmao and the others looked at Qin Xinglan. After all, they knew X because of Qin Xinglan, and Qin Xinglan was the only one who could persuade X at the moment. Qin Xinglan said in a deep voice, "I'll give you his share of the money. You don't have to give it to him. I'll give it to him." Hearing that Qin Xinglan was going to pay for him, Shan Bei finally lost his composure. Jiang Hao doesn't care who gives him money, as long as the money is given to him. Shan Bei transferred the money to Jiang Hao with a sullen face, hating Jiang Hao to death in his heart. "Damn you, just wait for me. Sooner or later I will make you pay the price." Jiang Hao naturally noticed the coldness in Shan Bei's eyes, but he didn't care. It can even be said that he was hoping Shan Bei would take revenge on him, so that he would have a reason to kill him. I wonder what Shan Bei would think if he knew what Jiang Hao was thinking. After receiving the money, Jiang Hao no longer had to stay here. After saying hello to Qin Xinglan and the others, he left. On the way, Jiang Hao checked his system space while walking. He had killed the Fire Viper before, a 5th-level monster, and he was very curious about what kind of equipment it would drop. Soon, Jiang Hao saw a long sword with flame patterns in his system space. At the same time, a message appeared in front of him. Red Flame Sword, a B-level weapon equipment produced by the system. It can release flames when used, increasing the Red Flame Sword's attack power by 2 levels. Note, B-level weapons are weapons with spirits. They only recognize one owner and cannot be used by anyone other than the owner. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that a B-level weapon actually had a weapon spirit, and a weapon spirit that could recognize its master. This made him look forward to what kind of weapons and equipment the stronger level monsters would drop. Jiang Hao's mind moved, and the Red Flame Sword immediately appeared in his hand. Jiang Hao danced with the sword twice and felt pretty good. Although this was his first time using a sword, perhaps because of the spirit of the weapon, he was quite adept at using it. The Scarlet Flame Sword is the highest level weapon he currently possesses, and he naturally uses it himself. With the Scarlet Flame Sword in hand, he will be able to fight even against a 4th level awakener. In addition to the Red Flame Sword, he also obtained a lot of potions. When he broke through before, he forced back as many monsters as possible, but he basically killed all the plant monsters. Taking a look at the sky, Jiang Hao found that it was still early, so he was not in a hurry to leave the occupied area immediately. He planned to continue wandering around the periphery and get more weapons, equipment, and potions. Chapter 49, Road Blockage. After leaving the occupied area, Jiang Hao did not take off his mask immediately, but went directly to the Bounty Guild to submit the task. When we arrived at the Bounty Guild, perhaps because the sun was about to set, there were not many people in the Bounty Guild. Jiang Hao went straight to the front desk, and the receptionist was still the same one he had met last time. "Hello, Mr. X. How can I help you?" The receptionist immediately smiled sweetly when she saw Jiang Hao. This is the only SSS-level hidden file boss in their Dragon City Bounty Guild, and he must not be neglected. "I'm here to submit a mission." Jiang Hao took off the Bounty Guild badge on his chest and handed it to the front desk. "Okay, please wait a moment." The receptionist took out the badge, swiped it on a black crystal, and then operated the computer for a while. "Mr. X, your mission is to kill 50 snow foxes. Because the employer has requirements for the corpses, the employer needs to come and check them in person. If the snow fox's corpse is qualified, the mission will be completed. We will transfer the commission directly to your account. Do you need me to contact the employer immediately?" Jiang Hao nodded. The sooner he finished it, the sooner he would be done with it. After completing this task, he could take on other tasks again. He wants to earn enough money to buy a house before school starts. "At least after I go to college, my parents will have no worries about food and clothing." "Mr. X, I have contacted the employer. It will take 30 minutes for the employer to come over. Please wait patiently. I can find a room for you to store the bodies of those snow foxes." "It's okay, not for now." Jiang Hao waved his hand, then looked up at the large scrolling screen behind the front desk to see if there were any simpler tasks. "Ma'am," X showed up and went to the Bounty Guild. When Su Jing heard the report from her subordinates, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Very good. X, you finally showed up. Keep watching him, and call me immediately if he makes any move. Send another person to the Bounty Guild to check X's information. I want to see who X is." "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Su Jing dialed a number. Soon the call was connected, and Su Jing said without any nonsense, "The target has appeared, and the action begins. Jiang Hao waited for 30 minutes. The other party was very punctual. He arrived in 30 minutes as he said he would, not a minute more or a second earlier. The person who came was a woman who was about the same age as Qin Xinglan and equally beautiful. The woman had long flowing hair, delicate features, and a layer of light makeup. She was wearing a short, stylish, and slim Chanel-style black suit skirt, a small black leather bag in her hand, and a pair of black stiletto high heels on her feet. The whole person exudes a youthful and intellectual beauty. When walking, there's a fragrance breeze. "Hello, I heard that my mission is completed." After the introduction by the front desk, Shinmengli came to the opposite side of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded. "Yes, come and check the goods." He then asked the front desk to help find a room. Walking into the room, Jiang Hao took out a storage bag and took out all 55 snow fox corpses. Seeing Jiang Hao's storage bag, Shinmengli's pupils shrank slightly, and a hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Storage equipment is not something that ordinary people can possess. In addition to being rich, one must also have a certain level of strength. And this mysterious bounty hunter in front of him actually possesses storage equipment, which is really not simple. However, when Shinmengli saw the corpses of these snow foxes, she became even more uneasy. The bodies of these snow foxes were all intact, without any signs of damage. "Sir, how did you do this? This is too perfect." Shinmengli couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. "It's just some small tricks, not worth mentioning. You have seen these snow fox corpses. There is no problem. The mission is completed." No problem at all." Shinmengli nodded. Then the two of them came to the front desk, and after confirming everything, Jiang Hao received the reward as he wished, a total of 500,000 crystal coins. Originally, this mission was worth 400,000 crystal coins, but the reason why it has become 500,000 crystal coins is that Shinmengli wanted to borrow Jiang Hao's storage bag to help her bring back the snow fox corpses. Jiang Hao did not refuse. It wouldn't delay anything anyway. It would just be a detour. What's more, Shinmengli gave an extra 100,000 crystal coins as compensation. However, Jiang Hao did not leave immediately, but instead checked to see if there were any good tasks to do and planned to choose one. Knowing Jiang Hao's plan, Shinmengli said, "If Mr. X wants to do a task, I have another task here, and the price is relatively high. I wonder if Mr. X is interested. You don't want the snow fox corpses anymore, do you? I came across these snow foxes by chance." Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard that. If he is asked to hunt snow fox again, you'll not do it. Shinmengli shook her head. "Don't worry, it's not the corpse of a snow fox. This time it's 100 crocodile corpses. Any kind of crocodile will do. The higher the level, the better. As for the price, it depends on the degree of completion, but at least you can earn 300,000 crystal coins. How about that?" "Okay." Jiang Hao thought for a moment and finally agreed. Alligators live in swamps, and there are no specific species, so there aren't many restrictions. Seeing Jiang Hao nod, Shinmengli didn't waste any words and started issuing tasks directly. Jiang Hao received the tasks at the same time. The date is still set at 1 month's time. After the matter was settled, Jiang Hao and Shinmengli left the Bounty Guild. Shinmengli drove here in a red convertible sports car that didn't look cheap. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Rich people, really rich people. Although he had been making money like crazy these days, his current savings were barely $1 million. But compared to Shinmengli's, it was probably not even enough for her pocket money for half a month. As Shinmengli drove, she asked, "Mr. X, are you also a local of Longcheng?" "I guess so." Strictly speaking, Jiang Hao's hometown is not Longcheng, but when he was a few years old, his parents brought him to Longcheng and lived there for more than 10 years. Now, he can be considered a native of Longcheng. I wonder where Mr. X is working. Shinmengli kept trying to get information about Jiang Hao. In her opinion, a person who has storage equipment is definitely not an ordinary person. He's not a high-ranking person. He's just an unemployed vagrant. Jiang Hao naturally heard Shinmengli's test, so he responded incoherently. Shinmengli suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. "Hey, what's wrong with this road? There are usually a lot of cars, but why is there not a single car today?" However, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. When Jiang Hao heard what Shinmengli said, he frowned and immediately looked around. Just as Shinmengli was about to say something, a middle-aged man with a cane suddenly jumped out from the front and stood directly in front of her car. Shinmengli quickly stepped on the brakes, a look of lingering fear in her beautiful eyes. "What are you doing? Do you know this is dangerous?" Even a very cultured woman like Chun Mengli couldn't help but feel a little angry at this moment. Isn't this kind of person walking without looking at the road? Fortunately, I reacted quickly and braked at the first moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 50, Fierce Battle. X, aren't you going to come down and talk? Or do you want this beauty to be buried with you? The middle-aged man ignored Shun Mengli, and his eyes fell on Jiang Hao in the co-pilot's seat. Su Jing asked you to come? Jiang Hao opened the car door and got out. The only person who could get someone to deal with me was Su Jing, who hated me to the core. However, Su Jing really thought highly of himself and actually sent out a 4th-level awakener. Jiang Hao looked at the information panel in front of him and his face darkened. Name, unknown. Age, 44. Level, level 4. Talent, C-level talent charm. Ability, iron-skinned and strong physical. Status, peak. Mrs. Bai said you were a smart man, and it turns out to be true. The middle-aged man did not deny it and looked at Jiang Hao with a playful expression. This matter has nothing to do with her. Let her leave here. The middle-aged man shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever. My target is only you anyway. Jiang Hao said to Chun Mengli. You leave first. You know my contact information. Send me your address, and I will find you after I deal with the other party. But Chun Mengli frowned and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Jiang Hao. Leave here, or I'll be distracted if you're here. Chun Mengli bit her pink lips with her pearly teeth. Although she didn't want to leave, she knew very well that she couldn't help X by staying here. Instead of staying here and distracting X, it would be better to just leave. Be careful, Chun Mengli reminded, then drove away. The middle-aged man slowly walked towards Jiang Hao. You're quite calm. What's the matter? Do you know that you're going to die, so you give up resistance? Although the 4th-level awakener is very powerful, I'm afraid it is not enough to deal with me. Jiang Hao shook his head. How shameless. The middle-aged man sneered, and then his speed increased a bit. However, Jiang Hao's next action stunned the middle-aged man. Jiang Hao just turned around and ran away, with no intention of fighting him at all. Run. Where are you running to? Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately chased after Jiang Hao. But Jiang Hao's speed was too fast, and he left an afterimage in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man raised his lips and said, Humph, do you really think you can run away? The middle-aged man slowed down and walked slowly in the direction Jiang Hao left with the help of a cane. Jiang Hao ran all the way, and only when he confirmed that the middle-aged man did not catch up with him did he breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't expect to have to fight with a 4th-level awakener. Although he had the red flame sword, he was still able to fight against a 4th-level awakener. But that is just the strength of one battle, and the outcome is still unpredictable. Just when Jiang Hao thought he was safe, a large number of people in black suits suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the road. These people stood side by side on the road, blocking his way. Just as Jiang Hao was thinking about countermeasures, Su Jing walked out of the crowd. X, you can't escape today. In order to deal with X today, she had used a lot of her connections to requisition this road. In order to ensure that everything went smoothly, she even summoned the elite bodyguards of the Bai family. Just to solve X today. Su Jing, you really put a lot of effort into dealing with me. Jiang Hao laughed at himself. This guy, is he going to such a big fuss just to deal with me? These bodyguards in front of him are at least 2nd-level awakeners. I can't help it. You are too cunning. I couldn't do anything to you the last 2 times. I will definitely not let you run away again this time. Su Jing said this and took a step back. The bodyguards behind her immediately took out machetes from their arms and rushed towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao took a deep breath. Facing a wolf in front and a tiger behind, he knew that this battle was inevitable. Roar! Immediately, Jiang Hao used the lion roar technique without any hesitation. The deafening roar instantly spread out in all directions, with Jiang Hao as the center. Su Jing's face was also a little pale. She also knew something about Jiang Hao's methods. It's just that I've never experienced it personally. Now that I feel it personally, I feel that the blood in my body is surging, as if it is about to explode. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's attack was not aimed at her, otherwise she would have been killed instantly. But compared to her, others are not so lucky. The bodyguard were all shocked and retreated again and again. Some of the weaker ones were even shocked to the point of spitting blood. Only a few could withstand Jiang Hao's sonic attack, but even so, it was still uncomfortable. Without giving them a chance to react, Jiang Hao's body turned into a shadow and rushed straight towards the bodyguards. Bang! 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 Jiang Hao showed no mercy, and every time his fist landed, he almost took someone away. Only a third-level awakener can withstand his attack. Soon, Jiang Hao was surrounded by the 15 third-level awakeners. Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately took 2 quick steps with his feet, then concentrated his energy into his dantian and pressed his body downward, shaking his hands left and right. Suddenly, a faint dragon roar sounded, and he pushed forward violently. The first move of the 18 dragon subduing palms. The arrogant dragon will regret. An invisible wave of air burst out from Jiang Hao's palm. The 15 third-level awakeners attacked immediately, but they ultimately underestimated the power of Jiang Hao's 18 dragon subduing palms. The invisible air waves collided with them, and although they failed to injure them, they were still pushed back. Jiang Hao took the opportunity to perform the 18 dragon subduing palms again, and the sound of dragon roars rang out. The invisible air wave hit the 15 third-level awakeners, and they were unable to fight back for a moment. Roar! Jiang Hao seized the opportunity and used the lion roar technique again. This time, the 15 third-level awakeners vomited blood and retreated again and again. Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately used the Lingbo Weibu technique, intending to take the opportunity to leave. Whoosh! However, just as he was about to take action, a fierce attack suddenly came from behind. Jiang Hao quickly dodged to the side, thus avoiding the opponent's attack from falling on himself. Looking back, I saw that the 4th-level awakener had arrived here at some point with a rapier in his hand. Jiang Hao took a closer look and finally realized that the so-called rapier was actually hidden in the cane. The battle between us hasn't even started yet. Where are you going? The middle-aged man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Jiang Hao didn't waste any time seeing this. He flipped his hand, and the red flame sword appeared in his hand. Facing a 4th-level awakener, he didn't dare to be careless at all. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. There was storage equipment and a B-level weapon. This guy is really surprising. There's a glimmer of greed in the middle-aged man's eyes. As long as he killed X, all these things would be his. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man increased his speed and attacked Jiang Hao directly. Su Jing in the back also noticed this scene and similarly guessed that Jiang Hao had storage equipment. For a moment, she couldn't help but secretly regret it. If she had known that X had storage equipment and B-level weapons, she would never have asked this guy to take action. A Class B weapon would cost millions on the market, even though that was all she had. But if that storage equipment could be snatched away, it would be perfect for Yang. But all this has nothing to do with her anymore. While Su Jing was thinking this, Jiang Hao and the middle-aged man were already fighting fiercely. As soon as they started fighting, Jiang Hao was at a disadvantage. Middle-aged people not only have strong attack power, but also incredibly strong. Jiang Hao only felt that his palm was a little numb due to the shock, which made him very passive, but he did not dare to relax his vigilance at all. He was very clear about his situation. If he lost, the consequences would be disastrous. The middle-aged man did not give Jiang Hao any chance to breathe, and attacked Jiang Hao again with his rapier, like a poisonous snake. Jiang Hao quickly used the red flame sword to resist. But at this moment, the middle-aged man turned his body and stabbed Jiang Hao again with the sword in his hand. Jiang Hao stepped back immediately and barely avoided the middle-aged man's attack. However, the middle-aged man's attack fell again, and Jiang Hao had no choice but to be forced to fight back. The middle-aged man's attack speed was extremely fast. Even if Jiang Hao used a critical hit, he could only barely keep up with the opponent's attack speed. This is also thanks to the fact that he has a B-level weapon, otherwise he might not be able to resist the opponent. Chapter 51 Retreat. Jiang Hao realized that this was not going to work, and he had to find a way to leave here. Otherwise, if I continue to fight, I will definitely lose. But the middle-aged man didn't give him the chance at all. His fierce attacks came at him like a tide. Jiang Hao fought hard, but as he continued to fight with the middle-aged man, he felt as if his hands were filled with lead and became heavier and heavier. Bang! Jiang Hao was caught off guard and kicked in the chest by the middle-aged man. He flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Without caring about the injuries on his body, Jiang Hao jumped up quickly from the ground. And at this moment, the middle-aged man's attack fell again. In a hurry, Jiang Hao tried to resist, but he was still a beat too slow. The middle-aged man's rapier pierced directly into Jiang Hao's arm, and blood splattered. Jiang Hao groaned, and before he could react, the middle-aged man kicked him hard on the head. Jiang Hao's legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. The heavy blow just now almost made Jiang Hao faint. Fortunately, Jiang Hao held on with a strong willpower. At the same time, he also came up with a plan in his mind. Since you can't defeat the opponent in a head-on fight, you have to think of a roundabout way. The middle-aged man walked towards Jiang Hao as he spoke. As a first-level awakener, you should be proud of yourself for being able to fight with me. However, no one noticed that Jiang Hao had a few more small medicine bottles in his hands and was quietly pouring medicine into his mouth. But it's a pity that the first level is just the first level after all. The middle-aged man came to Jiang Hao and hit Jiang Hao with a rapier. Suddenly, several bloody holes appeared on Jiang Hao's body. However, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and did not move. He was waiting for an opportunity for the middle-aged man to completely relax. This B-level weapon is a waste. It's a waste to keep in your hands. Just give it to me. The middle-aged man squatted down. He was extremely envious of Jiang Hao's red flame sword. The weapon he was using now was only a D-level weapon. The first-level awakener in front of me is actually using a B-level weapon. From the moment he came across this weapon, he had already decided that it was his. Oh, and the storage equipment on you is also mine. As he spoke, the middle-aged man reached out to take Jiang Hao's red flame sword. Roar! Jiang Hao raised his head suddenly and used the lion roar technique, which was enhanced by a critical hit. The middle-aged man was caught off guard, and his body froze. Seeing this, Jiang Hao raised his hand, and the red flame sword went straight to the middle-aged man's throat. Just when the red flame sword was about to hit the middle-aged man's throat, the middle-aged man suddenly moved, raised the thin sword in his hand, and blocked Jiang Hao's red flame sword. Humph! Do you think I didn't feel you using energy in secret? The middle-aged man sneered, then stood up and kicked Jiang Hao in the head. Jiang Hao slapped the ground with his hand and jumped up to avoid the attack from the middle-aged man. Then he shook his hand, and flames instantly burned all around the red flame sword. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes upon seeing this. He had not expected that this B-grade weapon would have such ability. But the weirder the weapon, the more he liked it. Before he could think about it, Jiang Hao had already rushed over. This was the first time Jiang Hao took the initiative to attack. The middle-aged man showed a look of disdain and immediately went forward. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding continued. Jiang Hao seemed to be crazy. He did not retreat at all and confronted the middle-aged man head-on. Even though he had many wounds on his body and blood was constantly flowing out of the wounds, Jiang Hao still didn't care. Roar! Just as the middle-aged man was about to kill, Jiang Hao suddenly changed his tactics, retracted the red flame sword, and suddenly opened his mouth. The middle-aged man's body was shaken uncontrollably, and he took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately used the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. The first move of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, the arrogant dragon will regret. The 6th move of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms comes suddenly. The 12th move of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, riding 6 dragons at the same time. Without giving the middle-aged man a chance to react, Jiang Hao performed the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms in one breath. None of the powerful air waves missed their target. All of them landed on the middle-aged man. Even someone as strong as the middle-aged man was beaten so hard that he spit out blood. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, but he did not pursue the victory, but turned around and ran. Although he injured the opponent, he also completely angered him. If he continued to attack at this time, he would inevitably suffer the opponent's angry attack. The best thing to do right now is to run. Get out of here now. Su Jing quickly shouted. Damn it, hurry up and chase him. Don't let X get away. She had managed to stop Jiang Hao with great difficulty. If she let him escape, it would not be easy for her to deal with him again in the future. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards who had managed to survive hurriedly chased after him, but their speed was far too slow compared to Jiang Hao's. This made Su Jing very angry. Don't worry, he can't run away. The middle-aged man had come to his senses by now. He said this coldly, and his body turned into a stream of light and quickly chased after Jiang Hao. This time he was really angry. He was a 4th-level awakener, but he was actually beaten by a 1st-level awakener. It was simply a shame. He has decided that this time he will not give the other party any chance, and he will tear the other party into pieces. Su Jing followed closely with her men. She must kill X today. Jiang Hao felt a chill in his heart when he noticed the middle-aged man chasing after him. He had pushed the Lingbo Weibo to its limit, and even used a critical strike, but he was still unable to get rid of the opponent. While running, Jiang Hao took out potions from the system space, all kinds of healing potions and recovery potions, and poured them into his mouth desperately. Finally, after consuming 7 bottles of potion, he recovered to his peak condition. The speed also increased a bit again. But at the moment, I still haven't been able to completely get rid of that middle-aged man. Fortunately, Jiang Hao finally ran out of the street blocked by Su Jing, and he quickly ran into the crowd. When the people around saw Jiang Hao covered in blood, they were shocked and began to avoid him. Some even called the police. Looking at Jiang Hao, who was constantly moving among the crowd, the middle-aged man's face darkened. Then he gritted his teeth and chased after Jiang Hao directly. The 2 men, one in front and one behind, kept shuttling back and forth among the crowd, immediately causing panic and anxiety among the crowd. Damn it, he's really relentless in his pursuit. Feeling the breath of the middle-aged man behind him, Jiang Hao cursed in his heart. It happened that he saw a shopping mall at this time, and without hesitation, Jiang Hao turned straight in. The more people there are, the safer it is. He doesn't believe that he can't get rid of that guy. Just at this moment, the elevator opened. Jiang Hao went straight in and quickly closed the elevator. He pressed the buttons for almost all the floors, but he came out on the 2nd floor. Then he went into the bathroom. Chapter 52, Hunting Order. Jiang Hao walked out of the mall and happened to meet the middle-aged man head-on, but Jiang Hao was not panicked at all, because he had taken off his mask and changed his clothes. Sure enough, Jiang Hao passed by the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man did not notice him. However, after Jiang Hao walked over, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao instantly felt the hairs on his back stand up. He forced himself not to look back and walked forward calmly. After a long while, the middle-aged man withdrew his gaze, but his face was full of confusion. For some reason, the young man just now gave him a very familiar feeling. Finally, Jiang Hao could no longer feel the middle-aged man's gaze, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to a safe place, took out his mobile phone, and took a look at the location that Chun Mengli sent him, and then left. What's going on? Su Jing found the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked unhappy, lost. He was a 4th-level awakener, but he was able to lose a 1st-level awakener while chasing him. If this were to get out, people would definitely laugh their heads off. Su Jing couldn't help but frown when she heard this. She didn't know why, but she always felt that if she didn't kill X this time, she would definitely regret it in the future. Just then, people from the security department rushed over and immediately surrounded the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face darkened. He was already in a bad mood, and now these people from the security department were coming to cause trouble. Fortunately, Su Jing was quick and stopped the middle-aged man. Middle-aged people may not care about the security department, but she can't. She explained everything to the security personnel in person and revealed her identity. The security department then left. At the same time, Jiang Hao put on his mask again, changed back into his previous clothes, and came to Chun Mengli's residence. Although Chun Mengli's residence is not as luxurious as the Su family or the Bai families, it is also a residential area where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The villas here all have their own gates and courtyards, a bit similar to the villa where Indit Sai's lover lives. But this place is much better than where Indit Sai's lover lives. When Jiang Hao came over, Chun Mengli was already waiting at the door. She was shocked to see Jiang Hao in such a miserable state. "How are you? Are you okay?" Jiang Hao waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's okay. Where should I put your things?" Even though his clothes were covered in blood, his wound had healed long ago. "Come in with me. I have a room to store these things." After confirming that Jiang Hao was indeed fine, Chun Mengli took Jiang Hao inside. After Jiang Hao got out the snow fox corpses, he wanted to leave directly, but was stopped by Chun Mengli, who insisted that he drink a glass of water before leaving. Jiang Hao had no choice but to drink a glass of water before leaving. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when Jiang Hao returned to the hotel. He did not disturb his parents and went straight back to his room. After taking a shower, Jiang Hao sat on the bed and began to think about what happened today. I have to admit that he still underestimated the Bai family. He didn't expect that they could even invite a 4th-level awakener. Fortunately, he was smart today and escaped. But I'm afraid I may not be so lucky next time. It seems that I need to be more cautious. After what happened today, it served as a wake-up call for him. His strength is nothing in front of a true master. Since his awakening, he has indeed become a little inflated. It seems that he needs to adjust his mentality. For the next 2 days, Jiang Hao was very well behaved and didn't even leave the hotel. It was not until the morning of the 4th day that he left the hotel. However, he did not go directly to the occupied area, but went to the black market. Huang Xingshan was already waiting for him at the black market. After he left the hotel, he called Huang Xingshan. "Sir, why do you come here so brazenly?" Huang Xingshan was shocked to see Jiang Hao entering the black market so blatantly. "What's wrong?" Huang Xingshan whispered. "Don't you know the Bai family has already issued a hunting order for you, and the bounty is as high as 5 million. Jiang Hao frowned when he heard this. It seemed that the Bai family was really determined to fight him to the death. "Sir, you'd better leave quickly to avoid being blocked by the Bai family." Jiang Hao nodded. It was indeed not appropriate for him to confront the Bai family head-on now. Huang Xingshan breathed a sigh of relief when Jiang Hao nodded. He was afraid that Jiang Hao would not listen to his advice and insist on doing what he wanted. Immediately, he took Jiang Hao into the black market. Under the leadership of Huang Xingshan, Jiang Hao sold all the useless weapons in his hands, including the pair of mantis swords, leaving only the red flame sword and a few weapons for emergency use. This time he had a good harvest, selling a total of 1.74 million crystal coins. After saying hello to Huang Xingshan, Jiang Hao left the black market and headed straight for the occupied area. He didn't believe that the Bai family would be able to find him if he went to the occupied area. Before entering the occupied area, Jiang Hao called Xiao Yufan and told her that he was very busy at the moment and would not be returning to the hotel for the time being. Although Xiao Yufan was a little worried, she did not stop it. In fact, Jiang Hao's current savings are enough to buy an ordinary house. But he didn't want this. Since he wanted to buy a house, he naturally had to buy a better one. Not to mention a luxurious villa like Chunming Li's, but at least a villa like the one Dit-Sai's lover lived in. After entering the occupied area, Jiang Hao began to look for a swamp. He killed all the ignorant monsters he encountered on the road. For others, the occupied area may just be a place to improve combat effectiveness and complete tasks. But for Jiang Hao, this is gold everywhere. Except for those 0-level monsters that were of no help to him. Every time he killed a 1st-level monster, he would get 10,000 crystal coins, and a 2nd-level monster would be equivalent to 50,000 crystal coins. Not to mention the more advanced monsters. 3 hours later, Jiang Hao finally found a swamp. This swamp is not small. It is as big as 2 football fields. There was a bad smell all around, and bubbles were constantly coming out of the swamp. There is a thin layer of fog above the swamp. Jiang Hao carefully looked at the swamp in front of him. Although he did not enter it, he still felt that there were many monsters in this swamp. Suddenly, Jiang Hao felt a little dizzy and frowned. It seems that this swamp is poisonous. However, Jiang Hao did not panic. He flipped his palm, and suddenly a bottle of blue medicine appeared in his hand. The blue potion was actually an antidote, and there were more than 30 bottles of this kind in the system space. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao drank it all in one gulp. Almost instantly, the uncomfortable feeling caused by the poisonous gas in the swamp disappeared. Looking at the swamp in front of him, Jiang Hao came up with a plan in his mind. It was impossible for him to go into the swamp to find those crocodiles, so he had to find a way to lure them out. As for the solution, he has already thought of it, and he has to thank the Bai family for it. If it weren't for the 3 trucks of supplies from the Bai family, he wouldn't have thought of this method. Immediately, Jiang Hao took out the storage bag and poured out some of the organs inside. Then he hid in a secret place, waiting for the monster in the swamp to come out. Chapter 53, Armored Crocodile. As expected, the strong smell of blood soon attracted some monsters. These monsters are of various kinds, including frogs, lizards, and so on. But there was no crocodile, which made Jiang Hao feel uncomfortable. What's going on? Are there no crocodiles in this swamp? Just as Jiang Hao was wondering, the monsters had already started eating those organs. Jiang Hao slowly walked out from his hiding place. Although he failed to lure out the crocodiles, he could not let these monsters go. When they saw Jiang Hao, the monsters were stunned at first and then immediately pounced towards Jiang Hao. Everyone let out excited roars. Roar! Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and directly used the lion roar technique. The terrifying roar instantly surged around like a tide. In an instant, those monsters below the 2nd level were killed instantly, and some 3rd-level monsters continued to rush towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao flipped his hand, and the red flame sword immediately appeared in his hand. Soon, those 3rd-level monsters fell to the ground covered in blood. At this moment, A gurgling sound suddenly came from the swamp. Jiang Hao looked up and saw the swamp churning. The next second, crocodiles as big as cars walked out of it. The second-level monster, the armored crocodile. I finally waited for you. Looking at these armored crocodiles, Jiang Hao raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a sneer. The armored crocodile's skin and flesh are as hard as iron, so it is called the armored crocodile. I don't know if Chun Mengli wants this kind of crocodile. Jiang Hao took a rough look and found that there were more than 10 crocodiles. No matter whether Chun Mengli wants it or not, just kill her. Without any hesitation, the lion roar technique was used again. These second-level armored crocodiles were no match for him at all and were quickly dealt with by him. Jiang Hao took out the storage bag and was about to put away the 13 armored crocodiles when the swamp began to boil again. Immediately afterwards, 3 third-level armored crocodiles walked out and headed straight for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows when he saw this. It seemed that these armored crocodiles were targeting him. Before, there were second-level ones, and now there are third-level ones. Maybe there will be fourth-level armored crocodiles around now. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao's expression became more serious. He is not afraid of the third level, but he has no chance of winning against the fourth level. Jiang Hao quickly collected the corpses of the second-level armored crocodiles and prepared to make a quick decision. After getting rid of these third-level armored crocodiles, he would leave here immediately to avoid being chased by the fourth-level monsters. A fourth-level monster is much stronger than a fourth-level awakener. The first move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms. The arrogant dragon will regret. In order to end the battle quickly, Jiang Hao immediately used the 18 dragon, subduing palms. The sound of dragon roars continued to come from his body, and then invisible air waves burst out from his palms. As Jiang Hao has been practicing the 18 dragon subduing palms continuously recently, he has become more and more proficient in it. Soon, all 18 palms were performed. However, even though all 18 palms were used, they failed to kill these armored crocodiles. It just caused some injuries to the 3 third-level armored crocodiles. At the same time, this also aroused the ferocity of the armored crocodile. It quickly came in front of Jiang Hao, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Jiang Hao. Although the armored crocodile is a third-level monster, it still has the characteristics of a crocodile and does not move very fast. Roar! Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately used the lion roar technique again. The 3 third-stage armored crocodiles paused, and they felt extremely uncomfortable under the terrifying sonic attack. The hard leather armor can enhance their defense, which is why Jiang Hao is unable to kill them or seriously injure them after using the 18 dragon subduing palms just now. However, the hard leather armor can only protect their skin from external injuries, but cannot protect their internal injuries. Although the 18 dragon subduing palms is powerful, the power that Jiang Hao can currently exert is limited. But the lion roar kung fu is different. It is not only a mid-level divine martial art, but also a sonic attack that completely ignores surface defenses. Soon, the 3 third-level armored crocodiles vomited blood and became listless. Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately continued his efforts and used the lion roar technique again. 2 consecutive lion roar attacks instantly killed the 3 armored crocodiles. Roar! Suddenly, a roar was heard from the swamp, and then Jiang Hao saw an armored crocodile covered with spikes and as big as a large trailer crawling out of the swamp. The 4th-level monster, the armored crocodile. Looking at this 4th-level armored crocodile, Jiang Hao felt his scalp tingling. After quickly collecting the bodies of the 3 armored crocodiles, he turned around and ran without thinking. Seeing this, the 4th-level armored crocodile immediately chased after Jiang Hao. All the surrounding big trees were knocked down by the huge body of the 4th-level armored crocodile. Jiang Hao didn't care about them and quickly flew away. But he still underestimated this 4th-order armored crocodile. He originally thought that the other party would chase him for a while at most and would give up if it couldn't catch up. Unexpectedly, this 4th-order armored crocodile chased after him relentlessly. Although his speed was not as fast as mine, I was unable to shake him off, and he was just chasing me closely from behind. Damn it, do you have to fight so hard? It's just killing a few of your own people. Is it that serious? Jiang Hao cursed in his heart as he ran. It's a pity that this 4th-level armored crocodile couldn't hear it at all, but even if it heard it, it probably wouldn't give up chasing Jiang Hao. After running for several kilometers, Jiang Hao still couldn't get rid of the other person. Seeing that there was no hope of escape from the periphery, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and rush deeper into the occupied area. Although Jiang Hao knew that it was very dangerous deep in the occupied area, the most important thing at the moment was to get rid of the big guy behind him. Before he knew it, Jiang Hao arrived at a place full of dilapidated houses. He didn't know the exact location, but looking at the ruins around, he could tell that this should have been the center of a town 300 years ago. However, these are no longer important. What is important is that the armored crocodile has caught up with them. Jiang Hao could only grit his teeth and continue going deeper. This 4th-level armored crocodile is still following closely behind. Roar! Just then, a roar suddenly sounded and Jiang Hao hurriedly stopped. Then he saw a dark shadow rushing towards him in the distance. Soon the black shadow arrived here, and Jiang Hao finally saw the true appearance of the black shadow, and his heart was startled. The 4th-level monster, the violent black bear. Jiang Hao looked at the violent black bear that was as big as a hill, and he took 2 steps to the side. He felt relieved after confirming that the violent black bear was not looking at him. At this moment, the violent black bear did not look at him, but looked at the armored crocodile that invaded here. The armored crocodile also looked at the violent black bear, his eyes full of vigilance. After reaching the 4th level of strength, they all have a strong sense of territory. Therefore, they will not easily leave their own territory to take over the territories of other monsters. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a provocation. The armored crocodile was busy chasing Jiang Hao and didn't notice that this was the territory of the violent black bear. Otherwise, it would not have been able to rush in directly. Looking at the 2 monsters staring at each other, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel anxious. Go ahead and fight. If you start fighting, I will have a chance to escape. As if it heard what Jiang Hao was thinking, the violent black bear roared and rushed directly towards the armored crocodile. Chapter 54, Violence. Seeing the 2 giant beasts fighting, Jiang Hao quickly ran to the side. The aftermath of the battle between the 2 4th-level monsters could easily kill him, and he didn't want to die in obscurity. But he didn't leave here directly. Looking at the 2 monsters fighting fiercely, Jiang Hao decided to be the 6th one. See if he can get some benefits. This is a 4th-level monster. If you kill one, you can get a C-level weapon. Class C weapons would cost nearly $1 million on the market. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk, and for this price, it is worth taking the risk. Jiang Hao hid behind a stone wall, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. The battle between these 2 monsters was very understanding. There were no fancy attacks, and they fought entirely based on instinct. But even so, it still has a strong destructive power. The surrounding trees and broken walls were all shattered by the battle between the 2 giant beasts. Speaking of which, these 2 monsters are both powerful monsters. Every time the violent black bear attacked the armored crocodile, a dull sound was heard. Compared to the violent black bear, the armored crocodile seems to be at a disadvantage. There is no way. Although the armored crocodile is huge in size, its limbs are short and it cannot play any role at all. Its only form of attack is biting. Never underestimate the bite of the armored crocodile, because they are crocodile-type monsters and they all have an instinctive skill, death roll. Once bitten by the armored crocodile and then performing a death roll, the consequences can be imagined. The violent black bear seemed to know this as well, so it paid special attention to the armored crocodile's mouth and kept changing its body shape around the armored crocodile to prevent it from biting it. It is precisely because of this that the armored crocodile fell into a passive position. Jiang Hao hid in the dark, secretly observing the status of the 2 monsters, and for a moment he couldn't tell who would win. It would be best if these 2 guys could fight to the point of both suffering losses. After watching for a while, I saw that it would take a short while for these 2 guys to determine the winner. Jiang Hao withdrew his gaze and opened his own system space. Check out your gains. So far, including those armored crocodiles, he has killed nearly 40 monsters, including 3 3rd-level monsters. Soon, Jiang Hao saw his harvest. There were all kinds of weapons, but the only thing that surprised him was that among these weapons, there were more than a dozen black clothes. Jiang Hao immediately checked the information about the clothes. Crocodile stomach armor, a system-produced E-level weapon. It keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer when worn. It can also increase the user's defense by 10%. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there were such defensive clothes. The most important thing is that this is a suit, which includes not only clothes but also pants, and they all have long sleeves, so they cannot be seen at all when worn under the clothes. Jiang Hao took a look at the other clothes. It was obvious that these clothes were obtained by him from killing those armored crocodiles. He knew that E-level weapons corresponded to second-level monsters, so there should be 3 sets of D-level crocodile stomach armor in it. Sure enough, Jiang Hao found these 3 sets of D-level crocodile gastric armor. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hao took out a set of clothes and put them on quickly. This dress looks the same as not wearing anything. If you don't look at it, you can't even feel its presence. Looking at the clothes with a surface like crocodile skin, Jiang Hao couldn't let it go. With his clothes, his defense would be greatly increased. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiang Hao turned his gaze to the armored crocodiles that were fighting fiercely. If I kill this guy, it means I have a set of C-level defensive clothing. If this is the case, if I meet that 4th-level awakener again, even if I can't defeat him, the other party won't be able to do anything to me. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and made up his mind that he must kill this armored crocodile. At this moment, the battle between the armored crocodile and the violent black bear has reached a white-hot stage. Under the attack of the violent black bear, the armored crocodile was covered in blood. Although its skin is as hard as steel, the violent black bear is no vegetarian. Although its paws are not as sharp as those of monsters like lions and tigers, they're still not something that ordinary monsters can withstand. Furthermore, its unique great strength makes many monsters afraid of it. The fact that the armored crocodile could fight the violent black bear to such an extent was enough to be proud of. Bang! Caught off guard, the armored crocodile was hit on the head by the violent black bear, and the whole body fell heavily to the ground. Blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth, and it was unclear whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, slightly bent his body, and was ready to attack at any time. He couldn't let the armored crocodile die at the hands of the violent black bear, otherwise he wouldn't get the crocodile's stomach armor. At this moment, in his eyes, the value of the armored crocodile is much higher than that of the violent black bear. I can't wait any longer. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. He was ready to fight off the violent black bear and snatch the fatal blow from the armored crocodile. Just when Jiang Hao was about to make a move, the armored crocodile that had been dying suddenly jumped up. This scared the violent black bear that was about to kill the armored crocodile. It was about to retreat, but it was too late. The armored crocodile opened its bloody mouth and bit the left forelimb of the violent black bear. Then, the horrifying death tumble began. Roar! The violent black bear let out a shrill scream and tried to struggle, but couldn't break free. Jiang Hao watched this scene with lingering fear. Although he was not the one rolled by death, he still felt his scalp tingling. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he did not act impulsively, otherwise he would most likely be the one bitten. Jiang Hao suppressed the throbbing in his heart and started observing again. The armored crocodile had a backup plan, so he didn't believe that the violent black bear would not have one. Just as Jiang Hao was thinking this, the violent black bear roared. Then, under Jiang Hao's surprised gaze, he saw the violent black bear's body expand and its eyes turn blood red. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that during class, the teacher had told him that the main ability of the violent black bear, or its true ability, is violence. Once the violent black bear enters the berserk state, it is absolutely invincible among its peers, and can even fight one-for-one with those above its peers. So there are only 2 ways to deal with a violent black bear. One is to kill the violent black bear before it enters the violent state, and the other is to delay it. The violent black bear's violent state cannot be maintained forever and has a time limit. Therefore, as long as you wait until the violent black bear comes out of its frenzy, it will enter a weakened state. And this is the best time to deal with a violent black bear. At this moment, the violent black bear has broken free from the armored crocodile. Well, strictly speaking, the armored crocodile has bitten off the left forelimb of the violent black bear. Roar! The violent black bear roared angrily, not caring about the bleeding left limb, and launched a frenzied attack on the armored crocodile. The armored crocodile was not a vegetarian either. It immediately began a crazy counterattack and soon bit the right forelimb of the violent black bear again. But this time, before the armored crocodile could perform its death roll, it was suddenly lifted up by the violent black bear and then fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 55. There is always a way out. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and even Jiang Hao felt the pain when he heard it. Not to mention the armored crocodile. Under Jiang Hao's gaze, the violent black bear seemed to have grabbed the hook of the armored crocodile, preventing the armored crocodile from spitting out its right forelimb. And it kept lifting up the armored crocodile and throwing it to the ground again and again. Soon a deep pit appeared on the ground. Seeing the armored crocodile struggling and getting smaller, Jiang Hao felt a chill in his heart, knowing that this was not a solution. If the armored crocodile was killed, it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao no longer hesitated and rushed out directly. Seeing Jiang Hao appear, the violent black bear roared, swung the armored crocodile violently, and threw it directly towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's face immediately brightened with joy when he saw this. Roar! A transparent lion head quickly appeared above Jiang Hao's head. The terrifying sonic attack swept out instantly. The armored crocodile was the first to be hit. Although it sensed the danger, it had no ability to avoid it at the moment. Finally, under the unwilling gaze, the armored crocodile lost its life and fell heavily at Jiang Hao's feet. Jiang Hao raised the corner of his mouth. He originally thought that he would need to put in some effort, but he didn't expect that he could achieve his goal so easily. Roar! Just when Jiang Hao was overjoyed, a violent black bear suddenly pounced towards him. Jiang Hao's pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly put the body of the armored crocodile into his storage bag and ran away without looking back. He couldn't even afford to offend a violent black bear in its normal state, let alone a violent black bear in its violent state. Jiang Hao used all his strength, but still couldn't get rid of the violent black bear. Not only that, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Jiang Hao was secretly anxious when he saw this. Why did this damn guy have to chase him? Bang! Suddenly, a strong wind came from behind. Jiang Hao didn't have time to check the situation and subconsciously dodged. Then he saw a huge rock flying out from behind him and hitting the path he had just taken. Jiang Hao was so scared by this scene that he broke out in a cold sweat. He knew without thinking that this must have been thrown by a violent black bear. If this happened to me, I would be seriously injured even if I didn't die. Roar! The roar of the violent black bear continued to sound, and it chased Jiang Hao madly. At the same time, he continued to attack Jiang Hao, trying to force Jiang Hao to stop. Fortunately, Jiang Hao reacted quickly enough, otherwise he might have been hit by these attacks. However, despite this, Jiang Hao's speed was still affected. Feeling the violent black bear getting closer and closer to him, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel anxious. A black bear in a violent state could definitely torture him like he was torturing his grandson. But at this moment, the violent black bear had already come behind Jiang Hao, and without giving Jiang Hao any chance to react, it suddenly pulled with its only remaining right front leg. Jiang Hao lost his balance and rolled on the ground several times. Fortunately, he was wearing a crocodile stomach armor. Although the upper part was scratched, there was no injury on the rest of his body. It's just covered with a lot of dust, making it look a bit grimy. Jiang Hao ignored the pain and quickly got up from the ground. The violent black bear had come to Jiang Hao again at this time and slapped out with one palm, heading straight for Jiang Hao's head. Jiang Hao quickly stepped back and flipped his hand, and the red flame sword quickly appeared in his palm. Although he knew that he was no match for the violent black bear, it was absolutely impossible for him to just sit there and wait for death. With the red flame sword in hand, Jiang Hao swung the sword fiercely and slashed at the paw of the violent black bear. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard, and Jiang Hao felt his entire right arm go numb, and he almost couldn't hold the sword. Before Jiang Hao could recover, the violent black bear attacked again. Roar! Seeing this, a transparent lion head appeared above Jiang Hao's head, and then he used the lion roar technique. The deafening roar directly enveloped the violent black bear. However, the lion's roar technique, which had always worked, lost its effect today in front of the violent black bear. Faced with the lion's roar, the violent black bear seemed to have no reaction at all. The violent black bear's huge paw fell directly, and Jiang Hao was instantly knocked away. Puff! Jiang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell heavily against a big tree not far away. Snap! A tree with a diameter of 5 meters broke with a loud noise. Jiang Hao felt that his waist was about to break, and the severe pain made him suffer terribly. The red flame sword had already slipped out of his hand and fell not far away. At the same time, The violent black bear came in front of Jiang Hao and raised its paw to slap Jiang Hao again. Jiang Hao looked at the violent black bear weakly and wanted to stand up, but he had no strength at all. Do I have to explain it today? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. At that moment, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but most of them were about his parents' smiles and frowns. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I won't be able to fulfill my filial duties to you in the future. Jiang Hao slowly closed his eyes. Now he no longer had any thoughts of resisting. Faced with the violent black bear in its berserk state, he could only wait for death. Bang! Suddenly a dull sound was heard, and Jiang Hao shrank his body. But the violent black bear that he had imagined would attack him did not happen. Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and looked at something with a strange expression. He saw the violent black bear lying in front of him, his whole body extremely weak. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, I felt relieved. He originally thought that he was dead, but unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events. At the critical moment, the violent black bear's fury was over. There's always a way out. Jiang Hao flipped his hand, took out healing potions, physical strength potions, and recovery potions from the system space, and drank them all. In an instant, most of his injuries were healed. Jiang Hao stood up from the ground. The violent black bear saw the human in front of him, who looked so weak and dying just now, but suddenly became full of energy. He couldn't help but show a look of surprise. However, it also realized its dangerous situation and immediately struggled to get up from the ground, then limped towards its own territory. Even though it moved slowly, it didn't give up. Looking at the back of the violent black bear, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, then waved his hand, and the red flame sword in the distance immediately flew back into his hand. Then Jiang Hao walked towards the violent black bear. Although the violent black bear was in a somewhat embarrassed and lonely state at the moment, Jiang Hao did not show any mercy. He knew very well that if the violent black bear had not gone berserk enough, he would have died just now. Now it's just a matter of changing circumstances. What's more, humans and monsters are always at war to the death. Chapter 56. The Feeling of Heartbreak. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. Jiang Hao had been staying in the occupied area during these 7 days. Although he was alone here, he did not feel lonely at all. Every day, I am either fighting or on the way to fight. And after these 7 days, he finally completed Shun Mengli's mission. He collected a total of 5 crocodile-type monsters. In addition to the armored crocodile, he also found the blood crystal crocodile, the Yangtze alligator, the rock crocodile, and an extremely rare space crocodile named the sky-breaking beast. There was only one Duancong beast, and its entire body was snow white. It looked very precious at first glance. After killing the Duancong beast, he obtained another piece of storage equipment, this time a belt. Although the mission was completed, Jiang Hao was not ready to leave immediately. Anyway, his agreement with Chan Mengli was still more than half a month away, so he was not in a hurry to go back immediately. Jiang Hao calculated his gains in the past 7 days and found that he had obtained 60 F-class weapons and 54 E-class weapons. 18 D-class weapons were obtained, and 2 C-class weapons were obtained. In addition, there are quite a few potions, enough for me to splurge on for a while. This time, his harvest can be said to be very rich, at least more than 3 million. Together with his savings, it is almost enough to buy a villa. But this is far from enough. In addition to buying a villa, Jiang Hao also plans to buy a car for his father, and at the same time leave enough living expenses and various expenses for his own college education. All these preparations have to be prepared. 3 days later, Jiang Hao left the occupied area and headed straight for the black market. He had already contacted Huang Xingshan and wanted to sell all the weapons he had obtained. Sir, you really have some skills. Huang Xingshan immediately smiled when he saw Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was stunned. What's wrong? You don't know? Huang Xingshan looked at Jiang Hao in surprise, and after confirming that Jiang Hao really didn't know, he began to explain. Didn't I say before that the Bai family had issued a hunting order? As a result, not long after you left, the president of our Longqing Bounty Guild personally stood up and spoke for you. It means that anyone who dares to deal with you is an enemy of the Bounty Guild, and strongly demands that the Bai family withdraw their pursuit of you. After hearing Huang Xingshan's vivid description, Jiang Hao finally understood what was going on. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He had some impression of the president of the Dragon City Bounty Guild, but he didn't expect that Lu Jinglong would stand up for him. This is a big favor. He originally thought that the Bai family did not cause trouble for him because they did not notice him. It turned out that Lu Jinglong had set up all this for him. Is the Bai family so obedient that they really withdraw the killing order against me? Huang Xingshan said meaningfully, Sir, you still underestimate the power of the Bounty Guild. Not to mention the Bai family. Even the Su family in Longqing dare not underestimate the Bounty Guild. Of course, the Bai family doesn't dare to deal with you openly, but they will definitely deal with you secretly. Jiang Hao nodded. He was not surprised by this. After coming into contact with the Bai family, he knew that the Bai family was definitely the kind of family that would not give up until they achieved their goal. The only thing that shocked him was the Bounty Guild. It seemed that he was right to listen to Huang Xingshan. By the way, sir, I have raised enough money for the medical expenses you helped me pay for before, so I'll just pay it back to you today. Jiang Hao waved his hand. Forget it. You were injured because of me, so I don't want the money. Huang Xingshan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jiang Hao. Let's go. I have something else to do later. Sell the weapons. I'm leaving now. Hearing this, Huang Xingshan smiled bitterly, said nothing more, and immediately took Jiang Hao to sell weapons. Come to think of it, he was quite curious. He had seen X's strength and knew that he was not an enhancer. But why was X always able to come up with some weapons from time to time? Could it be that he was selling it for someone else? Although he was puzzled, Huang Xingshan did not dare to ask. He knew very well what he should and should not do. Under the leadership of Huang Xingshan, Jiang Hao easily exchanged for 4 million. Of course, he did not sell the storage equipment, the red flame sword, and the sea-level crocodile stomach armor. Then Jiang Hao went to the Bounty Guild. Jiang Hao submitted the task according to the last process, and the front desk called Chunmengli again. While Jiang Hao was waiting for Chunmengli, Lu Jinglong was also informed by the front desk that Jiang Hao was coming, and he immediately came to the lobby. Mr. X, I wonder if you have time for us to chat. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded without refusing. After all, Lu Jinglong had helped him so much invisibly, so he had to give him this little face. Jiang Hao said to the front desk, If my employer comes over later and I haven't come out yet, please tell her to wait for me. Okay, no problem. The receptionist nodded with a smile. Mr. X, I think you already know what's going on. In the office, Lu Jinglong poured Jiang Hao a cup of tea. Jiang Hao nodded. Well, I heard about it from my friend before I came here. Thank you so much, President, this time. You're welcome, Mr. X. Since you're a member of our Dragon City Bounty Guild, the Bounty Guild will naturally protect you. Lu Jinglong smiled indifferently. But I still want to remind Mr. X that it's easier to avoid an open attack than to guard against an arrow from the dark. The Bai family won't dare to do anything to you openly, but you still have to be careful. Jiang Hao nodded and said, Don't worry, I will. If the president needs me for anything in the future, just contact me. His contact information is on file, so if Lu Jinglong wants, he can contact him directly. Okay. Lu Jinglong was very satisfied with Jiang Hao's answer. If X gave him any gift at this moment, he would not be so happy, but X's words made him very happy. In other words, the reason why he was willing to do this was just to wait for X to say this. Mr. X, if you have any problem, you can always come to me. I dare not say about other places, but in Dragon City, I still have a certain say. As long as Mr. X doesn't do anything illegal or taboo, I can help him settle it. Jiang Hao said politely, Thank you very much, President. Although he didn't understand why Lu Jinglong was so polite to him, since the other party gave him face, he naturally couldn't refuse him. The conversation between the two was very comfortable. After chatting for a while, Jiang Hao left Lu Jinglong's office. When he returned to the hall, he saw Chunmengli already waiting there. However, at this moment, many people were surrounding Chunmengli and constantly chatting her up. Seeing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. But thinking about it, I felt relieved. Chunmengli was so beautiful. It was normal for people to chat with her. Chunmengli changed her outfit today, wearing a black cheongsam that showed off her perfect figure to the fullest, and a pair of black high-heeled boots on her feet. Chunmengli frowned slightly, as if she was a little impatient with being approached. Suddenly, she noticed Jiang Hao out of the corner of her eye. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately walked quickly towards Jiang Hao. Everyone who saw this scene felt heartbroken. Chapter 57, The Customer is God. I'm very satisfied with these crocodile corpses. I didn't expect that you could even kill a 4th-level armored crocodile. It's really impressive. Looking at the crocodile corpse that Jiang Hao took out, Chunmengli was very satisfied. except for the 4th level armored crocodile corpse. The rest of the crocodile corpses had no injuries at all. However, what shocked her the most was this 4th order armored crocodile. She thought X would at most bring back some 1st order crocodiles. Unexpectedly, they're not only 3rd level crocodiles, but even 4th level crocodiles. And the white crocodile was so beautiful. She had never seen a crocodile of this species before. Jiang Hao shook his head and said half truthfully, "I was just lucky. When I saw it, it had just experienced a great battle, so I had the opportunity to kill it. By the way, what species is this white crocodile? Do you know it?" Chun Mengli did not delve into the matter of the 4th order armored crocodile, but looked at the white crocodile. This white crocodile is so beautiful. If a leather bag is made from its skin, it will definitely be very beautiful. I don't know it either. I just happened to see it. Then I looked for it for a while, but didn't find any other crocodiles of this type. Hearing this, Chun Mengli couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It would be great if she could get more crocodiles of this kind. But it's okay this way. After all, things are valuable because they are rare. You completed the task very well this time. I'm very satisfied. I will give you 1.5 million crystal coins this time. What do you think? Jiang Hao did not refuse. To be honest, 1,500,000 crystal coins was not a high price. After all, the danger was too great. This was only for himself. If it were someone else, they might not be able to complete the task. Also, I need to trouble you to help me deliver these crocodile carcasses to my home. No problem. After that, the two left the room and returned to the front desk to complete the mission. Jiang Hao soon received the reward for this mission. Before leaving, Chun Mengli asked, "Do you need any more tasks? If you need, I can issue one." Chun Mengli admired Jiang Hao's ability to kill monsters without harming their bodies and was very willing to cooperate with Jiang Hao. "Not yet. I have something to do recently." Jiang Hao shook his head. He needs to take a good rest and then start looking into buying a house. After finishing all these, school will be starting soon, so he doesn't plan to go to the occupied area during this period. Although Chun Mengli felt a little regretful, she still said, "Okay, if you want to do a task, you can contact me at any time. I can wait until you want to do a task, and then release the task." Good. When Jiang Hao returned to the hotel, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Seeing their son who had disappeared for 10 days finally come back, the old couple hurriedly surrounded Jiang Hao and asked him what he had been doing for the past 10 days. He suddenly disappeared for 10 days. If Jiang Hao hadn't called to say he wouldn't be back in the next 2 days, they would have been really worried that something might have happened to Jiang Hao. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Jiang Hao explained for a long time before the old couple felt relieved. Jiang Hao originally wanted to tell his parents that he was going out to look at houses the next day, but on second thought, he didn't say it. He planned to give his parents a surprise. After chatting with his parents for a while, Jiang Hao returned to his room. The next day, after Jiang Hao finished his meal, he took the bank card from Xiao Yufan and left the hotel. He already has several options for the house, and today he plans to go around and take a look. A house is a big deal. After all, you may not live there for the rest of your life, but at least there should be no problems during the time you live there. Also take a look at the environment. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at a place called Taihe Town Sales Office. Taihe Town is one of the famous wealthy communities in Longsheng, where most of the houses are single-family villas and large flats. When Jiang Hao walked into the sales office, the sales clerks immediately smiled. However, when they saw that Jiang Hao was only 18 or 19 years old, the smiles on their faces immediately disappeared. No one came to greet him. Jiang Hao frowned when he saw this, but didn't say anything. He walked around the building model twice. Then he asked a female salesperson nearby, "How many single-family villas do we have here?" "Little brother, are you sure you want to buy it? If you want to buy it, I will introduce it to you. If you just want to ask about the price, I advise you to leave." The female salesperson glanced at Jiang Hao indifferently, her eyes full of disdain. The detached villa in their Taihe town would cost at least 2 million crystal coins. She didn't believe that the young man in front of her, who was wearing cheap clothes, could afford it. Jiang Hao was so angry at the female sales clerk that he laughed. This Longjing Pavilion really is a place that bullies its customers because of its size. He didn't even introduce the product and just asked me whether I should buy it or not. What? You can't ask if you don't want to buy? How can you do business like this? In a town like Taihe, even if you buy a house yourself, you may not be able to get good service. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao didn't argue with the other party and just turned around and left. You have money, so you can buy it anywhere. There's no need to suffer here and then spend money. Looking at Jiang Hao's leaving back, The female sales clerk snorted with disdain. She has seen many people like this who come up and ask all kinds of questions, then say, "Let me take a look," and leave. After leaving Taihe Town, Jiang Hao went to another sales office, Longjing Pavilion. Longjing Pavilion is similar to Taihe Town, but Longjing Pavilion focuses on the villa area. Their villas are not independent ones, but townhouses. The treatment here was similar to that in Taihe Town, so Jiang Hao did not attract any attention after he came here. No one received me either. Just as Jiang Hao was about to leave, a young woman came over. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" Jiang Hao took a look at the woman. She was not very old and should have just started working not long ago. "I want to see the house." The woman introduced enthusiastically. "Sir, you should come to our Longjing Pavilion. Our Longjing Pavilion is full of townhouses. Although they are not as good as single-family villas, they are quieter and much better than buildings. Sir, Villa Block 7 and Villa Block 8 are both currently for sale. Which one do you want to see?" Several sales clerks around couldn't help but curl their lips when they saw the woman's behavior. Haha, see? This guy has just entered the industry. He is wearing cheap clothes, and it's obvious that he has no money. But Xiao Yao still welcomes him so warmly. Hee. After a while, they just left after watching it, and Xiao Yao was dumbfounded. That's good too. At least it can eliminate the naivety in her. With Jiang Hao's good hearing, he could naturally hear clearly what the salesman said. Jiang Hao looked at Xiao Yao with a playful look on his face. "They all seem to be pessimistic about me. Aren't you afraid that I will just leave after I let you introduce them? What's there to be afraid of isn't that how business works, just like buying clothes. Everyone compares prices. You can't just buy it when you get it. What's more, customers are God. They come here because they respect Longjing Pavilion. Customers don't look down on Longjing Pavilion. So what qualifications do we have to look down on God?" Chapter 58 Monster. Xiao Yao's conversation made Jiang Hao look at him with admiration. At the same time, I was very satisfied with Xiao Yao's service attitude. Jiang Hao said, "Please show me these 2 villa areas." "No problem, just wait a moment." Xiao Yao nodded, and then said to the manager beside him. The manager frowned and said, "Xiao Yao, I advise you to ignore him. Let's not talk about whether he can afford a house worth millions at his age. Just the fact that he is wearing cheap clothes, do you think he can afford a house?" "Manager, it's okay. It's fine with me in charge anyway. Just take it as a way to familiarize yourself with the process." Xiao Yao smiled indifferently. After saying that, she took Jiang Hao out of the sales office and went to take a look at Villa Area Number 7 and Villa Area Number 8. "Sir, although these are townhouses, don't worry, the sound insulation is very good. This is Villa District Number 7. Although it is on the roadside, the surrounding greenery is very good. The lighting in the morning is also very good." Xiao Yao said this and took Jiang Hao to a model room in Villa Area Number 7 to take a look. The villas here all have 1 underground floor and 3 above-ground floors, with a small courtyard in front and back. The lighting effect is quite good, but the only problem is that the area is a little small. Afterwards, they went to Villa Area Number 8, which was obviously much larger than Villa Area Number 7. Compared with Villa Area Number 7, Jiang Hao was very satisfied with Villa Area Number 8. "How are these 2 villa areas sold?" Xiao Yao said as he walked. Villa Area Number 7 is 41,000 yuan per square meter, and each villa is about 7 to 8 million. Villa Area Number 8 is the best location, so the price is more expensive, 61,000 yuan per square meter, at least more than 10 million. So expensive. Jiang Hao was stunned. He originally thought that the 6 million yuan he had was enough, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even afford Villa Block 7, let alone Villa Block 8. Xiao Yao smiled bitterly. "Sir, our Longjing Pavilion is a luxury community. The price is like this. Unless you're a bounty hunter, we will give you a discount." She also felt that Longjing Pavilion was a bit too expensive, but there was nothing she could do as she was just a small employee. But then again, although Longjing Pavilion is expensive, there is a reason for its high price. Whether it is the community facilities or the community greening, it is well known among the luxury communities. Jiang Hao asked curiously, "Oh, bounty hunters can get a discount. How much discount can they get?" "That's right, sir. We will give discounts based on the level of the bounty hunter. Currently, the maximum discount for bounty hunters in Dragon City is 30%. Even at 30% off, it would still cost more than 10 million. Jiang Hao thought about it, and then asked, "If Longjing Pavilion offers installment payment, how should it be paid in installments?" Xiao Yao explained, "There are many ways to pay in installments. You can pay no down payment, 30% down payment or 50% down payment. How about this? Give me a contact number and I'll come over in 2 days. Jiang Hao originally wanted to do installment payment if it didn't work out, but after changing his mind, he finally gave up the idea. Although installment payment can allow him to move into a house quickly, he will have to pay back the money later. It would be fine if he had nothing to do, but after he goes to college, he may not have time, so he plans to buy it in full, which saved him a lot of trouble. Xiao Yao left his contact information to Jiang Hao. After the two said goodbye, Jiang Hao found a deserted place, changed his clothes, put on a mask, and went directly to the Bounty Guild. What do you think, Xiao Yao? You didn't believe what I said. Now you believe it, right? The manager couldn't help but laugh when he saw Xiao Yao coming back alone. Xiao Yao smiled and said nothing. She was not sure whether Jiang Hao would come back. She didn't feel that she was doing useless work. She just thought that it was her job, and it was her duty to introduce houses to guests and show them houses. You said before that you had a mission. Do you still have one now? Jiang Hao called Chunmengli while he was on his way. Chunmengli looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. Didn't you say that you have something to do recently and won't accept the mission? Things went a little awry, and I didn't have enough money, so I needed to earn some money by doing the mission. Jiang Hao shrugged. Well, how much money do you need? Do you want me to lend you some? Jiang Hao shook his head. No, it will be enough for me to complete one more mission. He had no habit of borrowing money, not to mention that he and Chunmengli were just partners and not familiar with each other, so it would not be good to borrow money rashly. Okay then. Chunmengli nodded and continued. My mission this time does not require monsters. I need a nest of kind of ice silkworm. I'm not sure if there are such ice silkworms in the occupied areas outside Dragon City. Are you sure you want to take it? Forget it. Jiang Hao refused decisively. He found that few of Chunmengli's tasks were normal. Especially for this task, I guess no one would take it even if she posted it. How about this? You keep an eye out for me. And if you happen to come across one, help me get it, and I'll give you extra money then. How about that? No problem. Jiang Hao nodded and did not refuse. Although he could not earn any points from the Bounty Guild by doing this, nor could he get any mission guarantees, he still trusted Chunmengli's character in his cooperation with her. After the two hung up the phone, Jiang Hao's cell phone rang before he put it away. Looking at the familiar number, he raised his eyebrows and picked up the phone. What are you doing lately, busy man? A teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. What's up? Why? Can't I contact you when there's nothing wrong? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little unhappy. I have a mission, and it happens to be in Longsheng. Are you interested in cooperating? Jiang Hao frowned. With your friends again? If there is someone named Dan Bei, forget it. He has no interest in cooperating with such a person. Qin Xinlan said, this time it's just the two of us. We don't need to go to the occupied area. Let's help your Longsheng Guard Division capture a prisoner. Then we will split the reward between the two of us, 1 million crystal coins each. How about that? Who is the other party? What is his cultivation level? Jiang Hao could still accept cooperating with Qin Xinlan, but if he wanted to cooperate, he had to understand the situation. A killer. The mission says he is a 4th level awakener, and his ability is physical. Jiang Hao did not refuse. Okay, when will it start? Tomorrow. I can arrive in Longsheng tomorrow afternoon. Let's meet after I arrive in Longsheng, and I will tell you the details. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao no longer planned to go to the Bounty Guild and planned to return to the hotel first. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from a distance, and then Jiang Hao saw many people fleeing frantically. Behind them, a humanoid monster suddenly appeared. Its body was covered with scales, and it had a thick tail behind it. Is this a human or a monster? Jiang Hao opened his eyes of identification, but he was stunned after seeing the other party's message clearly. Monsters. Artificially synthesized monsters. Level 4. Ability, fire. Status, madness. Artificially created monsters? What does that mean? Before he could think too much, the monster rushed towards him, and Jiang Hao quickly turned around and ran. He knew how powerful the 4th level was, and this was not the time to act like a hero. Chapter 59, Test Subject. This monster eats everyone it sees, and the surrounding obstacles are thrown directly onto the road. This caused a traffic jam. Some unlucky drivers didn't even have time to react before a car suddenly fell from the sky in front of them. Everyone fled, fearing that they would become food for the monster in the next second. Jiang Hao was also running around in the crowd, but suddenly he saw the direction the monster was going and stopped. Jiang Hao had good eyesight, and even though it was far away, he could still see clearly that it was a kindergarten and there were children in class. If this monster were allowed to pass, those children would surely die. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao rushed directly towards the monster. Jiang Hao's actions shocked everyone. They really wanted to know who this person was and why he was so stupid that he didn't run away, but instead ran towards a monster, which was simply tantamount to seeking death. Roar! Jiang Hao activated the Dragon God art, and under the astonished gaze of everyone, he instantly transformed into a transparent Easter dragon. The monster was attracted by Jiang Hao's movements, and its eyes finally fell on Jiang Hao from the kindergarten. Ouch! The monster roared, then looked towards Jiang Hao excitedly. Bang! Jiang Hao collided with the monster and suddenly felt a huge force coming, which made him retreat continuously. After finally stabilizing his body, the monster attacked again, and Jiang Hao immediately met it. Although the Dragon God skill was not weak, it was only at the elementary level after all, and his cultivation was too low. He was no match for the monster and was quickly knocked to the ground. Seeing Jiang Hao being beaten so badly, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Just now, when they saw Jiang Hao suddenly transform into a transparent oriental dragon, they thought this guy was very powerful, but they didn't expect that he was just a wax head with a silver spear, which was purely good-looking but useless. What's the point of showing off if you don't have the ability? Jiang Hao transformed into Do Zhuan Xing Yi and returned to human form. The monster attacked Jiang Hao again. Roar! Seeing this, Jiang Hao no longer hid his strength, and a transparent lion head quickly appeared above his head. Then the terrifying sonic attack quickly spread around. The people around were caught off guard and were shocked to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices, looking extremely miserable. Realizing that Jiang Hao's attack was too powerful, everyone quickly hid far away, fearing that they would be affected by the opponent's attack. Under Jiang Hao's attack, the monster also felt a little uncomfortable, but it was only at the 4th level after all. After withstanding Jiang Hao's lion roar, he had already arrived in front of Jiang Hao and threw a punch straight at Jiang Hao's head. When everyone saw this scene, they all closed their eyes. In their opinion, this mysterious man wearing a mask was definitely dead. But suddenly a dull dragon roar was heard, and everyone was stunned, thinking that a strong man had taken action. When they opened their eyes, they found that the masked man, who they thought was dead, was not dead, but was fighting fiercely with the monster again. Some people just wanted to watch the fun and forgot about their fear. They took out their cell phones and started recording the battle between Jiang Hao and the monster. What's more, some people even started live streaming on social platforms. Jiang Hao still didn't know this, and at this moment he was using all his strength to perform the 18 dragon subduing palms. Powerful air waves continuously burst out from the palm of his hand. Although he failed to defeat the monster, he successfully blocked it. No one expected that Jiang Hao was so powerful that he could actually stop the monster by himself. At this moment, those who were watching the fun through social platforms were already going crazy. Oh my god, who on earth is this masked man? He's so powerful that he can fight this monster back and forth. This couldn't be a show someone put on deliberately. As soon as this was said, some people immediately refused to work. Bullshit, this is a show. Don't you see the destruction around you? Yes, we can guarantee that this is absolutely true because we were watching from the crowd. This monster just killed everyone it saw. If it weren't for this mysterious person, it would have rushed into the kindergarten right now. For a while, the social platform was divided into 2 camps. One camp said that Jiang Hao was acting. What kind of monster was that? It was clearly a mutant. This is done to attract attention. The other faction supports Jiang Hao and helps Jiang Hao prove that this is true. Everyone, please stop arguing. I'm from the Dragon City Security Department. I can prove that this is true. Our people have already gone to work. Soon, a person claiming to be from the Longshingar Department also made a public call on the social platform. He had no choice but to stand up now. They had been notified that unknown monsters were attacking the city, but they had not arrived yet. Now, not only have some people taken action, but some are also reporting the incident live. But there has been no sign of the Longshingar Division, so he must speak out at this time to prevent their Longshingar Division from being criticized. Just after he finished saying this, a comment attracted everyone's attention. No need to guess, I'm the president of the Dragon City Bounty Guild. My name is Lu Jinglong, and this person is a bounty hunter of my Dragon City Bounty Guild named X. As soon as the news came out, some people rushed to investigate Jiang Hao's information, but they found nothing. All they could find out were what Lu Jinglong said. At the same time, at the Bai group by Wen Luo and Su Jing were sitting together with worried looks on their faces when a bodyguard knocked on the door and walked in. "Boss, madam, test subject number 4 has been found." Upon hearing this, Bai Wen Luo quickly said, "Oh, where is it? Catch it back quickly. We must not let it be exposed." "Boss, I'm afraid it's too late." The bodyguard laughed bitterly. Su Jing frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "Boss, madam, please look." The bodyguard took out his mobile phone and opened the social platform. Soon, Bai Wen Luo, Su Jing, and others saw the live broadcast of Jiang Hao's battle with the monster. "Damn it, it's X again." Su Jing slammed the coffee table with her palm. Bai Wen Luo frowned. "How did the 4th test subject end up on Fengyu Street?" "We don't know about this either, but it's too late now. Test subject number 4 has been exposed. What should the boss do next?" Bai Wen Luo fell into deep thought after hearing this. He didn't know what to do. Everything was fine. The experiments they had done secretly had never been discovered by anyone. But who knew what would happen today? Test subject number 4 actually escaped from the laboratory while the staff were not resting. If someone were to discover that this monster was connected to their Bai group, I'm afraid their superiors would never let them go. Conducting human experiments privately in Manhwa is a serious crime. Once discovered, the person will be severely punished. Su Jing said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Even if they find monsters, they can't guess that these monsters are related to our Bai group. So let's not act rashly to avoid alerting the enemy. Don't panic at this time. The more panicked you are, the easier it is to make mistakes." Chapter 60, Celebrities. Roar. Jiang Hao used the lion roar skill again. At this moment, he had already played all his cards, but he still couldn't do anything to the monster. Fortunately, he had a sea-level crocodile gastric armor on him. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. The monster withstood Jiang Hao's attack and swung its tail violently. Bang! Caught off guard, Jiang Hao was blown away. The monster took the opportunity to rush forward, and just when it wanted to attack Jiang Hao, suddenly several attacks came from behind, forcing the monster to give up its plan to attack Jiang Hao. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the security department finally arrived. Jiang Hao felt the same way. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on until the people from the security department arrived. Fortunately, at the critical moment, people from the security department arrived in time. Seeing the people from the security department coming, he gave up the idea of taking any further action. He had taken action before only to protect those children, otherwise he would never have taken action. There were quite a few people from the security department, and among them were 2 third-level awakeners. Seeing this, Jiang Hao took the opportunity to leave. When everyone reacted, they found that Jiang Hao had disappeared. Even so, X's name has already spread. Jiang Hao did not return to the hotel, but went directly to the occupied area. He still had a lot of money left to buy a house, so he set his sights on these monsters. At noon the next day, Jiang Hao walked out of the occupied area. He did not forget the agreement with Qin Qinglan. As soon as he left the occupied area, his cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Qin Qinglan calling. Qin Qinglan didn't waste any words. "I'm already in Longcheng. Do you want to come find me, or should I go find you?" Jiang Hao said, "I'm outside the eastern suburbs. Come find me." "Okay then, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao waited for nearly 40 minutes before Qin Qinglan came over. Seeing Jiang Hao, Qin Qinglan couldn't help but joked, "I didn't expect you to become a celebrity." "What celebrity? What's wrong?" Jiang Hao was stunned. "How did he become a celebrity?" Qin Qinglan looked at Jiang Hao with some surprise. "You don't know?" Seeing Jiang Hao shaking his head in confusion, Qin Qinglan finally believed it. She then took out her cell phone, saved the information for a while, and handed it to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at the title of the video on his phone and couldn't help but twitch his lips. The mysterious masked man fights the terrifying lizard man. Below is the scene of his fierce battle with a monster yesterday. Jiang Hao didn't expect that the scene of his fierce battle with a monster yesterday was actually filmed by someone. "You are a celebrity now. Many people are investigating you. But to be honest, you are quite powerful. Everyone only knows that you are X. Even through the Bounty Guild, they can't find your information, let alone your real information." Jiang Hao curled his lips. He was very glad that he asked a question when he registered as a bounty hunter. "Let's talk about your mission," Qin Qinglan said. "This time the mission is relatively simple. It is to assist the security department in catching a criminal. It is said that this person escaped from prison." Jiang Hao frowned. The Dragon City Security Department can't even awaken the 4th level, right? Wasn't that monster solved by them yesterday? You really don't pay attention to anything. The security department didn't get rid of the monster, and the monster ran away. Qin Xinglan shook her head. Run away? The security department dispatched so many people, including 2 third-level awakeners, but they still let the monster escape. Jiang Hao was a little surprised. He had always thought that the security department had dealt with that guy. Jiang Hao asked, "Do you have any clues about the criminal? We can't just search like headless flies. It's a coincidence. Before I came to see you, I went to the Dragon City Security Department and asked for information about that person. According to the security department, the prisoner escaped into the occupied area yesterday afternoon." "Did you enter the occupied area yesterday afternoon?" "I also entered yesterday afternoon. Why didn't I run into him? Could it be that the other party didn't come in from here?" Jiang Hao asked again. "Do you have a photo of that person?" He didn't expect that the prisoner actually ran to the occupied area, which was not good news for them. Compared to the living area, the occupied area is full of too many impossibilities. Moreover, the enemy came in a day in advance. The occupied area is so large that one day is enough to run a long way. Looking for people in the occupied areas is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qin Xinglan nodded, then found a photo on her mobile phone and handed it to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao wrote down the criminal's appearance and returned the phone to Qin Xinglan. "Do you have any plans?" Qin Xinglan shook her head and said, "No, follow my instructions and go in directly to capture the other party." Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly, then looked in the direction of the occupied area and suddenly asked, "What is deep in the occupied area?" For now, no one knows what lies deep within the occupied area. The strongest known human cultivation is the 9th level, but no one has yet broken through to this level. However, there are some 9th level monsters. Why are you asking that? Qin Xinglan looked at Jiang Hao with some curiosity. Although 300 years had passed, humans were still unable to investigate the situation deep in the occupied areas. "Nothing. Let's go and enter the occupied area." Jiang Hao didn't say much. Qin Xinglan asked curiously, "So what are your plans?" Jiang Hao shook his head. "It's too early to say anything about the situation now. Let's go into the occupied area first." He doesn't have any good solution now. He can only take it one step at a time. But there is one thing that we must be cautious about. How long will your mission last? If it's just a few days, there's no need to continue with this task. Qin Xinglan said, "The mission deadline is 1 month, which is enough time. I don't have that much time. I'll give you 10 days at most. School is about to start, and it is impossible for me to spend all my time on tasks. What's more, I mainly want to make money quickly. If I spend a month to earn this 1 million, that would be too slow. It would be better for me to hunt exotic beasts by myself." From yesterday afternoon to this afternoon, he had been in the occupied area and killed no less than 80 monsters. If he sold all the weapons he obtained, it would be worth more than 1 million. 10 days should be enough. There are so many monsters here that even if he is a 4th level awakener, he will never dare to go deep into it. Qin Xinglan roughly calculated in his mind that although time was short, if the two of them joined forces, there shouldn't be any problems. As they were talking, they entered the occupied area. "Where are you going?" Seeing Qin Xinglan walking away with her head down, Jiang Hao stopped her helplessly. Qin Xinglan blinked her eyes. "Of course I have to find a criminal. Just look for it like this. It's so big here, how can you find it? So what do you think we should do?" Jiang Hao smiled slightly. "Of course, let him come out by himself." Chapter 61, Forced Out. "Is this what you mean?" Qin Xinglan ran, while looking at Jiang Hao with a frown on her face. She originally thought that this guy would have some good idea, but he just got a bunch of internal organs from somewhere and threw them out, which caused the surrounding monsters to riot and even attracted a 4th level monster. Jiang Hao nodded and said, "Yes, you also said that it is impossible for that guy to go deep. Since he can't go deep, he can only stay on the periphery. As long as we lure out the monsters outside, that guy will definitely not be able to hide any longer. At present, this is the most convenient method. Of course, if the other party has left the occupied area, there is nothing we can do." Jiang Hao and Qin Xinglan ran wildly all the way, throwing out those organs continuously along the way, causing the monsters outside to riot one after another. Under a big tree, a middle-aged figure wearing a white t-shirt and a baseball cap was sitting on the ground leaning against the tree and taking a nap. Roar! Suddenly, bursts of beast roars were heard, causing the middle-aged man to open his eyes suddenly. The middle-aged man looked around in confusion. Although the place where he escaped was not secret, there were very few monsters here. How come there were suddenly so many beast roars? Without giving the middle-aged man a chance to react, he soon saw a large number of monsters appear in his sight. Oh shit! The middle-aged man's face changed, and he quickly stood up and ran away. Although he is a 4th level awakener, he is no match for so many monsters. There was nothing to do now but run. But he couldn't understand what happened to these monsters and why they suddenly rioted. The monsters, which were already rioting, became even more riotous when they saw the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man wanted to curse. At the same time, Jiang Hao and his companions were also being chased by monsters and were fleeing in a panic. Qin Xinglan whispered, "It should be about the same." "Not enough. We haven't seen the criminal yet." Jiang Hao shook his head. "The occupied area is so large, and they haven't even run 1/10 of the distance yet. Who can guarantee that the middle-aged man is not here?" The two continued to run wildly, and after a while Qin Xinglan suddenly called Jiang Hao. "Look, is that the guy?" Jiang Hao looked in the direction Qin Xinglan said, and sure enough, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap coming towards them quickly. 9 out of 10. Jiang Hao was not sure. The other person was wearing a baseball cap, and he couldn't see his appearance clearly. "How confident are you in dealing with a 4th order awakener?" Qin Xinglan said in a deep voice, "I can barely hold him back, but it's impossible to defeat him." Jiang Hao nodded when he heard this. This was enough. As long as Qin Xinglan could hold the other party back, he could defeat her. "Come on, let's go over there." Having said that, Jiang Hao immediately rushed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man also noticed Jiang Hao and the others, but he didn't care. Although the occupied area was sparsely populated, it was not entirely deserted. But it is not easy to see each other in the occupied area. Of course, he did suspect that the other party was from the security department, but on second thought, he felt that it was unlikely. If people from the security department come here, there must be more than 2 people. According to the habits of the security department, they will definitely act as a group. But he did not let his guard down. Soon, the two sides met. Jiang Hao and Qin Xinglan finally saw each other's appearance clearly, and sure enough, this person was the criminal. Jiang Hao and Qin Xinglan looked at each other. The two sides just passed by each other. Qin Xinglan immediately transformed into a 9-tailed celestial fox and pounced towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. After sensing Qin Xinglan's breath, he found that Qin Xinglan was a 3rd-level awakener, and he felt relieved. Without thinking, he went towards Qin Xinglan. Qin Xinglan is worthy of being an SSS talent awakener, and his combat power is not comparable to that of an ordinary 3rd-level person. Even though his level was not as high as the middle-aged man, he still fought back and forth with the middle-aged man. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was not idle either. He flipped his hand and took out the red flame sword from the system space, then attacked the middle-aged man. B-level weapons. Seeing the weapon in Jiang Hao's hand, both Qin Xinglan and the middle-aged man showed a look of surprise. Obviously, none of them had expected that a 1st-level awakener could possess a B-level weapon. Jiang Hao ignored their shock and continued attacking the middle-aged man with a red flame sword in his hand. Although the middle-aged man was a 4th-level awakener, he did not dare to take the B-level weapon head-on and could only dodge quickly. However, this dodging actually created an opportunity for Qin Xinglan. Qin Xinglan immediately displayed her talent, and her eyes quickly glowed purple. The middle-aged man was shocked and thought to himself that something was wrong, but it was too late now. He just felt dizzy, and his consciousness seemed to have left his body. Seeing this, Jiang Hao stabbed the middle-aged man in the abdomen with his sword without any hesitation. Just when the red flame sword was about to hit the middle-aged man's abdomen, the middle-aged man's body suddenly shook, and he forcibly broke free from Qin Xinglan's control. He quickly retreated and thus avoided Jiang Hao's attack. However, despite this, his abdomen was still cut by the red flame sword, and blood flowed out of the wound. The middle-aged man was furious. He didn't expect these 2 people to be so powerful. He, a 4th-level awakener, didn't get any benefits. Although he was angry, the middle-aged man knew that this was not the time to fight. The middle-aged man immediately turned around and ran away. "Chase him quickly, don't let him run away," Qin Xinglan said, and took the lead to chase the middle-aged man. They had finally managed to lure this guy out. If they let him run away now, it would not be easy to find him next time. Seeing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly followed. "Roar!" The monsters behind were also chasing after them at this moment. Jiang Hao knew that he had to fight quickly and decisively. Otherwise, if he was caught up by these monsters, or if he pissed that guy off, he would die together with them. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao immediately used all his strength to perform Lingbo Weibu. Some time ago, it was the 4th level awakener who was chasing him, but today he was the one chasing the 4th level awakener. It's really a changing feng shui. However, Jiang Hao also knew that he could be so unscrupulous only because of Qin Xinglan. If Qin Xinglan hadn't been there to hold him back, he would have been no match for the 4th level awakener. Soon, Jiang Hao surpassed Qin Xinglan. Looking at the middle-aged man running wildly in front of him, Jiang Hao immediately concentrated his energy. Roar! Seeing a transparent lion head appear above Jiang Hao's head, Qin Xinglan quickly covered her ears. Jiang Hao's lion roar skill left a deep shadow on her. A terrifying roar was heard. The middle-aged man paused, but quickly recovered and continued to fly away. He wants to go deeper. We can't let him go deeper. Seeing the direction the middle-aged man was heading, Qin Xinglan's face became solemn. Jiang Hao also realized this, so he naturally wouldn't let the middle-aged man go deep into it. Otherwise, it would have worked in vain. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao directly began to perform the 18 dragon subduing palms. However, this time, his 18 dragon subduing palms were not aimed at the middle-aged man, but were continuously attacking the road in front of the middle-aged man to slow down the middle-aged man's speed. Chapter 62, Lucky Star. The middle-aged man's speed slowed down. Seeing this, Qin Xinglan immediately rushed over and fought with the middle-aged man again. Jiang Hao took the opportunity to move around arbitrarily, looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The 4th level awakener is not so easy to deal with. With his terrifying strength, even if Jiang Hao and Qin Xinglan join forces, it will be difficult to defeat him for a while. The 3 of them are fighting fiercely. At this moment, the monsters also rushed over. When they saw Jiang Hao and the other 3, excitement appeared in their eyes. The middle-aged man finally asked, "Who are you and why are you trying to make things difficult for me?" It's a pity that neither Jiang Hao nor Qin Xinglan responded to him, which made the middle-aged man very upset. The middle-aged man said viciously, "Do you really want to fight me to the death? There's so many monsters here. If you don't stop, we will die together. If you want to die together, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications." Qin Xinglan snorted coldly. Then she looked up suddenly, and her eyes instantly glowed purple. Here we go again. The middle-aged man realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. His consciousness felt like it was leaving his body again. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not hold back this time. He stepped forward quickly and slashed towards the middle-aged man's neck with the red flame sword in his hand. Perhaps sensing the danger, the middle-aged man once again broke free from Qin Xinglan's control. Seeing the red flaming sword about to fall on his neck, the middle-aged man was startled and dodged quickly. But he was still a step too slow. Although he avoided the vital parts, the red flame sword still landed on his shoulder. The severe pain made him gasp. However, without giving him a chance to react, a layer of flames instantly rose from the surface of the red flame sword. The horrible burning sensation instantly made the middle-aged man scream in pain. Jiang Hao was just about to take the opportunity to deal with the middle-aged man, but at this moment, the monsters rushed over. Damn it! Jiang Hao cursed in a low voice. He was about to capture the middle-aged man, but these monsters came over, forcing him to retreat. You continue to attack, and I will stop these monsters. Qin Xinglan said quickly, and immediately activated her talent on those monsters. Suddenly, the monsters that were rushing over stopped. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not waste any time and swung the red flame sword in his hand directly at the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man endured the pain, and his body shook violently, forcing Jiang Hao back. He immediately turned around and was about to run, but Jiang Hao didn't give him the chance. A transparent lion head appeared above Jiang Hao's head, and then Jiang Hao opened his mouth. Roar! The lion's roar technique instantly enveloped the middle-aged man. If he was in his peak state, the middle-aged man would definitely not be afraid of Jiang Hao's lion roar. But in this state at the moment, and without any defense, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man staggered and almost fell to the ground. Roar! At the same time, because of Jiang Hao's lion roar, all the monsters broke away from Qin Xinglan's control, roared one after another, and then attacked Jiang Hao and the others. The middle-aged man took the opportunity to quickly fly away. You go chase him. Leave this to me. Jiang Hao stopped Qin Xinglan, who was about to attack the monster. Be careful. Qin Xinglan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Come on, let me see your strength. After Qin Xinglan left, Jiang Hao looked at the monsters rushing towards him. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, then rushed towards the monsters with the red flame sword in his hand. Soon, Jiang Hao plunged into the monster. For a long time, the monsters roared continuously and a large number of monsters poured in. Jiang Hao was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no movement for a long time. Suddenly, a beam of hot fire appeared, and the next second, the monsters were torn open by Jiang Hao and then rushed out. At this moment, Jiang Hao was covered in blood, and it was impossible to tell whether it was his or the monsters. Jiang Hao's ferocity also created a vacuum zone between the monsters and Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao flipped his hand, quickly took out the medicine from the system space, and swallowed it. Even though he was very brave just now, he was also seriously injured. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have completely fallen into the hands of the monster by now. After taking 7 or 8 bottles of medicine in succession, Jiang Hao's condition finally improved. But before he could catch his breath, the monsters rushed towards Jiang Hao again. Roar! Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately used the lion roar technique. The second level and lower monsters around were killed instantly, but despite this, there was still a large number of third-level monsters rushing towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao decisively turned around and ran. He said to hold the monster back, but he didn't say to stop the monster here. The monsters at the back began to chase Jiang Hao frantically, as if they wanted to cut Jiang Hao into pieces. Jiang Hao was also helpless about this. This way, just when Jiang Hao was considering whether to go deeper, a voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Liang Hao looked up and saw Qin Xinglan holding a person in his hand and waving at him from a distance. Jiang Hao immediately ran towards Qin Xinglan. Did you deal with him? Jiang Hao glanced at the prisoner in Qin Xinglan's hands, whose life or death was uncertain. Qin Xinglan shook her head. No, I knocked him out. Let's go, let's get out of here. Jiang Hao nodded and did not refuse. The two of them immediately chose a direction to break out and launched a quick charge. Seeing this, the monsters immediately rushed towards Jiang Hao and his group. Roar! Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately activated the Dragon God art, transformed himself into a transparent Eastern dragon, and forced his way into the group of monsters with Qin Xinglan. But soon he was beaten back to his original form. Jiang Hao had no choice but to use the lion roar technique again, which gave them some breathing space. However, they did not dare to delay and continued to break out. After a fierce fight, he finally escaped from the monster in a desperate manner. The two men ignored their fatigue and quickly rushed out of the occupied area. Now, the monsters on the edge of the occupied area are almost all in a state of riot, so this place has become very dangerous and they dare not rest here at all. After a lot of running around, they finally left the occupied area and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. There was an open space and the two of them sat on the ground, breathing heavily. After a while, Jiang Hao flipped his hand, took out 2 bottles of stamina potion, drank one himself, and threw the other to Qin Xinglan. It's free. Qin Xinglan rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao when she heard that, but she didn't bother to be polite to him. After drinking the stamina potion, both of them felt much better. Qin Xinglan joked, X, I feel like you're my lucky star. I thought it would take at least 10 days and a half months to catch this guy, but I didn't expect to catch him on the first day. Then would you like to give me some more of the reward? Don't want. Chapter 63, Buying a House. Jiang Hao did not go to the bounty guild with Qin Xinglan, but went to the black market alone. This time he gained a lot and got a lot of weapons. With the help of Huang Xingshan, he quickly sold these weapons. Looking at the more than 8 million in his hand, Jiang Hao couldn't help feeling helpless. He had earned a lot in the past 2 days, but it was still a little short of buying a house in Longjing Pavilion. It seems that I still can't rest during this period of time. That afternoon, the 1 million promised by Qin Xinglan also arrived. For the next week, Jiang Hao would go to the occupied area to stay for a while every day. After a week's harvest, the money in Jiang Hao's bank card finally reached nearly 20 million. Longjing Sales Office. Xiao Yao, this month is almost over, and your performance this month is still 0. If you continue like this, I can't keep you. Xiao Yao lowered her head and said nothing. Why was her performance 0? Didn't the manager know this? These old employees bullied the newcomers, and all the customers were taken away by them. What could she use to get performance? The manager continued, Xiao Yao, I know your family is not well off. I still say the same thing. If you're willing to follow me, you don't even need to work. I promise to give you 5,000 crystal coins every month. How about that? Xiao Yao raised his head suddenly, looking angry. Manager, please respect yourself. Although I am poor, it doesn't mean I have no backbone. This damn manager is older than her father, and he still wants me to be her mistress. He is so shameless. If it weren't for the good treatment at Longjing Pavilion, she wouldn't have endured this humiliation here. Integrity? Okay, then let me see how much backbone you have. The manager sneered. If you don't have any sales this month, you'll be fired. Having said that, the manager turned and left. After the manager left, Xiao Yao fell backwards like a deflated ball. But at this moment, a hand reached out and grabbed her arm, preventing her from falling. Thank you. Xiao Yao hurriedly thanked. Fina. Hearing the slightly familiar voice, Xiao Yao was startled. He looked up and found that it was the young man who had looked at a house with him some time ago. It's you. Well, I have enough money, so I come to you to buy a house. Jiang Hao nodded with a smile. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he quickly calmed down and asked, Which house did you like? Jiang Hao said, Let's go for Villa District number 8. Tell me the price. If it's okay, we can book it today. No problem. Xiao Yao brought Jiang Hao to the model and began to introduce the prices of the remaining villas to Jiang Hao. When working, Xiao Yao became energetic again. Wow, these prices are really exorbitant. It ranges from 13 million to 19 million. Jiang Hao pointed to the villa in the middle of Villa Block 8 and said, Give me the one that costs 16 million in full. No problem. I'll go get the contract right away. You sit here and wait. Xiao Yao took Jiang Hao to the rest area and then left. At the same time, other salesmen also noticed this scene. They looked at each other, and then a slightly pretty woman came over with a coquettish look. Hey, this guy is here to look at houses. Do you like any of them? I'll show you around. Jiang Hao smiled calmly. No need. Although he has not yet entered society, he still knows about the competition in the industry. No one paid any attention to me when I came here before. But now that they saw that I wanted to buy a house, they came here to try to steal my customers. Although he couldn't say that the other party did anything wrong, he really didn't like this kind of thing of treating others badly. The woman was stunned, but still sat opposite Jiang Hao with a smile on her face. She didn't believe that a half-grown boy, especially a young man, could stand up to a young woman like her. Today she will let this young man experience the beauty of a young woman. Zhou Yin said in a coquettish voice, Brother is really promising at a young age. He was able to buy a house in Longjing Pavilion. I guess he is a man who will do great things. I'm just an ordinary person. You are so modest, little brother. I have learned fortune-telling, and I can tell from the first glance that you are not an ordinary person. How about I read your palm? I am very accurate. As he spoke, Zhou Yin raised his wrist slightly and reached out to touch Jiang Hao's hand. Jiang Hao put his hand away and showed an honest smile. Sorry, sister. I like men, not women. The smile on Zhou Yan's face paused, and he looked at Jiang Hao with a strange expression. Just then, Xiao Yao came over with the contract in his hand. Seeing Zhou Yin sitting here, Xiao Yao frowned slightly. You guys chat. Zhou Yin smiled slightly, then got up and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to give Jiang Hao a strange look. Mr. Jiang, please take a look at the contract. Xiao Yao sat in the position where Zhou Yin had just sat and handed the contract to Jiang Hao. Just then, the manager came over. Hello, sir. Which house have you taken a fancy to? Xiao Yao is new here and doesn't know how to introduce it to you. Let me introduce it to you. Xiao Yao looked at the manager unhappily. Manager, Mr. Jiang has already booked a room. Xiao Yao, I told you that you don't know how to behave, and you really don't know how to behave. Mr. Jiang has been sitting here for quite some time, and you didn't even bother to pour him a cup of coffee. Go, pour Mr. Jiang a cup of coffee. No need. Jiang Hao stopped Xiao Yao, who was about to leave. I've looked at the contract. There's no problem. Let's settle on this one. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately said, No problem. I'll take Mr. Jiang to handle the formalities right away. While speaking, he reached out to take the contract. Xiao Yao was standing aside, and his face turned red with anger when he saw this scene. A layer of mist appeared in his eye sockets. I'm sorry, I only recognize her. I won't sign anyone else except her. Jiang Hao dodged the manager's hand and handed the contract to Xiao Yao. The manager's face suddenly turned ugly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared at Jiang Hao. What? You want to take action? Jiang Hao flipped his hand, and a medal of the Bounty Guild appeared in his hand. When the manager saw the medal, his face changed, and he quickly put on a flattering smile. Since Mr. Jiang doesn't want me to help him, then forget it. Xiao Yao, just serve Mr. Jiang well, okay? Let's go. Jiang Hao stood up. Xiao Yao nodded, and then took Jiang Hao to handle the relevant procedures. Xiao Yao said, Mr. Jiang, why didn't you tell me you were a bounty hunter? I could have given you a discount. Bounty hunting is just my side job, and the level is not high, so let's forget about this discount. Liang Ha shook his head. Xiao Yao was very efficient and completed all the procedures in less than an hour. Mr. Jiang, from now on you are the owner of Longjing Pavilion. Here is the key to the house. You can move in at any time. Jiang Hao put away the keys, said goodbye to Xiao Yao, and left. Now that the house has been bought, the next step is to bring my parents over. But before that, he had to buy a car for his parents as a means of transportation. Chapter 64 School opens. Xiao Hao, is this the house you bought? The old couple looked at the high-end villa in astonishment. The moment they walked in, they felt like they were dreaming. Although they also fantasized about buying a house of their own one day, they never thought they would buy such a luxurious house. Jiang Hao smiled and said, Mom and Dad, from now on this is our home. I have called the storage office, and our things will be delivered soon. Can use it whenever you need money. Then you can take a look and see if there is anything you need to buy. Just buy it in the next 2 days. Xiao Yufan couldn't help but ask, Xiao Hao, tell us the truth. Where did you get so much money? Jiang Shanquan also looked at Jiang Hao. They were not afraid of hardship, and they were not afraid of enduring any hardship for Jiang Hao, but they did not want Jiang Hao to go down a path of no return. Mom and Dad, you can use this money without worry. To tell you the truth, I am now a bounty hunter, and I earned this money by completing missions. Afraid that the old couple wouldn't believe him, Jiang Hao took out his bounty hunter badge. Taking the badge, Jiang Shanquan said excitedly, Fuck you, this is a bounty hunter badge. I saw it on a coworker's child. It's like this. After hearing Jiang Shanquan's words, Xiao Yufan felt relieved. Just then, the storage car came, and they immediately moved their things into the room. Now this was their home, and they no longer had to worry about anyone chasing them away. At the same time, another large truck came over. The car was carrying a luxury car worth millions. The old couple thought they had come to the wrong place, but when they saw Jiang Hao talking to the other party and asking him to unload the car, they realized that the car was bought by Jiang Hao. Mom and Dad, I'll leave this car for you to use in the future, so you don't have to worry about traveling on a daily basis. The old couple didn't know what to say at this moment. Seeing how successful their son was, their eyes couldn't help but well up. In the following days, Jiang Hao did not go to the occupied area again, but stayed with his parents and bought some daily necessities for the home. Looking at the old couple who were no longer young, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a little sad. It seems that he needs to prepare more. He doesn't want his parents to live like this for the rest of their lives. Although he had talent crystals in his hands, they were only D-level at best. Although a person can use the talent crystal 3 times, Jiang Hao doesn't want his parents to use low-level ones. If they want to use it, they must use SSS level ones. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Hao finally arrived at the day when Longjing University started. Jiang Hao politely declined the old couple's idea of sending him to school. Longjing University is not far from Longjing Pavilion. It is only 7 stops away by bus. It is completely fine if you don't want to live on campus and commute every day. Jiang Hao came to Longjing University. Today was the first day of school at Longjing University. Many people gathered at the gate, including students and parents. Jiang Hao walked through the crowd and went straight to the registration office. Damn, it's Jiang Hao. He really came to Longjing University. TSK. It seems Jiang Hao has completely accepted his fate. So what if he's a top student? He's still the same as us. When some students from Chunshui High School saw Jiang Hao, they immediately started talking about him. Jiang Hao didn't have a chance to listen to their discussions and handed over his admission letter. The receptionist said expressionlessly, Go ahead. Building 9, room 508 is your dormitory. Gather at the playground at 2 p.m. The school is organizing a freshman meeting. Jiang Hao heard this and walked into the school. Although Longjing University is just an ordinary university, the environment is pretty good and the air is filled with a youthful atmosphere. If nothing unexpected happens, he will spend the next 3 years here. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at the dormitory building. Although he had no plan to live here, he still wanted to come and take a look. What if one day I need to live on campus, but I can't even find my dormitory? Wouldn't that be a joke? Jiang Hao turned around and finally found Building 9 in the last row. Soon he arrived at 508. At this moment, there were already 2 students in room 508 making their beds. One of them is fat and the other is thin. Their faces are covered with acne, and the thin one has hair dyed yellow. The fat one also has tattoos all over his body, and both of them look like campus thugs. When the 2 saw Jiang Hao come in, they glanced at him and then went about their own business. Their beds are designed with the upper bunk being a bed and the lower bunk being a study desk, and one dormitory can accommodate 4 students. Jiang Hao didn't care. He just found a bed and sat on the chair below. Not long after, another student came over. Compared with Jiang Hao, who had nothing in his hands, this student had a lot of bags and packages. Hello, everyone. My name is Wei Guangyuan. Please take care of me in the future. However, except for Jiang Hao, who smiled and nodded, the other 2 still ignored each other. Wei Guangyuan was a little embarrassed, but didn't say anything. He went to his bed and started to clean up. Wei Guangyuan said again, "By the way, guys, do you have time tonight? I'll arrange it." The thin, yellow-haired man glanced at Wei Guangyuan with disdain. "You arrange it. How much money do you have? We won't go to low-end places." "That's right. If you have that money, you might as well give it to us directly." The tattooed fat man smiled maliciously. "Stop joking, you two." Wei Guangyuan smiled awkwardly and then began to put things on the bed. However, he was pulled down by the tattooed fat man. "Which eye of yours saw that I was joking with you? Stop talking nonsense and hand over the money you have on you." Wei Guangyuan frowned and said, "Classmate, we are in the same dormitory. There's no need to do this." "Bullshit. Do you think I'm willing to share a dormitory with you? Stop talking nonsense and hand over the money. We will protect you from now on and ensure that you will not be bullied by others during your college years." The thin, yellow-haired man slapped Wei Guangyuan on the back of the head. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but find it interesting. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing on the first day of college. "I really don't know what these guys are so arrogant about now that they have come to an ordinary university," Wei Guangyuan said with an unpleasant expression. "I don't have any money. If you continue to do this, I will sue the teacher." "Sue the teacher? Haha. You still think we are in high school. This is college, and we are all adults. Sue the teacher, aren't you ashamed?" The tattooed fat man glanced at Wei Guangyuan with disdain. "Hurry up. Don't make me say a second time. Just take out the money." "I didn't." Wei Guangyuan wanted to say something, but the thin, yellow-haired man slapped him in the face. Then the thin, yellow-haired man gave the fat man with tattoos a look. The tattooed fat man understood what he meant. Then he chuckled and started searching Wei Guangyuan's package. Everything was dumped on the ground. Wei Guangyuan wanted to resist, but was pressed against the wall by the thin, yellow-haired man. Jiang Hao watched all this coldly without saying anything. Chapter 65 Lessons. "Bah, I thought you were so rich that you even dare to ask for a meal. Turns out you're just a pauper." The tattooed fat man took out 2,000 crystal coins from Wei Guangyuan's package. Wei Guangyuan cried and said, "Get it back to me. This is my living expenses for this month." The tattooed fat man came to Wei Guangyuan and patted Wei Guangyuan's face with the crystal coin in his hand. "Boy, you want to take the things back from my hands? You are dreaming. Let me tell you, from now on, I will give you 2,000 crystal coins for living expenses every month. If you don't give me, I will make sure you can't finish your university studies." The thin yellow-haired man let go of Wei Guangyuan and then looked at Jiang Hao. "Brother, you've been watching for so long. Isn't it time for you to show some appreciation? We don't ask for much. You can do the same as him. 2,000 crystal coins a month. Take it." Jiang Hao smiled and said, 2,000 crystal coins a month? That's impossible. How about 4,000 crystal coins a month?" The tattooed fat man laughed and said, "Oh, you are quite sensible. Okay, if you pay 4,000 crystal coins a month, I promise you will be able to walk sideways in the university in the future. If you have any problems, just mention our names." "I think you misunderstood. When I said 4,000 crystal coins a month, it's not me who gives it to you, but you who give it to me." Jiang Hao's words startled the 2 men, and then they reacted. The thin, yellow-haired man stared at Jiang Hao fiercely. "Boy, you are looking for death." The tattooed fat man transformed into a huge rat and rushed directly towards Jiang Hao. Since this kid dared to play tricks on them, he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Jiang Hao smiled calmly. He had already used his eyes of identification to see the strength of these 2 guys. They only had F-level talents and 0-level cultivation. Such a person doesn't need to stand up at all. Looking at the tattooed fat man who was getting closer and closer to him, Jiang Hao directly slapped him with his palm. Before the tattooed fat man could react, Jiang Hao slapped him in the face, causing blood to ooze from the corner of his mouth, and he fell to the ground. "You fucking bastard." The tattooed fat man turned over and pounced on Jiang Hao again. It's a pity that it was of no use. He came quickly and left even faster. Jiang Hao was sitting on a stool and kicked the tattooed fat man, who flew out and then fell heavily to the ground. After this fall, the tattooed fat man felt as if all his internal organs were displaced. However, what he didn't know was that Jiang Hao was holding back. Otherwise, this kick would have killed him. Seeing that the tattooed fat man was injured, the yellow-haired thin man's face darkened, and he immediately rushed towards Jiang Hao. Bang! The next second, the thin yellow-haired man knelt down in front of Jiang Hao, holding his stomach in pain, and almost vomited the yellow water in his stomach. Jiang Hao calmly withdrew his fist. Wei Guangyuan looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. He didn't expect that the thin young man in front of him was so powerful. "What? Do you want to continue?" Jiang Hao looked at the thin yellow-haired man with a playful expression. The skinny yellow-haired guy had a look of as if he had eaten shit. He knew that they had hit a wall this time. "I originally thought that I could intimidate the other party with my previous behavior in high school, but I didn't expect to provoke a powerful guy." Seeing Jiang Hao suddenly stand up, the thin yellow-haired man swallowed his saliva and said, "What do you want to do?" Jiang Hao ignored the yellow-haired thin man, but squatted in front of the tattooed fat man and patted his head with his hand. "Change back. The way you transform makes me sick." After seeing how powerful Jiang Hao was, the tattooed fat man no longer had the arrogance he had before and quickly returned to his human form. Jiang Hao asked with a smile, "Do you still care about my crystal coins now?" "No, no more." The tattooed fat man shook his head in fear. If he had known that the other party was so powerful, he would never have provoked him. Jiang Hao smiled playfully and said, "You don't want it, but I didn't say no. If you don't want to suffer, take out the 4,000 crystal coins, otherwise he..." "Brother, big brother, we are from an ordinary family. Where can we get so many crystal coins? My living expenses are only 1,000 crystal coins a month." The tattooed fat man smiled bitterly. "Your attitude just now was not like this. I still like your rebellious look." When the tattooed fat man heard this, the bitterness on his face deepened a little. "I don't care what you do, but you must give me the money I want." The yellow-haired thin man also spoke up. "Brother, we really don't have any money. Please forgive us. We are from an ordinary family, and our living expenses are not that much." "No money." The thin blonde man and the fat man with tattoos nodded and looked at Jiang Hao pitifully. "Haha." Jiang Hao suddenly laughed. Just when the skinny blonde man and the fat man with tattoos thought Jiang Hao was going to let them go, Jiang Hao suddenly changed the subject. "You have no money and you only know how to beg for mercy. But what do you do when others have no money and beg for mercy from you? Tell me." Jiang Hao's voice suddenly became louder, and the three people trembled all over. The tattooed fat man said with a sad face, "Brother, please let us go. We will never dare to do it again. We will return the money to this brother now." Yes, let's return the money to this brother." Jiang Hao ignored them and looked at Wei Guangyuan at the door. "Come and find their money." Wei Guangyuan was stunned, then said awkwardly, "Why not just forget it? I don't have anything to do anyway. Just ask them to return the money to me." Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. This guy really has no tact. Can't he see that I am helping him again? As long as he was here, these two guys wouldn't dare to do anything to him. I didn't expect this guy to be so cowardly. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly. The opportunity had already been given to him, but he didn't cherish it. There was nothing he could do about it. "Don't let me see you bullying others again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." Yes, we will never dare to do it again." The thin man with yellow hair and the fat man with tattoos nodded quickly. When faced with such a ruthless person, they can only give in. "Okay, go about your business and don't disturb my rest." Jiang Hao sat back in his chair, put his feet on the table, and closed his eyes to rest. The skinny blonde guy and the fat guy with tattoos seemed to be really scared of being beaten. They did everything very carefully, for fear of disturbing Jiang Hao's rest. Even Wei Guangyuan, who was standing next to him, was the same. The tattooed fat man timidly came to Jiang Hao's side and said cautiously, "Brother, it's noon now. You haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together." "Why, you're treating me." Jiang Hao opened his eyes and looked at the two of them with amusement. I saw the two of them nodding their heads like chicks pecking at rice. Okay, let's go. Jiang Hao wanted to refuse, but after changing his mind, he agreed. They all walked out of the dormitory immediately. As for Wei Guangyuan, the two naturally did not call him, and Jiang Hao did not mention him either. I could only leave the dormitory alone in shame. Chapter 66, Lu Jinglong's Request for Help. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All the freshmen gathered in the playground. Jiang Hao stood in the crowd, yawning out of boredom. Soon a group of school leaders came to the podium. First, the principal gave a 1-hour speech, followed by the dean of studies. I don't know how these two people have such good eloquence. They spoke for about an hour each. After the speech, the class division began. Jiang Hao was assigned to class 3 of the freshman year. The skinny guy with yellow hair and the fat guy with tattoos were also assigned to the same class. Their class teacher was a young, decent-looking woman named Chiyu. Under Chiyu's leadership, they got familiar with the class and the environment. It took an hour to complete the tour, and they were allowed to move freely before starting the first class tomorrow morning. Upon hearing that he could move freely, Jiang Hao turned around and left without any reluctance. Jiang Hao did not go back to the dormitory, but went straight home, preparing to go to school again tomorrow. Jiang Hao was lying on the bed, flipping through his phone out of boredom, when suddenly his phone rang. Looking at the strange number displayed on it, Jiang Hao frowned and hesitated for a moment, but he still picked up the phone. Without waiting for Jiang Hao to speak, the man on the other side spoke first. Mr. X, I'm Lu Jinglong. Do you have time to come to the Bounty Guild now? I need your help with something. Okay, I'll be there right away. Jiang Hao did not refuse. After hanging up the phone, I said goodbye to my parents and went out. When he arrived at the Bounty Guild, Lu Jinglong was already waiting for him in the lobby. Seeing Jiang Hao coming, Lu Jinglong immediately went to greet him. Oh my god, look, isn't that X? Come on, I want to talk to him. It's really X. My daughter now adores him the most, and she's been asking me to get X's autograph for her. X has appeared. Quickly inform the captain. If we can recruit X into our team's strength will definitely be improved. Other bounty hunters also saw Jiang Hao. Now that Jiang Hao had become a celebrity, they immediately stepped forward and wanted to make friends with Jiang Hao, but Lu Jinglong got there first. Mr. X, this is not the place to talk. Let's go to my office to talk. Jiang Hao nodded. In the office, Lu Jinglong personally poured a cup of tea for Jiang Hao. To be honest, sir, if it hadn't happened suddenly, I wouldn't have called you. Lu Jinglong smiled bitterly. Jiang Hao took a sip of tea and said, Tell me, what happened? If Lu Jinglong hadn't called him, he wouldn't have come here at all. He wanted to experience college life during this period of time. Lu Jinglong said in a deep voice, It's like this. 3 days ago, a secret realm suddenly appeared in the occupied area outside Longcheng. The authorities paid a great price to control it. Jiang Hao frowned when he heard that. He knew about the secret realm, but aren't secret realms all man-made? How could they appear by themselves? Just when Jiang Hao was wondering, he heard Lu Jinglong continue speaking. But the exploration of the secret realm requires a first-level awakener to conduct the exploration, because the secret realm appears in the occupied area outside Dragon City. So this task falls on the Dragon City Guard Department and the Dragon City Bounty Guild. And as far as I know, among the first-level awakeners in Dragon City, you are the strongest, so I had no choice but to contact you. But don't worry, sir. You're not the only one in this operation. There will be other first-level awakeners going in with you. Jiang Hao asked his question. President Lu, as far as I know, aren't secret realms created by powerful people using special means? How could they appear by themselves? Sir, you don't know. Lu Jinglong smiled bitterly and shook his head, then told Jiang Hao the origin of the secret realm. It turns out that the revival of spiritual energy 300 years ago was related to the secret realm. The monsters today were transformed into monsters because they were affected by the secret realm. However, in order to prevent people from panicking, the official did not mention this matter, but only said that the changes were caused by the revival of spiritual energy. Over time, everyone came to believe it, and only those awakened ones who had reached level 5 or above knew the truth. As for the secret realms that Jiang Hao knew, they were actually just some small secret realms, and these secret realms were very easy to control. What is really difficult to control is the Great Secret Realm. In the beginning, the Dragon Kingdom suffered heavy losses in its attempt to control these secret realms, and to date it has only controlled 3 major secret realms. Nowadays, there's still many secret realms in an active state, and the Dragon Kingdom has no ability to conquer them. Jiang Hao never expected that the truth would be like this. Jiang Hao frowned and asked, What is the situation of exploring the secret realm? Why we need a first-level awakener to explore it? And what are these secret realms? Although he owed Lu Jinglong a favor, it didn't mean he was willing to repay it with his life. If there was danger in the secret realm, he would never agree. Lu Jinglong shook his head and smiled bitterly. To be honest, sir, I don't know what is in the secret realm, but I do know why a first-level awakener is needed to explore it. After hearing Lu Jinglong's subsequent explanation, Jiang Hao understood. The reason why a first-order awakener is allowed to explore it is because the secret realm has a strong repulsive force on us humans. The lower the strength, the smaller the repulsive force. Although ordinary people and zero-order awakeners are the most suitable, we cannot let them go in and die, so only first-order awakeners can come. Sir, although there are unknown dangers in the secret realm, there are also great opportunities. Lu Jinglong lowered his voice. Sir, you know the 3 great war gods of our dragon country, right? The 3 great war gods all entered the secret realm in the past. It is said that their current achievements have a lot to do with entering the secret realm in the past. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. He knew the 3 great war gods. They were the white jade pillars that supported the sky of their dragon kingdom. It is precisely because of the presence of the 3 gods of war that other countries dare not easily invade the dragon kingdom. However, even if the 3 war gods really got the opportunity in the secret realm, as Lu Jinglong said, they definitely did not enter the secret realm alone at that time. Why only the 3 great war gods got the opportunity? This is enough to show that opportunities are not so easy to get. Seeing Jiang Hao lost in thought, Lu Jinglong did not disturb Jiang Hao. He knew that entering the secret realm was no small matter and that his life might be in danger. Therefore, when he called X over this time, it was not to give an order, but to discuss. If X doesn't want to, he won't force it. The office was silent for a moment. Jiang Hao weighed the pros and cons. Although there might be opportunities in the secret realm, he did not intend to take any risks. Owning the system was the biggest opportunity, and there was no need to take any more risks for an illusory opportunity. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao opened his mouth and was about to say something, but suddenly stopped. Bite. Chapter 67. Missions one after another. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the exploration mission, requiring the host to enter the secret realm to explore. Task completion reward, 1 lucky spin. Penalty for mission failure. Delete one of the host's internal energy and martial arts at random. When Jiang Hao heard the system prompt sound in his mind, the corner of his mouth twitched. Tongzi, what are you doing? I was about to refuse, but you actually assigned me a task. And there is no choice in this task. This is really annoying me. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the challenge mission, which requires the host to represent Longqing University, participate in the school competition in a month, and win the championship. Task completion reward, mysterious gift box X1. Penalty for mission failure. The host cultivation level will be reduced by 1 level. Jiang Hao's face darkened. Damn it, you're still excited. Just as one task came, a second task came right after. Do you want people to live anymore? But what the hell is this school competition? How come I don't know about it? It seems I have to find someone to ask. Fortunately, Jiang Hao was wearing a mask at the moment. Otherwise, Lu Jinglong would definitely be able to see Jiang Hao's changeable expression at this moment. President Lu, I agree with what you said. What do we set off? Since we can't avoid it, we can only accept it. As long as you are careful, there should be no problem. You can get rewards after completing it, such as the lucky wheel. I don't know what kind of internal power or martial arts I can get this time. When Lu Jinglong heard that Jiang Hao agreed, he was immediately delighted. The departure time is scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So anxious. Jiang Hao frowned. Doesn't that mean he will have to skip class tomorrow? Lu Jinglong smiled bitterly and said, I can't help it. I just received the notice today. Jiang Hao nodded to show his understanding. By the way, how many people are entering the secret realm this time? What are the arrangements? And how long do they need to stay in there? Although he had agreed to enter the secret realm, he still had to ask the questions that needed to be asked. After all, I have more than just this task. I also have to participate in the school competition next month. You have to plan your time. Lu Jinglong, there are a total of 100 people entering this time. As for whether there are any arrangements, it depends on you to enter, but I plan to let you be the leader. As for the time, I don't know either. It depends on you. After all, there are uncertain factors involved. Jiang Hao thought about it, and then said, Okay, then I will be outside the eastern suburbs before 8 o'clock tomorrow, and I will meet up with you then. Okay. Lu Jinglong nodded. After that, the two chatted for a while before Jiang Hao left. As soon as he arrived at the hall, Jiang Hao was surrounded by people. Faced with the enthusiastic crowd, Jiang Hao took a lot of effort to squeeze out of the crowd. After returning home, Jiang Hao told his parents that he would be living on campus for a few days and asked them not to worry. After dinner in the evening, Jiang Hao took out his cell phone and was thinking about who to call to find out about the school competition. His cell phone rang first, and Jiang Hao picked it up directly. "You guy, if I don't call you, you don't even know how to contact me." Jiang Hao just said hello when he heard a dissatisfied voice from the other side. Jiang Hao smiled calmly. "I've been quite busy recently. It's the same for me. I was forced to train for a month, and it just ended today. I remember that you started school today, so I thought of calling you to ask about it. How is it going? Are you adapting to your first day at college?" "It's okay. Class starts tomorrow. Today I'm just getting familiar with the environment." The two chatted for a while. Suddenly, Su Qingxue asked, "By the way, will you participate in the school competition in a month?" "Participate?" Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. He had been thinking about asking Su Qingxue about the school competition, but he didn't expect Su Qingxue to bring it up first. "If you're determined, you have to participate. But I have to remind you that all schools take this school competition very seriously. We have all been training for a month, and our strength has already broken through to the first level. With another month of training, our strength will be further consolidated. Don't be careless." "Yeah." Jiang Hao nodded. "By the way, how do I sign up for this school competition?" "You don't know?" Su Qingxue was stunned, but then she understood after thinking about it. Jiang Hao goes to an ordinary university. Although it is not said that ordinary universities cannot participate in school competitions, ordinary universities have never participated in school competitions. After all, those who go to ordinary universities are awakened people with weak talents and low strength. Taking part in the school competition is simply asking for humiliation. If you want to participate in the school competition, it's very simple. The school competition will be announced online in the next 2 days. You can just sign up there. I'll send you the link later. Jiang Hao asked some more questions before hanging up the phone with Su Qingxue. Then he immediately searched the internet for the school competition notice that Su Qingxue mentioned. He will go to the occupied area tomorrow. There is no signal in the occupied area at all, and he is not sure when he will come back. He must not miss the registration time. In that case, you will be punished by the system. I am only at level 1, and if I drop 1 level, I will be level 0. It's true. Jiang Hao searched for a while on the internet and really found the notice of the school competition. But now is not the time to register. The registration time is in the early morning. In other words, if Jiang Hao wants to sign up, he has to wait until the early morning. Jiang Hao could accept this. As long as he could sign up, the time didn't matter. After waiting for several hours, it was finally early morning. Jiang Hao immediately clicked on the notice of the school competition and finally saw the registration entrance here. Jiang Hao clicked on it decisively and found that many people had already successfully registered. Jiang Hao also clicked to sign up, and soon the page popped up. Jiang Hao was required to fill in his name, ID number, the school he attended, etc., and finally he needed to undergo facial recognition. Jiang Hao filled out all the procedures before submitting it. After doing all this, Jiang Hao threw his phone aside and went straight to sleep. The next day, Jiang Hao got up early, packed up, and left the house directly. By the time he arrived at the eastern suburbs, it was only 10 minutes before 8 o'clock. Quite a few people have gathered here at this moment. In addition to Lu Jinglong, there are many first-level awakeners and even some people from the security department. Jiang Hao's arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. There was no way he could not avoid attracting attention because his mask was too obvious. Lu Jinglong called out to Jiang Hao, and then he and several people from the security department came over. The guards greeted Jiang Hao politely. "Mr. X, it's up to you from now on." "It's okay. It's my duty to contribute to my country." Jiang Hao waved his hand nonchalantly. However, just this simple sentence moved the people from the security department and Lu Jinglong deeply. In this day and age, there are not many people who can have such a high level of awareness. I just don't know what they would think if they knew that Jiang Hao came here, because he was forced by the system. Chapter 68, Entering the Secret Realm. Jiang Hao, Launching University, Class 3, Freshman Year. She began to call the roll, as usual. However, when she called Jiang Hao, no one answered, which made her frown slightly. "Wang Shuhong, Zhang Guanglin, you two are in the same dormitory with Jiang Hao. Do you know where Jiang Hao went?" "I don't know. The thin man with yellow hair and the fat man with tattoos shook their heads. They hadn't seen Jiang Hao since yesterday afternoon, so they had no idea where Jiang Hao had gone. After Chi Yu confirmed that Jiang Hao did not come, he simply treated it as an absence. Skipping class on the first day of class gave Chi Yu a very bad impression of Jiang Hao. I plan to report this to the dean after class. A student like this dares not to attend class on the first day and simply does not take the teacher seriously. Okay, let's go to class. Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived yet? Jiang Hao took a quick glance and felt that the number of these first-level awakeners seemed to be less than 100. Well, there are still a few people who haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer. Lu Jinglong nodded. Jiang Hao asked, "What's the situation in the secret realm now?" A security officer said, "There is no change at the moment. The military is guarding there, but we don't know what the specific situation is inside." Jiang Hao felt helpless. He had no idea what was going on, which was very disadvantageous to them. Lu Jinglong pulled Jiang Hao aside and whispered, "After entering the secret realm, be careful. If something goes wrong, retreat immediately. Don't worry, no one will blame you even if you fail to complete the exploration." Although exploring the secret realm is important, he cares more about Jiang Hao's life safety than this. This is the treasure of their Dragon City Bounty Guild, and nothing must happen to it. Jiang Hao nodded. In fact, even if Lu Jinglong didn't say so, he would do so. Jiang Hao suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, President Lu, are there any rewards for us to explore the secret realm?" He forgot to ask yesterday because of 2 system tasks, but now he just remembered it and decided to ask. Of course there is. Have you ever heard of the Holy Academy? Lu Jinglong glanced around and lowered his voice to the lowest level. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. I'm sure everyone knows about the Holy Academy. It is the best and only academy in the world. Founded 180 years ago, it possesses rich cultivation resources and strong teaching qualifications. This is similar to the postgraduate entrance examination for college students 300 years ago. Although the 5 major academies were the strongest academies, they only train college students. If you want to get a higher level of education, you have to go to a holy institution. But it is not easy to join the Holy Academy. The admission standards are frighteningly high. Therefore, the Holy Academy is also known as the gathering place of evildoers, and not everyone can join. There's a saying that goes, geniuses may not necessarily join the Holy Academy, but those who join the Holy Academy are definitely geniuses. Such geniuses are called evildoers. Jiang Hao asked, "What does this have to do with the Saint Academy? Could it be that the reward is to allow us to directly enter the Saint Academy to study?" Of course not. Lu Jinglong smiled bitterly. The official reward this time is an invitation letter to the Holy Academy. Sir, please don't underestimate this invitation letter. If you want to enter the Saint Academy, the invitation letter is the stepping stone. Even in Dragon City, there's only 1 quota per year. Jiang Hao frowned. Just 1? There's so many people here, there won't be enough to share. Indeed, so the official has specifically requested that whoever finds out the secret realm clearly will be given an invitation letter. Lu Jinglong stated the official requirements, which is why he did not mention the reward to Jiang Hao before. Because this reward is not so easy to get. Jiang Hao understood. So that's how it was. This means that I have to take it seriously. After waiting for a while, the rest of the people finally came over. The security department found a man and said in a deep voice, "All right, everyone line up and stand still. We are about to enter the occupied area. We must not be careless. Also, all of you must follow X's orders. From now on, he is your captain." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Jiang Hao. X, this is a very famous celebrity nowadays. I didn't expect that I could act with him this time. When they thought about how Jiang Hao could defeat a 4th-level monster with his 1st-level strength and escape unscathed in the end, they were filled with admiration. This time, by following Jiang Hao, perhaps they may have a greater chance of survival. Jiang Hao did not show any happiness. He really did not want to bring these people with him. In his eyes, these people were just a burden. It would be more convenient for him to move around on his own. And I have to take care of them myself. Although he was reluctant, Jiang Hao didn't say anything. He knew very well that this exploration of the secret realm really required such a person. Otherwise, he might not be able to do it alone. I have no requirements for you. I just hope you can return safely. After that, Lu Jinglong and the security department said some polite words and then escorted Jiang Hao and the others to the secret realm. When we entered the occupied area, The periphery had been almost cleared by the military, and the military had specially formed a passage with 2 rows of soldiers. Therefore, they had a smooth journey and did not encounter any monsters. After walking for about an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. I saw an oval gray light curtain appearing before my eyes, just like the light curtain that Jiang Hao saw when he took the graduation exam. At this time, a soldier who looked like a leader came over. After both sides introduced themselves, it turned out that this person was indeed a leader. He was actually a regiment commander of their Longqing military, named Peng Tian. Peng Tian shook hands with Jiang Hao and said, "Mr. X, you have become very famous recently. I have seen your battles online. They are very impressive. I didn't expect that ancient warriors could have such fighting power." Now, the basic information that Jiang Hao used when he registered with the Bounty Guild has been exposed. Although they don't know Jiang Hao's true identity, they know that Jiang Hao is an ancient warrior. At first, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that ancient warriors could be so powerful. This also made them change their views on ancient warriors. It's just a small trick, nothing to worry about. Jiang Hao smiled indifferently. After that, Peng Tian chatted with Jiang Hao for a while before speaking solemnly. "It's up to you now. You are the heroes of Dragon Country. You can all come back safely just like us. Don't worry, Captain Peng. There is no time to lose. Hurry in. Salute." Peng Tian shouted. The soldiers around immediately saluted Jiang Hao and his party solemnly and bid farewell. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, then led the 99 first-level awakeners behind him and stepped into the light curtain in front of him. Chapter 69. Ancient Beast Koan Whale. This morning, a piece of news spread quickly among the 5 major colleges and 10 prestigious universities. Someone from Longqing University actually signed up for the school competition. This is the first time this has happened since the school competition. And when everyone saw the information of those who had registered for Longqing University, they were even more shocked. Jiang Hao, this familiar yet unfamiliar name, quickly became known among the 5 major academies and 10 prestigious universities. At first, no one knew who Jiang Hao was. Later, after asking around, they found out that he was the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Longqing. It was also the first time in history that an ancient warrior became the top scorer in the college entrance examination. It was a pity that because he was an ancient warrior, no one from the 5 major academies or the 10 famous universities accepted him, and he finally had to join an ordinary university like Longqing University. Everyone originally thought that Jiang Hao would be ruined, but unexpectedly, he actually signed up for the school competition. This move surprised everyone. Was he trying to prove to everyone that the 5 major academies and the 10 famous universities were blind? Or, influenced by X, he felt that his ancient warrior abilities were as powerful as X's. For a time, Jiang Hao became the focus of discussion among the 5 major academies and 10 prestigious universities. This is going to be a good show. I'm afraid that these people will be slapped in the face after seeing your true strength. Su Qingxue looked at the discussion on the school forum and shook her head. She didn't expect that Jiang Hao's registration would cause such a big commotion. I really don't know how other people would feel if they knew that Jiang Hao was the mysterious X that was rumored on the internet. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue couldn't wait for the school competition to be held soon. She really wanted to see this scene. I guess everyone will be shocked by that. At the same time, Baiyang, who was far away at Beihua University, also noticed the news and couldn't help but sneer. Humph, this damn guy is really still obsessed with evil, even dreaming of participating in the school competition. Ha, he really doesn't know how to live or die. What's wrong? Su Qing sat in by Yang's arms. Since coming to Beihua University, the two of them have started living together. Baiyang threw the phone to Su Qing. Take a look. It's just a way to attract attention. People like this will never be able to make their identity clear. Su Qing couldn't help but shook her head after seeing this. She couldn't understand why waste should just be waste. Why did it have to seek a sense of existence? What do you think Jiang Hao would feel if he knew that we have broken through to the first level? Su Qing smiled disdainfully. I think he would be so scared that his legs would go weak. Haha. Longqing University. Principal Zhou Wenlin had just arrived at the office when the phone rang. Hello, I'm Zhou Wenlin. The person on the other end of the phone laughed. Zhou Wenlin, you seem quite calm. Could it be that it was you who instructed Jiang Hao from Longqing University to sign up for the school competition? What do you mean I gave the order? Who in our school has signed up for the school competition? Zhou Wenlin was stunned when he heard his old friend's words. He had no idea what was going on, as he had only been at school for a short time. The old friend smiled gleefully and said, "You don't know? Then take a good look at the school competition notice. Students from your Longqing University have signed up. Oh, by the way, your student is the top scorer in this year's Longqing College entrance examination." After saying that, the old friend hung up the phone. Zhou Wenlin turned on his computer and quickly found the notice of the school competition on the internet. He also finally found Jiang Hao's registration information. Sure enough, the school filled in above was Longqing University. Seeing this, Zhou Wenlin immediately called the Dean of Studies. As soon as they entered the light curtain, Jiang Hao and others immediately felt an invisible sense of rejection falling on them. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It felt as if there was an invisible hand pushing them away, not wanting them to enter. The scene in front of them changed rapidly, and soon, Jiang Hao and his companions appeared on a hill. The surrounding scenery is similar to the outside world, but it appears gray. At the same time, there was a violent aura floating in the air. At the same time, there were bursts of terrifying beast roars coming from the surroundings. Looking ahead, there was a forest right in front of them. Now that you're here, what are your plans? Are you going to act with me, or alone? Jiang Hao turned around and looked at everyone. Everyone quickly said, "Mr. X, we will act with you." They're not fools. They know very well that it is difficult for them to survive in such an unfamiliar environment with their strength. Only by following X can they have a chance of survival. Jiang Hao looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "You can follow me if you want, but I want to make something clear. If you follow me, you must listen to my command. I can't guarantee that you will be unscathed. I can only say that I will do my best to ensure your survival. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded quickly upon hearing this. Jiang Hao didn't say anything else and walked directly down the hill. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed. Woo! Jiang Hao and his friends had just walked down the hill when suddenly a dull sound was heard. The next second, they felt it was getting dark. "Look above my head. What the hell is that? Oh my God, it's a big one. It's over, it's over. I don't want to die. If I had known, I wouldn't have come in. What should I do? What should I do?" Everyone's faces changed drastically when they looked up and saw the huge behemoth. Jiang Hao shouted coldly, "Be quiet." After hearing Jiang Hao's voice, everyone calmed down a little, but their faces were still filled with fear. Seeing these people in panic, Jiang Hao couldn't help but have a headache. But it's not their fault. Looking at the creature in the sky that was as big as a mountain and had 2 pairs of wings, Jiang Hao also felt a headache. If he hadn't just used his eye of identification to check, he would have been frightened. This creature is not a monster. According to the display of the eye of identification, it is an ancient beast named Kuan Whale with a 3rd level cultivation. Its abilities are strength and air, and its condition is at its peak. Seeing the Kuan Whale getting closer and closer to them, everyone panicked again and fled in all directions. Woo! Only a muffled sound was heard, and the next moment, a series of invisible attacks came down. More than 10 people were killed instantly. A strong smell of blood suddenly spread around. "Cover your ears." After reminding the rest of the people, Jiang Hao immediately focused his energy on his dantian. The next second, a transparent lion head appeared above his head. Roar! Suddenly, the terrifying sonic attack quickly spread out around him. Woo! The Kuan Whale seemed to sense the provocation and roared angrily, then rushed towards Jiang Hao and the others with its body as big as a mountain. Everyone only felt a terrible oppressive force descending rapidly. Some of the weaker ones could not even stand steadily and simply collapsed to the ground. At this moment, they were extremely regretful. If they had known it was so dangerous here, they would never have come in. Chapter 70 Exit. Jiang Hao flipped his palm, and the red flame sword immediately appeared in his hand. Looking at the mountain-like tail that was getting closer and closer to him, he chopped it out with his sword. This time, Jiang Hao showed no mercy. Not only did he use a critical hit, he also let a layer of flame attach to the surface of the red flame sword. Bang! The 2 sides collided. Jiang Hao was shocked and retreated more than 10 meters before he managed to steady himself. I felt the blood in my body surging, and I almost vomited blood. Compared to Jiang Hao, Kuan Whale was in an even more miserable state. Its huge tail was directly cut off by Jiang Hao's sword, and blood splattered like rain. Everyone was drenched, but everyone was too busy to care about these things at the moment. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. They already knew that X was very strong and could fight against a Tier 4 being. But after truly seeing X's fighting power, they found that they still underestimated X. But this also made them feel a lot more at ease. I became more determined to stay with X. Woo! The Kuan whale was completely enraged. It roared, then opened its mouth, and suddenly an invisible air wave attacked Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't bother to adjust his injuries and quickly performed Lingbo Weibo. The Kuan whale's attack came quickly, and although Jiang Hao dodged it, some of the people around him did not dodge. Under the attack of the Kuan whale, it turned directly into blood foam. This made everyone's heart rise to their throat instantly. Roar! Jiang Hao steadied his body and immediately used the lion roar technique. Under the attack of the lion's roar, although the Kuan whale was huge in size, it was still shocked and retreated a little. Seeing this, Jiang Hao stepped forward and slashed directly at the Kuan whale with the red flame sword in his hand. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Hao wouldn't have to put in much effort to kill the third-level monster. However, the Kuan whale is not only huge in size, but can also fly, which adds a lot of difficulty to him. Although he has strong attack power, he cannot fly. If the awakened ones want to fly, except for mutants who can transform into birds or flying animals, the rest of the awakened ones can only reach the 7th level. Otherwise, they cannot fly at all. The only thing to be thankful for at the moment is that the Kuan whale lowered its flying altitude a lot in order to deal with him, which gave him an opportunity to take advantage of. Bang! The Kuan whale slapped down with its fins. With the lessons learned from the previous experience, the Kuan whale did not face the red flame sword head-on, but instead slapped the sword with its fins. This prevented the red flame sword from falling on it. The terrifying force made Jiang Hao's arms numb, and he almost couldn't hold the red flame sword. Jiang Hao took 2 steps back before he was able to get rid of this force. This is not a solution. Jiang Hao frowned. This guy's reminder is too big, and his strength is also incredibly great. If it weren't for the B-level weapon in his hand, he would have been unable to do anything to the opponent. The Kuan whale did not give Jiang Hao a chance to breathe and rushed towards him again. Jiang Hao quickly asked, "Are there any auxiliary awakeners among you?" If there's an auxiliary awakener now, with the help of the auxiliary, he will be able to fight against the Kuan whale head-on, and maybe even kill it with one blow. Everyone shook their heads when they heard this. If there may have been assistance before, but now the remaining dozens of awakeners are all combat-type awakeners. Seeing this, Jiang Hao knew that he could no longer rely on these people and could only rely on himself. Suddenly he thought of something, dodged, and then slid to quickly get under the Kuan whale. Without any hesitation, the red flame sword stabbed directly into the belly of the Kuan whale. Woo! The Kuan whale let out a cry of pain. The scarlet flame sword instantly pierced through the Kuan whale's hard skin, and blood spurted out like water. Jiang Hao was soaked all over, but he couldn't care less at the moment. Grabbing the red flame sword, he planned to run towards the Kuan whale's tail. He wanted to get the Kuan whale. The severe pain made the Kuan whale swing its body desperately, and then flapped its wings, preparing to raise its body. However, Jiang Hao had finally seized the opportunity. So how could he make it happen? He immediately used the lion's roar technique again, and while the Kuan whale was resisting the lion's roar technique, Jiang Hao quickly ran to the back. A long bloodstain appeared on the belly of the Kuan whale. At the same time, the aroma of barbecue wafted out. The reason for the aroma of barbecue is entirely because of the flame on the surface of the red flame sword. Finally, Jiang Hao arrived at the tail of the Kuan whale, and the red flame sword also emerged from the body of the Kuan whale. Fortunately, the Kuan whale's body is huge. Although the red flame sword is of extremely high level, due to its limited length, it can only cut through the Kuan whale's fat and cannot damage its internal organs. However, even so, the severe pain still caused the huge body of the Kuan whale to fall heavily to the ground, and it continued to make mournful sounds from its mouth. When everyone saw the Kuan whale falling from the sky, they finally felt relieved. At the same time, they bravely walked forward and carefully observed the Kuan whale. This was the first time they had seen this creature. Jiang Hao came to the location of the Kuan whale's head, raised the red flame sword in his hand high, and then stabbed it fiercely at the Kuan whale's head. Although he defeated this so-called ancient beast, he could not feel at ease unless he killed it. Although the Kuan whale tried desperately to fly, Jiang Hao didn't give it the chance at all. The red flame sword pierced directly into the Kuan whale from above its head. Afraid of not being able to kill this guy, Jiang Hao used up almost all his strength, and the entire red flame sword was embedded in Kuan Whale's head. Although the Kuan Whale did not die immediately, he could feel that its breath was fading and it would surely die soon. Jiang Hao looked at this scene with a serious expression. If all the creatures in this secret realm were similar to this Kuan Whale, then that would be quite dangerous. It is so difficult to deal with this Kuan Whale, let alone dealing with ancient beasts of other levels. After a while, the Kuan Whale finally died completely. Jiang Hao pulled the red flame sword out of the Kuan Whale's head and wiped it clean on the Kuan Whale. One person stepped forward and asked, "Mr. X, what should we do next?" Jiang Hao managed to deal with such a powerful creature. Now they admired Jiang Hao even more. Jiang Hao looked up at the crowd. There were only 100 of them just now, but now there are less than 70 left. This is just the beginning. They haven't even officially stepped into it yet. You have all seen the situation. If we continue like this, more people will die. Faced with this strange creature, even I would find it difficult to escape unscathed, let alone protect you. So you have to think carefully about whether to continue to follow me or quit now. Jiang Hao's words instantly made everyone fall into silence. Yes, the scene of those companions dying tragically in front of my eyes is still vivid in my mind. I quit. Finally, a middle-aged man wavered in his determination. I'm quitting too. After the first one, there was a second one. Soon, most people chose to withdraw, and only 10 people were left with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded and told those who wanted to quit could just leave, and those who wanted to stay would be taken on by him. Roar! At this moment, another beast roar was suddenly heard. Everyone's faces changed, and those who decided to quit ran towards the exit without saying a word. Jiang Hao took the 10 people who were willing to stay and quickly flew away. Chapter 71, Beast Origin. Captain Peng, I'll leave this place to you. We'll leave first. Peng Tian nodded and said, "Don't worry. We are here and will never let those monsters destroy this place." Outside the secret realm, Lu Jinglong and the people from the security department were about to retreat. The entrance to the secret realm suddenly flickered, and then we saw that the person who had just entered the secret realm quickly withdrew from the secret realm. Lu Jinglong and the others' faces changed when they saw this. Lu Jinglong quickly grabbed one of them and asked, "What happened? Why did you all withdraw? Where is X?" The man recounted the situation tremblingly. When Lu Jinglong and the others heard what the man said about giant beasts as big as mountains and flying whales, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. How could this happen? Lu Jinglong and the others looked solemn. Now that these people have run out, although Jiang Hao is still inside, it is likely that it will be difficult to find out the situation inside with just Jiang Hao and the others. A person from the guard department said, "Why don't we gather some more first-order awakeners? The situation is unclear now. Even if we gather people, it will be difficult to find out the truth." Peng Tian shook his head. It is easy to gather people, but the problem is that if the secret realm is really as dangerous as these people say, the result will be the same no matter how many people enter. Lu Jinglong sighed. Captain Peng is right. Now we can only wait for X to come back. I originally thought it wasn't a big problem, but I didn't expect it to be like this. The guard frowned and said, "What should we do? Are we just going to wait here? I'm afraid this is the only way now." As he spoke, Lu Jinglong looked at the first-level awakeners who had escaped. "You go back first. We will call you when we need you." Those people nodded in shock and left. Peng Tian said, "Why don't I organize some first-level soldiers? Their quality will be higher than these awakened people in society." Such a thing happened right after he entered the secret realm. He was really afraid that the mission would fail this time. Lu Jinglong said in a deep voice, "Forget it. Don't let these soldiers take risks for now. Wait for X to come out. I believe X will come out." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to the entrance to the secret realm. If it wasn't the first time they were exploring the secret realm, only a first-level awakener could come to explore it, and they would all be eager to go in. Now, they can only wait here. Lu Jinglong and those people from the security department no longer talked about leaving. In the secret realm, Jiang Hao and his men had just evacuated for a short while when they stopped, and in front of them was a tiger with sharp fangs. Jiang Hao used the eye of identification, and suddenly a piece of information appeared in front of him. Ancient beast, saber-toothed tiger. Level 3. Abilities, wind, spirit. Status, peak. Gudong. The 10 first-level awakeners behind Jiang Hao swallowed hard and subconsciously took a step back. Although this creature is not that big in size, the oppressive feeling it exudes should not be underestimated. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger roared and pounced directly towards Jiang Hao and the others. Seeing this, Jiang Hao also roared. Immediately, the lion's roar technique enveloped the saber-toothed tiger. Although the saber-toothed tiger is also at level 3, its size is much smaller than that of the Kuan whale. Plus, saber-toothed tigers can't fly, so Jiang Hao didn't feel much pressure. However, he knew very well that he had to fight quickly and decisively. Otherwise, it would be dangerous if other ancient beasts were attracted. While the saber-toothed tiger was being repelled by the lion's roar, Jiang Hao quickly moved forward and slashed at its head with the red flame sword. Sensing the danger, the saber-toothed tiger instinctively dodged and thus avoided Jiang Hao's attack. Jiang Hao immediately used the Lingbo Weibu technique and came to the side of the saber-toothed tiger again. When the saber-toothed tiger opened its bloody mouth and wanted to bite him, Jiang Hao quickly dodged, then stretched out his palm and pressed it on the saber-toothed tiger's body, then flipped over and jumped onto its back. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao in astonishment. They didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so bold as to ride on the back of a saber-toothed tiger. Being ridden by the human, the saber-toothed tiger became violent and struggled back and forth, trying to throw the human off its back. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao didn't give it this chance at all. The red flame sword fell directly on its neck, and then he exerted force suddenly. The saber-toothed tiger's body was torn into pieces and fell heavily to the ground. After dealing with the saber-toothed tiger, Jiang Hao immediately led his men away. As Jiang Hao and his group left, bursts of beast roars were soon heard from the area. Everyone couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that they left quickly, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Bang! A dull sound was heard, accompanied by a puff of dust. When the dust settled, Jiang Hao and his companions appeared. Right in front of them, a hairy elephant was dead as hell. At this moment, they had been walking in the secret realm for more than 30 minutes. They encountered many ancient beasts along the way, but they were all dealt with safely. Jiang Hao dealt with all the third-level ancient beasts himself, while the first and second-level ancient beasts were dealt with by the 10, now 8 awakened ones. Just now, 2 of our companions were accidentally killed by the mammoth. After dealing with the mammoth, Jiang Hao led these people to continue their journey. As he walked, Jiang Hao checked his system space. He discovered that after killing these ancient beasts, what he obtained was not a weapon or a gift crystal, but a gray ball of light. Beast Source, the level energy produced by the system, contains very strong power, cannot be absorbed or refined. Note, Beast Source is the food material used to cultivate divine beasts. Looking at the few lines of words, Jiang Hao felt helpless. The ingredients for cultivating divine beasts are useless if you don't have any divine beasts yourself. Buzz! Just then, a buzzing sound came from far away. Just when everyone was puzzled, they suddenly saw a large black cloud coming towards them in the distance. What the hell is this? Oh no, run away. These are a bunch of mosquitoes. Run quickly. If we are surrounded by these mosquitoes, we will be dead. Looking at the dense swarm of mosquitoes that looked like a huge cloud, everyone felt their scalps tingling. One mosquito is not scary. What is scary is hundreds or thousands of mosquitoes. The swarm of mosquitoes before my eyes cannot even be described in the form of hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousands. Seeing this, the 8 people turned around and ran without thinking. Jiang Hao couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Roar! Jiang Hao immediately channeled his energy into his dantian, and a transparent lion head immediately appeared above his head. He had already used his discerning eyes to see through the true colors of these mosquitoes. This is a kind of mosquito called blood mosquito with first-level strength, but the entire clan together is no weaker than a 4th-level ancient beast. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Hao did not wait for them to get close, but instead used the lion roar technique. Suddenly, I saw swarms of bloody mosquitoes falling from the sky and landing on the ground. The first move of the 18 dragon, subduing palms. The arrogant dragon will regret. But compared with the entire population, the blood mosquitoes killed by Jiang Hao were just a drop in the bucket and had no effect at all. Helplessly, Jiang Hao used the 18 dragon, subduing palms.